Elsewhere, a gloved hand reached out, turning the knob and pushing open a heavy door. The sudden brightness was almost blinding. A man, cigarette dangling from his lips, stared ahead with a vacant expression. The man in the suit paused, his expression unreadable. You? Who sent you? The man with the cigarette stood over a fallen figure. Do you think things will simply end like this? The older man's face was weathered, blood trickling from his nose. Sooner or later, another branch will come and find you. There is nothing you alone can do against them. Kim Jian adjusted his tie, a thoughtful expression on his face. A voice filled with pain and desperation pleaded, "Get on your knees now and beg for forgiveness. Then I won't." The man with the cigarette, blood smeared on his face, snarled, "Shut the." His gaze is intense, a storm brewing behind his dark eyes. The world stretches upwards, a loyal companion trotting faithfully beside him. Mongu, ever the cheerful one, seems oblivious to the darkness that clings to his master. The dog's face is splattered with crimson, yet he grins, his master's voice echoing in his mind. "Oh, my cutie pie, did I make you wait long, Mongu?" He speaks, his tone casual despite the implied carnage. "Are you hungry? Let's go home and get you something to eat." Kim Jian strides forward, Mongu trotting happily at his heels, unaware of the trail of blood they leave behind. The man and his dog walk away, their shadows stretching long and distorted across the floor, stained with the evidence of his job. The scene is a macabre tableau of death, limbs strewn amidst pools of blood, the aftermath of Kim Jian's work. The air hangs thick with the metallic tang of blood, the silence broken only by the faint drip, drip, drip from unseen wounds. Numero uno Hitman, a title earned in blood. A dark omen hangs in the air, the symbol resonating with unseen power. The boy tugged at his mother's sleeve, asking if he had to go to school today. His mother reassured him, promising to make something delicious after school. Kim Jian, standing nearby, thought to himself that he needed to get something delicious, realizing they were out of snacks for Mongu. A flip phone opened, the screen displaying a message. Was it a new mission already? The message turned out to be spam, offering an opportunity to take over the Murim world. "Ah fuck," he thought, "it's a spam message." The exterior of a pet shop came into view. Kim Jian crouched down, looking at the snacks. He wondered if Mongu would like this, but decided, whatever, let's just. Kim Jian, still crouched, thought it was the perfect time. But now he started to. Someone wondered what the heck he was mumbling about. He knelt on the ground, a picture of defeat. "Today, I guess," he mumbled, before cursing under his breath, questioning the absurdity of the situation. His eyes widened, a single word escaping his lips. "What?" A man with short, gray hair grinned, leveling his weapon. "I was saying that it's the perfect day for you to die." The shot rang out. "Goodbye, numero uno." His face contorted in rage and disbelief. "Ah. Fuck. A premonition. I knew it. I had a bad feeling about Toda." The sound of the gunshot echoed, a crimson stain blooming. Darkness. A final thought. And just like that, I died. No, I guess this is a death befitting a killer. A vow from beyond the grave. I'll have my revenge on that mop-haired guy in hell. A final, desperate concern. But my poor Mongu. He's all alone now. A hand reached out from the abyss. A small dog peers down, its expression unreadable. Confusion reigns as the dog and a bald man are seen from an odd angle. A blade descends, catching the light. The knife finds its mark with brutal force. He clutches his head, reeling. Had he truly died? What the? Didn't I just die? He looks down, realizing something. I definitely got shot in the head. No, wait. Mongu. Mongu, the dog, stands unharmed. Mongu. Phew. It's a relief that you're unharmed. The man's expression shifts to relief. He has finally arrived. Below, a bald man exclaims, "Our savior has answered our calls." Another man questions the bald man's outburst. What's that baldy yapping about? A crowd of people look on with hope. The scene blurs, leaving the viewer in the dark. He glances around, a deep furrow in his brow. The situation is clearly not what he expected. A voice booms out, seemingly from nowhere, greeting him as a savior. A figure appears, introducing himself as Daedok, the Blood Death cult's first elder. Kim Jian's mind races, the name Daedok stirring something within him. Was this the same bald eagle he'd heard about? The situation only deepens his confusion. What exactly is happening, and why is he being called a savior? Daedok's declaration echoes, a chilling promise of conquest. Murim will fall. Kim Jian's bewilderment is palpable. He can only mutter a disbelieving huh. Elsewhere, a serene landscape of towering peaks and mist-shrouded valleys unfolds. Am I? So this place, it's not the world he used to live in, but a world in another dimension called Murim. The architecture is ancient, unfamiliar. And to conquer Murim, he was summoned. Is that it? Was this the summoning? Kim Jian scoffs, a humorless sound. Of donations? To sound the world? He can see madness in their eyes. And why does he have no signal? He curses under his breath. Oi, you fucking bastards. Send me back to my own world before I start using bad words. But he already cursed. He stands before the two elders, demanding to be sent back. He insists that he needs to find the one who killed him. One of the elders questions if he isn't that person already. The elder questions if he is their savior. The man scoffs, calling him Baldy and asking if he's gone senile. He demands that they stop calling him their savior. Elsewhere, a group of people laugh maniacally. Kim Ji-yeon clutches his head, groaning in frustration. He acknowledges that only someone with his fighting spirit could call himself their savior. Kim Ji-yeon thinks to himself that the first elder is not bald. A voice narrates that he's never grown any hair on his head until now. Villagers whisper amongst themselves, gossiping that he's bald and never had hair in the first place, calling it disgusting. They believe God must have cursed him. Meanwhile, Sahyo Kyung, the Blood Death cult's leader, expresses his regret, realizing he shouldn't have told him. Kim Ji-yeon stands before the elder, who says, "Your mind." A disembodied voice warns that he might die. Sahyo Kyung, the Blood Death cult's leader, is revealed. A smirk plays on his lips, the scar on his cheek deepening as he speaks. Kim Ji-yeon corrects the elder, stating that they were the ones who summoned him. Sahyo Kyung, his gaze fixed downward, challenges him to consider his next move. He demands that Kim Ji-yeon think carefully before answering his question. A voice booms, filled with menace. The unseen speaker threatens that Kim Ji-yeon might die by his hands. Sahyo Kyung stands face to face with Kim Ji-yeon, the tension palpable between them. Mongu, enraged, steps forward, berating the savior for daring to threaten the cult leader. Sahyo Kyung calmly dismisses Mongu's outburst, stating that he will deal with the situation. He then proposes a challenge to the savior. The cult leader offers a proposition, if Kim Ji-yeon can win against him. Sahyo Kyung declares that he will willingly hand over his position as the cult leader to Kim Ji-yeon. The terms are set. After the challenge, Kim Ji-yeon can do whatever he wants. Mongu protests, warning Sahyo Kyung against such a reckless decision. However, the cult leader insists, stating that if Kim Ji-yeon cannot win against him. Kim Ji-yeon remains impassive, his expression unreadable. Kim Ji-yeon interrupts, stating that he doesn't need any of that, demanding only to be sent back. His eye twitched, a storm brewing behind the focused gaze. What was this feeling? Kim Ji-yeon thought, "I'll show you." A dark aura began to emanate from Sahyo Kyung, a silent declaration of intent. What hell is this? The red trim of his robe seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. Kim Ji-yeon felt a prickling sensation, a primal warning. What's this tremendous sense of danger? Sahyo Kyung stood tall, his presence imposing. He thought, I'd never felt such a threatening pressure, even when I was working as a hitman. There is no need to be nervous. You're just a senile old man. Kim Ji-yeon steeled himself, his resolve hardening. There is no way that I, the #1 hitman, nicknamed Ghost of Fighting, will lose to him. His stance shifted, muscles coiling like a viper ready to strike. Kim Ji-yeon's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists. Ready? As if I. Sahyo Kyung's eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in their depths. We shall see how long that arrogance of yours lasts. Kim Ji-yeon smirked, extending an open invitation. With words or something, I'll let you have the first punch, so come at me. The two figures stood poised, the air crackling with anticipation. The battle was about to begin. He tenses, muscles coiled like a spring ready to unleash. Kim Ji-yeon prepares to deliver a devastating blow, his fist pulled back, knuckles white. The punch connects with Sahyo Kyung's face, the force of the impact echoing through the air. His head snaps back from the brutal hit. The force of the blow sends the antagonist hurtling backwards, feet leaving the ground as he loses control. Even mid-flight, Sahyo Kyung recovers, his eyes glowing with a crimson light. He prepares a counterattack, energy gathering in his hands. With a surge of power, the antagonist unleashes a strike, his hands crackling with energy as he closes the distance. The attack connects, sending Kim Ji-yeon flying in the opposite direction. Debris explodes around them as the force rips through the air. The protagonist plummets downwards, a trail of dust marking his rapid descent. He crashes into the ground with earth-shattering force, a crater forming around the point of impact. The fall continues, the momentum unrelenting as he hurtles towards the earth. The ground cracks and shatters under the immense pressure, the force of the impact radiating outwards. Kim Ji-yeon lies motionless amidst the destruction, seemingly defeated by the devastating blow. A cloud of dust explodes outwards, obscuring the scene as the aftermath of the attack settles. His face contorted in a grimace, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the taste of defeat bitter on his tongue. The crimson-robed figure scoffed, unimpressed. He couldn't even avoid such a basic attack, he thought. Clenching his fists, Kim Ji-yeon knelt on the ground, struggling to rise. An older man, his face etched with concern, looked down at Kim Ji-yeon. "Young man, are you really our savior?" he asked. Sahyo Kyung remained impassive, his gaze fixed on the struggling figure before him. The old man's expression hardened, muttering to himself that Kim Ji-yeon didn't even make for a worthy opponent. He paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Suddenly, a small, beige blur launched itself at Sahyo Kyung, teeth sinking into his leg. Eyes widening in alarm, Kim Jian roared, "No, Manga! Run away!" His face a mask of fury, Kim Jian snarled, "Don't touch Manga! If you do, then I'll kill you no matter what." Fueled by rage, he surged forward, a desperate energy coursing through him. The air crackled with the force of his advance. Mongu, startled, tumbled away from the conflict. One of the men orders someone to lock a person in the underground prison and feed that beast to the wolves. The man in the suit acknowledges the order. An impassioned voice cries out that the person is not a beast but family. Sahyo Kyung threatens to kill anyone who touches him. Sahyo Kyung calls out Manga's name, questioning if he thinks he's the strongest person there. A voice scoffs at the notion, declaring it ridiculous and stating that he is not strong. Kim Jian wonders who the strongest person in the world is. Sahyo Kyung wonders if it's someone with lots of money, questioning if that bastard lost his mind after. Sahyo Kyung wonders if it's someone with a lot of physical strength. Sahyo Kyung wonders if it's someone with a knife in their hands. The old man states that it's none of the above, as Sahyo Kyung wonders what that is. Someone observes an interestingly shaped object. A voice booms out, a stark reminder of power. "Remember this, you are the strongest person in the world." His eyes burning crimson, Kim Jian levels a pistol, the barrel aimed with deadly precision. The shot rings out, a flash of light punctuating the deadly intent. The bullet finds its mark, impacting Sahyo Kyung's head. Elsewhere, the old man stands with another figure, seemingly unfazed by the distant violence. Sahyo Kyung's face contorts in pain. The old man muses, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He wonders what that's used for. Sahyo Kyung's eyes widen in shock as the force of the impact throws him back. His vision tunnels as the world spins. The world blurs as Sahyo Kyung is sent reeling. Blood splatters as Sahyo Kyung's head snaps back, the wound now clearly visible. His body collapses, hitting the ground with a thud. Rain continues to fall. A moment of confusion hangs in the air. Sahyo Kyung lies still, his death confirmed. A man's eyes widen, a silent alarm spreading across his face. The cry goes out, "Attack." One of the men bellows, demanding that the one who murdered their cult leader not live another day. The air crackles with anticipation. A wave of cult members surges forward, their battle cries filling the air. Footsteps pound against the wooden floor, a relentless drumbeat of impending violence. The attackers close in. Kim Jian, unfazed, throws down the gauntlet. "Yes, that's it. All of you, come at me." A chilling promise hangs in the air, another gun waiting. He stands, handguns raised, smoke curling from the barrels. The air crackles with anticipation, the silence before the storm. A wave of men charged forward, their battle cries echoing in the air. Their feet pounded against the ground, a relentless advance. A voice called out, daring them to approach. "Yes, that's it. All of you, come at me." A figure emerged from the shadows, his gaze intense. He leveled 2 smoking guns, ready for the onslaught. A disembodied voice taunted, "Another gun waiting for you." A hand tightened around the grip of a pistol, knuckles white with tension. The shot rang out, the flash momentarily blinding. A high vantage point offers a view of the scene below, the world rendered in stark lines. The perspective shifts, focusing on a lone figure standing atop a rise. The view descends further, now a close-up of a bald head. A voice booms out, declaring, "You chose the wrong opponent." A man in a black and red outfit brutally stabs another man in the chest, the sound of the blade piercing flesh echoing in the air. A gunshot rings out, the bullet hurtling towards its target. The assassin plunges the blade deeper, a crimson spray painting the scene. Another shot echoes, the gun's report sharp and deafening. The final strike lands, ensuring the victim's demise. The bullet tears through the air, a golden streak against the dark backdrop. The gun fires again, relentless in its purpose. Another bullet flies, completing the deadly sequence. The scene is a tableau of brutality. A hard hat lies amidst a constellation of fresh blood. A desperate cry pierces the air. Someone must stop him. His eyes wide with terror, a man begs for salvation, urging others to join the fray. "Save me. Don't hesitate. Let's attack him together." A pained scream echoes through the space, a raw expression of agony. It hurts." A voice, laced with desperation, pleads for an end to the violence. "Please stop." A choked voice attempts to intervene, a desperate plea for pause. "Wait." His face smeared with blood, a man cries out in defeat, offering unconditional surrender. "It's our loss. I'll apologize for everything." A voice, dripping with menace, poses a chilling question. "Oi, do you know what moral I live by?" Benignity in moderation. A fist hurtles forward, a blur of impending violence. The brutal impact, flesh meets bone, a spray of crimson erupting from the point of contact. The sound of the blow reverberates, a sickening thud that punctuates the violence. The man's bare chest heaves, slick with blood. The cold brick of the wall offers no comfort. His eyes glow with an unnatural light, a silent scream escaping his bloodied lips. Darkness. Vengeance in full. The tattooed man stands over his defeated opponent, his hand resting on the other man's head. Blood pools around a hand, the scene a testament to the brutality that just occurred. You passed out already? That was fast. The man with the tattoo is Kim Ji-on, known as the Ghost of Fighting. Hey kid, you think you're the strongest here now, right? There is no one around who can win against you after all. However, do you know who the strongest person that you can never win against is? He stood face to face with the man in the suit, the tension palpable between them. The man in the suit spat out a single word: bullshit. He leaned forward, his voice rising. Look here, mister. Do I look like a fucking pushover to you? Kim Ji-on remained impassive, his gaze unwavering. The man in the suit pressed on, demanding, tell me, who's that strong person supposed to be? Bring him to me. The air crackled with unspoken threat. His eye narrowed, a glint of cold calculation within. The man in the suit sneered, no matter how strong your punch is or how fast you are, you can never win against a gun. With a swift motion, Kim Ji-on drew his weapon. The man in the suit crumpled to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. You, why are you doing this to me? The reason I approached you. Kim Ji-on leveled the gun, his expression unreadable. Was to make you an offer. The man on the ground screamed. Then you could have just told me. Why'd you shoot me, you bastard? He offered the man a smile, though it held no warmth. I shot you rather gently, Kim Ji-on remarked, his eyes glinting with amusement. But isn't it fascinating? Life or death will be decided by a single finger. The wounded man, his face contorted in pain and confusion, could only manage a strained, what do you want? Kim Ji-on's gaze intensified, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. You work for me. He continued, his eyes promising power and a dark future. I'll make you the strongest person. The barrel of a gun, cold and unforgiving, filled the frame, pointed directly at some unseen target. The man, clutching his wounded shoulder, looked up, his face a mask of fear and dawning realization. Do you get it now? Kim Ji-on stood over him, a silent predator. Strongest person here is... Elsewhere, the ground was littered with bodies, a testament to the price of defiance, or perhaps, the cost of an offer one couldn't refuse. The man's voice cracked with desperation, sweat beading on his brow. He would offer anything, everything, to escape his current predicament. His plea was a raw, desperate sound, a last-ditch attempt to cling to life. A voice cut through the man's pleas, laced with a cruel amusement. The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threat. Kim Ji-on reclined, seemingly unbothered by the man's terror. His gaze was steady, calculating. The man's smile widened, revealing a hint of something darker beneath the surface. His eyes darted nervously, betraying the fear he tried to mask. The man's tormentor pressed him, his voice dripping with impatience. When did he give the order? Kim Ji-on's face contorted in rage, his words a venomous hiss. He wanted nothing more than to return to his own world. Hatred began to simmer in the man's heart. He vowed to kill the one who had put a hole in his head. The man, sweat beading on his brow, stammered, trying to explain himself. He insisted it wasn't a difficult request. Kim Ji-on considered the situation, wondering how to send the man back. The man's voice trembled as he spoke, regretting that he hadn't been told sooner. He insisted that he would have helped Kim Ji-on reunite with a former cult leader. The man bowed low, pleading for a few days to find a way to send Kim Ji-on back. He begged for some time. Kim Ji-on seeked relenting. He said he understood. Should he just kill him? The thought crossed his mind. What a messed up situation, he mused. What the hell is this? His phone was dead. Kim Ji-on felt like he might go insane any second. The hell? It was definitely before his death. Now, let's take a closer look. What nonsense is this? The fuck? Why can't he send a message? What the hell? What's this crazy bitch talking about? You might have already expected it, but the mission is... Drumrolless. The mission is clear. Conquer Miram. The stakes are high. Failure to complete the mission within 1 year will result in a penalty. The gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the air as the details of the penalty remain unsaid. The penalty is the death of the adorable Mongu. Then, Kim Ji-on clutches his head, overwhelmed by the weight of the mission and the potential consequences. A message of good luck appears, a small beacon of hope amidst the daunting task. Elsewhere, a traditional building stands tall, a silent witness to the unfolding events. A name echoes in the distance, Kim Miao. Someone calls out, searching for Baldy, expressing frustration at his lack of respect for elders and wondering about a way to return to his world. Another voice erupts in anger, declaring they would have already sent him back, calling him a damned bastard. A calm voice inquires, you going on a trip somewhere? A figure screams in anguish, their face contorted in a mask of terror. The old man, tears streaming down his face, desperately invoked the name of the Blood Death cult's leader, mentioning his dear son. The old man's thoughts raced, remembering the bag he had prepared, hoping to find a way to send the leader back. He continued to beg, pleading with the cult leader to spare him. The old man, voice trembling, begged Kim Ji-yeon to spare his life, insisting there was nothing to gain from killing an old man. Kim Ji-yeon, unmoved by the pleas, stated that he was not a bloodthirsty demon, even if he had killed more than a few. Kim Ji-yeon snapped, commanding the old man to shut up and listen. The old man, flustered, apologized to Kim Ji-yeon. Kim Ji-yeon cleared his throat, agreeing to do the thing the old man had mentioned. The old man, surprised, asked if Kim Ji-yeon was referring to that thing. Kim Ji-yeon stood tall as the old man kneeled before him. The old man, relieved that Kim Ji-yeon had not doubted him, said he would go and prepare, but that he had one thing to say. The old man is questioned, his face held firmly in another's grip. He awaits the next question. A voice booms out, demanding everyone's attention. The messenger declares that he will convey the order on behalf of the cult leader. The announcement rings out. From this day forward, they will abandon the name of the Blood Death cult. A banner unfurls, revealing a cartoon dog's face and the words Manga cult. The messenger proclaims that they will become the Manga cult. The crowd cheers the new name, raising their fists in unison. The crowd continues to chant the new name. One member, tears streaming down his face, wonders how a Miram faction could be named Mongu, expressing his desire to run away. A chibi dog sits on a pedestal, as someone wonders why the cult had to be named after that beast. He looks on with teary eyes, as Kim Ji-yeon stands beside him. The name echoes in the air, Kim Mongu. Mongu, now the leader of the manga cult, seems to be considering the change. It might not be that bad, he thinks. Whispers carried on the wind spoke of a new power rising, the leader of the demonic cult. And they had also changed their cult's name. Gazing out the window, the man mused on the declaration, death to the manga cult. The elder stroked his beard, observing that a new wind seemed to be blowing in that failing cult. The name echoed with authority, Gu Jiagwang, Kunlun's sex leader. One man inquired if there was any information on the new cult leader. The other leaned in, lowering his voice. He had heard that the leader used a strange demonic art. A strange demonic art? Yes, that's right. It was said that for each of his movements, one person dies. What kind of amazing movement is that? A finger flick. Apparently, he had moved only a single finger, a gesture that seemed to carry significant weight. A bead of sweat trickled down his brow as he questioned if it was truly that exact finger. The response came, firm and unwavering. It had to be that finger. The air grew thick with anticipation, a silent promise that things were going to get bloody soon. The imposing structure loomed in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding events. The question hung in the air. Did any of this make sense to him? Deng Wang, former Blood Death Cult 5/4 Elder, declared that the new cult leader had been chosen simply for winning against the former one, without their approval. Their doctrine, after all, was that the strongest should lead. Du Keelho, former Blood Death Cult 2 Second Elder, contemplated the situation. The man with red hair couldn't accept the idea of summoning some savior bastard from the beginning. Another voice cautioned him to watch his words, reminding him that, whether he liked it or not, he was their current cult leader. The sentiment echoed disappointment. The man's eyes widened, a gasp escaping his lips. The man with the top not seemed surprised by something. He asks if the other man knows what he is talking about. Someone shouts, declaring they gave up everything and questioning how such an important matter could be decided without them. Pai, the former Blood Death Cult 4/4 Elder, wonders why he feels like the new leader just lived however he wanted, before declaring that those who oppose him will be the ones to die. Another man states that if anyone has complaints, they should prove they have the right to make such claims by demonstrating their strength. The man with the top knot reminds everyone to keep in mind that the new leader has defeated the previous cult leader. A disembodied voice warns that if anyone challenges him because they are swept away by emotions, they will be the ones to die. A man's eyes widen in shock. The man's expression shifts to one of fear. Someone announces the new leader to everyone. The new leader is revealed to be Kim Ji-yeon. The man from panels 8 and 9 is now kneeling before Kim Ji-yeon. A man with a goatee is tied up with rope. A man yells, "A pleasure to meet you, cult leader," as Kim Ji-yeon lies on the floor. A man's face is shown in close-up, a question mark hanging in the air. A small dog stands, panting slightly. Pai looks down at the dog, thinking, "Oh my, how can you be so small and adorable?" A man asks, "Where did you find such a cute beast?" Pai asks, "How did you come here, buddy?" Pai stares intently. A voice wonders, "Ichem?" A man asks, "Do you think he came by car or what?" A fist connects with a face. Blood drips from man's mouth. He loomed over the kneeling man, his expression a mask of cold fury. The air crackled with unspoken threats. The sound of a sharp slap echoed through the room, a brutal punctuation to his silent rage. The man on the ground cradled his face, wincing at the sting. "You called me here, and all you do is make fun of me," he muttered. Kim Ji-yeon's voice dripped with venom. Don't you dare open that mouth of yours in my presence." "Got it." Pai stammered, "No." I'm sorry. The man on the ground, desperate, pleaded, "What do you want me to do then?" Meanwhile, Sahyo Kang's voice boomed, announcing, "We will now commence the meeting with the Council of Elders." The red trim of his robe seemed to pulse with dark energy as he spoke. Elsewhere, Kim Jian settled back, his expression unreadable as he waited for the next command. Sahyo Kyung continued, his eyes burning with ambition. "Listen up. We will be starting our conquest of Murim." His face, etched with years of scheming, betrayed a desperate hunger. "We'll finally be able to restore our old reputation." A chilling edge entered his voice. "However, if we do not succeed in conquering Murim within 1 year, everyone shall commit suicide." Sahyo Kyung's voice cut through the room, laced with a chilling threat. "Now, nobody wants to die, right?" The weight of his words settled heavily. One figure, overwhelmed, buried his face in his hands. The antagonist pressed on, his crimson eyes burning with impatience. "Then start spitting out ways to conquer Murim in 1 year." The silence hung thick in the air, broken only by the rustling of robes. One man considered speaking up, his hand rising slightly. He thought, "I should step forward and tell him." But before he could, the cult leader spoke, his voice laced with resignation. "It's impossible to conquer Murim within 1 year." Sahyo Kyung's response was immediate and absolute. "No." The air crackled with unspoken tension. Someone had the feeling that he was at tea. Sahyo Kyung pressed, his voice sharp. "You were about to say that it's impossible, right?" The cult leader confirmed, his voice barely a whisper. "Why, yes, that's correct." The antagonist's face twisted in fury. "See? You freaking tea-bastard." Confusion rippled through the room. One man, his brow furrowed, wondered, "So what the hell is this?" With a resounding slam, Sahyo Kyung brought his fist down on the table. "I've had enough." The more Sahyo Kyung listened, the more it sounded like utter nonsense. The cult leader's words clearly infuriated Sahyo Kyung. He questioned what the other man was doing, Dongwang. The cult leader responded that Sahyo Kyung might have won against the previous cult leader, but he couldn't accept this. He added that if Sahyo Kyung wanted them to acknowledge him, the challenge hung in the air, have a fight with him for the position as cult leader. Sahyo Kyung's eyes widened, his expression a mix of disbelief and anger. Sahyo Kyung scoffed, finding the situation ridiculous. He reminded the cult leader that they were the ones who summoned him to help them conquer Murim. Sahyo Kyung thought to himself that he was sure the cult leader also had a weird ability like that old cult leader. He recalled that he didn't have a lot of bullets, so he wanted to use them sparingly. The cult leader sat calmly across from Sahyo Kyung. Sahyo Kyung wondered why he was suddenly lowering his head, and if he was scared right now. Sahyo Kyung realized that the cult leader must have used some trick to defeat the previous cult leader, but he was helpless against him. Dongwang is warned by the old man, his hand raised in a gesture of caution. He implores him not to proceed with whatever plan he has in mind. Kim Jian, his expression unreadable, simply murmurs a quiet acknowledgement. Sahyo Kyung's face fills the frame, a sneering question hanging in the air. Scared? He turns his gaze towards his target, a predatory glint in his red eyes. Kim Jian's eyes widen, a flicker of shock crossing his face as if he's just realized the gravity of the situation. Sahyo Kyung, arms crossed, continues to press, his voice dripping with condescension. "Are you nervous now that you actually—" He continues to taunt, questioning if his opponent is pissing his pants now that he has to fight him. Kim Jian, ignoring the taunts, grips a walkie-talkie, his expression hardening with resolve. Elsewhere, a hand tightens around a pistol, the trigger being pulled back with deadly intent. The air crackles with unseen energy as the shot rings out. A different hand, also holding a walkie-talkie, pauses, a confused "huh" escaping their lips. His eyes narrowed, the Blood Death cult's leader's gaze intensified as he gripped the object in his hand. Sahyo Kyung grinned, a mocking tone lacing his words. "Attacking me, you wimp? People might think I'm a bad guy here." Kim Jian turned slightly, his voice low as he confirmed. "You said you wanted to fight against me, didn't you?" Footsteps echoed as he advanced. The two stood face to face, the air thick with anticipation. However, Sahyo Kyung began. Kim Jian's eyes glowed with an eerie red light, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Under one condition. Sahyo Kyung's expression shifted to concern. The position of the cult leader is at stake. The thought hung heavy in the air. He pressed. "A normal duel, right? Why aren't you answering? What is this intense, killing intent?" A demonic voice echoed, taunting, "You scared?" A monstrous visage looms, its fiery eyes burning with malevolent intent. Below, a lone figure stands silhouetted against the inferno, a silent witness to the unfolding darkness. The focus shifts. The back of Sahyo Kyung's head comes into view, his crimson hair cascading down his black robe. He remains still, an ominous presence filling the space. A rooftop scene unfolds under the night sky. The man in the headband wondered if the new cult leader was lacking caution. Another man countered that the only thing lacking was the first elder's bald head. The man in the headband continued, stating that the majority thought Deng Wang got his position as an elder by relying on his sheer physical strength, but that was not the whole truth. A close-up of a man's face. Elder Deng Wang's greatest strength. He demanded that someone just die already. Is it all he can make? SFX. It felt like an insect landed on him. He urged his attacker to give him more. The person hitting him would collapse from exhaustion. Seriously, die. He was told that he was too weak and to punch him harder. Tenacity. It was said that Sa Hyo Kyung could withstand a tiger's attack. Thus, he earned the nickname Sturdy Fortress. The more accurate translation is a fortress that can easily withstand a tiger's attack, though the Korean pronunciation sounds suspiciously similar to pushover bastard. What? About our cult leader's terrifying might. What? Who are you to butt in? I was there and experienced it firsthand. So who are you? Just answer my question. With a burst of thunder, the former cult leader died. Then the real fight started. It was a peaceful day, without a single cloud darkening the bright sky. Whenever the current cult leader moved, suddenly, lightning crackled. Flashback. One after another, figures fell as if struck by lightning, their forms dissolving into nothingness. He killed them mercilessly, the sight enough to make even a demon freeze in fright. What he was eating was irrelevant, even if his opponent was a weak, old man. He killed them all, without exception. The cult leader struck, the force of the blast echoing through the trees. The scene was enough to make anyone's eyes widen in terror. And that is when a nickname was born, Demon of Terror. What an insulting nickname, that is, one of the men thought, making sure to pronounce it properly. Present, everyone quiet. The cult leader and the 5/4 elder are entering. Oh, they're here. Here and now. The duel of the century will take place. The crowd gathered, a sea of faces anticipating the clash. The Demon of Terror stood opposite Kim Ji-yeon, the air thick with anticipation. Watch the pronunciation. The air crackled with anticipation. A question hung in the balance, thick with unspoken challenge. Are you ready? A palpable tension filled the space. Sa Hyo Kyung stood, a mountain of muscle, daring his opponent to question his readiness. A voice dripped with sarcasm, dismissing the spectacle as utterly ridiculous. The sentiment was echoed, a chorus of agreement. Kim Ji-yeon, his back to the crowd, observed the scene. He thought to himself that they were busy running their mouths at first. The eyes of Sa Hyo Kyung burned with intensity, promising a swift end, until the first shot, that is. A predatory grin stretched across his face. The announcement boomed, cutting through the murmurs. The duel between the cult leader and the 5/4 elder would commence. Kim Ji-yeon faced Sa Hyo Kyung, who was asked if he was a steroid druggie. The duel would proceed as per the cult's request. The atmosphere grew heavy, charged with anticipation. The rules were simple, styled after a single, devastating punch. Each would take turns attacking, the last one standing declare the victor. The terms of the duel were laid bare. The victor would decide the fate of the loser. Life or death hung in the balance, dictated by the outcome of this clash. The decision of who would strike first was put to the cult leader, but he refused. The choice fell to Sa Hyo Kyung. Sa Hyo Kyung grinned, a glint in his red eyes. Had Kim Ji-yeon forgotten his nickname? The man with the red hair chuckled, declaring he would gladly give up the first strike. Kim Ji-yeon, watching the other man, thought to himself what a crazy bastard Sa Hyo Kyung was. Sa Hyo Kyung's expression ardente. He was going to aim for Kim Ji-yeon's chest. A sinister smirk played on Sa Hyo Kyung's lips. Kim Ji-yeon would come to regret telling him that much. The muscles in Sa Hyo Kyung's chest tensed, ready to unleash a devastating blow. His fist clenched, power gathering within. Sa Hyo Kyung challenged Kim Ji-yeon, demanding he come at him with all he had. The sound of an attack echoed through the arena. Sa Hyo Kyung recoiled, his arms instinctively crossing in front of his torso, as if to ward off an unseen blow. But the strike had landed lower than anticipated. A crimson bloom blossomed on his abdomen, the sound of tearing flesh echoing in the sudden silence. One of the observers gaped, his eyes wide with disbelief at the turn of events. Another man's face contorted in a silent scream, the shock evident in every line of his expression. The crowd murmured, their faces a mixture of confusion and apprehension. What could the reason be for this unexpected outcome? Mongu, visibly taken aback, leveled his weapon, his voice a low growl of disbelief. What? One of the men muttered that it was just a loud attack, nothing more. Another man insisted that with a strike like that, he wouldn't even be able to scratch Gwang's body. Sa Hyo Kyung screamed in pain. Clutching at the wound, Sa Hyo Kyung spat out a curse, the pain searing through him. Fuck you. Arg. It fucking hurts. Another man yelled, his face contorted in rage. Arg. You said chest. Phew. His face was red with fury, sweat dripping down his brow as he processed the unexpected turn of events. Kim Ji-yeon stood over the fallen Sa Hyo Kyung, his expression unreadable. Oh, that? The tile floor was stained with blood, a testament to the unexpected and brutal outcome of the attack. The Blood Death cult's leader confessed, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He had lied. Sahyo Kyung's face contorted in rage, his skin flushing crimson. The insult cut deep. Damn it, he thought, a tremor running through him. He couldn't believe he'd shown such an embarrassing side to the cult members. His injured leg throbbed, refusing to cooperate. He had to stay calm, Sahyo Kyung told himself, steeling his resolve. It was his turn now, and he still had one unharmed leg to stand on. Kim Ji-yeon braced himself, sensing the shift in his opponent's stance. It was Sahyo Kyung's turn now. Sahyo Kyung warned, his voice a low growl, that his punch was not to be taken lightly. He recalled being told that it felt like getting ripped apart by a tiger, the memory fueling his resolve. And so Sahyo Kyung named this technique the tiger. His fist crackled with orange energy, the air around it shimmering with heat. The air itself seemed to tear apart with a resounding ta. Sahyo Kyung unleashed the fist of the tiger, a crimson spray erupting from his knuckles as the blow connected. The color drained from Sahyo Kyung's face, his eyes widening in disbelief. A silent scream formed in his throat, the question hanging heavy in the air. His mouth gaped open, a silent testament to the shock that coursed through him. He was utterly speechless. Kim Ji-yeon leveled the pistol, the cold steel glinting under the dim light. His expression was unreadable as he spoke. Seriously, what's with those expressions? The cult leader, observing the scene with a calculating gaze, reminded Kim Ji-yeon, cult leader? In a one-punch style duel, the rules dictate that you have to take turns attacking, meaning that your act is now. Oi! Kim Ji-yeon's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on the weapon. Who said so? Huh? Is it written in the Republic of South Korea's constitution, or something? A panicked voice interjected. Heek! And no, that's not. Kim Ji-yeon stood over the fallen Sahyo Kyung, his gaze unwavering. He pressed, come on, tell me. Which article? Which paragraph? The cult leader watched, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Asterisk damn. He really has the power to terrify even a demon. Asterisk a smaller voice added. Asterisk wow. I've got a lot to learn from you. Teacher. Asterisk. Sahyo Kyung struggled to rise, his body refusing to obey. Fuck, I have to get up quickly, but my legs won't move. Blood stained the ground beneath Sahyo Kyung, a grim reminder of his defeat. He thought, there's this saying in the world I come from. You'll survive in a tiger's den as long as you keep your wits about you. Kim Ji-yeon's feet were planted firmly on the ground, his presence a looming threat. But actually that's not true. To come out of a tiger's den alive. His eyes burned with a cold intensity as he declared, need is a gun. Sahyo Kyung looked up, his face etched with terror. No, I might really die tonight. The cult leader, Sahyo Kyung, his face slick with sweat, admitted, see cult leader? It was my mistake. I was too. He vowed, I'll make sure to think about things twice from now on, so please. Bang, 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 bang. Looking at his face, he chuckled. Kim Ji-yeon turned his back, the Blood Death cult's leader's words echoing behind him. You owe me your life, so don't act out like that again. Sahyo Kyung knelt, blood pooling around him. A wave of disbelief washed over him. What's this? I feel extremely wronged, Sahyo Kyung thought. His face contorted, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. But at the same time, not at all. He chuckled softly, a chilling realization dawning. Oh, is this it? Brotherly friendship. Kim Ji-yeon's expression was unreadable. He glanced down at the gun in his hand, a grim understanding settling in. Fuck, I ran out of bullets. I thought I was going to die. The air crackled with unseen energy, the sound of impact echoing through the space. A realization dawned on Kim Ji-yeon's face, a triumphant bingo escaping his lips. He glanced down at something in his hand, his expression unreadable. A new mission appeared before him. Win the duel against the 5/4 Elder. Completing the mission without killing him would grant additional rewards, including 2 magazines with 30 bullets each and a random bonus. The notification of the transaction details registered, and Kim Ji-yeon could only respond with a confused, huh. Meanwhile, Daedok inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Hey, Daedok, are there only 4 elders? A voice responded, clarifying that there were a total of 5 elders, but the 3/3 elder was currently absent. Elsewhere, the scene faded into darkness, a prelude to the chaos about to unfold. A flurry of red energy marked the beginning of a brutal sword attack, blood splattering across the scene. The blade continued its deadly dance, each strike leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The assault intensified, the red energy swirling around the combatants as the sword found its mark again and again. The final strike landed, a devastating blow amidst the chaos of blood and energy. The dog-like creature wondered what the noise was so early in the morning, and if it was hungry and wanted food. A voice booms out, greeting the cult leader with a good morning. Sahyo Kyung is awoken by Kim Ji-yeon, who looms over him. A fist clenches, the speaker exclaiming that they were scared. Kim Jian explains that his fist moved by reflex and asks what Sahyo Kayang wants. Kim Jian continues, stating that he was just standing as a night guard while Sahyo Kayang was sleeping. Sahyo Kayang states that he was there in case anybody dared to disturb his rest, but that he feels most threatened by Kim Jian, ordering him to get out. Sayu Kyun sniff. The bald man asks what Sahyo Kayang wants now. Sahyo Kayang tells him to gather the elders, as he wants to ask them something. Within the Grand Pagoda, a gathering was called. The summons echoed. Now since you're all here, go ahead and explain. The elders assembled, their faces etched with anticipation, awaiting the explanation. One man, hand raised in supplication, pleaded, "Cult leader, let me explain." The history of the Blood Death cult was intertwined with the rise of a powerful enemy, the alliance of the Orthodox sects, known as the Murim Alliance. The cult's image loomed large, a symbol of their power and influence. Its members, shrouded in mystery, moved in shadows. The Murim Alliance saw them as a threat. They viewed the former Blood Death cult as a thorn in their eye. Their success was an affront to the established order. That is, they didn't like how, despite their differences, the Blood Death cult thrived. Despite having different values and teachings, our cult was thriving. But jealousy fueled the flames of war. That jealousy soon turned into a fiery arrow aimed at us. A desperate cry pierced the air. "Please save me. I don't want to die." The conflict escalated, a brutal massacre. Children or elders, it doesn't matter. So kill them all. In the end, they were overwhelmed. Due to the large difference in our forces' numbers, we were ultimately defeated. The brutal reality of their situation was now clear. The Blood Death cult had become a target for all sects, both orthodox and unorthodox. Their unique path had led them to this point, a crossroads of conflict and uncertainty. He questioned, his expression thoughtful, if they were truly aligned with neither the orthodox nor unorthodox sects. The answer came, a firm declaration of their unwavering commitment to their own unique beliefs. They had lived peacefully among the other sects, but now, things had changed drastically. The man on the throne was reminded of their grand ambition, to unite this hellish Murim world under his leadership as their cult leader and savior. To bring peace to Murim, a task of immense scale and complexity. The weight of this expectation seemed to settle heavily on him. He scoffed, finding the proposition objectively impossible to achieve in just 1 year. He questioned why he should even care about this cult's peace, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. His frustration boiled over, declaring that he was not some kind of fucking Power Ranger. He questioned why he was their savior, why him specifically, when uniting Murim peacefully was something even Korea hadn't managed. The old man looked up, sweat beading on his brow as the words hung in the air, as their savior. Kim Jian stared off into the distance, remembering the day they were attacked by the Murim. A heavy silence descended. From the inferno, a desperate plea. "Wait, please stop for a second." The old man's eyes widened, his mouth agape. He thought to himself, "I'm just a lowly servant who does as I am told to." Someone scoffed, "Nice try. It's not even funny for you to say that while wearing such fancy clothes." The old man's confusion deepened. "Wait, who?" A voice echoed, "You can't disguise that cursed, bald head of yours." "Huh?" The figure demanded, "Reveal your—" A face contorted in a silent scream. The old man shrieked, "Kyak, how disgusting." He lay prone, a cold sweat clinging to his brow as the memories resurfaced. The old man's voice trembled, begging for his life. He was old, sick, and didn't have much longer to live. The air crackled with unseen energy. Confusion clouded his features as he sat up, a scroll skittering away from him across the floor. A voice echoed, foretelling the arrival of a savior who would unite the Murim at a specific time, day, and location. The message urged preparation and welcome. The old man's eyes widened. What did it mean? A savior? A cloaked figure offered a cryptic instruction, read the letter to understand. He called out, desperate to know the figure's identity, begging them to wait. Kim Jong listened intently, his expression thoughtful. So, the old man didn't know who this mysterious man was? The old man paused, lost in the memory. However, there was one thing he saw clearly. He was bald just like him. The old man's gaze intensified, a glint of recognition in his eyes as he remembered the detail. He mused, addressing an unseen figure, from one baldy to another. The hooded figure explained. To sum it up, that mysterious man was the one who sent me here. The figure wondered, his voice echoing in the darkness. But why did he send me here? What is his goal? A frantic voice cried out, Cult leader! Elders! A figure, bloodied and kneeling, apologized. I apologize for interrupting your meeting. However, there's an urgent issue. The old man, his expression grim, declared, I think it's best for you to see it for yourselves. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a grand hall. Kim Jian stared in disbelief. What is this? The camera panned up to show the exterior of the building. The hall was littered with bodies, blood staining the floor. A man approached Kim Jian, introducing himself. You must be the new cult leader of the Blood Death, manga cult. He added, sorry about your underlings. They. A voice echoed, its owner lamenting that they were kept from entering. The speaker, a man with long, dark hair, reassured someone not to worry too much, as those they sought should still be alive. The man was GM Gopong, Ghost Sword sect leader. Elsewhere, two figures discussed the situation. One with long red hair questioned why someone had stormed in, while the other with a top not suggested they hear him out. The scene shifted to a large crowd of people, their faces grim. GM Gopong, clad in a purple robe, stood before them. He had been waiting for an opportunity to take over the ruined Blood Death cult. So when he heard that the Blood Death cult's leader was killed by a nameless outsider, how could he have stayed still? He wondered when such tempting prey was right in front of him. GM Gopong's eyes glowed with ambition. His sword pulsed with dark energy. Kim Jian, his face scarred, listened to GM Gopong's presentation, wondering if he was here to claim something. GM Gopong, a sinister smile playing on his lips, inquired if Kim Jian's interest was merely about ownership of an empty house. A chilling laugh escaped him, the sound echoing in the room. He added, his eyes gleaming with amusement, that Kim Jian was smarter than I thought. The air crackled with anticipation as GM Gopong, his gaze intense, pressed, know my intentions, what will you do? A heavy silence descended, broken only by the faint sound of a blade being drawn. GM Gopong's expression hardened, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. Is there really a reason for you to handle this yourself, sect leader? He continued, a dangerous edge to his tone. What do you expect me to do? Sahyo Kyung's not here anymore. I can easily take care of him. The air grew heavy, the weight of GM Gopong's words hanging between them. The name, GM Jianaon Ghost Sword Sect No. 2, seemed to echo in the silence. Kim Jian's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He thought to himself, the hell, why is he so big? And what's with that huge axe? GM Gopong's voice dripped with disdain. Why are you stating the obvious? I'll make it quick, so don't worry. A figure charged forward, axe raised high, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the traditional building. Kim Jian's eyes darted, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He's fast, he realized. The air crackled with tension as Kim Jian braced himself, the approaching figure a looming threat. He paused, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Kim Jian's eyes darted down, a dawning horror washing over him. His gun was gone. A surge of blue energy hurtled toward him, a silent promise of destruction. The energy intensified, swirling into a vortex of raw power. A hulking figure materialized, muscles straining against the force, a shimmering blue shield erupting to meet the attack head-on. Kim Jian's gaze lifted, locking onto the source of the intervention. The blue energy crackled, a tangible threat in the air. The air vibrated with unseen force. The energy attack continued to press forward. The blue light intensified, casting long shadows. The attacker's face, a mask of fury, was splattered with blood. GM Gopong stepped forward, his voice laced with venom. How dare he even speak of harming their cult leader in their presence? GM Gopong's voice boomed, with unwavering confidence. No attack, he declared, could even scratch him. Mongu, however, pointed out the obvious. His arms were bleeding. Mongu conceded that GM Gopong was right for once. As if storming into their Mongu cult wasn't enough, he was openly threatening their cult leader. A heinous crime, indeed. Energy began to coalesce around GM Gopong, a crimson aura building with intensity. The air crackled as the energy intensified, blurring the very space around him. Tendrils of red energy lashed out, a visual testament to the power he was about to unleash. With a surge, the energy erupted, blasting outward in a destructive wave. The force of the blast pulverized the ground beneath him, sending debris flying in all directions. The unleashed power continued to surge, a beacon of destructive potential. The air shimmered with heat and raw energy, a testament to the sheer force now at GM Gopong's command. A surge of raw energy crackles upwards, illuminating the space with an intense, otherworldly glow. The man gazes up at the display of power, his expression unreadable in the stark light. The air vibrates with a resounding quang, a sonic boom announcing the unleashed force. A debt, it seems, must be settled in full. GM Gopong presents a fist stained crimson, a brutal testament to his methods. The dark-haired man watches, his gaze fixed on something unseen. One of the men admits that Dongwang has exceeded his expectations. The voice muses that even an incompetent-looking pig can be useful. GM Gopong contemplates the conquest of Murim, believing it might not be impossible if he plays his cards right. The two men stand with arms crossed, their expressions unreadable. A voice declares that someone has chosen the foolish way. The scene shifts to a building, figures standing before it, their purpose unknown. GM Gopong watched carefully, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He believed the decision being made would lead to the ultimate fall of their cult. The old man stepped forward, his footsteps echoing slightly. He questioned why GM Gopeng was being so chatty. The old man insisted he would only say it once, demanding careful attention. He emphasized that he doesn't send someone looking for a fight back, but he doesn't let them live either. A man in the foreground smirked, listening intently to the exchange. A pair of hands gripped a knife tightly, the steel glinting ominously. GM Gopeng's eyes narrowed, a cold glint in their depths. The order rang out, stark and brutal. Kill them. Figures plummeted from a great height, their bodies twisting in the air. The fall continued, a silent testament to the ruthlessness of the command. The dark figures fell, their fates sealed by the single, chilling word. Sahayo Kayong, eyes gleaming with anticipation, grinned. He had been waiting for Toda to say those words. Toda was sent flying backwards. Sahayo Kayong lunged forward, a predatory glint in his eyes. Toda thought to himself that Sahayo Kayong seemed useful. Losing his footing, Toda cried out, begging someone to catch him. He wasn't sure about that one, though. The impact lines intensified as Toda continued to fall. With a resounding crash, Toda broke through the surface below. Sahayo Kayong's face twisted into a wide, maniacal grin, his red eyes burning with anticipation. He had been pent up for a while now, and he challenged Toda to come at him. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to the coming storm. A figure in purple launched themselves forward, sword glinting under the dim light. The arm blurred, a testament to the speed of the attack. Toda's eyes widened as he looked up, realizing the danger he was in. He stared down the barrel of a blade, the cold steel a stark reminder of his predicament. A blinding flash erupted, momentarily obscuring the scene. Todaglir, disgritif. How dare you, he spat. Kim Jian clashed blades with Toda, the sound of steel on steel echoing through the air. Feet shuffled and danced across the ground, a frantic ballet of evasion and attack. The figures in purple pressed their advantage, closing in on Toda. The air vibrated with the force of the blows, each strike carrying deadly intent. A sword clattered to the ground, a sign that the battle had turned. Toda and Kim Jian continued their deadly dance, swords blurring in a whirlwind of motion. Toda's brow furrowed, his red eyes narrowed in concentration. Sahayo Kong, watching from the sidelines, roared, "Die!" Elsewhere, a red-haired man gripped another man by the shoulder, his expression unreadable. Sahayo Kong's face contorted as he declared, "This sword was given to me by my father, as an heirloom." The red-haired man grinned, a manic glint in his eyes. With a grunt, Toda's sword shattered against Kim Jian's blade. Sahayo Kayong's eyes widened in disbelief. He dug in, his foot slamming into the earth. The ground cracked under the force of Sahayo Kayong's power. The antagonist lunged forward, a red haze surrounding him. With a roar, Sahayo Kong slammed his fist into the ground, the earth shattering beneath him. The Blood Death cult's leader scoffed, finding the display laughable. A sinister smile crept across Sahayo Kayong's face. He prepared to strike again. A nearby figure assured him that he had his back, but then paused, noticing something. Toda's voice cut through the air, pointing out that Sahayo Kayong was still bleeding. The neutral Daedok roared, declaring that Sahayo Kayong could take this as well. The sword slashed through the air. Sahayo Kayong looked on in confusion. The blows continued to rain down on Sahayo Kayong, each strike echoing in the chamber. He seemed unfazed, almost bored by the assault. A fresh wave of attacks left his arms bleeding, but Sahayo Kayong remained defiant. "You cannot leave a single scratch on my body with these weak attacks," he spat. Another punch landed squarely on his face, yet Sahayo Kayong's expression barely changed. "Shut up," he roared. "You can regret your foolish actions in hell." The force of the blow reverberated through the air, but Sahayo Kong stood firm, unflinching in the face of the onslaught. Another strike connected, and a look of confusion flickered across Sahayo Kayong's face, but it was quickly replaced by something else entirely. A strange smile crept across his lips. "It feels good," he mused, almost as if enjoying the beating. Sahayo Kayong glared at his attacker, a manic glint in his red eyes. "What are you looking at? Do you want to be hit more?" From the sidelines, one of the onlookers watched with a mixture of disbelief and concern. The man's back was turned, his expression hidden from view as he observed the fight. "I can't believe a man calling himself the cult leader showed us his back so easily," the onlooker muttered, his voice laced with frustration. Another man, his eyes narrowed, speculated, "He must have used some tricks to win against the former cult leader." A disembodied voice echoed, promising a swift end. "We'll gladly kill you here." Sahayo Kayong, followed by another, advanced, their footsteps silent on the stone floor. Toda's voice cut through the silence. "Hey!" The response, laced with confusion, drifted back. "What?" Sahayo Kayong's eyes narrowed. "You're—" A voice, filled with malice, declared they were looking in the wrong direction. "Sahyokun's fache contorte dinasnal. Ah, we." Toda stood his ground, drawing his sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. Toda's expression hardened. This, his voice rising with fury, Toda spat out, "This bastard!" Steel clashed against steel as the two figures lunged at each other, the fight erupting in a flurry of motion. Sahyo Kung, his face a mask of rage, screamed, "Ding!" The air crackles with unseen energy. Toda's gaze is intense. Sahyo Kyung, flanked by his subordinates, mutters about the seriousness of the situation. The tension rises. Toda brandishes a knife, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Do I look like an easy opponent?" Sahyo Kyung prepares to strike, a whirlwind of power gathering around him. The knife is held ready. The two clash, a flurry of motion and steel. Sahyo Kyung prepares another attack, energy radiating from his stance. The air vibrates. A sense of speed. Sahyo Kyung lunges forward, intent on ending the fight. A final, desperate surge of power. The clash of steel echoes, a brutal crescendo. The force of the impact explodes outward. Toda offers a grim piece of advice, a chilling promise for any future aggressors. "Let me give you a piece of advice for the next time you're attacking someone." Sahyo Kyung's eyes burn with intensity as he retorts, "Know your opponent." Blood stains the hands of the fallen. The aftermath of the battle is a gruesome tableau of lifeless bodies and spilled blood. The ground is slick with the crimson tide, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. Toda observes the scene, a sense of finality in his voice. Seems like things are slowly coming to an end. The world distorts around Sahyo Kyung as he's struck by an unseen force. He is sent hurtling through the air, the impact shattering the ground beneath him. His feet barely touch the ground as he struggles to regain his balance. Sahyo Kyung steadies himself, drawing his sword, the blade glowing with a malevolent purple energy. Leader of a sect. He glares down, sneering, to resort to petty surprise attacks. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Embarrassing your stash." Sahyo Kyung's brow furrows. A hand trembles, the narration box revealing, poison developed for the assassination of Sahyo Kyung. A manic grin spreads across Sahyo Kyung's face, his eyes glowing with malicious intent. "Your wood." He raises the poison blade, the purple energy crackling around it. "Come handy like this." Sahyo Kyung's face contorts in rage, his voice a guttural snarl. "To think I'll send you to the side of your former cult leader." With a furious cry, Sahyo Kyung charges forward, the poison blade aimed at his unseen enemy. He continues to clash with his unseen foe, a burst of energy erupting between them. The force of the blows sends shockwaves through the air, distorting the very light around them. The energy crackles, a dangerous dance of power and precision. Sahyo Kyung grits his teeth, pushing back against the relentless assault. A tremor runs through his hand, a subtle sign of the poison's insidious creep. He realizes with growing alarm that the poison is hindering his inner arts, preventing him from reaching his full potential. Meanwhile, Kim Manga's face is etched with worry. He clenches his fists, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Kim Manga frantically searches, muttering about the critical need for his gun. A voice coos, praising their Mangu for finding his dad's gun, marveling at how smart he is. Sahyo Kyung continues his battle, the clash of energy echoing through the air. The lack of a firearm weighed heavily on him. Without one, victory would be a difficult climb. His fingers tightened slightly. The number of bullets he possessed was finite. Each one had to count. Sahyo Kyung's eyes narrowed. He would not allow such a threat to continue breathing. The old man's head tilted slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Meanwhile, Mangu, kneeling on the ground, spat out a bitter laugh. Where had the prestige of the Blood Death cult gone? Sahyo Kyung's gaze hardened. Now the Blood Death cult, no, the Mangu cult, would belong to him. His face contorted into a sinister grin, the chains around him seemingly unnoticed. Suddenly, he was falling, yanked downward by unseen forces, the chains now biting into his flesh. The chains blurred as they tightened, dragging him further into the abyss. He plummeted, the sky a distant memory as the darkness closed in. His hands clenched, muscles straining against the unyielding metal. His voice, laced with desperation, echoed in the void. "Wait, release me." A fist clenches, knuckles white with tension. The air crackles with unseen energy. Elsewhere, a figure stands in a courtyard, surrounded by members of the Iron Blood Squad. The air is thick with anticipation. The woman addresses someone unseen. She emphasizes that she wished to pay her respects properly, but the situation was unfavorable. The Iron Blood Squad, specializing in assassination, leaves a trail of blood in their wake. The woman introduces herself as Jean Waran, the captain of the Iron Blood Squad and the 3rd Elder. A man observes that Jean Waran is the 3rd Elder and seems much more useful than all the other elders. Someone wonders about the level of her skills, as a hand rests on the hilt of a sword. The sword is drawn with a swift, decisive motion. Energy crackles around a figure, bracing for an attack. The figure looks up, facing Jean Waran. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, drawing it smoothly from its sheath. A voice muses, testing the air, curious about the level of your skills. The blade flashes, a silver arc cutting through the air with lethal intent. From above, a woman with crimson eyes watches the display, her expression unreadable as she observes the unfolding events. The disembodied voice echoes, a reminder of past victories, that managed to win against the former cult leader and Dongwang. A man's eyes widen in surprise, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Again, the sword descends, a blur of motion and deadly precision. The woman's red eyes glint with amusement. I was just planning to scare him a bit. In that split second, the man looks up, his expression a mixture of shock and anticipation. The swordsman's voice cuts through the air, assessing the situation. It seems like he didn't win through luck. The sword is held ready, poised for another strike. Then, shall we test whether he can stop this attack too? Sahyo Kyung warned, his gaze intense. He wouldn't do it if he were in Kim Ji-yeon's place. The antagonist continued, making it clear he wasn't generous enough to allow 2 attacks. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes narrowed as he focused on the weapon in his hand. That must be the infamous gun he'd heard about. Jean Waran held her sword ready, thinking it didn't seem good enough to defeat the former cult leader and Dongwang. She would check if it was all show and no go. The swordswoman paused, a flicker of unease in her eyes. Jean Waran felt a strange sensation creeping over her. What was this feeling? She hesitated, feeling like if she took another step forward. The flames danced around Jean Waran, but she stood firm, her expression unreadable. Kim Ji-yeon leveled the weapon, his eyes fixed on his target. He steeled himself, knowing this would be the end of him if he failed. The 2 figures stood poised, Kim Ji-yeon with his gun, Jean Waran with her sword, ready to strike. The old man's eyes widened. What were they doing all of a sudden? He was scared, but then understanding dawned. He understood now the reason Kim Ji-yeon managed to defeat the former cult leader. The old man and Kim Ji-yeon walked towards the building. The old man explained that only the strongest can become the leader of the Blood Death cult, so it was necessary for him to check whether Kim Ji-yeon qualified for the position or not. Jean Waran stood firm, her expression unreadable. She apologized for the disrespect she had shown. Kim Ji-yeon, taken aback, wondered if she was some crazy bitch. The wall behind Sahyo Kyung was cracked. Sahyo Kyung sat against the cracked wall, defeated. Sahyo Kyung clenched his fist, acknowledging the incredible strength he had just experienced. However, he would not give up like this. Kim Ji-yeon, standing his ground, challenged his opponents to come at him again. He wondered what was happening. Someone shouted that their sect leader's nickname was the Cruel Sword. A man with an axe promised that Kim Ji-yeon would be slaughtered, tortured, and violated. The man added that with their supplies, they would hold a festival. The man stood over a body, his axe dripping with blood. Kim Ji-yeon, with a determined look, declared that it was beginning. Kim Ji-yeon stood with another man, ready for what was to come. A figure with a halo gazes downward, a look of solemn resignation etched on his face. The scene shifts to an ornate chamber, the air thick with unspoken tension. The room is lavish, but the words hang heavy in the air. Somehow, they manage to resolve the situation this time. But the coming year will be full of such incidents as they set off to conquer Murim. Lying down, he clutches a plush toy, perhaps finding solace in its familiar form as they conquer Murim. A fist clenches, ready to strike. Some are capable of sending people flying with a single punch. Others can split the earth with their sword, their power radiating in waves of violet energy. If they're only the start, and they have to face stronger people, the person to die next will be. A body lies broken, blood staining the ground, a testament to overwhelming force. The crimson pool spreads, a silent promise of more to come. A small, tin dog sits patiently on the floor, watching as someone approaches. Sahyo Kyung calls out, his voice echoing through the building. Yo, Baldy, you there? The cult leader's words hang in the air. Sahyo Kyung's thoughts betray his unease. Asterisk fuck, why did he come here? It's making me freaking anxious. Asterisk. Kim Ji-yeon inquires, seeking information. Where can I find information on possible enemies we have to fight against, and potential partners we can rely on for the future? Sahyo Kyung is surprised by the question. Huh, he's asking a normal question for once. The cult leader pauses, considering the request. Sahyo Kyung suggests a source. How? Clan? The how? The scene shifts to a dimly lit interior. A voice explains, it's a clan consisting of low-class people such as porters, courtesans, and restaurant managers. The voice continues, who collect information from here and there. A rat scurries through the shadows, its red eyes gleaming in the dark. Below, countless more red eyes peer out from the darkness. The Blood Death cult's leader stood silently, gazing up at the strange formation above. Hundreds of crimson lights pulsed in the darkness, like eyes watching his every move. The voice echoed in his mind, suggesting a transaction. Sell the information to a third party, an information broker. Kim Jian considered the proposition. Where should he go to meet these brokers? The old man, surprised, asked if the Blood Death cult's leader intended to go there himself. Kim Jian affirmed that he wanted to hear the information firsthand and make his own judgment. The old man replied that he would look for someone to guide him to the Hao clan. The old man suggested that some people could escort him. The old man suggested including the crazy 3/3 elder bitch. Kim Jian questioned this, noting that the 3/3 elder knew her way. A man with fiery red hair stood nearby. He muttered that, from what he had seen, that woman had completely lost her mind. Kim Jian suddenly appeared behind the red-haired man, startling him. The man exclaimed, "Sheesh, you scared me." The old man, addressing someone unseen, ordered them not to include the red-haired man either. A voice responded, "Yes, sir." The red-haired man lay on the ground, seemingly incapacitated. He gasped. He hit a nerve. Elsewhere, night fell, blanketing the landscape in darkness. The night air hangs crisp and cool as figures stroll through the lantern-lit streets, unaware of the debate brewing within the cult's headquarters. Two men sit and wait, the tension palpable between them. One of the men, face flushed with what might be excitement, thinks to himself that he definitely told them not to include the other man. A woman reclines, musing that she should not be included either, wondering why she dressed up like she was going out for a nice evening. The need for an escort to the Hao clan weighs heavily on the room. Around a table, the group discusses who should be the one to venture into the outside world. The woman with the ponytail volunteers, prompting someone to wonder why it has to be the two of them. The old man explains that his missions have always taken him outside the clan's grounds, so it's only natural for him to go since he knows the most about it. The woman thinks to herself that it's been a while since she went out, and she wants to eat delicious food and buy new clothes. The red-haired man disagrees, exclaiming that he must follow the cult leader wherever he goes. Deng Wang insists that he and the cult leader are one body and mind, but someone retorts, asking what nonsense he is spouting, since he has never been to the Hao clan before. Deng Wang is outraged, questioning how a woman like her dares to talk back. The woman's voice cracked like a whip, her words laced with venomous authority. She couldn't believe the audacity of the person she was addressing. A defiant retort cut through the tension. The red-haired figure declared they would handle things this time, a clear challenge to the woman's authority. The bald man's voice boomed, a dismissive command to mind one's own business. His expression was a mask of irritation. A voice, laced with confusion and frustration, echoed in the void. The speaker seemed lost, adrift in a sea of uncertainty. His eyes widened, a silent scream trapped within their depths. The man's face was a canvas of shock, his features contorted in disbelief. The man suggested they stay the night, his tone calm and reasonable. The evening air carried the scent of distant lanterns and the promise of rest. The innkeeper greeted them with a polite inquiry, his smile warm and inviting. The bustling street hummed with the sounds of merchants and travelers. A request for rooms, food, and drinks filled the air, a rumbling demand for comfort and sustenance. The aroma of spices wafted from the kitchen. The innkeeper gestured towards the seating area, promising to bring out the food and drinks. The sound of a gong echoed through the establishment. The group moved into the room, the air thick with anticipation. The floorboards creaked under their weight as they settled in. The man stood tall, a symbol of the Kunlun sect's first-generation disciples. A palpable tension hung in the air. The man's demand was clear. They would take what they wanted, by force if necessary. His eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in their depths. The title card declares, Jeek Sanction, also known as Kunlun Sect's Loud. The man with the top knot apologizes, explaining that the last rooms have already been taken. The man in red raises an eyebrow, questioning the statement. The man with the top knot attempts to smooth things over, addressing them as brothers and implying they should know him. The man in red decides he will take the rooms and tells the other to find another inn, a question mark floating above his head. A woman in a green dress is admired, the sound effect shabang, emphasizing her beauty. The man with the top knot asks the woman where she came from, but more importantly, he introduces himself as a first-generation disciple of the great Kunlun sect and invites her to spend the evening with him, warning her not to hang around with the low-class guys. The red-haired man curses internally, frustrated that he can't act because the other man is from the Kunlun sect. Bold text commands, stop right there. The red-haired man declares he will introduce himself. Another man stands beside him. A voice from below instructs them to escort the cult leader to the Hao clan. The bearded man warns them to keep in mind that they cannot let the other sects hear about their movements. The red-haired man emphasizes the need to avoid causing problems at all costs. The old man chuckled, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Ha, cult leader, I'll go and ask the other inns if they..." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "Hold on, what's with that face of yours? Do you have..." A sudden impact reverberated through the room. Another blow landed with brutal force. Kim Jian stood over Jeek Sanction, who knelt before him, defeated. Jeek Sanction stammered, blood trickling down his face. "Why you?" How dare you? You won't get away with th dash. The assault continued, each strike more devastating than the last. Kim Ji-on relentlessly pressed his advantage. Jeek Sanction's face was a mask of blood, his eyes wide with shock and pain. Elsewhere, Deng Wang, his expression grim, declared, "All right then, call your guys. I'll be waiting here." A voice called out impatiently, "Hey, when's the food coming?" The man in the black robe gaped, his mouth agape. Beside him, the figure with fiery red hair could only look down, sweat beading on his brow. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him, the reality of their predicament sinking in. A strangled gasp escaped his lips, a sound of utter defeat. The fallen warrior lay sprawled on the floor, blood pooling around his head, his sword cast aside. From above, the man with red hair muttered, "We're fucked." The branch manager of the Hao clan seethed, fury contorting his features. Those Mongu cult bastards, how dare they attack him? His face a mask of rage, he vowed he wouldn't forgive them for this. The old man, neutral old man, cut him off. "That's enough," he insisted, ordering him to sit. They had a lot to talk about. Another man knelt, lamenting how a lowly being like him could. A voice chuckled, wondering what had brought an esteemed cult leader like him to this humble place. A man with a knowing smile clasped his hands together, a subtle threat in his placid expression. Someone declared that they wanted to know everything about the sects affiliated with the Murim Alliance. Neutral old man offered him a seat. One man wondered if he was planning to start a war, while neutral old man asked why he wanted him to do this. Another man, hands clasped, wondered if he really had to explain everything in detail. Someone stammered, saying of course not, before another voice declared that all of the information he had mentioned was classified as high level, so the price was rather high. He listens as the terms are laid out. Considering he personally paid them a visit, would they settle for 30 silver niangs? Though the deal is a huge loss for him, the old man thinks this should be enough to satisfy these crazy bastards, right? Deng Wang interjects, teaching him something. No matter how much money one has, it's all useless in the face of death. The other man sees and comments that he is wise indeed. The old man's eyes narrow. What the? Are these bastards threatening him? Sweat beads on his brow as he considers the implications. The man states that as the cult leader, he'll just take 10 yangs. Deng Wang questions, no matter how much money you have, right? The man responds that he is exactly quick on the uptake, unlike someone. The old man shouts, telling them to hold on. He can't just give them the information for nothing. A slow smirk spreads across his face, a glint of amusement in his eyes. The man exclaims that he never doubted him for a second. The man observes that he looks like an excited kid, waiting for his present on Christmas Eve. What will he give in return? A monstrous figure, a twisted parody of Santa Claus, promises a grim fate. Elsewhere, Kim Ji-on sits, hands clasped, as if bracing himself for what's to come. A disembodied voice echoes, promising survival, but at a cost. Let you live in return. Confusion creases the man's face as he mutters, trying to grasp the reference. Who the hell is Santa Claus? The old man, having secured a fair trade, steers the conversation toward more pressing matters. A woman's voice whispers, he really is worse than the devil. The old man assures them that he will send the requested information on the Murim Alliance. However, he explains that he'll need time to search for specific groups helpful to the manga cult. The old man asks Kim Ji-on to grant him some time. Kim Ji-on presses him, asking how long it will take. The old man replies that he cannot say for sure, but estimates about 30 days. A figure, bathed in a sinister red light, is given a deadline, 7 days to have everything ready. He responds with a subservient, "Yes, sir." He leaned forward, his gaze intent. "Oh, and tell me more about the Kunlun sect." The old man steepled his fingers, considering the request. The Kunlun sect." Kim Ji-on's expression darkened as he considered the information. "A small elite group. Should I have just killed them back then?" The old man watched him, his face unreadable. Aren't they interested in their disciples anymore? The old man's words hung in the air, an agreement seemingly reached. He considered a blessing. Neutral old man, leaning forward, gave the order. "All right, send the rest of the information to the Mongu cult." Kim Ji-on, tilting his head, pressed the issue. "Oh, what is our relationship now, Mingi?" Neutral old man looked up, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "What? Business partners?" The old man's tone shifted, a touch of melancholy creeping in. "Come on, that's making me sad." He continued, his voice laced with a strange resignation. "There's a saying in the world I've come from, become friends after fighting." The question hung in the air, a challenge and a plea. "So, tell me, what is our relation?" Kim Ji-on stared intently at neutral old man, his expression unreadable. Neutral old man's face twisted in a grimace, his voice barely a whisper. This cray, this is just a one-sided beating." A hesitant question, barely audible, drifted between them. Friends." Kim Ji-on, his back to the viewer, seemed to consider the question. "That's it, but you know a friend is someone." The back of Daydok's head is visible, his hair neatly tied in a bun. A voice echoes, wondering who would willingly sacrifice their life. A close-up reveals a face contorted in anger, the speaker exclaiming about the absurdity of something. Kim Ji-yeon, a slight smile playing on his lips, remarks that he'll be in someone's care. A voice booms, declaring someone as my friend. Meanwhile, a horse-drawn carriage travels along a forest path, the sound of hooves and wheels echoing through the trees. One man asks if the three-third elder is still at the inn. Another responds, yes, probably. The man who answered seems surprised, as he recalls that word was sent otherwise. He mutters a confused huh. A horse's head is shown in distress, its eyes wide with fear. The horse's legs pound the ground, a blur of motion. A man with fiery red hair shouts, demanding to know what's going on. A voice apologizes to the cult leader and elder. A man in red stands guard outside the carriage, relaying the message that the road is blocked due to an emergency. The urgency in the air is palpable, as an unseen speaker urges everyone to head to the manga cult immediately for their own safety. The cult leader stands with hands clasped, a stoic expression on her face. Yun Nanak, vice captain of the Iron Blood Squad. The question hangs in the air. Who are these guys? A hand holds a piece of paper covered in cryptic symbols. A man with a shaved head asks the cult leader if he may speak about the Black Blood sect. He is told to keep it short. The Black Blood sect is a cult surrounded by rumors. However, it's famous for being an organization without substance. A bloodied hand reaches out from behind a pair of ornate doors, a symbol of death painted on its palm. They mainly earn money with assassinations. The symbol of the Black Blood sect hangs ominously in the air, a promise of cruelty and violence. Massive doors, adorned with demonic visages, stand as a grim gateway, blood dripping from below. The message is clear. Regardless of gender or age, loyalty is bought with coin, and ruthlessness is the price. The man strokes his chin, contemplating the situation. The bald man assures that there is absolutely nothing to worry about. A plan already forming in his mind, the bald man's eyes gleam with anticipation. Night falls, casting a dark veil over the land. Guards stand watch before a grand building, their presence a silent warning. The air crackles with tension. A figure, sword drawn and talisman fluttering, commands them to halt, demanding their identity. Footsteps echo in the night, a relentless advance. A stern warning echoes, a clear directive not to approach any closer. Meanwhile, Sahyo Kyung, his expression severe, instructs his subordinates to punish anyone suspicious without hesitation. One of the subordinates affirms the order with unwavering obedience, immediately. Elsewhere, a subordinate is told to stop moving, as an unseen assailant attacks with lethal intent. The attack connects, a spray of blood painting the air as the subordinate cries out. The sound of impact echoes through the night. Kim Ji-yeon stands silently over the fallen, a dark figure amidst the carnage. Red eyes glow menacingly in the darkness. He moves again, a blur of motion as he strikes another target. Another subordinate is struck, vanishing in a burst of energy. The ghost of fighting continues his ascent, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. A shout rings out, a desperate warning to look up. A hand descends, as if reaching for something just out of sight. A frantic voice shouts, ordering the others to find the one who got away. One of the men confirms that he thinks he knows the direction the target went, urging the other to give chase. The alarm is raised. There's an intruder. They must hurry to find them. Sahyo Kyung stands with a woman, a sense of unease washing over him. Something doesn't feel right. An assassin confidently walks forward, their purpose unknown. Sahyo Kyung looks up, questioning if the assassin has made it to the front door. A close-up shows the assassin's torso, their movements silent and deadly. Sahyo Kyung muses that he thought another whole sect would come to visit. The assassin continues their advance, unseen and unheard. The assassin's target expresses their disappointment, questioning if only one was sent. The assassin stands revealed, their mission about to begin. Sahyo Kyung sat upon his ornate throne, the image of a ruler surveying his domain. A lone figure stood in the distance, approaching. The question hung in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Why did you come here? Yukpai, pretending to be the cult leader, sat with his hands clasped, a sinister glint in his eyes. The assassin's masked visage remained impassive, a silent promise of violence. With a swift, practiced motion, he drew his weapon. A single word, a chilling greeting. Hey. The assassin's voice, cold and devoid of emotion, posed a rhetorical question. Do you know what an assassin should never do? The gun leveled, the assassin declared that one should never let his guard down. The assassin continued, his tone unwavering. Do you know what an assassin should always do? Never. The shot rang out, the bullet finding its mark with deadly precision. A symbol of death descends, dripping with fresh blood. The message is clear. Show mercy to his enemies. Yupai's face contorts in a yell, shouting for the leader. Another voice cries out, asking if the cult leader is all right. A sinister laugh echoes, as a figure declares that everything went according to plan. Yupai states that they would have been in trouble if Sahayokang hadn't been killed, adding, "Serves you right, you bastard." He praises the move as prescient. A woman's eyes widen as she realizes there's something there. A figure warns to be careful, suggesting there could be poison on him. Yupai dismisses the idea, stating, "No, it's not that." The message continues, revealing the sender. "Greetings, I'm the Black Blood Sect's leader, and Alandari." The word Chunbak is written. The message continues, "I wanted to show my respects to the new cult leader personally, but I haven't found the right time to do so." The message concludes, "In order to show our sect's goodwill towards the new cult leader." He was sending one of their sect's treasures, a necklace, through his most trustworthy subordinate. The letter emphasized that the subordinate would be wearing it. Yun Nanak held the necklace up, examining it closely as it emitted a soft glow. The letter continued, instructing that the necklace should be cleaned thoroughly before. The rest of the message was obscured, hidden behind a veil of mystery. Yupai's eyes widened, a sudden shock registering on his face. He roared, his expression a mix of disbelief and fury. Sahayokang stood in the doorway, an assassin kneeling before him. More assassins stood behind the kneeling one, their faces grim. Kim Jion's eyes narrowed. Sahayokang listened to the assassin, who spoke of plans. Sahayokang's brow furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead. One of the assassins, face contorted in desperation, begged, "Wait, wait, master, please hear me out." Sahayokang smirked, a sinister glint in his red eyes. "It's typical of him. That jerk comes here often. Didn't we do the same thing?" The assassins called out, "Master, master." Sahayokang's followers questioned his well-being. "Is everything all right?" Why are you guys here?" One of the assassins exclaimed, "Ha ha, thank God you're still alive. You look astounded." Shouldn't you be dead?" The response came, "What? You're so funny, ha ha ha." He finds himself staring down the barrel of a gun, the assassin's expression unreadable. Another voice cuts through the tension, yelling, "Hold up, Jian." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group discusses the potential fallout. Should word of this incident get out, the Murim Alliance will be closely watching their movements. One man believes this could be an obstacle in their path to total domination. Another suggests that if they really want to achieve their goals, they need to first undo the mistakes of the past. His companion questions if he can really say that after people of their own have died. A voice insists they should contact the Black Blood Sect as soon as possible and apologize, prompting outrage. "Sister, what are you talking about? Apologize?" Another man roars, questioning why their glorious sect would apologize to a sect that isn't even known. The man continues, asking why they would apologize for a simple misunderstanding. A hand is raised, the person asking their master if they could speak. Another man asks if he can please say something about this situation. A figure lies prone on the floor, seemingly defeated. Above them, a voice grants permission, the words hanging in the air. Sahayokang finds himself at gunpoint. The assassin's words are a clear threat. If he wants to provoke a dangerous enemy, he'll face the consequences. Sweat beads on Sahayokang's brow, his eyes wide with a sudden, stark realization. The assassin contemplates, a low hum escaping his lips before a soft of understanding. Sahayokang's eyes dart around, a flicker of hope igniting within him. This should do, he thinks, before a new wave of confusion washes over him. What? A sinister smile curls across the assassin's lips, a hint of cruelty glinting in his eyes. The assassin points, his voice ringing with authority. "You'll be in charge." Sahayokang's face contorts in disbelief, his mind racing. "What? How can I be?" The assassin looms over Sahayokang, his words dripping with disdain. "What is it? You can kneel, cry, beg." A figure's eyes glow with an ominous red light, a sinister power emanating from within. Sahayokang's expression hardens, a newfound resolve stealing his gaze. "Do what you want, just solve it." Sahayokang looks up, his eyes wide with shock and dawning horror. The bald man's gaze hardens, his thoughts venomous. He thinks, this asshole. Sahayokang, flanked by his men, observes the scene. One of them states that it looks like everyone is here. He replies, "Okay." The group stands silently, their expressions unreadable. The towering structure looms in the distance, its silhouette stark against the night sky. A voice echoes, "This must be the place." The group ascends the steps toward the imposing building, their figures small against its grandeur. The assassin, sword strapped to his back, leads the way up the long staircase. The assassin perches on the roof, observing the surroundings. A faint rustling sound cuts through the night air. The massive door stands slightly ajar, hinting at the mysteries within. Footsteps echo through the halls. The assassin thinks, this place. One of the men, unnerved by the masked figures, whispers, "They're all wearing masks, how scary." Sahayokang is informed. The master is in the room up ahead. Awaiting their arrival, masked figures stand silently in the doorway, their presence both imposing and mysterious. Sahyo Kyung and the assassin approached the assembled group, the silence stretching taut between them. It has been a while since Sahyo Kyung has been in this place. A voice booms out, filled with a strange formality. It is a pleasure to finally meet Sahyo Kyung as the Black Blood Sect leader. The Black Blood Sect leader stands revealed, a fearsome mask concealing his true features. Sahyo Kyung is told that the sect leader has been working hard to prepare for his arrival. A lavish spread awaits, a testament to the sect leader's hospitality after Sahyo Kyung's travels. He hopes it is enough. A wave of laughter echoes through the halls. Elsewhere, someone laments being in trouble with that damn boss. Really? A man, face flushed, sips from a cup, seemingly deep in his cups. He thinks the master has already drunk too much. The drunk man declares that Sahyo Kyung is just a child talking to adults, and that he is just his escort. So, master? Sahyo Kyung leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the masked figure across the table. The man I sent to you, why isn't he back now? The assassin remained silent for a moment before Sahyo Kyung continued, his brow furrowed with concern. You know what? There was an incident at Manga Bridge. We tried to save him, but it wasn't possible. Sahyo Kyung's expression hardened, his voice taking on a sharper edge. And yeah, that's it. The two sat in silence, the weight of the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air between them. The assassin's mask remained impassive, concealing any hint of emotion. The assassin's hand clenched into a fist, a barely perceptible tremor running through it. Asterisk, I can't know what he's thinking, since he's wearing that mask. Maybe I should just run away. Asterisk. Sahyo Kyung chuckled softly, his red eyes gleaming in the dim light. As you should know, it's a common occurrence around here, isn't it? Sahyo Kyung tilted his head, a curious expression on his face. That's right, it's a common occurrence. What? Why are you being so kind? Sahyo Kyung leaned back, his gaze intense. But more than that, did the necklace I sent him find a place in his heart? Sahyo Kyung's face broke into a wide, unsettling grin. Yes, he likes it very much. He takes it everywhere. He gazes out the window, the city lights painting a dim reflection on the glass. Sahyo Kyung acknowledges something, though his expression remains unreadable. A masked figure looms, its eyes burning with an unnatural red glow. Sahyo Kyung stands in the background, observing. The assassin hears the words, very good. A hand carefully places a shoe on a polished table. Sahyo Kyung muses that his man's death is actually for the better. A man in red robes looks up, his face etched with confusion. He wonders what Sahyo Kyung is talking about. Sahyo Kyung smiles, a predatory glint in his eyes. He declares that they are now on equal footing. Sahyo Kyung states that his precious subordinate is dead. The man in red robes looks increasingly worried as he hears that he has lost his precious master. Sahyo Kyung reveals that the necklace he gave contains a colorless and odorless poisonous candle. Sahyo Kyung continues, explaining that after a day, the man's limbs will gradually stiffen. The man in red robes is unable to move, and the man hears Sahyo Kyung's final words. Then, he is watched from above by a figure with glowing red eyes, as if a predator observing its prey. Sahyo Kyung's face is slick with sweat, his expression a mixture of fear and anticipation. A realization dawns on Sahyo Kyung, his eyes widening as he mutters, "That means that our place is now." The assassin, standing beside him, demands, "How could you do such a horrible thing?" His fist clenches, barely restrained. The assassin's gaze is sharp, his expression unreadable as he questions the use of killing herbs. A voice, filled with scorn, challenges, "If you're so mad, why don't you die instead?" Sahyo Kyung's expression hardens as he states that dwelling on past regrets is only a way to harm oneself. The assassin, his back turned, begins to leave, stating that they have nothing more to say to each other. He is stopped by Sahyo Kyung. Sahyo Kyung asks, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, if the assassin has anything else to say to him. He claims he doesn't know. A voice declares, with a chilling certainty, that they didn't say they'd let the other live. A hand grips a knife, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light, promising violence. The assassin accuses Sahyo Kyung of already killing his superior, but Sahyo Kyung insists that the superior deserved to die and that he is on the assassin's side. Sahyo Kyung, his face contorted with rage, yells at someone, demanding to know why they're standing by and watching. He commanded someone to stop the unseen target, his tone sharp and demanding. One of the bodyguards questioned Sahyo Kyung's fear, while another pleaded with him to reconsider his plan. Another bodyguard, tears streaming down his face, expressed his fear of being killed if he were to go alone. Sahyo Kyung dismissed the bodyguard's concerns with a nonchalant assurance. Sahyo Kyung, seemingly unbothered by the fear around him, assured someone that they would have his best bodyguard. He added, with a sinister smile, that they should have a plan. One of the bodyguards questioned Sahyo Kyung's decision to send such shitty bodyguards. Another bodyguard stood by, his expression unreadable. The bald bodyguard, eyes wide with terror, declared that he was going to die. Another bodyguard yelled for them to stop, his voice filled with desperation. The assassin chuckled, finding the situation amusing. The assassin drew his sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. The man with the beard spoke, his voice low and steady. He stated that some things never change. The words hung in the air, a prelude to a memory. A younger man, hair pulled back in a bun, stood with a sword at his side, his expression unreadable. The light glinted off the blade, a silent promise of violence. The older man continued, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. He recalled a time when he received a tip every day. A red flash cut through the scene, a visual representation of the past. The younger man's face was etched with determination, his eyes narrowed. Another red flash, another glimpse into the past. The younger man stood in a room, his sword held loosely. He questioned how someone had gotten there. Footsteps echoed in the room, a sign of someone approaching. The younger man's voice was cold as he asked if they knew why he wouldn't spend that money. Everyone knows this much. Sahyo Kyung's face is etched with a grim determination. Not in a single place in this world. Does anyone do you a favor without a reason behind it? The assassin's red eyes gleam with a sinister intent as he levels his weapon. Because everyone knows. A bead of sweat trickles down the man's face, his expression unreadable. Not in a single place in this world. Does anyone do you a favor without a reason behind it? A cold glint flashes in his eyes as he levels the pistol. A fist raps sharply against a wooden door. Master, may I come in for a moment? A voice responds, yeah, come in. My lord, do you mind if I take a look at that necklace you were wearing earlier? The man clasps his hands, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Do you think it's pretty? The man sits on the floor. Sure, take a look. But do you know what it is? If you like it, take it. The dog's playing with it. Neutral Yukpai considers the situation, a low hum escaping his lips as he pieces together the puzzle. Kim Ji-on examines the necklace, realizing the truth in the elder's words. It was in the necklace all along. He kneels down, greeting the small dog, but a dark thought begins to form. A chilling realization dawns. There's a poisonous candle inside the necklace. The revelation hits Kim Ji-on like a physical blow. Poison. The speaker confirms their suspicions. Yes, it was never meant as a gift. Neutral Yukpai stands, his expression grim. He guesses the one first elder was right all along. Kim Ji-on's eyes widen with concern. Wait, if the dog was playing with it, is he poisoned? Neutral Yukpai attempts to reassure him. Don't worry, it hasn't been exposed long enough. The dog looks up innocently, unaware of the danger it narrowly avoided. But maybe if it had taken a bit longer. Kim Ji-on's expression hardens, the gears turning in his mind. So what we do now? His eyes glow red with fury, a promise of vengeance in his voice. He's going to kill those pieces of shit. Sahyo Kyung held the gun, his expression unreadable. He warned, if he told him not to go, he should have listened. Yukpai mused that if he went, he might be in danger. So why don't you try this? Yukpai exclaimed in disbelief that he was still alive, that he couldn't believe he was saved. Get out. Sahyo Kyung's eyes narrowed. Bah. Kim Ji-on stood with Yun Nanak. Yukpai taunted that it was unlikely he'd die to a simple poison, but he'd regret coming here. Sahyo Kyung grinned, promising he'd regret not dying early. He mocked that he was ridiculous, asking why he was happy. Kim Ji-on leveled the pistol, his gaze unwavering. He challenged, asking if Sahyo Kyung could identify what he was holding. Sahyo Kyung's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He admitted he had never seen a weapon like it before, but wondered if Kim Ji-on would have time to use it. Kim Ji-on began his counter, his feet shifting into a familiar stance. He spoke of his secret technique, one witnessed by many. He finished, stating that none had survived to describe it. A dark aura began to emanate from Kim Ji-on as he drew his sword, preparing to unleash the technique. His footwork became a blur, each step precise and deliberate. Elsewhere, the water in a bowl rippled, mirroring the unseen forces at play. The technique was revealed, Black Blood Sect's final Rainbringer. Kim Ji-on's eyes glowed with intense focus, channeling the power of the Rainbringer. The final strike was unleashed, Veil Weave Strike. Sahyo Kyung reeled from the impact, blood splattering across his face as the technique landed. A sudden burst of speed. A bloodied rod is gripped tightly, ready to strike. Sahyo Kyung is struck, blood erupting from his head. Despite the injury, Sahyo Kyung declares, my secret technique is like yours. Kim Ji-on's red sash is visible as he stands, ready for the next attack. Sahyo Kyung stands over a fallen figure, the scene cast in shadow. A close-up reveals the extent of Sahyo Kyung's injury, blood streaming down his face. Kim Ji-on's expression is one of grim determination, a silent question hanging in the air. Another burst of speed. Feet pound the ground, a desperate chase underway. Kim Ji-on stands, his back to the viewer, ready to face whatever comes next. A silent formation of masked figures stood poised, each clutching a gleaming blade. The air crackled with anticipation. A voice echoed, dripping with malice. A challenge, a threat, a promise of pain. Sahyo Kyung leveled his gaze, his own blade glinting under the dim light. He warned them to stay within his reach. A figure lunged forward, knife arcing down with deadly intent. Steel clashed against steel, a shower of sparks erupting as Sahyo Kyung met the attack head-on. Blood splattered, painting the air crimson. One of the masked assassins was sent reeling, a silent scream frozen on their face as they fell. A sharp pain seared through Sahyo Kyung's arm. A crimson stain bloomed on his sleeve, a testament to the assassin's skill. Undeterred, Sahyo Kyung spun, a whirlwind of motion and steel, deflecting blows from all sides. The fight was far from over. Another assassin crumpled, their body hitting the ground with a sickening thud. With a swift motion, Sahyo Kyung drew a pistol, the cold steel a stark contrast to the heat of battle. 2 shots rang out, echoing in the confined space. 2 more assassins fell, crimson blossoming on their chests. Knife in one hand, pistol in the other, Sahyo Kyung stood his ground, a one-man army against the relentless tide. He continues his assault, the pistol barking as a fresh wave of blood blossoms from his latest victim. The knife remains ready in his other hand. The pressure mounts. Sweat beads and drips from his brow, tracing a path down to his ear. A bald man in a red robe stares in disbelief. Why, you really are a monster martial artist. A face, scarred and grim, stares out from the past. He stands amidst the fallen, a grim reaper surveying his harvest. A voice, tinged with disbelief and pain, echoes, "Isn't this weird?" A memory surfaces. When I was younger, I was more into one-on-one fights. The path diverges, leading away from the individual struggle, rather than fighting against groups. A downward gaze, heavy with contemplation. A simple truth emerges from the darkness, but the way to win a fight against many is very simple. The force of the blow sends blood spraying from the victim's face, a brutal reminder. Only one needs to die. Panic rises as the assailants urge each other to finish the job. The leader's life hangs in the balance. The man is overwhelmed, a swarm of attackers tearing at him, each blow a step closer to his demise. Another fist connects, a devastating impact that echoes the grim sentiment. You only need to kill one. Meanwhile, from above, the scene unfolds. A group standing over a fallen body, the chilling mantra resonating. Only one, as long as you make sure you kill one. The urgency intensifies as they stomp on the fallen, the message clear. The wolves will suddenly become scared sheep. Elsewhere, the assassin, masked and with glowing red eyes, considers the situation. So, basically, a hand moves swiftly, reaching for the cold steel of a gun. The gunman surveys the scene, body strewn across the floor. Which one should he choose to kill? The gun is now firmly in hand, ready to deliver its deadly purpose. A grim realization dawns. He doesn't think he has many bullets left. The man stands resolute, gun in hand, prepared to make every shot count. His eyes widened, a sudden jolt of disbelief contorting his features. The shock registered as a strangled. "Yeah." A tremor ran through the room. Dust billowed from some unseen impact. A hand tightened around fabric. A fist slammed against the table, knuckles white with suppressed fury. Yun Nanak's voice cut through the tension, urging the elder to be stronger, pleading with him not to go alone, lest he wish to die. A calm voice responded, assuring her not to worry, but Yun Nanak couldn't help but fret. Another voice insisted, urging him to at least take some people with him. A third voice, weary, asked the third elder to calm down for a moment. A voice, laced with determination, dismissed the need for assistance. A final voice declared, a promise hanging heavy in the air. Why would they let him go alone? From the depths of a fiery abyss, light pierces the darkness, reaching towards an unseen sky. A voice cuts through the tension, questioning, blood on your face? The speaker's eyes glow with an unnatural intensity. A hand rests on the cracked earth, fingers splayed as if searching for purchase in a shattered world. A shout echoes, raw with concern. Are you okay? Kim Jeon's face is smeared with blood, his expression a mask of confusion. How'd he get here? From the shadows, a voice replies, it's not mine. A surge of fury erupts. How dare you bastards? The red-haired man's face contorts in rage, promising, you'll have your next meal in hell. Despite the blood, Kim Jeon's gaze hardens with resolve. There's something else, something even in his blood. A voice drips with disdain. You idiot. The large man stands amidst splintered wood, his expression unreadable. A fist hurtles towards a face, the impact imminent. That can't be. Abstract lettering fills the frame, a stylized title card. Another burst of stylized lettering, the sound of impact rendered visually. A figure spins through the air, foot extended in a powerful kick. More stylized lettering, the force of an unseen blow. A fist ignites with fiery energy, a surge of power. A close-up on a determined face, framed by more stylized lettering. The Death Squad stands ready, a unified force. Swords gleam in the light as a group advances, weapons raised. Sahyo Kyung stood, his hands resting on the heads of two kneeling figures. He declared that the unit was under his direct command. For the first time in a while, he did something he liked. Sahyo Kyung, his revenge complete, ordered Dong Wang to finish them. A figure began a swift, upward strike, a trail of white energy following the weapon's arc. The upward strike continued, the force of the blow intensifying. Yes, the strike landed with explosive force, sending debris flying. A hand reached out, grasping for something, anything. The figure struck again, the impact creating a shockwave of energy. Another strike landed, the force of the blow visible in the air itself. The attacker prepared to deliver the final blow, his stance radiating power. The final strike connected, a blinding flash of energy erupting from the point of impact. He brought his blade down in a swift arc, aiming to cleave through his unseen enemy. The force of the blow shattered the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. The impact reverberated through the air. From the shadows, a masked figure questioned, "What are you looking at?" The masked figure stood silently, bathed in a crimson glow. A rush of movement. A voice taunted, "You're not going to attack?" A figure with crimson hair lunged forward, blade aimed at Dong Wang. The attack pressed on, a whirlwind of steel and fury. The crimson-haired assailant struck, drawing blood. The attacker raised their arm, preparing for another strike. A close-up of the attacker's hand, poised to deliver the final blow. The red-haired figure blurred into motion, a crimson streak against the stark background. The force of the blow reverberated outwards, a silent scream of impact. Arm extended, the attacker remained poised, ready for the next strike. Power coalesced around the fist, a swirling vortex of destructive energy. Meanwhile, a silent observation, the man's thoughts unreadable. "He definitely is," came the confirmation as bodies lay strewn across the floor. Elsewhere, the man, neutral observer, initially found it useful, but then paused, something catching his attention. Wait a minute." A masked figure moved with deadly purpose, closing in on their target. Sec leader." Blood gushed from the wound, the attack having found its mark. The man, holding a bloodied knife, demands to know why he is being summoned. It's dismissed as nothing. Elsewhere, two figures stand at the top of a long staircase, overseeing the scene below. Below, a group of masked figures stand ready, swords drawn. The scene is stained with blood, a testament to the recent conflict. One of the men asks Sahyo Kyung, the sect leader, how they should handle the remaining enemies. Sahyo Kyung explains that those who dared to draw a sword on him are already doomed, and even tearing them apart would be pointless. Kim Jian observes their fighting spirit, even as they are brought to his side. He seems surprised by something he sees. Footsteps echo. The sound reverberates through the structure. The tall figure looms, his presence a suffocating weight on the kneeling person before him. Their hands are bound, their fate hanging in the balance. Fingers tighten around the hilt of his sword, knuckles white with tension. The cold steel promises pain, or perhaps something far worse. A hand reaches out, desperation etched on the man's face. His eyes plead, but for what? Mercy? Escape? A hand obscures a face, hiding the emotions that rage beneath. Is it shame? Fear? Or something far more sinister? The back of a head, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. What thoughts swirl beneath that skull? What secrets does it hold? Tears stream down her face as she clutches the sword. A weapon meant for protection, now a symbol of her despair. His eyes widen, a silent scream trapped in his throat. What horror has he witnessed? What fate awaits him? The foot connects, a brutal reminder of power and control. Why didn't you beg straight? Were you trying to look more pitiful? His face contorted in rage, he roared, "You'll do well if I break one of your leg, you bastard." Kneeling on the ground, he whispers, "I'll." A voice echoes, filled with regret and resignation. "Do better, sorry." The assassin crouched, addressing the boy. He spoke in a low voice, calling out to the child. A disembodied voice echoed, questioning if there were other children of the same age present. The boy looked down, his expression unreadable. The assassin stood, knife in hand, another figure lurking in the shadows behind him. The assassin urged the boy to quickly swing his knife. The assassin's voice boomed, instructing the boy to close his eyes from now on. A disembodied voice scoffed at the situation, calling them crazy bastards and questioning the decision to give a kid a knife and then tell him to use it. A voice commanded to kill someone as well. A voice, filled with rage, questioned if they were even human. Sahyo Kyung's face was shown, his red eyes glowing with an eerie light. A fist clenched tightly, knuckles white with tension. A voice declared that Dong Wang would go out first with the little kid. The assassin's words echo in the room, a chilling reminder of the task at hand. The ones left over there. A tower engulfed in flames serves as a grim backdrop, a visual representation of the assassin's brutal command. Tear them all to death. He stands before the assassin, small and vulnerable, his future hanging precariously in the balance. The sound of something clicking fills the air, a subtle but ominous indication of the tension in the room. The clicking sound continues, a metronome counting down to an unknown event. Sahyo Kyung watches intently as the assassin looms over Dong Wang, the boy's fate uncertain. The assassin's face is shown, with text indicating that the sect leader also has this side, and that contrary to his appearance, he is truly a kind-hearted person. Sahyo Kyung leans in, addressing the boy with a deceptively gentle tone. "Hey kid." The assassin presses, his expression intense as he demands, "What's your name?" Tears well in Dong Wang's eyes, the weight of the situation crushing him into silence. The assassin looks back, questioning why the boy is acting this way. "I didn't do anything. Why is the kid like this?" Sahyo Kyung attempts to reassure the boy, his words a stark contrast to the assassin's intensity. "Hey kid, don't worry, sit comfortably." His hands bound, Dong Wang offers a quiet expression of gratitude. He acknowledges that he may not be of much help. He seems willing to do anything, if asked. Dong Wang vows to do his best. Sahyo Kyung states that he kept him alive, but he doesn't have anything for him to do. Dong Wang wonders what he should do then. Sahyo Kyung simply tells him to play. Sahyo Kyung thinks to himself that they're just kids. Sahyo Kyung tells them to play well and eat well, that's all. Elsewhere, someone calls out, asking if the sect leader is present. Yukpai asks if she isn't hurt anywhere. The woman replies that she is fine, but wonders who the other woman is, pleading. Those wide, innocent eyes stared up, a silent plea for something unknown. The child was so cute. The assassin addressed someone unseen. She requested a favor from the third elder, stating that she would be staying here from now on. A voice requested a place to sleep, followed by a playful mong mong. Mongo was greeted warmly. Someone asked how he had been. Kim Jian called out to Mongo, wondering where he was going if he wasn't coming to his dad. Mongo stood between two pairs of legs, his destination unclear. The child's eyes widened in surprise as a hand reached out to pet Mongo. The assassin crouched down, finding Mongo cute. Kim Jian wondered if the sect leader was laughing just now. Yukpai stood alongside the assassin and another man. The man said he would ask the third elder to do something and then go in because he was tired. Kim Jian asked the kid what their name was. Tears welling in her eyes, the girl known only as number 121 confessed, "I don't have a name. They have always called me that." From behind, a voice resonated with authority. "Okay, then let's do it like this." The voice continued, bestowing a new identity. "From now on your name is Haru." The sect leader added, "It doesn't have any grand meaning." The voice softened, carrying a gentle encouragement. "It's just Haru, live happily." A close-up of Haru's face. Haru stands. The sect leader is present. A newfound resolve ignited within her. "I will live really happily." Tears of joy streamed down Haru's face, a radiant smile illuminating her features as she embraced her new name and purpose. Haru stares intently at something out of view. The sect leader explains that while Haru was away, he received a letter from Haoman Mengji. Haru holds up a sign. Donghua is told to get ready. Haru grins, stating that they need to go on an adventure. Haru declares his intention to find his fellow meat shield. Kim Jian sat on the raised platform, a small, round object resting on the floor nearby. The room was quiet, the only sound the soft rustle of the curtains. He looked up lost in thought, the silence stretched, punctuated only by his internal musings. Elsewhere, Meng Ji, chief of the Haoman province, carefully wrote a message. He seemed reluctant, muttering that he didn't want to. A proposition hung in the balance, donating 36 acres of forest to strengthen the Mongo church. The world was divided, good and evil in stark contrast. Those 36 acres held a strong inclination opposite to that of the Mongo sect, a significant force numerically. Especially the total of 36 households, led by Eugene Yak, was not just 100 masters. He was known as a strong figure who could also be counted among the top 10 masters. If they were on their side, it would definitely be helpful, a voice mused, wondering if it would amount to anything compared to the earth. Back in his room, Kim Jian lay in bed, the sound of slumber heavy in the air. He thought to himself that he didn't know for now, and that he should just get some sleep. A bird chirped from a nearby branch. It called out to its master, telling him that it was morning. A red-haired man grinned, informing someone that all preparations for departure were complete and urging them to wake up. The folds of fabric lay still. A voice booms, announcing the morning to the master. He sits, head in hand, reflecting on something that excited him so much he couldn't sleep, leaving with the master. A child wonders why he is there in the morning. Someone exclaims about waking up to see the master's face, asking if he wants to die. Someone asks if he's ready to go out, but he says yes, that's right. He asks about trying this on for once, saying he prepared an outfit that he thinks will suit him well. Someone greets the master. Someone notes that this bastard is leaving. Someone wakes up, exclaiming how pretty it is. It seems like the leader doesn't need it after all. Are we in a fantasy land? He stood tall, his attire complete. One of the assassins gushed, admiring the completion of Kim Ji-yeon's attire. He thought the outfit suited him well, while another stated that the master was so cool. Kim Ji-yeon urged them to leave quickly. Another assassin questioned why. Elsewhere, a child declared that while the master was away, he would be playing hard. Another child asked that he be careful. Kim Ji-yeon smirked, thinking, well, whatever. The assassin stood by. The child declared he would play hard until his return. Someone noted that it was getting late. A man walked by a cart filled with luggage. One of the assassins wondered why the two of them had so much luggage. A voice declares that the luggage over there belongs to them. The woman muses that it might be quite a long journey. The man wonders if someone else is coming too. A voice states that, of course, like any trip, unexpected accidents can happen at any time. Kim Ji-yeon contemplates that having 3 people is better than having Dong Guang alone with him. A voice questions if someone is coming like this. The woman stands silently. She admits, with a chuckle, that it is a bit too much. Kim Ji-yeon thinks to himself that it seems excessive. A voice suggests that specialists will like it in a range. A horse-drawn carriage waits, ready to depart. A voice cuts through the air, questioning their current course. One of the men explains that they can't go directly to the Black Dragon headquarters where the leader is located. Instead, they are heading back to the Black Tiger headquarters, where the second-in-command resides. The man with the red hair wonders if they can't just meet the chief of the general staff directly. A voice declares that it is the leader. Yun Nanak explains that they don't have any direct connection with the chief, so they can't meet him directly. That's why she reached out to the second-in-command first to set up a meeting. The man in black asks what kind of person the second-in-command is. The sound of a horse echoes. The man in black apologizes to his master, saying it seems like he talked for too long, and asks what's going on. A voice suggests they should have a meal, and proposes camping nearby today. The man in black agrees. Later that night, the man in black asks if the food suits his master's taste. He savored the taste, finding it surprisingly palatable. The quiet rustling of leaves and twigs filled the air as someone approached. A hesitant voice broke the silence, apologizing for the intrusion. A woman, her face etched with weariness, asked if she could have some food. Yun Nanak regarded the newcomer with a wary expression. A sense of unease settled over her. Something felt wrong. Yun Nanak considered the situation, thinking that it wouldn't be cruel to deny a hungry person a meal. However, judging by her condition, it seemed like someone was being chased. The woman apologized, explaining that they would also stand out conspicuously, so it was not a good position to be in. Another voice chimed in, saying it was fine. The woman devoured the food, promising to eat quickly and leave. Kim Ji-yeon, observing the woman, remarked that the place was really good. A voice wonders what is going on and if she is crazy. The woman apologizes for being late with her greetings because she was eating, introducing herself as Songran and promising to repay the kindness of providing such delicious food. Yun Nanak urges them to get up and go, reiterating that standing out is not a good situation. Someone apologizes, claiming it's all their fault and that it's not a good situation for them either. A sound effect indicates a suppressed emotion. The man with the scar on his face tells them to enjoy the rest of their meal. A voice acknowledges something. Yun Nanak offers to prepare another meal for the master and asks him to rest in the carriage for a while. Someone says okay and thanks them. A figure stands near a carriage in a forest. Kim Ji-yeon makes a noise and wonders aloud. A group of riders made their way through the forest. One of the men held up a drawing. He wondered aloud if anyone had ever seen a woman who looked like this. The drawing depicted a woman. Was she the same woman from earlier? Kim Ji-yeon questioned where the man had picked up such disrespectful language. He looked up, lost in thought. Kim Ji-yeon told himself to calm down and not make a big deal out of it. One man said he didn't know, that he hadn't seen her and was tired, so he just wanted to be left alone. Another praised Ji-yeon for holding back, calling it admirable. A man's face was shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable. Another man, his face red with anger, questioned if this crazy bastard even knew who they were and if he wanted to die. Kim Ji-yeon responded, asking if they knew who he was. Someone remarked that they had never seen such a woman. Kim Ji-yeon suggested that they not intrude on each other's territory for no reason. She states that blood doesn't need to be shed. The man says that since they need to confirm things, it's fine. He declares that he'll have to check inside the carriage. Someone questions if he is the leader. The man says he told them he hasn't seen her, accusing them of being suspicious and deceived by others all their life. The man opens the door. The man is surprised, saying that the other person is here earlier than expected. The person says they were going, though, and didn't say where they were going, chuckling. The person thinks that this place serves good food. The man asks why the other person is coming out from there. The blonde-haired woman, holding a small, round object, remarked that someone had arrived sooner than expected. She seemed to be expecting them. With a mischievous grin, she added that she hadn't specified where she was going. The camera focused on the back of a man's head, his dark hair neatly trimmed. A voice, filled with confusion, questioned what was happening. The man with the dark hair stood in the room, while the blonde woman sat on the floor. The question of diplomatic immunity hung in the air. A close-up revealed the man's hands, clasped together. Meanwhile, an older man with a neatly trimmed mustache and beard expressed his distrust, stating he knew this would happen. He declared the situation an invasion of their territory, demanding to know what they were doing. Seated atop a horse, the man bellowed an order, his face contorted with rage. The command rang out, "Arrest these guys." A sword was drawn, its polished surface gleaming in the light as it was raised. The sound of impact echoed as someone fell to the ground. 3 figures on horseback emerged from the distance, their approach carrying an unspoken threat. The lead rider presses forward, the rhythmic beat of hooves against the earth a steady drumbeat of warning. A voice, laced with a dangerous calm, declares, "Fine, whatever. I'm up for a fight." The figure's ornate collar hints at a position of power, a leader ready to meet any challenge. A hand tightens around the hilt of the small blade, a silent promise of swift and deadly action. "Master, just a..." Neutral third elder steps forward, her expression urgent. "Moment, let me speak." A sinister smirk plays across another's face as he declares, "It's already too late." The air crackles with unseen energy. A palpable tension fills the space. Rage simmers beneath the surface, ready to erupt. This bunch of nuisances dares to... The consequences of defiance are laid bare. A figure lies defeated, the battle already lost. Dong Wang's eyes burned with fury, his voice a low growl. "Who are you pulling a knife on?" he demanded. The man named Dong Wang's gaze was intense, his jaw clenched. Another figure, a smirk playing on his lips, agreed with Dong Wang. "Leader, let's go." The air crackled with unseen energy. Dong Wang launched a devastating kick, the force blurring his form. The impact reverberated, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. A voice cut through the chaos. Wait a moment. We only want the woman." Dong Wang's expression was unreadable, his movements a whirlwind of power. The air shimmered, distorted by the sheer force of the ongoing battle. Dong Wang stood poised, ready to unleash another devastating attack. The strike landed with a deafening crash, sending debris flying in all directions. Dong Wang's hair whipped around him as he surveyed the aftermath of his attack. He is overwhelmed, a flurry of blows raining down from all sides. The impact reverberates, a sharp crack echoing through the air. The man in the purple hat seethes. These crazy bastards. If they keep this up, it's going to end in total chaos. A figure on horseback resolves, "I need to escape and let our people know about this situation." Another blow lands, the force of it shaking the very ground. The sound of impact rings out once more. The red-haired man fumes. "Running away, leaving behind your subordinates, is truly inconsiderate. I will definitely punish you with my own hands." The man in the purple hat barks, "You idiots should attack while watching your opponent." The figure on horseback declares, "For you guys, it's over once you reach the top." Blood splatters across a face, a gruesome testament to the ongoing battle. A golden object falls, its purpose unknown. The horse continues its journey, carrying its rider away from the chaos. A figure tumbles from horseback, the fall likely jarring. The sound of something hitting echoes as Dong Wang levels a pistol, his expression grim. A voice calls out, reprimanding the sect leader for his reckless action. A woman clutches her head, reeling from a warning. Messing with the military only leads to trouble. The martial arts world itself may be in danger. The third elder questions what they're talking about, what they did, her expression confused. There's a saying where he used to live. Dong Wang's expression is unreadable. If there are no witnesses, bodies litter the ground, swords scattered amongst them. It's an assassination. They are here now, but they are not. The woman finds it strangely persuasive. He confidently declared that he had found a way to go directly to the general manager, a statement that left Yun Nanak visibly puzzled. Dong Wang gestured towards a piece of paper lying on the ground, drawing her attention to it. The paper displayed a rough sketch, its purpose unclear. Upon closer inspection, the paper also contained text, its meaning yet to be deciphered. Yun Nanak voiced her confusion, admitting she hadn't even seen what had just occurred. A realization dawned on Yun Nanak. She was the general manager's daughter. Dong Wang somberly reported that an officer who was far away had suddenly died. Yun Nanak offered her sincere gratitude. The woman vowed to never forget this kindness and promised to repay it. Yun Nanak then inquired about what was next, requesting an introduction. The officer's daughter appeared surprised by something Dong Wang said. A horse-drawn carriage stands ready as a group prepares to continue their journey through the verdant landscape. A man gazes skyward, anticipating the arrival of his men to guide them further. A voice echoes, marveling at the existence of such a place. Before a towering mountain range, a lone figure stands in contemplation. Two men rush forward, their voices filled with concern as they call out, asking if she is hurt. A stern voice demands to know how she could venture out alone without a word. With a wave and a sheepish grin, she apologizes, explaining her desire to explore and experience new things. One of the men asks who these people are. She explains that they are her lifesavers, who not only saved her life but also provided her with delicious food. The men reveal that the benefactors wish to meet her father. The two men consider the potential consequences. If they recklessly let outsiders in and something went wrong, the woman offered reassurance, understanding the worries, but insisting that they were very good people. Someone vowed to take responsibility, requesting guidance to their father, as a sprawling landscape lay below. The red-haired man's eyes widened in surprise. It was bigger than he thought. He was instructed to go that way. The group stood before an imposing door, its size prompting questions. The group stood before a large doorway. The three figures walked across the tiled floor. Word had spread that someone had saved his daughter. His gaze intense, he demanded to know the reason. A chest sat in the middle of the room. The man with the gray hair inquired if he had been summoned. Several figures stand in attendance as the conversation begins. Kim Ji-yeon's expression hardens, a question forming on his lips. What is this lump, he wonders? A voice cuts through the air, identifying the newcomers. Greetings, we are from the Mongoose sect. Another member of the Mongoose sect steps forward, explaining their presence. This person here is our Mongoose sect. But the sect leader cuts her off. That's enough. I've already heard about who you are. The sect leader takes a step forward, his gaze fixed on Kim Ji-yeon. He wonders, more than that, what I'm curious about is the reason you came to find me. The sect leader presses, demanding an explanation. All right, tell me, what's the reason? The sect leader remains seated, his expression unreadable. Kim Ji-yeon explains the Mongoose sect's intentions, his tone laced with disdain. Oh, it's nothing special. We're going to fight with the Murim Alliance. I mean, our meat shield, so lend us a hand. The sect leader's eyes narrow, a declaration of ambition escaping his lips. I have to dominate the martial arts world. Kim Ji-yeon's face contorts in a mixture of amusement and annoyance. Oh damn, why are the old folks here so lively? That's an unexpected response. It's true that I dislike the Murim. The sect leader strokes his chin, his eyes glinting with calculation. Why should I help someone who has no connection with me whatsoever? The sect leader, now identified as Mr. Chongchai, raises a hand, asking for a moment. Elsewhere, two figures whisper conspiratorially, their hushed tones inaudible. Kim Ji-yeon's expression shifts, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Okay, he replies, though something feels amiss. Chongchi's eyes gleam with an inner fire, a sinister smile spreading across his face. So, there was such a way? A sudden, sharp intake of breath, a subtle shift in the air. The fiery aura around Chongchai intensifies, casting long, ominous shadows. A figure lunges from the shadows, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Rough hands seize Kim Ji-yeon from behind, the grip tight and inescapable. Ambush, he thinks, the realization dawning. His eyes widen in shock, the attack catching him completely off guard. Pinned and helpless, Kim Ji-yeon finds himself completely at the mercy of his attackers. The question hung in the air. If Mongoose sect were to have a new leader, would that spell the end for them? A wide smile stretched across the man's face, his eyes gleaming with an unknown intent. With a look of desperation, the man declared he would marry off his daughter. The man with the tiger-striped sash declared, his voice booming, that the younger man would marry his daughter. A woman standing beside him looked on with a mixture of concern and curiosity. The older man pressed, demanding to know why he wasn't answering. The younger man's response was blunt and immediate. No way. The older man's face contorted in anger, his eyes blazing with fury. The younger man's expression remained unreadable, his gaze fixed on the ground. The younger man finally spoke, his voice low and steady. His answer was coming. The answer was clear. The younger man punctuated his refusal with a vulgar gesture. The older man, taken aback, questioned if that meant acceptance. The older man, incredulous, demanded to know if the younger man was on drugs, questioning why he would ever agree to marry his daughter. A man approached, chuckling, and asked Mr. President for a moment to speak privately. Since it's not something that can be easily answered, a woman holds a man's mouth shut. She asks why he is mumbling and demands that he show her what arrogance means. Another man, holding the first man's neck, states that his daughter's marriage is at stake. He is given an hour to decide on his answer. Elsewhere, three people sit around a table. Kim Ji-yeon sweats as he thinks about the situation. Yun Nanak asks what he is planning to do. Kim Ji-yeon asks what she means by "what am I going to do?" Kim Ji-yeon exclaims that he would never marry a woman he doesn't even know well. He thinks that suddenly getting married is a ridiculous condition. Yun Nanak says that she will go and settle the matter. A phone rings. Kim Ji-yeon is surprised by the sudden call. A mission is delivered. Form an alliance with the 36 houses of Nokram. An additional reward will be given if the alliance is formed without killing. The basic reward is 2 magazines with 30 rounds. Kim Ji-yeon exclaims, "Ah geez, why now of all times?" He lowered his gaze, a storm of thoughts brewing behind his eyes. The woman offered to leave, suggesting she would return later, but a voice called out, stopping her. A man's face filled with determination, a confident smile playing on his lips. He declared that there was a way. The third elder stood firm, his hands resting on the table before him. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes narrowed, his resolve hardening. He would settle this matter himself. The man's smile widened, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Elsewhere, two figures knelt before a seated man, awaiting his judgment. The man on the throne inquired if a decision had been made, and a voice confirmed that it had. Kim Ji-yeon stated plainly that he did not wish to marry the man's daughter. The third elder's expression remained unreadable. The man questioned if his daughter was not appealing enough. Kim Ji-yeon inquired about the ointment, seeking clarification on its effects once made. So between you and me, the third elder, with a stern look, proposes, let's become sworn brothers. The third elder sits on his throne, awaiting Kim Ji-yeon's response. You want to become sworn brothers with me? Yes, sworn brothers. And I'll let you be the older brother. A hearty laugh echoes. The third elder, with a slight smirk, says, you're really an unpredictable man. The third elder continues, but shouldn't sworn brothers have somewhat equal status? Kim Ji-yeon responds, well, I knew you would say something like that. Then, let's make a bet. The third elder, intrigued, asks, all right, what will you entertain me with this time? Kim Ji-yeon, with a slight smile, says, I'm curious, so go ahead and tell me. Kim Ji-yeon explains the bet. It's commonly known as stealing the flag. The bet is that the team that first captures the opponent's flag wins. Kim Ji-yeon proposes, if I win, let's become sworn brothers and support our strength. Kim Ji-yeon concludes, if I lose, I'll gracefully concede and withdraw. What do you think? Simple, right? The third elder stroked his chin, contemplating the proposition. How should he judge Kim Ji-yeon? What was with the long tongue? He wondered, based on such a simple bet. Kim Ji-yeon's expression remained unreadable. A hand flipped a coin. Okay, it's fine, but this isn't really fair. If he won this bet, then he'd marry the third elder's daughter as well. He would become the third elder's son-in-law as well. What did he think? By the way, what did he say earlier? The third elder's eyes narrowed. Scared? Kim Ji-yeon thought to himself, Chong Chi-ju. He thought he was a bear, but it turns out he's a fox. He must win this bet no matter what. Considering the terms of the bet, where victory hinges on capturing the flag rather than defending it, Kim Ji-yeon mused that he might only be able to hold out for 15 minutes. It was highly probable, the text box declared, that the strongest person, Chong Chi-ju, would personally come to steal the flag. Deng Wang was asked how long he thought he could hold out if he were to face Chong Chi-ju. He would probably prepare to fight to the death, Deng Wang responded. Kim Ji-yeon considered that he could hold out for about 15 minutes, wondering if Chong Chi-ju was that strong. In that case, it meant they must capture the flag within 15 minutes, the text declared. Kim Ji-yeon affirmed his agreement, addressing someone as master. Yun Nanak instructed that once the signal was given, they should run as fast as they could to where the flag was, trying to avoid encountering enemies. As much as possible, and if they did happen to encounter them, they should ignore them and keep running, the text instructed. Kim Ji-yeon held a gun. Chong Chi-ju drank from a cup. The third elder is ordered to run, as Yun Nanak and another figure stand nearby. Yun Nanak is seen from a low angle, her expression determined. A flurry of motion and energy fills the air. Chong Chai instructs someone to hold out, even if they die. An affirmative response echoes. The third elder runs, thinking he is almost there. The third elder continues his desperate sprint. The third elder is seen leaning against a rock, panting. The third elder observes that all three have moved towards their flag. Someone resolves to quickly use this opportunity. Kim Ji-yeon is seen. Someone wonders why the third elder should have arrived there first. His eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief and dawning horror etched across his face. A monstrous figure descends, its red eyes burning into Kim Ji-yeon's soul, a grotesque grin spreading across its face. The world seems to blur as the attack begins. His vision narrows, focusing on the impending doom. A surge of adrenaline courses through him, a desperate attempt to brace for the impact. A massive hand hurtles towards him, a blur of motion promising devastation. His eyes widen further, a silent scream trapped in his throat as the blow connects. The force of the impact sends him spiraling through the air, a ragdoll tossed aside by an uncaring giant. The sound of the impact echoes, a deafening roar that drowns out all other sensation. He flies through the air, a helpless projectile against the backdrop of the arena. The ground rushes up to meet him, promising a brutal end to his flight. The air hangs thick with anticipation, the landscape a blur of potential. Coughing, a figure sits propped against a tree, listening to someone off-panel. They remark that they had high expectations for his mysterious martial arts. A voice echoes, laced with disappointment. It seems the speaker had hoped the manga leader would provide more entertainment. A voice, tinged with regret, apologizes for being unable to assist. A doorway blazes with an unnatural fire, the air shimmering with heat and untold power. Muscles tense, a figure declares their intent to break through the wall. A figure in dark clothing crouches near the base of a large tree. The figure overheard someone mentioning mysterious martial arts used by his daughter, so he is listening intently. Someone mused that they thought the manga leader would entertain them. A hand slams against the ground, leaving a visible imprint. A voice muttered, realizing they are alone. A doorway is engulfed in flames. A muscular man with glowing red eyes and a tiger-striped shirt stands imposingly. A message overlaid on the image encourages readers to support the content by reading on a specific website. Someone wonders if they have to break through that wall. Someone doesn't think so, according to the speech bubble. The muscular man in the tiger-striped shirt finds the situation boring, but anticipates fun later. A figure walks away as someone calls out to them, asking where they're going. A figure with blood on their face holds a gun, declaring that the real fun hasn't even started yet. Blood obscures his vision, making it difficult for Kim Ji-yeon to focus. He thinks to himself that without a gun, there's no way to take this guy down. Chung-chai observes, realizing that this is the manga leader's martial art. Chung-chai urges his opponent to get up and attack quickly, wondering if there's a lack of learning ability. A sinister grin spreads across Chung-chi's face. With blinding speed, Chung-chai strikes. He follows up with a sweeping kick. A figure reels in pain, their face contorted in agony. Chung-chi's voice booms, stating that he's sure he gave his opponent a chance once. He scoffs, declaring that with such shallow moves, his opponent should have known they couldn't lay a finger on him. Seeing Yun Nanak charge at him again, Chung-chai strikes her down. He wonders if this means he's also allowed to do it properly. Kim Ji-yeon cries out, realizing he injured his ribs when he collided with the tree. He resolves to quickly get up and head towards the 3/3 leader, knowing he needs to. A desperate cry echoes through the air, "Save her!" The sound of a devastating blow rips through the silence. Neutral Chung-chi is sent hurtling through the air, a ragdoll against unimaginable force. The impact reverberates, shaking the very ground. He plummets downwards, a broken figure amidst the chaos. The force of the strike explodes outwards, a shower of blood and dust. Another strike echoes, a final punctuation mark on the brutal assault. Neutral Chung-chi crashes to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around him. The air hangs thick with dust and the stench of ozone. Through narrowed eyes, Chung-chai muses, Oh, it's been a while since I've seen a warrior with this much power. A voice cries out, filled with concern, Leader, 3/3 elder, are you okay? Kim Ji-yeon, his gaze unwavering, murmurs, Hey, but what about our flag? The man with the red hair, neutral Chung-chi, shouts, his voice filled with disdain. Hey, you crazy bastard. Kim Ji-yeon, blood trickling down his face, considers his options. Asterisk, so you're just going to lose like this without even trying? What should I do? Should I just shoot that guy? Asterisk. In the distance, their flag still stands. A voice declares, I came to this match alone. Neutral Chung-chi grins, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Kim Ji-yeon's expression shifts to one of surprise. Asterisk. What, you came alone? Are you saying you're confident you can take us on by yourself? Asterisk. Neutral Chung-chi, standing alongside another figure, states, No matter how strong you are taking us on alone. Chief Chong's bravado. Footsteps echo. The voice booms, will be the cause of your defeat in this match. Neutral Chung-chi's face is filled with determination. Kim Ji-yeon prepares for the coming battle. The air crackled with anticipation, energy gathering like a storm. Suddenly, Chung-chai exploded into motion, a whirlwind of orange and black. He descended like a predator, his movements a blur of focused power. The two warriors locked eyes, the challenge lay bare. Let's settle this like men with our fists, Chung-chai growled, his gaze unwavering. Kim Ji-yeon met his stare, a silent acknowledgement of the battle to come. That's what? His fist clenched, the promise of violence hanging heavy in the air. Chung-chai unleashed a devastating strike, the force of it radiating outwards. A sinister smile played on Chung-chi's lips, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned with an unholy light, a glimpse into the power that surged within. The air vibrated with his dark energy. This isn't enough to satisfy me. Chung-chai pressed his attack, a relentless storm of fists and fury. He roared, demanding a greater challenge. Charge at me properly. The intensity of his gaze promised only pain and destruction. He launches a kick, his foot blurring as it hurtles toward his opponent's chest. The kick connects, sending a spray of blood into the air as Chung-chai reels from the impact. Kim Ji-yeon follows up with a punch, pressing his advantage. The force of the blow sends more blood flying, each strike a testament to Kim Ji-yeon's relentless assault. A whirlwind of fists descends upon Chung-chai, a relentless barrage of strikes. Each impact echoes in Chung-chi's mind, a growing realization of the power he faces. What kind of power is this, he wonders, if it continues? But then a shift. An energy begins to emanate from Chung-chai, a palpable force building within him. The energy intensifies, a visible aura surrounding him. He plants his feet, bracing against an unseen force, the ground cracking beneath him. Changqi's eyes glow with power as he declares, "Not yet, it's still not enough." A smirk plays on his lips. "At this rate, you won't even make a dent on me. Come at me stronger." His gaze pierces through Kim Jian, a challenge laid bare. The figure stood firm, the sound of rustling fabric hinting at a readiness to act. Changqi's voice echoed, the words carrying a weight of experience. The mistake, he mused, lies with those who underestimate an enemy wielding a gun. His expression remained unreadable, a mask of seasoned contemplation. Kim Jian leveled the pistol, his gaze intense. He questioned if it was his opponent's fault for underestimating him. Changqi's eyes narrowed, a flicker of anticipation in their depths. He thought to himself that his master's secret move was finally at hand. The man with the tiger-striped robe stood his ground, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He considered the ability to attack from such a distance without any movement. Changqi's expression hardened, his voice laced with resolve. If that's all there is to it, he thought, the flag cannot be taken away, no matter what. Kim Jian's brow furrowed, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Yeah, if you're a monster like that, it seemed impossible at this level. A disembodied voice echoed, posing a question. But do you know? Even seemingly unbreakable solid rocks, if struck continuously, it will eventually break down too. If you keep hitting the weakened spot. Before a towering rock face, Kim Jian focuses his energy, a beam of light erupting from his hands. Changqi's brow furrows in confusion. He mutters, unsure of what he's witnessing. A bare foot splashes into a shallow pool, the surface rippling with a sudden impact. Changqi explodes forward, declaring that he will demonstrate with his own body. Kim Jian smiles, the words own body echoing in his mind. He thinks to put it simply. A figure unleashes a torrent of energy, a blinding flash illuminating the scene. Changqi's face is set with grim determination, his eyes narrowed in focus. Power gathers around his foot, a glowing orb forming as he prepares to strike, knowing he need only hit one spot hard enough. Changqi concentrates, feeling the power surge through his legs. He crouches low, muscles coiled, ready to spring into action. A voice calls out Deng Guang'a. Another figure, hair ablaze, sprints forward with incredible speed, a desperate cry, to run, echoing behind him. A voice rumbled, laced with a hint of surprise. It seemed Changqi had underestimated his opponents. His hands stretched forward, fingers reaching, as if grasping for something just beyond his reach. He launched himself into the air, a whirlwind of orange and determination, aiming a devastating kick at Kim Jian. Flames danced behind Changqi as he steeled his resolve. He would do his best. The tiger-striped robe blurred as he brought his foot down with crushing force. The sole of his foot descended, a concentrated point of devastating power. Kim Jian met the blow head-on, arms raised in a desperate guard against the incoming assault. But Changqi wasn't finished. His fist, crackling with energy, was already cocked back for another strike. The two warriors clashed, a furious exchange of blows in a storm of dust and fury. The force of the impact lifted Kim Jian off his feet, sending him hurtling backwards through the air. He crashed to the ground, the taste of blood filling his mouth as he spat a crimson spray. Changqi advances, his expression a mix of confidence and disdain. He wonders aloud if Kim Jian still thinks he's bluffing. The ground trembles beneath Changqi's feet as he closes the distance, his eyes locked on his opponent. With a burst of speed, Changqi is upon him, questioning where he thinks he's going. The force of Changqi's blow sends Kim Jian reeling, the impact echoing through the air. Staggering back, Kim Jian's eyes narrow, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. What's the rush, he wonders. Changqi stands firm, his massive frame casting a shadow over Kim Jian. It doesn't seem to be enough to proclaim, he muses. Elsewhere, a disembodied voice wonders about dominance over the martial arts world, suggesting they wait and see until the end whether it's enough to boast about. A lone figure sits in a dimly lit room, their thoughts unreadable. Meanwhile, Kim Jian glances at his phone, a message indicating a completed mission. Is this supposed to be an additional reward, he wonders. His gaze drifts back to the fight, a calculating look in his eyes. Do you think there's a use for it? He thinks. Changqi's hand glows with an unknown energy. He didn't know he could use it like this, he admits. Kim Jian's expression hardens, bracing himself for what's to come. Changqi tilted his head back, squinting at something floating high above. He muttered, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. The air crackled with unseen energy, a subtle shift in the atmosphere preceding an unknown event. A disembodied question hung in the air, a stark white text box against the void. What is this? A voice, equally disembodied, boomed in response. It's science, man. The world around Changqi dissolved into a swirling vortex of light and shadow, his vision blurring at the edges. A strange, echoing resonance filled the air, a sound that seemed to vibrate deep within his very bones. The sensation intensified, a dizzying wave washing over him, threatening to pull him under. Changqi's eyes widened in alarm, his hands flying to his head as a primal scream tore from his throat. "Ah, what did you do?" His voice strained. Changqi's body tensed as he felt something shifting within him. "What's this? Why are my eyes?" His hand reached out, fingers brushing against the cold, rough surface of the ancient stone. A strange energy pulsed from the stone, flowing into him as he gripped it tighter. A voice echoed in his mind. "How is it? This one was quite fun, right?" A figure sat atop a rocky peak, a flag planted firmly beside him, a testament to the power of science. This is the greatness of science. Well, anyway, since he won. He held a flag, stating that he'll count on someone from now on. The man in black stood before the tiger-striped warrior, a flag planted firmly in the ground between them. He tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Since he captured the flag first, it was his victory, right? Leader Manga's expression remained unreadable. The man in black pressed, his voice edged with impatience. What was it? Why wasn't he answering? Wouldn't he accept it? Leader Mongu threw his head back and laughed, the sound booming through the air. He found the man in black a funny guy. Leader Mongu admitted that no one had entertained him as much as the man in black. Anyway, a promise is a promise. Leader Mongu raised his hand to the sky, asking the man in black to take good care of him from now on as brothers. The man in black paused, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Well, their hands met, sealing the agreement. But the grip tightened, a silent demand. Leader Mongu's voice strained, demanding to know why he wasn't letting go. Chongshai, beaming, tells the man in black to try calling him Hyung, bro. Kim Jian remains silent, a spoon in his hand. The ghost of fighting, standing on the stone structure, replies that he'll do his best. A flicker of anger crosses Kim Jian's face. Chongshai raises his arms, declaring it's such a delightful day. The tiger-striped man calls for everyone to raise their glasses for their beloved Manga Yukio, who has become brothers with them. The crowd cheers Manga's name. Chongshai, drinking from a cup, wonders aloud if someone got shot today. But Kim Jian asks where Dongwang is and where the third elder is. Chongshai explains that she said she wasn't feeling well, so she went to her room to rest first. Elsewhere, a woman lies on the ground, blood pooling around her head. It's understandable she'd feel unwell, considering she got hit like that. Kim Jian stands with his arms crossed, a grim expression on his face. From a high window, Yun Nanak gazed out at the world below, a silent observer. Descending, she stood alone, lost in thought. A wave of self-doubt washed over her. In the end, she thought she hadn't been of any help today. She felt like a burden to the leader, following along for no reason. Her voice echoed through the halls as Yun Nanak called out, "Hey, third elder, are you in there?" Turning her head slightly, Yun Nanak responded, "Oh, yes, leader." Kim Jian approached, his gaze concerned. "Hey, why are you sitting alone while lost in your thoughts? Are you feeling all right?" Yun Nanak offered a strained smile. "Oh, yes, I'm fine." Despite her words, a shadow of worry lingered in Yun Nanak's eyes. Kim Jian's expression softened. "Yeah, well, that's fortunate. Take it easy." With a slight bow, Kim Jian murmured, "I'm sorry, master." Confusion flickered across Kim Jian's face. Huh, what for? Yun Nanak's thoughts spiraled. She couldn't help with anything today. She didn't realize how powerless she was until now. From the shadows, a voice hissed, "That guy's a monster. What's wrong with you?" Another voice chimed in, "Hey, besides, who never falls?" He looked up, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Was he really down in life? And what was it all for? Yun Nanak tilted her head, wondering what was wrong with falling down anyway. She quickly corrected herself. "No, we just stumbled once today." A voice echoed, a reminder that they just needed to dust off their knees and get back up. Kim Jian turned away, muttering that he'd challenge that guy to another round soon. He added that if anyone was going to dwell on useless thoughts, they should go eat some rice noodles. With a determined look, Yun Nanak announced that she was leaving. A voice responded with a simple, "Yes, leader." Elsewhere, a figure stood before a gate, the air thick with anticipation. A boisterous voice called out, suggesting they should have a drink together, bro. Another voice chimed in, addressing someone as leader and suggesting they should have a drink together as well. Meanwhile, Kim Jian muttered that he needed to go in and rest. Someone commented that he surely didn't know how to drink, right? Another voice told him to stop it and not be silly. One of the men exclaimed, asking what the other was saying, "Chief." The other responded, confused, saying he hadn't seen him drink either. A voice agreed, saying all right then, and suggesting they take a drink each time someone. The situation is going to mess up. Kim Jian lies on the floor, seemingly passed out, while another man supports him. A voice echoes from afar, offering help. "Sure, bro. If you ever need help, feel free to contact me anytime." The muscular man with the tiger-striped shirt insists, "I'll always be ready for battle in support of you, bro. Please accept it." Yun Nanak blushes, thinking to herself, "Oh, I plan to give it to the man I like. A man with black hair exclaims, "Oh, I knew it. Master, you're truly a remarkable man." The man with black hair accepts the gift, stating, "Well, what can I say if it's a gift?" The muscular man insists, "Please accept it," while another man calls out, "Dong Wang Nim." The man with black hair responds with a confused, "Pardon," as a wrapped gift is presented. Yan Nanak, blushing, says, "I tried making it myself, so it might not taste that good." Chung Yung dash. A man with blonde hair looks surprised, asking, "Since the leader is here, how can I?" The man with red hair thinks, "I mean, it's not like I could just throw away food, so this is really awkward." He wonders, is this guy enjoying himself? The question hangs in the air. Has the religious leader returned safely? A hesitant response comes, laced with uncertainty. "Well, yeah, but..." A child's voice pierces the silence, filled with curiosity. "Who is this person?" The child's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down their forehead as they respond, "Yes." A voice explains, because she didn't seem to know how to have fun. A jovial voice booms, filled with satisfaction. "I had a lot of fun with you." Lying down, Kim Jian is asked, "Hey kiddo, have you been having fun without dad?" An apologetic voice announces, "Apologies for reaching out late, leader. A guest has arrived." Kim Jian, surprised, wonders aloud, "What? A guest? To see me? Tell him to come in first." An apology is offered for the late hour, directed toward the leader. A woman in a bathing suit explains that her father forgot something. A man explains he came himself to deliver the letter, as Siju's firm stance is the issue. The letter is handed over, and the recipient wonders if it's from the League of Nansen. Elsewhere, a cityscape stretches out under a dim, blue light. A woman welcomes two men, offering to take care of them. The sound of a bell rings out, accompanied by the mention of alcohol. A man welcomes someone, asking if they're looking for someone. A question arises about individuals wearing white uniforms. It's noted that payment hasn't been received for the past few days, and they keep looking for unmarried contracts. Someone hopes that the offered payment is enough. A request is made to be guided over to them. Gu Jai-hyun, leading disciple of the Goryeo faction and next-generation leader, is introduced. Someone states that he is in this room. Sound effects fill the air. A man demands alcohol be brought quickly, then seems confused. Someone asks if the executioner came for a drink before the execution, inviting them to come closer. Another man urges others to hurry up and enjoy the drinks and women. Two figures discuss getting a first impression of someone, agreeing that it's right. The order is given to investigate villages and find out about certain individuals. The command is given to post a wanted notice. A wanted poster describes someone charged with assault, specifying a large stature and masculine appearance. Another wanted poster describes a woman as a paragon of virtue, but regrettably wanted for assault, specifying a slim build and beautiful appearance. Someone declares that a certain guy is definitely a culprit, stating they've never been wrong. It's said that this person has bothered both men and women without any guilt. He is considered the most wicked scoundrel under heaven. The charge is assault. Specifics include a slim build and striking appearance. After reviewing the letter sent by Naklam Chongchai-ju, the group considers their next move. The consensus is to seek help from the Ronin Association. Someone wonders what kind of place that is. The organization in question is a mercenary group, unaffiliated with any faction, orthodox or otherwise. The reason for their lack of affiliation is then considered. One man jokes about how he didn't even see his seniors back in his day, while another says he's still a baby to his mom. Someone is asked why they are staying quiet. It's suggested that they don't fit into any group. This is due to circumstances beyond one's control or by choice. Or perhaps they are strong enough that they don't need to belong to any particular place. It's suggested that they are strong enough that they don't need to belong to any particular place. A few coins are tossed in the air, their metallic gleam catching the light. A figure levels a pistol, the barrel glinting ominously. The same figure is now in the midst of a chaotic battle, gun in hand, surrounded by fallen foes. Therefore, seeking help from them may not be a wise decision. Hey, then, Gu Jai-hyun suggests, let's just offer them something more valuable than money, right? Chongchai agrees, but wonders what that might be. Threats. Kim Ji-yeon's expression hardens, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The others react with surprise, their faces a mixture of shock and concern. He began, observing that there were things more valuable than money in this world, but there's... Chongchai affirmed that was exactly right. Gu Jai-hyun stated that it's their own life. Kim Ji-yeon suggested that they could eliminate those who are on the side of their enemy. Even if the other party will offer money, there won't be many who will risk their life. Kim Ji-yeon asked if there will be some people who will become loyal, right? Gu Jai-hyun responded that it's not entirely wrong, but they don't have that kind of money, so adequate. Chongchai asked if they remember what he just said is more valuable than money. Yun Nanak responded with life, and Chongchai confirmed that's right. What they'll give them? Chongchai wondered if, in the end, they're not giving anything at all. Kim Ji-yeon stated that anyway, this time let's go together with Dong Wang and Waran. The support, Yun Nanak, offered an apology to the leader. Kim Ji-yeon admitted that he didn't think he'd be able to come together this time, prompting a question of why. Yun Nanak keenly felt her shortcomings during the last journey, realizing that she cannot be of help to the leader with a changed appearance. Kim Ji-yeon retorted that he had told her that last time, adding that next time he'll. Chongshai told him to tell that guy that he is brutish and stubborn, but that he is right, leader, but this time, Yun Nanak stated that even to properly get back on her feet by herself, she plans to embark on a journey to train herself. Kim Ji-yeon acknowledged that he understood, then stated that they'll need someone to go in place of the third elder. Chongshai suggested that the second elder come along instead, to which Gu Jai-hyun responded with a master. Chongshai explained that since he is in charge of the overall management of the manga sect, if he leaves, it will hinder the handling of affairs. Kim Ji-yeon considered the situation, stating, in that case. Chongshai declared that they need to take one of these two guys with them. An overweight man points a finger accusingly. A bald man, veins bulging, shouts his refusal. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Another man, standing before a desk cluttered with objects, commands, shout loudly and charge forward. A shadowed figure wonders if there's a mission to kill the bald-headed guy. A cart rumbles through a town at night. A man with red hair and green sparks asks, hey, why did you come along? A woman wonders if she could be of help to Dongwei. The red-haired man laughs. Haha, that's what she said, master. The man with black hair is told, master, we have arrived at our destination. He looks out at the scene, questioning here. He questioned if they had arrived at the correct destination. Yun Nanak confirmed that they had. It seemed like something was amiss. The guy that the chief had mentioned had not arrived yet. The village appeared quiet. An archer stood ready, bow drawn. A large man looked around, a question on his face. Kim Ji-yeon wondered what they had asked. The large man found the situation quite disappointing. Yun Nanak, her expression hardening, demanded to know who they were. The archer scoffed, unimpressed. He had expected more, since they were the master's guest, but they couldn't even dodge an arrow like that. The archer states that anyone entering the Nanjing Association will be killed immediately. Kim Ji-yeon stays intently. The red-haired man questions who else it could be. The archer reflects, feeling like he'll die even before entering the Nanjing Association, let alone joining it. The red-haired man demands to know who Kim Ji-yeon is to attack them. He retorts that if the archer is a guide, he should guide them well. Kim Ji-yeon asks why the man's tongue is so long and if he wants to die. Kim Ji-yeon asks if the archer has any pride. The archer states that he can guide them, but not just anyone can enter the Nanjing Association, and to enter, they need someone to vouch for them. The archer says that if they pass the test, he will vouch for them. A large man with a top knot pleads for consideration. Gu Jai-hyun explains that the test is simple, just stand here. He points towards the target. The target is over there. Kim Ji-yeon asks if he just needs to hit the target over there. Gu Jai-hyun corrects him, stating, no, not that. He clarifies that you just need to hit the target behind the target. Kim Ji-yeon is surprised, asking if he has to avoid the target in front and hit the one behind. Gu Jai-hyun explains that it seems like Kim Ji-yeon is not understanding well, so he will show him directly. Gu Jai-hyun prepares to shoot. The arrow is released. Kim Ji-yeon reacts in shock. The arrow hurtles forward, a blur of white against the muted backdrop. It streaks through the air, leaving trails of displaced energy in its wake. The projectile continues its flight, unwavering in its course. Closing in on the first target, the arrow prepares to strike. With a resounding crack, the arrow pierces the initial barrier, continuing its path toward the final mark. Gu Jai-hyun's expression hardens as he declares, then I will. Gu Jai-hyun gestures with the bow, explaining that it's nothing special, just hit the target and take the bow. Kim Ji-yeon, however, declines. That's not necessary, he thinks. A smirk plays on Kim Ji-yeon's lips as he thinks, he'll just use his own. Kim Ji-yeon raises the unfamiliar weapon, the cold steel a stark contrast to the night air. Gu Jai-hyun's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and curiosity etched on his face. What is that? It's a weapon I've never seen before. The shot rings out, a deafening crack that shatters the night silence. A blinding flash momentarily obscures everything. Elsewhere, a group of figures stand silhouetted against the night sky, their expressions unreadable. A stark, wooden wall stands as a silent observer. A bullet finds its mark, piercing the center of a distant target. A maniacal laugh echoes through the night, a chilling sound that promises chaos. Ha ha! I knew it! I knew it would be like this. Gu Jai-hyun watches the man, a flicker of concern in his eyes. The man scoffs. Don't be too disappointed, it's not something just anyone can do. Gu Jai-hyun's expression is unreadable. Kim Ji-yeon fires again, the gun a natural extension of his hand. He leveled a modern firearm, the metallic glint reflecting the dim light. Meanwhile, the target stood riddled with holes. A voice wondered if it was done now. Gu Jai-hyun's eyes widened in disbelief. He stammered, questioning what he was seeing. He added that he was told he just needed. A sinister smile spread across the man's face. He chuckled, stating that not being able to hit the target from behind didn't mean he shouldn't hit the target in front. Gu Jai Hyan and the smirking man stood together. The smirking man instructed him to guide them to the Ronin Association. Gu Jai Hyan, looking worried, agreed, but noted that it was late today and they should depart tomorrow. Elsewhere, a building loomed in the distance. A man with a top-knot wondered if this was the place they went into. Figures walked towards the building. The man with the top-knot paused, calling out a greeting. He stood alone, bow in hand, a solitary figure against the backdrop of the forest. A voice echoed, laced with uncertainty. It didn't seem like they were here for him. A stern-faced man with a neatly trimmed mustache spoke, his tone suggesting suspicion. He hadn't heard that Master had more guests. Gu Jai Hyan, bow still raised, turned his gaze towards the new arrivals. He inquired with a measured tone, "Who are you guys?" The response came, declaring their allegiance. They were from the Kunlun faction, and they had heard that. The mustached man held up a sketch, his eyes narrowed as he studied the drawing. He stated that the people they were looking for were here, adding that they would confirm and leave quietly if they weren't. A hand tightened around a quiver full of arrows, a silent indication of the tension in the air. The sketch of a woman was displayed, a note describing her as having a beautiful appearance and slender build. A voice mused that it was the first time seeing this woman, but she was pretty. Another sketch, this one of a man with a large build and masculine appearance, was shown. A voice declared that this guy was one of the guests from earlier, the one who was acting strange. Gu Jai Hyan's expression turned thoughtful. Judging by the atmosphere, it seemed there was a problem between them, but handing over Master's guests. The group stood their ground, their intentions unclear. The mustached man questioned why he should tell them anything. The mustached man continued, asking what they meant by that, stating it wasn't a difficult question to answer, and reiterating why he should tell them anything. Gu Jai Hyan, bow still in hand, confirmed the statement, seeking agreement. Judging by his reaction, the man with the gray hair seems to have already answered the unspoken question. The man demands that they hand them over to him. A voice calls out a simple hey. The man with the long red hair asks if they ever sleep. Another man wonders what all the commotion is in the middle of the night. Gu Jai Hyan claims he was just trying to hide that crazy guy. A man demands that someone bring him the wanted poster. The man with the red hair points out that the guy next to him seems to be the person they're looking for. Someone asks Gu Jai Hyan if he is the man in the wanted poster. The man with the short black hair observes that it seems like a match, questioning why he isn't answering. The man with the tied back hair challenges Gu Jai Hyan, demanding to know where he sees the resemblance. Judging by their attire, the group seems to be from the same inn. Gu Jai Hyan asks if they are there for revenge. Gu Jai Hyan reveals that the ones they beat up a few days ago are his disciples. He holds up a wanted poster with his own face on it. The man with the tied back hair tells him to speak properly, even if he's grown his hair weirdly. The man with the tied back hair says that Gu Jai Hyan's juniors started first, and now they're crying to their seniors because they got beaten up a bit. Gu Jai Hyan questions if they even call themselves men. The man with the tied back hair denies that's the reason. He says if it gets out that they were beaten by some nobodies. The man with the tied back hair says their faction's reputation will seriously go down, so they're there to resolve that. The man with the tied back hair draws his sword. The man with the tied back hair says that if they were beaten by some nobodies, let's see them get beaten once more. Gu Jai Hyan prepares for a fight, holding a gun and a knife. His confidence seemingly unshaken, Gu Jai Hyan's eyes narrowed, a silent promise of the storm to come. He knew that even begging for his life would be futile now. With a furious roar, Gu Jai Hyan lunged forward, the single word die, echoing through the air as he initiated his attack. But before his attack could land, a fist hurtled towards him, a swift countermeasure against his advance. Gu Jai Hyan, however, was ready. Drawing his sword, he prepared to meet the incoming threat head-on, the blade glowing with anticipation. He moved with blinding speed, a whirlwind of motion as he sought to gain the upper hand in the escalating conflict. A voice cut through the chaos, a man with crimson hair declaring that there was an order to things. He insisted that Gu Jai Hyan would have to face him first. Two figures charged forward, their voices filled with outrage. They demanded to know how anyone dared to challenge their senior brother. A sudden strike, a flash of steel, and one of the figures was left reeling, blood splattering across his face as the sword found its mark. The force of the blow sent him tumbling to the ground, a disoriented mess amidst the chaos of the battle. Another figure stepped forward, leveling a pistol. He questioned why anyone would intervene in a one-on-one fight between men. A voice, filled with determination, declared that they should settle things with a fair, one-on-one fight like men. He is sent flying backward from the force of the blow. The world spins as the attacker's strike lands with brutal force. The impact reverberates through his body, a searing pain blooming where the strike connected. Gu Jai Hyan grits his teeth against the pain, blood trickling from his lip as he struggles to regain his footing. The attacker scoffs, declaring, "But you lack strength." Closing the distance, the red-haired swordsman advances, his eyes glinting with cruel amusement. The swordsman spits, "Arrogant fool, you're courting death. I'll show you properly." The blade gleams, ready to unleash the Kunlun faction's secret technique. The sword flashes, and Gu Jai Hyan is struck again, the force of the blow sending a spray of blood into the air. The splitting light sword technique leaves a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. His hand is slick with blood, the wound a testament to the swordsman's skill. Well, he mutters. The red-haired man smirks, asking, "It stings a bit?" The swordsman sneers. "Let's see how long you can keep smiling, you rootless bastard." With a burst of speed, the assassin closes the distance, a blade flashing in his hand. He announces his presence with a taunt. "Hey!" The assassin's blade arcs towards Gu Jai Hyan, who barely has time to register the attack. "You looking?" The assassin sneers. A thin line of blood blossoms on Gu Jai Hyan's neck as the blade finds its mark. The assassin, not content with a single strike, levels a pistol, the cold steel glinting under the dim light. Let's see if he can dodge this as well. Gu Jai Hyan, clutching at his bleeding neck, glares at his attacker. He spits. "You? How dare you fight dirty in a one-on-one like this?" A cruel smile twists the assassin's lips. "Kid, there's no such thing as fairness in a fight." "Ha!" The assassin's aura flares with purple energy as he asks, "How were you raised?" Someone dares to speak. Gu Jai Hyun, sporting a fresh wound on his neck, accuses his opponent of fighting dirty in a one-on-one. A voice scoffs, calling him a naive fool and questioning the existence of fairness in a fight. The voice continues, questioning how he was raised. Gu Jai Hyun realizes that in his current state, he can't dodge the incoming attack. The unseen assailant dismisses Gu Jai Hyun's talk of honor as a mere attempt to survive. The voice asks if he looks like a martial artist. The unseen figure declares himself to be someone who kills, a killer. A gun is raised, pointed directly at the viewer. The gunman says that he will see him in hell later. Gu Jai Hyun retorts, telling him not to make him laugh. Gu Jai Hyun, facing imminent danger, draws his sword, the metallic shink echoing in the tense air. The gunman levels his weapon, his voice dripping with a cold indifference. "Hey, consider yourself lucky." The unseen assailant declares, his words a chilling promise, "I'm a killer." Elsewhere, Kim Ji-yeon's expression hardens, a flicker of conflict in his eyes. "But I'm not a murderer." The gunman issues a final, chilling ultimatum. "Consider this your final warning." Kim Ji-yeon's gaze intensifies, the barrel of a gun filling his vision. "Over something like this, I'll put a hole in your head." The gunman's voice drips with menace. "Nod, if you understand." Gu Jai Hyun grits his teeth, a silent curse escaping his lips. "Ugh, you bastard." Kim Ji-yeon's thoughts swirl, a dark determination settling in. How long has it been since I assigned this task, and this bastard head is still intact? Meanwhile, a subordinate urgently calls out to a figure of authority. "Sir, Elder." The man is identified as enemy Ghost Rider Elder Gong Neon, also known as Gong Neon's Sec Goblin. Gu Jai Hyun's face contorts in disbelief. Of all people, Elder Gong Neon had arrived. He insists that it is not Jai Hyun who stands before him, questioning on whose authority the child of his family was crippled. Gong Neon's eyes narrow, his voice a low growl. Who gave him permission to speak? Kim Ji-yeon observes the newcomer, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Who is this old man? Gong Neon dismisses the past grievances. It's already settled, so why bring it up again? All he needs to do is take his head. Gu Jai Hyun stands firm, declaring that the issue ends when he says it's over. Gong Neon scoffs, finding the situation ridiculous. "So what now?" He asks if Gu Jai Hyun is going to challenge him. Gu Jai Hyun refuses to try to get revenge and turn him into a cripple too. No, he wonders if there's really a need to go through that trouble. Gong Neon's expression is unreadable. Gong Neon levels his weapon, questioning if Kim Ji-yeon even has the ability to do that. It'd be better if he didn't use it. Kim Ji-yeon observes the weapon, noting that it doesn't seem to be an ordinary weapon, but that's all. He can see its weaknesses clearly. Kim Ji-yeon realizes that the weapon can only attack in one direction. Kim Ji-yeon confidently states that if he can predict where it's going to strike, blocking it is no problem. He taunts Gong Neon, telling him that he's got guts. "So go ahead and try to block this." The air hangs heavy with anticipation. The title looms, a stark reminder of the conflict to come. Gu Jai Hyun roars in pain, clutching his bloodied arm. His face contorted in disbelief, Gu Jai Hyun cries out, demanding to know why he was shot. Kim Ji-yeon recalls the old man's confidence, a confidence he now shares. Kim Ji-yeon smirks, dismissing the attack as a mere flesh wound. Gu Jai Hyun's eyes widen, questioning Kim Ji-yeon's sanity. Kim Ji-yeon raises his weapon, the outcome already decided in his mind. Gu Jai Hyun envisions his own demise. Kim Ji-yeon bids farewell to his opponent, acknowledging his courage. The shot rings out, a blinding flash illuminating the scene. Despite the attack, Gu Jai Hyun prepares to retaliate, summoning an energy blade. The man with the eye patch remains stoic, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. A voice echoed, declaring that he had spoken clearly, as smoke curled from a small bowl on the ground. A grimace tightened the older man's features, his eyes narrowed in what could be either anger or concern. The disembodied voice declared that blocking the attack was no big deal. The red-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief. He stammered, questioning how anyone could have blocked their master's attack. Another man's face contorted in shock, sweat beading on his brow as he wondered if the bullet had truly been cut. Clutching his pistol, the man tried to rationalize the impossible, muttering that it must have been a coincidence. A voice, laced with anticipation, questioned if it was now his turn. A swift departure, or perhaps a sudden attack, was heralded by a flurry of motion lines. A single word hung in the air: farewell. Drawing his sword, the man with black hair prepared to meet whatever was coming, his expression a mask of grim determination. The older man's eyes widened, his face a study in surprise. Another voice, laced with annoyance, demanded to know how they dared, before complaining of an itchy bug bite. The man in the black robe observes the blood trickling down the other's arm. "You're bleeding a lot, aren't you?" he remarks. Gu Jaihyun is told, "Brother, you should wipe off the blood." A voice booms, declaring, "From now on, I'll take over." Flames erupt around Gong Neon, energy crackling as he powers up. He launches forward, a blur of motion and dust. The attack slams into its target, the force visible in the distortion of space. Gong Neon continues his assault, wreathed in fiery energy. His face contorted in a fierce grimace, Gong Neon focuses his power. The energy intensifies, a blinding wave of force. Gong Neon's voice snarls, "Where are you looking?" as he presses the attack. The energy surges, a torrent of destruction unleashed. The attack explodes with devastating power. He grits his teeth, a frustrated expression on his face. Even if he wanted to help Dong Wang, he's caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, explosions erupt around him, the force of the blast shaking the very air. Gu Jaihyun raises his gun, attempting to target the source of the assault, but realizes the attacker is moving far too fast. A figure shrouded in shadow unleashes a concentrated beam of energy. The scene shifts, showing two men in close proximity, their expressions intense. The beam intensifies, a blinding white light cutting through the darkness. The energy continues to surge, a relentless torrent of power. The beam strikes its mark, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. Gu Jaihyun, barely able to comprehend the scale of the attack, can only utter, "What is this?" His eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips. "Ha." The camera focuses on a lone arrow, standing as the sole testament to the devastation. The scope of the destruction is revealed, a landscape scarred and broken. With just one arrow, he did all this? He surveys the aftermath of the devastating attack, the air still thick with the smell of ozone and burnt earth. A booming voice echoes through the ravaged landscape. Someone dares to interfere with their mission, the speaker roars. A disembodied voice scoffs, questioning whether it's not embarrassing for an elder to interfere in a kid's fight. In the distance, figures stand amidst the destruction, their intentions unclear. Another voice chimes in, declaring the need to take care of their disciple who's hiding in the corner. The booming voice returns, dismissing the notion. This, he insists, is a family matter. A figure with glowing eyes warns to leave until he ends it. The figure seems to recognize someone, but dismisses the thought. The figure is revealed to be the arch-deity Black and Gold Dragon, wreathed in ethereal blue flames. Gu Jaihyun strides forward, his staff held firmly in his grip. The man's brow furrows, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Why is Gungshin here right now? The man holding the staff remains unfazed. Judging by your expression, you seem to have an idea of who I am. The grip tightens on the bow, knuckles turning white. But if shedding blood is the only way you'll feel satisfied. Gu Jaihyun's gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering. He declares, "I won't refuse." The bow is drawn back, ready to strike. The man's expression darkens, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. "I thought you had vanished from the martial arts world and died." Gu Jaihyun grips his staff tighter, his eyes narrowed. "Well, there's no need to know that. How about we end this here? As I've aged, I've been needing more sleep at night. Haha." Gu Jaihyun's face is stern as he says, "Let's go back." However, the scene shifts to blood splattered on the ground. A man with dark hair speaks with an unknown intent. Remember this clearly. A voice echoes, declaring that those who dare to challenge him know what to call him. The words, "the burning silkworm poison," hang ominously in the air. A declaration rings out amidst a hellscape of fire. Those bitten by him beg for death. A figure stands poised, blade glinting, ready to strike. The man's voice rumbles, stating that he's sparing someone out of respect for Gungshin, but promises something much worse next time. A figure observes from afar, thinking that they can't just let such a dangerous person go free. A warning is issued. Don't create unnecessary trouble. If they push further, Gu Jaihyun's companion states that a full-scale war with the Gunlin sect will be inevitable. Gu Jaihyun speaks of his beloved disciple. The master demands to know why they haven't brought them here immediately. The subordinate stammers, trying to explain to his master. The master declares, with sword raised, that there are no excuses. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widened, a sudden realization washing over him. So, that's another way to use a bow. Yes, since you all. Gu Jae-hyun stepped forward, greeting the protagonist. They were guests sent by Chianak, he explained, and he had come out to greet them personally. Gu Jae-hyun tilted his head, curious. Why did Kim Ji-yeon want to go to the Ronin Association? Kim Ji-yeon stated his purpose plainly. He was looking for allies to fight alongside him. Gu Jae-hyun chuckled, finding the declaration interesting. Chianak had sent an amusing guest. The man with the gray hair confirmed the protagonist's identity. His name was Kim Ji-yeon, and he was the leader of Mongugyo. Gu Jae-hyun narrowed his eyes, questioning Kim Ji-yeon's capabilities. Did he really think he had the skill to talk about conquering the martial arts world? The panel showed a group of formidable individuals, each radiating power. To conquer such a place, one needed abilities of voice mused, adding that in their opinion, Kim Ji-yeon was far from it. Gu Jae-hyun stood beside Kim Ji-yeon, listening intently. Kim Ji-yeon suggested they rest for the day and set off tomorrow. The martial arts world. The village lay still under the cloak of night, its buildings silent witnesses to the events unfolding within. Inside a dimly lit room, the master rested, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. A blade flashed, slicing a bullet in two with impossible precision. Someone who could cut bullets. Even that old man with the bow is a formidable opponent, he thought, his brow furrowed in contemplation. His hand tightened around the grip of the gun. Had he been relying too much on his gun? Meanwhile, against the backdrop of serene blue skies, a voice called out, "All right, is everyone ready?" Dunkwang declared he wasn't going. He was instructed to go with the others to the Ronin Association and gather some capable allies. The master considered what he truly needed, rather than finding human shields. The older man questioned what he meant by that. Whether it's a bow or a gun, long-range attacks are the same, the master thought. He needed the... Kim Ji-yeon looks up, his expression intense. He asks Gu Jae-hyun how he can become as strong as him. Gu Jae-hyun peers down at the younger man, his brow furrowed. Why should he tell him? Dunkwang interjects. A foolish child would think just anyone can become the disciple of the master. The master silences him with a swift strike to the head. Kim Ji-yeon remains quiet, listening intently. Gu Jae-hyun acknowledges that he is correct, then asks what of it. Dunkwang adds that he also has a connection with Chianak. He is the younger brother of Gu Jae-hyun's brother. Gu Jae-hyun retorts that Dunkwang wouldn't be such a narrow-minded brother. Kim Ji-yeon is the youngest brother. Dunkwang exclaims that he is younger than the master, before being silenced. The master reflects on the feeling of being the youngest of three brothers. The faces in the portrait reminded him of someone. A silent pause. The instructions were clear. Following the map would lead them to the Ronin Association. Dunkwang reported that the task was completed. He was told to show the item when they arrived. Things would go more smoothly than expected, he was assured. The student thanked him. Master, they would return as soon as they could. Kim Ji-yeon was told to hurry up and get going. The master reminded the young one of his previous words, as Dunkwang prepared to depart. Meanwhile, the master warned that his training was extremely harsh, and if he judged that Kim Ji-yeon lacked talent at any point, his opportunity would end immediately. The master asked if Kim Ji-yeon still wanted to learn. Kim Ji-yeon affirmed, and the master agreed to begin teaching him the fundamental technique. The rapid movements of the footwork kick up dust. Gu Jae-hyun explains that for someone specialized in long-range attacks, they must exploit their opponent's blind spot. The master's feet blur as he demonstrates the technique. The footwork is precise and powerful. Kim Ji-yeon maintains his stance, focusing intently. Gu Jae-hyun continues, explaining that they must exploit their blind spot at any moment. The master emphasizes the need for footwork that allows one to infiltrate. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widen, struggling to keep up with the speed. Why are they all so fast, he wonders. Gu Jae-hyun states that he will now show the basic training for the two types of footwork. The master explains the forward and backward movements. Gu Jae-hyun elaborates that this allows one to infiltrate the enemy's blind spots and keep distance from the enemy. Gu Jae-hyun asks Kim Ji-yeon if he can do it. He found the footwork surprisingly manageable. Kim Ji-yeon wondered if his mentor had anything more challenging in store. Gu Jae-hyun admitted that while the technique might seem easy at first, repeating it would be tough. He wondered how many times Kim Ji-yeon would need to do it. Gu Jae-hyun decided that since it was the first day, they would keep it light until noon tomorrow. The words echoed in Kim Ji-yeon's mind 100,000 times. Kim Ji-yeon could only utter a disbelieving, "What?" A cave entrance opens to a bright, sunny landscape. Deep within the cave, a bat hangs, its red eyes glowing ominously. More bats take flight, their leathery wings beating as they fill the cavern with a chorus of OP sounds. Yun Nanak's eyes glow with a purple light as she gazes upward at the swarm. Blasts of energy erupt from her, streaking through the air. The energy intensifies, the air crackling with power. The beams continue to fire, a relentless barrage of force. The sounds of impact echo through the cave as Yun Nanak stands firm. A hand grips a knife tightly, the inner thought echoing. It needs to be sharper and faster. But a thought bubbles to the surface. I wonder if the cult leader is doing well. 8694, 8695. She gasped for air, sweat beading on her forehead as the training pushed her to her limits. The old man watched her, waiting. Yun Nanak cursed under her breath, wondering how she was supposed to do this. Gu Jaihyun told her to wait, and that they would meet again tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. The old man mused that since the youngest was curious, he would demonstrate one more time. He seemed to be speaking to himself. Yun Nanak started to protest, but the old man cut her off. Gu Jaihyun moved with blinding speed, showcasing the technique. Yun Nanak wondered how he could even do that. The old man asked if it was easy, right? He kicked up dust as he moved. Gu Jaihyun stood tall, his bow slung across his back. Yun Nanak thought to herself that the technique didn't even seem practical in a fight. She looked at her phone. A message from team leader Kim Young announced a hidden mission: become the disciple of the Bao God. Yun Nanak despaired that these things always showed up at times like this to make her suffer. A man with long blonde hair sneered, thinking that brute force alone wouldn't work. He didn't know where the trainee came from, but his master's teachings weren't as easy to follow for simpletons. She grits her teeth, clearly frustrated by the training. Yun Nanak's frustration boils over. She wonders aloud if she even knows why she's stuck on these regiments. Gu Jaihyun tells her that if she's just going to talk nonsense, she should go lie down in her room. The focus narrows on her eyes, reflecting her intense concentration. With a burst of speed, she dodges a strike. The attack narrowly misses her, leaving a trail of blood. Again, Yun Nanak dodges another attack. Gu Jaihyun thinks that she's going to get herself killed. She realizes that her body is naturally reacting. Gu Jaihyun explains that if that footwork becomes second nature to her, she can easily dodge basic attacks. He tells her to stop thinking about unnecessary things and just pretend she's dead for a moment and push through to the end. Gu Jaihyun sighs, wondering if he really has to teach her every little thing, since she must be pretty bad at this. The number 22 hangs in the air. A small bird perches on a branch, seemingly unconcerned. A close-up reveals the strain on her heavily tattooed arm. She struggles to maintain her stance, her body trembling with exhaustion. Gu Jaihyun observes, his expression unreadable. Looks like you couldn't complete the 100,000 repetitions. Her face contorted in pain, she grits her teeth. Damn, how is a human supposed to do this? She collapses to the ground, defeated. Gu Jaihyun states, well done. Yun Nanak, still on the ground, looks up in disbelief. Asterisk what? Well done. But I didn't finish. Asterisk Gu Jaihyun confirms, yes, youngest. You passed this training. Gu Jaihyun explains, in truth, this training was meant to test your mental strength. He continues, his long gray hair flowing behind him. Part of my teaching is the will to never give up. A single drop of water falls from a bamboo spout. As long as you don't give up, sometimes even a small drop of water. The text speaks of a power so great, it can split a rock. Gu Jaihyun, watching Kim Jian, declares that he saw his mental fortitude in this training, expressing his pride. However, Gu Jaihyun states that Kim Jian's vessel is still too small to contain his teachings, leaving Kim Jian to wonder what he means by that. Gu Jaihyun explains that Kim Jian's body is currently not suitable for utilizing internal energy, which is the foundation of martial arts. Kim Jian asks what he should do then. Kim Jian wonders what he should do. Kim Jian pauses, a moment of hesitation before the next trial. Gu Jaihyun tells Kim Jian that it will be painful, but he must endure it well. Kim Jian, his face contorted in pain, asks what is happening. A primal scream tears from Kim Jian's throat. Blue energy erupts around Kim Jian, engulfing him in its raw power. Gu Jaihyun instructs Kim Jian to straighten his posture and feel the flow of energy he is sending. Gu Jaihyun admits he expected Kim Jian's vessel to be in poor condition, but the bowl shatters, a metaphor perhaps for the fragility of the vessel. It seems the old man wonders if the youngest will be able to withstand the trials ahead. Kim Jian meditates, drawing in the energy around him. His hands clench, a sign of the effort it takes to control the flow. A blue light emanates from his abdomen as Kim Jian wonders at the sensation. What is this heat he feels in his lower abdomen? Gu Jaihyun explains that it is the Danjian, and from now on, they will train both mind and body to fill it with internal energy. The book details the inner energy technique, the root of all strength. Kim Jian stretches, preparing himself. This is the precious elixir that... Kim Jian meditates again, a look of discomfort on his face. What's that smell? From now on, the teachings will bring even more excruciating moments. Gu Jaihyun watches him, explaining that if he doesn't give up and dedicate himself to the teachings, he'll become a different person than he is now. Gu Jaihyun asks if Kim Jian will be able to follow his teachings. Kim Jian grits his teeth, determined. Well, even if I crash and burn. He vows to keep going. He smirked, a flash of teeth against the shadows, the tattoos on his chest rippling with each breath. Gu Jaihyun watched him, his expression unreadable. A few days later, a figure stood outside a building, voicing concern. Was it okay to return to the cult leader after wrapping things up so quickly? Another voice chimed in, questioning if they weren't worried about the cult leader at all. A woman assured them that the cult leader was a strong person and there was no need to worry. Another man seemed unconvinced. The sound of approaching hooves echoed through the air. A horse galloped towards them, its breath misting in the air. A man demanded to know where the cult leader was. Another man pointed towards a waterfall in the distance. He sprinted towards the waterfall, kicking up dust and debris. The waterfall cascaded down the rocks, a torrent of water against the serene landscape. A man shouted that Dunkwang had come. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widened, a sense of unease washing over him. What could this be? An intense, unknowable energy pulsed in the air, seemingly emanating from the direction of the waterfall where the cult leader was said to be. From within the cascading water, a pair of eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, piercing the veil of the falls. A hand reached out, emerging from the torrent with unnatural strength. Kim Ji-yeon gasped, his eyes widening further at the sight. A voice cried out, filled with desperation and urgency. Cult leader. Another voice echoed, closer now, declaring, Cult leader, I'm here too. The man with the fiery red hair covered his mouth, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and anticipation. A bare foot emerged from the waterfall, stepping onto the slick rocks below. The water swirled around unseen feet, the surface rippling with an unseen presence. A monstrous figure clawed its way out of the waterfall, its grotesque features a horrifying sight. Someone walked away from the waterfall, their back turned to the unfolding horror. Yun Nanak's eyes widened, her hand flying to cover her mouth. Oh, you're here, she exclaimed, a mix of shock and disbelief coloring her tone. A beat passed before she added, It's been a while. Meanwhile, bathed in the ethereal glow of the cascading waterfall, Kim Ji-yeon stood, his muscular physique on full display. Water droplets clung to his skin, accentuating the intricate tattoos etched across his chest. Red lanterns cast a warm glow, illuminating the scene. Meanwhile, a figure kneels in supplication. The man behind him questions, implying the kneeling figure only helped because they couldn't resist threats. The man, battered and bruised, begs for his life, promising to become a loyal dog if spared. The silver-haired woman looks down at the man groveling at her feet, who whimpers like a dog. Elsewhere, a voice muses on the blood demon cult, now called the Cult of Enlightenment, and how that guy became its leader. The speaker laments that if he'd just settled down, he could have lived peacefully. A gray-haired man chuckles darkly, thinking there are many reasons to kill him. A close-up reveals a man with a neatly trimmed mustache and beard, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Elsewhere, the red-haired man stands with a woman, who seems to be asking a question. The red-haired man's face is etched with regret, as the earlier voice echoes in his mind. If he just settled down quietly, he could have lived out the rest of his days peacefully. Dunkwang is questioned about why he is alone, and reminded that he was asked to bring strong combatants. The red-haired man smiles, seemingly unconcerned. The red-haired man and the blonde woman enter a building, bells jingling as they do. The master of the cult demands, his voice laced with impatience, what brings the other man to his presence. Dunkwang explains that he needs to hire mercenaries, specifying that only the strongest will do. He is then asked what the reason for the hire is. The master's tone drips with disdain. He wonders aloud if he even needs to explain the reason. Dunkwang is told that there are formalities to follow. He suggests offering the job directly to mercenaries who come looking for work, but the master declares it's too late. The master reveals that the cult leader is alone in a remote place, urging Dunkwang to get to him quickly. Another man questions what would happen if something happened to the cult leader, asking if the other would take responsibility. He then thinks to himself that the cult leader is his brother. But seriously, what a moron. The master has an idea, realizing it could work. He demands paper and a brush. It's too late, the master thinks. Dunkwang is instructed to put the message up on the wall where everyone can see it. He seems confused. Dunkwang puts up a poster. Dunkwang reads the poster, thinking that he might just have to quit this job. The poster reads that anyone stronger than their cult leader should come and challenge them. Though there's probably no one. Haha. Scared? Haha weak? The master holds a bleeding man, thinking that the strong ones will come to the Cult of Enlightenment. The situation was becoming untenable. The man with dark hair thought to himself that they were barely managing to scrape people together as it was. But then, Kim Ji-yeon realized, since he'd already trained, he might as well test how strong he'd become. The man with the beard asked if he was all right and if he was heading back to the Cult of Enlightenment. He insisted it was too late, and he should stay one more night, but the time to go had come. The woman with long white hair reassured him, saying that if he ever needed his brother's strength, he should just say the word. And although it might not be a big help, she offered to take her disciple with him. The disciple looked surprised by the offer. The bearded man stated that it was time for him to gain some experience outside. The man with the beard continued, saying that since he'd learned under his tutelage, he shouldn't be getting beaten up too easily. The disciple retorted, telling him not to get too full of himself. It's not like he wanted to go. The disciple's face contorted in annoyance. Meanwhile, two figures stood overlooking a building. One remarked that this was supposed to be the lair of that cult leader. The other heard it was already in ruins, wondering where that confidence came from. One man beams, declaring this the perfect opportunity to showcase his brother's skills. It's time, he says, to reveal the hidden power of his black flame. The word dragon hangs in the air. A man's face contorts in disbelief. He sputters, demanding to know who the hell they are. Someone scoffs at the title of cult leader, demanding to see how strong he truly is and challenging him to a fight. A man questions what the damned cult leader has been up to. A voice booms, ordering everyone to make way. The crowd murmurs that the cult leader is coming through. A man thinks this is his chance, resolving to leave a deep impression on everyone. Someone notes they don't know where this guy rolled in from. Another man challenges the so-called cult leader to a fight. The sound of a sharp slap echoed through the hall as one man's face snapped to the side from the force of the blow. Kim Ji-yeon looked up, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Who was this person interrupting the proceedings? Addressing the assembled members, the challenger spoke with a commanding tone. Hey, you lowlifes, listen up. The challenger continued, declaring that anyone who loses to him will join the cult of enlightenment and swear loyalty to him. The declaration was met with visible shock. A voice boomed, declaring, I will give up my position as cult leader of the cult of enlightenment. Kim Ji-yeon's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he listened to the terms of the challenge. The voice continued, clarifying, but before that, since it's a duel for the cult leader's title, I won't just fight anyone. Master declared, his voice laced with arrogance. Beat my subordinate first, and I'll fight you afterward. The voice echoed. Anyone who wants my position, step inside. Master, his expression challenging, taunted. Since you've got guts, why don't you go ahead and take the first strike? Dunkwang, watching the scene unfold, muttered, the so-called elder sure is arrogant. Master, his fists clenched, declared, you brought this upon yourself, so don't regret it. The master's gaze burned with anticipation, his red eyes narrowed, focused on the unfolding events. A swift punch landed squarely on the challenger's face, the sound of impact echoing through the courtyard as blood sprayed. Staggering back, the monk clutched his face, a silent question hanging in the air. Wiping the blood from his nose, the challenger stammered, didn't you say to attack first? Dunkwang grinned, declaring, there are no rules in a fight. He seized another challenger by the shoulder, his grip firm. A satisfied smirk played on Dunkwang's lips as he prepared for the next bout. Dunkwang announced, all right, let's move on quickly. Next. A brutal kick sent another challenger flying. The force of the blow sprayed blood as Dunkwang continued his relentless assault. Next. Another challenger was sent sprawling, a testament to Dunkwang's overwhelming power. The final challenger crashed into the wall, the impact leaving a visible crack as Dunkwang declared, next. A voice cuts through the tension. Someone objects, declaring that there's no rules stating they have to fight a specific person. Another man steps forward, raising his voice. He demands to be allowed to fight the one next to the Blood Death cult's leader instead. The man's offer hangs in the air, unanswered. A voice chuckles, seemingly amused by the offer. He suggests that they are underestimating Dunkwang, and asks if he wants to show his worth. Dunkwang stands ready, his back to the speaker, prepared to face his challenger. The voice continues, noting that shooting a bow in such a confined space is risky. He implies that Dunkwang's days at the cult leader's table are numbered, urging him to charge. Dunkwang declares that he will go first. 3 arrows are knocked, ready to be unleashed. The man who offered to fight scoffs, questioning if numerous projectiles will change anything. The arrows are released, blurring through the air. The man's eyes widen as he watches the arrows fly, muttering that they move as if they're alive. The arrows strike their target, a dark silhouette erupting in a spray of blood. The ghost of fighting stands tall, issuing a challenge to anyone willing to step forward. Who's next to face him? The master watches with amusement, finding the unfolding events quite entertaining. He came just in case, though he hadn't expected an event quite like this. Gu Jai-hyun decides it's time to make his move. He'll take the cult leader's seat and settle the score for some long-overdue revenge. A crowd of onlookers watches, their expressions a mix of anticipation and apprehension. The master's grin widens, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Dunkwang addresses an old man, telling him to leave if he's not going to fight. There's no room for spectators here. Kim Ji-yeon simply says no, his expression unreadable. The master prepares to test something, his intentions unknown. Kim Ji-yeon declares that this time, he'll go, his voice filled with determination. His eyes glow red, a sign of the power surging within him. Chiak Guigang smirks, noting that they met sooner than expected. Kim Ji-yeon pauses, trying to recall his opponent's name. He recalls the name, Goja. The man is Chiak Guigang, elder of the Kunlun sect, also known as Yoljum Gadak or Goja. 2 men watch from the side, one remarking that when people get old, they just drop off like fruit. They then taunt the elder, telling him to hurry up and fight. Shiok Gwigang laughs, declaring that there are only uneducated fools present. The two men continue their taunts, commenting on his lack of manners and mocking him for being a eunuch, telling him to wait his turn and that there's no ladies first around there. Shiok Gwigang thinks to himself that everywhere he goes, it's just dogs barking noisily. The two men call him a crazy old man, adding that just because he's a bit senile doesn't mean he's entitled to a senior citizen discount. Shiok Gwigang prepares to draw his sword. The two men look on, surprised. Shiok Gwigang notes that it seems like it's finally gotten quiet. Footsteps approached, a voice cutting through the air. The voice challenged, declaring that anger should not be taken out on others for no reason, and then demanded that Shiok Gwigang come at him. Shiok Gwigang made a gesture with his fingers, a silent dare. Kim Jian, standing behind him, interjected, saying he hadn't even called on his strength yet and would handle this himself, telling the other man to hold on before he said anything else. A voice from behind Shiok Gwigang suggested he check behind him first. A figure in tan clothing launched a surprise attack, sword flashing. Shiok Gwigang met the attack head-on, the clash of steel echoing. With a swift motion, Shiok Gwigang unleashed a powerful counterattack, his blade glowing with blue energy. The force of the blow sent the figure flying backwards. Shiok Gwigang stood firm, a smirk playing on his lips. Sorry, but sneak attacks are skill too. The figure in tan clothing was sent hurtling through the air, disbelief etched on his face. What the hell? How is he this fast? The figure crashed into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. The kneeling figure, having witnessed the gun's power, mutters to himself that Shiok Gwigang is indeed worthy of his title. He is then dismissed, told he has earned his keep and can go back inside. Shiok Gwigang, holding the gun, declares that from now on, he will be Kim Jian's opponent. He chuckles, admitting he can't figure out how the weapon works. The elder scoffs, reminding Kim Jian that such tricks don't work on him anymore. Kim Jian smiles, replying that was then. The ghost of fighting examines the gun, commenting on its design. Shiok Gwigang explains that he's sure the way to increase the gun's potential is the same as with a bow. To illustrate, the elder prepares to fire an arrow with a normal bow attack. The arrow is released, propelled forward. The arrow streaks through the air, a blur of motion. The arrow slams into a tree, the impact creating a swirling vortex of energy. Shiok Gwigang points out that, at this level, it only has enough destructive power to break a single tree. Kim Jian, surprised, questions if Shiok Gwigang is out his mind. The elder continues, explaining that if he infuses his inner energy, he held the bow and arrow, explaining that the power was stored within the Danjian. Blue energy began to swirl around the weapon as he prepared to demonstrate the technique. Focusing his inner energy, the fingertip glowed with an intense blue light as the power began to manifest. The energy erupted, a beam of pure blue light shooting skyward with a resounding whack. The beam continued its ascent, a pillar of raw power piercing the heavens. At its apex, the energy detonated in a blinding flash, the sound echoing through the forest. Shiok Gwigang turned back, inquiring if Kim Jian noticed the difference, promising to teach him a method. He pressed, asking if Kim Jian thought he could replicate the feat. A hidden mission was triggered and completed, granting a shallow understanding of the Bao God and 2 magazines with 30 bullets each. Kim Jian, now holding the gun, confidently declared that he could. The gun definitely had a different feel, he thought. Shiok Gwigang stated that was all, adding that if he couldn't hit the target, there was no point. Shiok Gwigang begins to prepare his next attack, his stance shifting, readying himself for another strike. The antagonist's eyes narrow, focusing intently on his target, his expression hardening with determination. He stands ready, prepared to deflect whatever Shiok Gwigang throws at him. Kim Jian taunts, just try deflecting this next one. Shiok Gwigang unleashes his attack, a surge of energy emanating from him. The antagonist raises his sword high above his head, preparing to strike with immense force. Shiok Gwigang's expression shifts to one of surprise, muttering, what the? Last time. A spectral ram materializes, hovering behind Shiok Gwigang, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Shiok Gwigang wonders, something like that didn't come charging at me? But now why? The spectral ram charges forward, its hooves pounding the ground with increasing speed. Shiok Gwigang realizes with growing alarm, is that coming at me? With a mighty yell, Shiok Gwigang deflects the charging ram, sparks flying as their power collides. The force of the blow sends him crashing to the ground, limbs askew. A crimson-haired observer gaped, muttering, I knew the cult leader had changed, but I didn't expect him to grow this strong in such a short time. A wet cough escaped his lips, splattering blood across the ground. Shiok Gwigang struggled to rise, his thoughts racing. My body won't move. I need to get up quickly. And my sword. Where did my sword fly off to? Kim Jian stood over him, his voice cold. What's this? You said you could block it. You bastard. You must have used some trick. How could you transcend so much in such a short time? Another man watched, his face bandaged. I've never seen such martial arts, anywhere. Another voice chimed in, yeah, I'm sure it feels unfair and frustrating, but don't feel too bad. Xia Guigang, despite his injuries, declared, from the start, this battle was always going to end with my victory. Kim Jian's eyes glowed red as he responded, because I'm the main character, haha. His hands tightened into fists. The words hung in the air, well then, farewell. Deng Quang, looking concerned, pleaded, Sir, cult leader, please reconsider one more time. The man in the distance warned, if you kill that man now, a full-scale war with a marshal. The declaration hung in the air, heavy with consequence. Alliance will be unavoidable. Bloodied but defiant, Xia Guigang spat out a warning. He urged a reconsideration, for killing him meant war with the entire martial alliance. Deng Quang questioned what all the fuss was about, stating flatly that the war had already begun. The two stood together, a united front against an unseen enemy. A hand gripped a pistol, the cold steel promising a swift end. Xia Guigang's face contorted with rage, declaring that the moment the bastard set foot there, things changed. Deng Quang recalled that Kim Jian had claimed to have never seen this martial art before. The disembodied voice declared that it is the strongest of all primates on Earth. A vortex of blood and motion surrounded Xia Guigang, signaling a deadly technique. Gun technique. Xia Guigang lay defeated, blood pooling around him. Deng Quang finished the thought, stating that, as they say, the dead don't talk. Deng Quang declared it was time to move on, his tone suggesting a shift in strategy. A voice echoed, laced with a hint of menace, inquiring if anyone else required an explanation of the gun technique. A smirk played across an unseen face, a silent promise of pain to come. The voice continued, now laced with impatience, urging someone to emerge from hiding. Don't be shy, come on out. I'll dash. A hand gripped a gun, the metal cold and unforgiving, ready to unleash its deadly potential. Go easy on you. The air crackled with anticipation, the silence punctuated only by the subtle sounds of impending violence. With a curt dismissal, Kim Jian turned, declaring that it was time to move on. A voice boomed, rhetorically asking if anyone else needed an explanation of the gun technique. The speaker's expression was a mix of arrogance and suppressed rage. Two figures stood in the background, their expressions unreadable. Kneeling, the old man thought to himself that if he couldn't be the head of the dragon, he swore loyalty to the cult leader, not caring if he became the dirt under his toenails. The old man roared, demanding that the others bow their heads to the cult leader. Confusion etched across his face. The old man questioned if he was their parent or something. A fist connected with the old man's face. The force of the blow sent him sprawling to the ground. Kim Jian demanded to know what they were staring at. A figure with glowing red eyes knelt, stammering, why yes, sir. The backs of several figures are seen, clad in martial arts attire, as they listen to the speaker. Two men kneel, their expressions unreadable, as they await further instructions. A group of martial artists stands, their faces a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. One man beams with pride, his hands clasped together in a gesture of loyalty. The speaker congratulates the assembled warriors, their faces reflecting a mix of relief and determination. They will be conquering the martial world. The crowd of martial artists listens intently, their expressions ranging from stoic to eager. Amidst the congratulations, one warrior's thoughts drift elsewhere. He misses his mom. A sinister smile spreads across a face, hinting at hidden intentions. The warriors stand ready, their faces a mixture of determination and apprehension as they prepare to conquer the martial world. A figure warns that those who want to run away should do so now, his expression serious. But the story continues. A sinister smile spreads across the master's face, a silent threat hanging in the air. If anyone dares to run and gets caught, the consequences will be dire. Tears stream down Xia Guigang's face as he declares he'll kill them. Another man stands behind him, stating he'll be going first, seemingly to protect his mother. Kim Jian strokes his chin, lost in thought. They need a leader to command this unit. The old man's cheeks flush as he ponders who would be a good fit. Deng Quang points a finger, declaring that someone will do it. The blonde-haired man is surprised, questioning why he should do it since he's leaving soon. He is reminded that even if he's leaving, he still has to settle the bill for the food. The old man states simply, you owe. The old man closes his eyes, a sense of finality in the air. Deng Quang smirks, commenting that all that bootlicking doesn't make the blonde-haired man any different from him in the end. Deng Quang continues, saying things are about to get interesting, so the blonde-haired man should look forward to it. The old man declares that as for the vice commander to assist the leader, the blonde-haired man will do it. Confusion hung heavy in the air as the two men exchanged glances, unspoken questions swirling between them. The blonde man's gaze intensified, his expression hardening as he stared at someone just out of view. A plume of smoke curled from the pipe. The man's eyes narrowed as he considered the situation. The report came in. The elder from Kunlun's sect had been slain. Antagonist master, his gaze sharp, wondered if Dunkwang had looked into the matter. The master pressed, demanding to know what he had asked. Dunkwang confirmed that he had checked out the surroundings, cult leader. It seemed the elder had come alone. That should mean there wouldn't be any pressing issues for now. The master ordered Dunkwang to burn the guy's corpse. Dunkwang acknowledged the order. Chiak Guigang, his face a mask of disapproval, exclaimed that no matter the situation, there were certain human decencies. The question hung in the air, heavy with accusation. Was the price of decency the lives of his subordinates? The bald man affirmed the statement, addressing the long-haired man as cult leader. Kim Jian pressed on, noting that the elders seemed to know exactly where to find them. He wondered if anyone had any ideas about that. The red-haired man began to offer his insight. The only outsider who knew the cult leader's identity, Kim Jian mused, could only be that guy. He voiced his suspicion. A voice declared that appearances never lie. The man's face contorted in pain as a fist connected with his jaw, blood splattering. He questioned why he had been summoned. Mengia was reminded of their relationship. The man with the bloody face lamented that they were supposed to be friends, and a friend should be willing to sacrifice themselves. Kim Jian accused him of sacrificing him for his own sake. The red-haired man decided to teach him what friendship really means, pressing a gun against his head as the other man begged for mercy. A desperate voice explained that they had threatened his family, leaving him no choice. The man groveled, swearing it would never happen again. From above, a voice mused that a traitor is always a traitor. The man in the chair watched the display with cold indifference. Another voice pleaded, begging for just one more chance. A desperate promise echoed, the man declaring he would become the cult leader's loyal dog. The man in the chair considered the display. He really was like a dog. He recognized that barking. A question hung in the air. Was it the branch leader? A tearful voice confirmed it. The crowd hailed Jinwoo, the Hao Moon Lord and Lower Five Moon Lord. A question arose. Was that woman the leader? She shouldn't have stooped so low. Jinwoo stepped on a kneeling man's head. What was she doing? Another man offered to apologize on the branch leader's behalf if he had made any mistakes. Jinwoo proposed they talk alone for a bit. She stood tall, her gaze fixed on the man before her, while another remained prostrate on the floor. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Jinwoo stated that it was a huge mistake on their part, especially since trust is vital in their dealings. She continued, addressing Kim Jian, that because of this incident, they almost suffered major losses on their side. Her expression hardened as she declared that the deal was one-sided, not mutual. Kim Jian listened intently, his face betraying nothing of his thoughts. Her eyes narrowed. Jinwoo questioned why they should be held responsible for this. Kim Jian realized, with a sinking feeling, that she was right, and he didn't even have a comeback. However, Kim Jian internalized that he had no intention of questioning the leader over that. Jinwoo's tone shifted, revealing that she actually came to ask a favor from him, cult leader. She continued, stating that if he would grant her this favor. Jinwoo knelt, her expression unreadable. Kim Jian's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Jinwoo finished, promising that she would give him the world. She added that she'd heard that he, cult leader, dreamed of conquering the martial world, but given his current situation, that she speaks of a dream beyond reach, leaving Kim Jian visibly perplexed. He wonders what she means, realizing it's impossible in his current state. Jinwoo counters, her voice smooth as silk. She suggests that with her by his side, everything would change. Kim Jian listens intently as she continues, elaborating on how his martial conquest wouldn't just be a dream, but a reality. However, she adds, the reason she's making such a request is probably... The woman's words hang heavy in the air. It involved tremendous risk, she warns, even risking his very life. Kim Jian's eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. He repeats the words in his mind, cult leader? Even so, Jinwoo insists if he accepts and fulfills her request. The offer hangs in the air, leaving Kim Jian utterly bewildered. Jinwoo gazes down at him, her expression unreadable. Her hand rests gently on his shoulder, a silent promise or perhaps a subtle threat. Elsewhere, a man cries out in shock, his voice filled with desperation. W8, Moon Lord. The world, the conquest of the martial world. The words echo in Kim Jian's mind as he stares into Jinwoo's eyes. Jinwoo's voice is soft, yet carries the weight of untold power. She whispers, I'll give you everything. She gazes down, a soft smile gracing her lips as Jinwoo embraces Kim Jian. The air is thick with unspoken promises, the heart-shaped motes dancing around them like secrets whispered in the dark. The touch sends a flush across Kim Jian's face. His fists clench, the ghost of fighting seething with barely suppressed rage. How dare anyone get so close to the Moon Lord? Jinwoo extends her hand, her expression unreadable as she asks if he will accept a request. Kim Jian crosses his arms, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He realizes he'll have to risk his life. Jinwoo sits across from Kim Ji-yeon. She acknowledges his hesitation, stating that her request is simple. The request is revealed: find her younger sister. The details of the commission begin to unfold. Jinwoo explains that her sister journeyed to a mysterious place called the Nam-Man Beast Palace. The Nam-Man Beast Palace is shrouded in mist, its location a mystery. To gather information for the commission, Jinwoo reveals that the Nam-Man Beast Palace is a secluded place. The palace has cut off contact with the outside world, so there is little information to be found. However, it is said that they live together in harmony with various species of the animal kingdom. One of the primary reasons there's so little information about the Nam-Man Beast Palace is their extreme hostility toward outsiders. The Nam-Man Beast Palace's power is formidable. In their endless warfare, they acquired great strength, just as strong as their hostile nature. So consider this a small token of goodwill. Many sects have attempted various efforts to harness the power of the Nam-Man Beast Palace. But the outcome for those who ventured into their territory has always been the same. Of course, he thought he was against it, but he had no choice. Jinwoo revealed that the ones who requested the information about Nam-Man Beast Palace were from the Martial Alliance itself. Because it was such a dangerous task, Jinwoo tried to refuse, but they began to apply more and more pressure. Even threatening their home, the flames engulfed the building. The master remained silent, his expression unreadable. He declared that he would find the Moon Lord's sister tomorrow. One of the men exclaimed that the place has always been a forbidden zone in the martial world. The old man agreed, stating that it was an extremely dangerous mission. The master pondered, wondering what the old man thought. Third Elder. The group looked down, surprised. Jinwoo approached. Dunkwang wondered when she had arrived, noting that he hadn't sensed her at all. Chiak Guigang questioned how the cult leader knew. Jinwoo greeted the cult leader, noting that he had changed quite a bit in her absence. The cult leader, seated and attentive, seeks another's point of view. He asks what their perspective is. Jinwoo admits that her opinion doesn't differ much from the other elders. Still, she understands how the Moon Lord feels. A somber declaration hangs in the air. They've all lost their families. The cult leader's words echo in the chamber, reminding them of the Martial Alliance. He asks how they could possibly turn their backs on that shared pain. Jinwoo reiterates her desire to help the Moon Lord this time. Chiak Guigang warns that there are dangerous beasts guarding that place. The cult leader insists that anyone who loves animals can't be a bad person. Chiak Guigang questions the cult leader's statement. Chiak Guigang continues, stating that even among those who love animals, the cult leader interrupts, declaring that there are always bad people, regardless of their affinity. The cult leader repeats his point, emphasizing that there are always bad people, regardless of their affinity. Chiak Guigang retorts, accusing the cult leader of being the worst bastard of all. A small dog, tongue lolling out, is held up to the viewer. He knows he hasn't been able to play with the pup much lately. Kim Ji-yeon holds Mungu close, telling him that Daddy is going off somewhere again. He asks if Mungu will be okay. Mungu stares blankly ahead. Kim Ji-yeon promises that when he comes back, he'll bring lots of presents, telling Mungu to go play. Mungu looks up at Kim Ji-yeon. Kim Ji-yeon stands in the room with Mungu, thinking that this is why people say raising kids is pointless. Elsewhere, a group travels through a forest. One of the men asks if they really have to walk like this. The woman explains that the people of Nam-Man Beast Palace are known to have extremely heightened senses from living among the animals, so if they take a carriage, they'll be easily detected. The man with the red hair says that it feels like it's getting hotter the further in they go. Another man lies on the ground, saying to just kill him instead. A voice responds, saying fine, they'll kill him. The man exhales, his expression unreadable. Kim Ji-yeon suggests they rest by the water before continuing. He plunges into the cool water with a splash. He feels like he can breathe again. A woman's eyes widen, a blush rising on her cheeks as she thinks about the cult leader's physique. She insists that she is fine. One of the men urges her to join them, saying they are all family here. Another agrees, saying it's hot and she should come on in. The woman looks surprised. She relents, saying she understands. She sits on a rock in the water. The water flows. She steps into the water. A woman with a sword calls out, alerting everyone. She wonders what's going on. A man with a scar on his face looks up, confused. A fox-like creature stands alert, its ears perked up. A group of men stand together, one of them declaring that they've finally caught it. Someone walks forward, thinking that even if it's a mystical creature, it's still just a beast. The man with the scar stands with the fox-like creature. A man in a suit, smoking, looks up in confusion. The fox-like creature cowers in the rain. A man smiles, warning that no one should mess with their prey, stating they went through a lot of trouble to catch it. He cast his gaze downward, muttering about the apparent frailty of something before him. The man, back turned, declared that whether he cooked or sold, it was no one else's concern. An unseen voice commanded others to mind their own business. The figure crouched low, gently stroking the soft fur of a rabbit. A leg lunged forward, the intent unclear. A sudden grip on his hair elicited a surprised, "Huh." A foot came down with crushing force. The world blurred into streaks of white. Muscles coiled, ready to unleash. Power surged, a blue aura crackling around the figure. The air cracked with unseen force. Everything dissolved into a blinding white. A single, star character fills the frame, its meaning hanging heavy in the air. His red eyes burning with defiance, the man challenged the unspoken command. What if I don't want to? A trio of figures charge forward, their faces contorted in rage. One of them shouts a furious challenge. The camera focuses on a heavily tattooed man, his expression unreadable. A close-up reveals a sharp, intense gaze. A brutal fight erupts, blood splattering across the scene. A foot slams down, the force of the step emphasized. A close-up shows a man's face, marred by a severe black eye. Blood trickles from a man's nose as he begins to explain. So what you're saying is... Before a man in a black robe, several figures kneel in supplication. One confirms, yes, that's correct. The man in the black robe crosses his arms, stating, honestly, we don't know anything about the fox. The man with the black eye explains, they just promised us a large sum of money, so we happily did the job. Also, the unseen speaker questions, you didn't even know why, and yet you put this tiny thing through all that. The man in the black robe looks distressed, exclaiming, Hoke, I'm sorry. He dismisses someone, telling them to get out of his sight quickly, though wonders if it was by chance that they met. The man's face is bruised and battered. He recalls the months spent struggling to capture something. Chiak Wigang looks down at the fox, curled up and fast asleep. Despite his injuries, the man laughs, thanking someone profusely. Blood trickles down the man's face, the impact having clearly been severe. Chiak Wigang stands over the fallen man, remembering that he almost forgot to beat him up some more. Elsewhere, a group sits around a fire. Chiak Wigang observes the sleeping fox, noting that it doesn't seem like it's going to get up and wondering if it's badly hurt. He recalls that they applied some basic treatment, so should wake up with time. The woman states that they will be entering the cult's territory tomorrow, and that they need to be even more cautious from now on. Chiak Wigang asks how they plan on tracking her, and the woman responds that once they reach their territory, they'll start by combing the outskirts and gradually narrow down the area. He declared his intention to scout the outer area with his sister. Chiak Wigang paused, considering something. The man, mid-bite, questioned if he was a food fighter or something. He continued, demanding that if he was going to eat, he should at least do it quietly. The man looked up, a confused expression on his face. Massive paws stepped into view. A wolf? The wolf stood tall, looming over the group. One of the men questioned if that wolf size was even normal, while another urged the cult leader to stay back, declaring that they would handle this. Fatty told them not to overreact. Chiak Wigang stated that just by looking at it, it was clearly a lost animal. Chiak Wigang listened as one of his men warned that turning their backs on the wolf seemed dangerous. The man insisted that there were no bad animals, only bad people. From the shadows, the master responded, a hint of amusement in his tone. The master's expression remained unreadable. Yeppa was given a task. He paused, realizing this wasn't just a lost animal. The wolf stared intently, as if it had deliberately found its way here. Yeppa thought to himself that the cult leader was right, no matter how he looked at it. The master reassured them that the wolf was just lost and would understand their true intentions if they showed sincerity. Yeppa agreed, trusting the cult leader's words. Yeppa reached out, thinking there must be a deeper reason he couldn't grasp, and told the wolf he wouldn't hurt it. His hand extended towards the wolf's snout. Yeppa realized it was true, just like the cult leader had said, sincerity worked. How could he have thought otherwise about such a gentle creature? The wolf lunged, jaws clamping down on Yeppa's head. The wolf violently shook Yeppa, the attack swift and brutal. He cried out, begging for help before reconsidering. Nearby, a fox yawned, oblivious to the danger. The fox perched on the shoulder of the man in black, seemingly content. The wolf lunged, teeth bared and saliva dripping, ready to tear into its prey. The wolf stood over Fatty, who lay bleeding on the ground. Suddenly, the wolf was engulfed in flames. The burning wolf snarled, "Please leave it to us." Two figures watched the spectacle unfold. Chiak Wigang's voice boomed, "Hey, enough, move aside." Chiak Wigang continued, "It's just a stray that hasn't been trained properly yet." A woman pleaded, "Cult leader, please wait." The woman hesitated, but the red-haired man insisted, "Sister, let's trust him, he is our leader." Kim Jian coaxes the fox, Nabi, to come closer, telling him to sit. He repeats the command, warning that if Nabi doesn't comply, he'll be scolded, adding that he's only going to say it one last time. Kim Jian shouts, "Nabi, sit," as he points a gun directly at the fox. The massive paw of the fiery wolf halts mid-stride. With a sigh, Kim Jian lowers the gun as Nabi finally sits. Elsewhere, Kim Jian smiles, seeing that Nabi has obeyed. The fox sits obediently, his tail wagging slightly. "I told you, genuine sincerity works, haha," Kim Jian says. Nabi remains seated, looking up at Kim Jian. The woman observes, thinking that the wolf was definitely about to attack the cult leader, but suddenly, it stopped. She muses that Nabi must have sensed something from the fox, adding that even she felt it for a brief moment. An indescribable, chilling aura emanates from the fox. Kim Jian beams, confident in his assessment. There are no bad animals, he declares. He jokes that perhaps Nabi mistook Yukba for a piglet. Fatty curses under his breath. Dunkwang affirms the words of the cult leader. Kim Jian turns his attention to Nabi, asking if he can track a similar scent. The wolf, Nabi, sniffs the air, his senses heightened. The woman with the sword suggests that they follow Nabi's lead, but first, she addresses the cult leader. Meanwhile, Jinwoo observes that they have some uninvited guests. Energy crackles in the air. The air shimmers with anticipation. A crimson light pierces the night. Jinwoo prepares for battle, her form wreathed in red energy. The onslaught began, red energy blades tearing through the ranks of the unprepared. The sound of impact echoed through the forest. She moved with deadly speed, leaving a trail of defeated foes suspended upside down in her wake. Dunkwang observed the unfolding battle, a hint of amusement in his voice as he acknowledged their training. But, from below, a warrior noted the seemingly endless supply of uninvited guests. Spear in hand, one of the warriors charged forward. Dunkwang smirked, finding their numbers cute. He leveled his weapon, demanding to know why they were still standing around. One of the men looked up, surprised by the mention of cult leader. A fox spirit remained near the feet of the man. Dunkwang's eyes widened, muttering in disbelief at being called. Seated in a meditative pose, the muscular figure is surrounded by an ethereal blue flame. Strange symbols float in the air above him, as if pulled from another dimension. The massive trunk of an elephant dominates the view, its ivory tusks gleaming in the dim light. A voice rumbles, declaring that this world setting is seriously messed up. Kim Jian, looking up, wondered if bringing an elephant was perhaps a bit excessive. From above, a voice boomed, declaring that the stranger had entered the territory of Naman. The voice continued, demanding to know what business the trespasser had on their land, the land of the Beast Palace. The figure stood before the massive elephant, unmoving. Kim Jian, his throat apparently sore, suggested that if the figure had something to say, he should come down and talk. The figure, standing on a red carpet atop the elephant, repeated his sentiment. How insolent. A powerful impact shook the ground. Looking up, Kim Jian declared that the figure would soon realize something as the figure fell from the sky. Hanging precariously from the elephant's trunk, the figure retorted that it was unfortunate for Kim Jian. A foot began to descend. Kim Jian, staring upwards, wondered what was with this idiot. Judging by the figure's stance, Kim Jian realized he must be a martial artist. The unseen speaker pressed the issue, questioning if Kim Jian was truly aware of the Naman Beast Palace. Kim Jian, eyes narrowed, dismissed the attempt to appear tough, his expression unreadable. The green-haired man stated that they should mind their own business and be on their way, adding that it would mean they'd made a wasted trip as no outsider had set foot there in a long time. Kim Jian questioned how he could trust the other's word, as it was the first time he'd ever seen him, stating he needed to see things himself to be satisfied. Chiak Guigang, standing before the massive elephant, declared, in that case. 3 birds soared overhead, their shadows falling across the assembled warriors. Awaiting the order, the warriors of the Beast Palace stood ready, their wolf companions snarling. The elephant's head, eyes glowing with an eerie red light, rumbled, there's only one answer. Chiak Guigang stood firm, the massive elephant looming behind him. The woman's expression was grave as she warned that even if they won, they'd be chased through their territory. One of the figures suggested to the cult leader that it might be better to retreat for now, arguing that sometimes a retreat is necessary to advance. Another figure agreed with the woman, but the leader declared that in his life, there was no such thing as retreat in the past or in the future. Chiak Guigang considered their options. If they were to flee from this place, it would be shameful to claim they were aiming for martial dominance. The man named Dunkwang looked surprised. He stammered, "Wait a minute, this is an embarrassing situation. Wait a minute, what do you think, Dunkwang?" Another figure declared his loyalty. "No matter where we go, I will follow you, cult leader." Chiak Guigang grabbed Dunkwang's shoulder, his expression unreadable. Fatty smirked, cracking his knuckles. Guys like that need a real beating. I think I've given them enough time to prepare. Shall we begin? The man named Fatty, astride a wolf, declared, "Fine, come at me anytime. But I can handle this kind of trash on my own." Suddenly, there was a sound of thunder. Fatty and his wolf charged forward. "Here's the first, and..." Chiak Guigang's expression hardened. "Last warning shot I'm giving you guys." He leveled the gun, his finger tightening on the trigger. If anyone still wants to die. The gun was pointed forward. "Step forward." His brow furrowed with concern. The man muttered that this foe was unlike any other. Not only was his attack invisible, but his power could fell an ancient tree with a single blow. The warrior, muscles taut, declared that their arrogance would embolden them to one day steal their freedom. His eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him. Wait a second, that's... A voice boomed out, commanding everyone to stop. The man glanced at the fox perched on the other's shoulder, wondering who it was. The man holding the knife was no ordinary martial artist, but one chosen by the Shadow Fox. The muscular warrior extended an invitation to be a guest of Na-Man Beast Palace. The warrior stood firm, his sword glinting in the dim light. Elsewhere, a group journeyed through the jungle, accompanied by a large wolf. The man with the fox on his shoulder observed that there didn't seem to be as many animals around as he expected. He traveled with his companions, the jungle air thick with anticipation. One of the men asked if they were close, and another confirmed their arrival. A voice echoed a simple greeting. Deng Quang tilted his head, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He thought of Na-Man Beast Palace. The group approached the grand entrance of Na-Man Beast Palace, a bustling hub of activity. Deng Quang's expression remained unreadable, the fox mask concealing his thoughts. The Shadow Fox, a rare and solitary creature, was unlikely to be accustomed to such a lively environment. Deng Quang looked up, acknowledging the information, but something still lingered in his mind. A group of onlookers watched, their gazes fixed on something above. One of the travelers felt the weight of unseen eyes upon them, a prickling sensation on their skin. The man with green hair explained that it was a mix of curiosity about the Shadow Fox. Deng Quang glanced upwards, a soft "huh" escaping his lips as he heard the words the Shadow Fox. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw a silhouette falling from the sky. Was this for real? The large man, still bound and hooded, is brought before the Na-Man Beast Palace. A tiger, adorned with decorative markings, strides forward, carrying a large figure on its back. The tiger continues its advance, its massive paws thudding against the stone. A towering figure, identified as Samusik, Lord of Na-Man Beast Palace, surveys the scene. Kim Jian, sporting fox ears, wonders to himself what could be the reason for that giant. The tiger receives a gentle pat on the head. Deng Quang stands nearby as Samusik has opened his heart to Kim Jian. Samusik booms, declaring that it seems they are worthy of staying in Na-Man Beast Palace. Samusik chuckles, finding Kim Jian quite adorable in person. Samusik mentions he heard they were looking for a woman, but in all honesty, no outsider has come here recently. Kim Jian states that it's fine, and if there really isn't anyone, they'll just find her themselves. Samusik reveals that their Nabi will track her scent for them. Deng Quang inquired if the missing woman's disappearance could be linked to a particular group in the area. The fox-eared man considered the question, a hand raised to his chin. If it was them, it would make sense. He then asked who they were referring to. Deng Quang explained that there was another large tribe in the region besides Na-Man Beast Palace, but they denied their existence. They had a horrifying custom. Deng Quang continued, stating that they believed that by eating humans, they could absorb the remaining lifespan of the person they devoured. Samusik suspected that the woman they were looking for was captured by them, finding the whole situation lunatic. Suddenly, a system message appeared. Team leader Kim Mi-young's voice echoed, noting the lack of tension in Kim Jian's quest for martial dominance. Kim Mi-young offered a hidden mission. Kim Jian's face contorted with stress. A failure penalty looms. Mungu will get sick. Chiak Wigang's face contorts with rage. He vows to hunt them and feed their entrails to the animals. The man's expression shifts to confusion. Kim Jian is holding a gun, his expression unreadable. Deng Quang chuckles, stating that someone is solving his problem for him and offering his thanks. Kim Jian's eyes widen in disbelief. He grips the gun tightly, questioning if this is real. Chiak Guigang, his face contorted with rage, demanded to know the whereabouts of his prey. His eyes burned with a furious intensity. The antagonist gripped his weapon, vowing to hunt them down and feed their entrails to the beasts. His voice dripped with malice. Chiak Guigang paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. He tilted his head, a silent "huh" escaping his lips. Lightning crackled around him as he leveled the gun, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and simmering rage. His confusion deepened as he stared at something metallic, muttering to himself in disbelief. Meanwhile, Deng Quang beamed, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He chuckled, expressing his gratitude for the unexpected assistance. Chiak Wigang stood before Deng Quang, his back to the viewer, an unspoken tension hanging in the air. Deng Quang, his voice booming with authority, declared his position as the lord of Na-Man Beast Palace. Chiak Wigang's eyes widened in surprise, a dawning realization spreading across his face. He stammered, trying to process the information. Deng Quang smiled knowingly, acknowledging the individuals who were handling the situation for him. A wide shot revealed a crowd of people, their purpose and allegiance still unclear. Frustration etched across Chiak Guigang's face. He cursed under his breath, his plans seemingly thwarted. Elsewhere, two men shared a hearty laugh, oblivious to the events unfolding elsewhere. In the background, Dunk Wang remained a silent observer. The memory of a sneering face flashed before Chiak Guigang's eyes, before the scene shifted back to the present, where he sat in silent contemplation. Chiak Guigang's mind raced, realizing the gravity of his situation. He should have considered the gun's durability and power sooner. In a flashback, Kim Jian channeled his inner energy into a gun, musing that its output could surpass durability. Dunk Wang inquired, wondering if something was bothering the cult leader. A woman observed that he didn't look too well, but quickly dismissed it as nothing when questioned about her change of clothes. Another man told someone to go about their business and not worry about him, before agreeing to be on his way. The scene returned to Chiak Guigang, still seated and seemingly lost in thought. Dunk Wang pressed further, asking if something was really bothering the cult leader. Dunk Wang's expression shifted, a knowing smile playing on his lips. The smile vanished as a sudden blow struck Dunk Wang, leaving him with a bloody nose. Someone remarked that anyone would think he'd lost his secret weapon. He stood over the fallen figure, his expression unreadable. Dunk Wang held a small object in his hand, thinking it was more useful than he thought, and that he was clearly still using it. Chiak Guigang approached, asking why he was so worked up. Chiak Guigang offered to take him to a place with a beautiful view. The two men stood together under the night sky. They sat on a cliff overlooking the landscape. Chiak Guigang asked if it wasn't such a beautiful place, but Dunk Wang seemed uninterested. Dunk Wang remained silent. Chiak Guigang observed that he seemed to have something plaguing his mind. Dunk Wang denied that it was about those cannibal tribes. Chiak Guigang supposed that the martial world didn't think very highly of them, but Dunk Wang said he didn't ask. Chiak Guigang continued, saying that those rumors didn't start because of them, but spread because of those guys, but Dunk Wang said he wasn't interested. He acknowledged their shared wariness of outsiders. Dunk Wang explained that they don't harm people recklessly. However, the underlying sentiment remained. They are different. If a stranger dares to enter their territory, Dunk Wang offered a small gift, a token of goodwill meant to foster peaceful relations. A stark reminder of the potential consequences, a severed head, a symbol of brutal finality. They'll kill you without question, regardless of reason or identity. Despite the similarities in appearance, clothing, and lifestyle, many misunderstand the Naman Beast Palace. But the unease lingers, a seed of worry planted deep. However, due to the similarities in that one day, this way of thinking in the martial world might turn into a disaster for us. It'd be nice if misunderstandings just stayed that way. He would like to help, but it's not that simple. Though the Naman Beast Palace is the largest tribe in the region, there are many smaller tribes living just outside of their territory. If they upset the peace and attack the weaker tribes around them, life continues in the village. We'll live in fear of their retaliation. Even though he looks like this, he wants as many people as possible to live in peace. Dunk Wang explains that when he offered to deal with their dilemma, he was ashamed, but honestly, he was really happy. The two stand together, looking out the night. But it won't be free, Dunk Wang warns. He asks that in the future, if they ask for help, no matter the reason, they must come and assist them just once. Dunk Wang asks if that's okay with him, and he replies, of course. The man with the fox-like collar announces that he will be heading off first, addressing the other man as Old Man. Dunk Wang wonders aloud why the shadow fox was with him all along and why he didn't show it to him earlier. The man with the fox collar seems surprised, wondering when it got there. Dunk Wang states that the truth is that he could say that. The text explains that the Naman Beast Palace was built because of the shadow fox. During the chaotic times of the past, when there was no order, there wasn't a day that passed without blood being spilled in the struggle for survival. But our ancestor, the first palace lord, pacified the region and established a new order. However, there was a hidden contributor to that achievement. The ancestor of the shadow fox that is now with you. Actually, the shadow fox isn't really a fox. Its true identity is the legendary sword, a blade of immense power, is said to be true based on stories passed down through the ages. The shadow fox, a creature wreathed in flame, is said to split seas and shatter lands. Dunk Wang wonders if this creature is the legendary sword. The man in black admits he's never seen it himself. Based on stories passed down through the ages, it's said to be true. This cute fox. Dunk Wang wonders how to get the legendary blade. He's not entirely sure, but if you can share your thoughts with the shadow fox, it will transform into a sword according to your will. The man in black wonders what the hell the problem is then. Do you know how hard I've been trying to send you telepathic messages? Dunk Wang thinks, is being cute your only charm? Maybe you should try getting closer to the shadow fox first? Right now, you and our friend barely know each other. He pondered the nature of relationships, wondering how one could expect to open up to each other. He couldn't help but think about the important relationships he had. Important relationships? Kim Jian wondered why he even brought this thing home. He addressed the small dog, asking, "Hey Mutt, what's your name?" When someone calls you, Kim Jian thought you should at least respond. Smart? Baduk. The sound effects Diong, echoed as Kim Jian considered Mungu. He wondered if the dog liked the name Mungu. The dog looked up, seemingly oblivious. Kim Jian wondered if he should give the fox-like dog name. He suggested, "How about Guak Chuliong?" He paused, then asked, "What, you don't like it?" Then, he continued, "Guan Pil sang? Guak Dupel. Only Kmo. Diokgu." He sighed, admitting he wasn't sure how he usually named things. Kim Jian suggested that maybe he should pick a feature that comes to mind when he looks at the shadow fox. The shadow fox sat patiently. He sat, considering the small creature at his feet. "How about Cutie?" he mused aloud, testing the sound of the name. Kim Jian's eyes widened, his attention snapping upwards. He breathed, something catching his attention. He gently stroked the dog, a soft smile gracing his lips as he looked down at it. He thought to himself, well, I guess it won't be easy to get closer right away. He glanced down at the dog again, a silent request forming in his mind. "But once we do, help me out, all right?" Kim Jian's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. A faint hum filled the air. His eyes widened, a gasp escaping his lips. Is this really the legendary sword? He wondered, his gaze fixed on something glowing before him. He paused, a question forming in his mind. Before him stood a sword, and he wondered if it was the legendary blade he'd heard about. He considered if this was the sword someone from the neighboring village had been searching for, but as he held it, a strange sensation washed over him. An unknown power surged within him, coursing through his veins. He felt as though he could slice through anyone with a blade. A voice echoed in his mind, a sudden urge to fight. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips. Elsewhere, Dunkwang watched from afar. He didn't know what was happening, but it looked scary. Dunkwang addressed the man, telling him that it was going to be tough, but he was counting on him. He added that since he wasn't familiar with the area, Dunkwang decided to send his youngest son with him. He offered a sword, hoping it would prove helpful. The youngest son of the Nam-Man Beast Lord, Samurai, stood ready. Dunkwang warned them not to underestimate their opponents. A gruff voice declared that they were experts at hunting humans, while another warned that one could never know what tricks they might pull. The speaker was a large, imposing man, a strange symbol etched into his bald head. He dismissed their concerns, stating confidently that he was well prepared for such things. Samusik, perched on his shoulder, seemed to agree, offering a knowing glance. The man revealed the source of his confidence, the legendary sword, wreathed in ethereal flames. The legendary sword seemed to radiate power. The group continued their trek through the dense forest. He wondered aloud if they were almost there. The forest stretched out before them, a tapestry of green and shadow. Someone commented on the people eating out in the open. The man stood tall, the legendary sword held high against the backdrop of the forest canopy. A blinding light emanates from a figure cloaked in white and gold. The aroma of roasting meat fills the air as a man tends to the fire, another standing nearby, awaiting a meal. Around the campfire, others sit, their faces obscured, as they mutter about these bastards. Chiak Guigang walks, thinking to himself that they are shamelessly eating humans in broad daylight. Chiak Guigang asks if human meat is really that tasty. The man replies with a hint of surprise that it's lamb meat. A chorus of voices erupts, offended by the accusation. "So what, you bastard?" Chiak Guigang retorts, questioning if that means it's okay to eat lamb, and threatening death for those who harm the cute creatures. The man with the sword on his back remarks, "Wow, he's a crazy guy." The man eating the meat insists that it really is tasty. The meat glistens, radiating a tempting aroma. The man exclaims that the meat is seriously delicious, and the seasoning is amazing. The new character seems to be thoroughly enjoying his meal, despite the earlier discussion. He considers taking another bite of the meat. The meat is consumed. With cheeks puffed out, the new character declares that it's edible. Elsewhere, a man stands before a campfire where two others are sitting. The man asks why he's being questioned about cannibal tribes. The new character wonders if they even call those things human. Another man tells him that he knows that tribe well, and that he should be taking the other path. The man asks which way he should go. A man points, declaring right here. A close-up of intense eyes. A man swings a weapon with a crazed expression. The weapon continues its arc. He narrowed his eyes, a silent warning etched on his face. "Don't underestimate me, just because I don't have a gun." A swift, brutal slice bisected a figure, the air thick with the spray of blood. The blade continued its arc, a blinding flash accompanying its deadly path. The swordsman stood amidst the carnage, his stance confident. "I'm a 2nd-degree black belt in Heidong Kumdo." A voice echoed from the shadows, dripping with gratitude. "And I'm really grateful for this, by the way. Thanks for saving me the trouble of finding." A figure in the crowd spoke up, suggesting a course of action. "We should return the favor, shouldn't we?" A storm of blades descended upon a lone figure, each strike leaving a crimson trail. A bald man, veins bulging, barked orders. "Hold him down so he can't use any weapons." Plummeting through the sky, the falling man roared in disbelief. "How dare you try to hug me?" A flurry of blows rains down upon the group, the attackers moving with blinding speed. The attacks connect with devastating force, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. The new character looks up, his expression a mix of surprise and disdain. What the? They aren't even worth fighting. Yukpa's brow furrows, a question forming on his lips. But, Yukpa, why do I see two of you? The man's eyes widen as he realizes the situation. I also see two of you, cult leader. F***CK, this is why. The man warns, his voice laced with concern. You shouldn't eat what strangers give you. A voice filled with frustration echoes, damn it. The man looks up, a sense of unease washing over him. Bound tightly, the man struggles against his restraints, demanding, what the hell is going on? His legs are bound tightly to the chair, rendering him helpless. Elsewhere, two men stand guard, the tropical breeze rustling through the palm trees behind them. He was bound tightly to the stake, the flames licking hungrily at the wood beneath his feet. The air crackled with heat, the smell of burning wood mixing with an undercurrent of something far more sinister. The man in traditional clothing tilted his head, his gaze sharp and inquisitive. By the way, he inquired, what did they lather on your body? Yukpa, despite his predicament, couldn't help but think of the seasoning. I think it's that lamb seasoning from earlier, he thought, a grim humor coloring his thoughts. How much are these bastards planning to enjoy this meal? The man in traditional clothing pressed. So, it's just you and me who got captured, right? He paused, awaiting an answer. Yukpa confirmed, yes. I haven't seen anyone else. Despite the danger, Yukpa remained confident. But cult leader, there's no need to worry, he assured, his voice steady. The man in traditional clothing's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing. What? Why? He questioned, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. A surge of power emanated from Yukpa, a blue aura enveloping his form. Because I can handle this, with my strength, he declared, his voice resonating with newfound energy. The man in traditional clothing's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he witnessed Yukpa's display of power. He looked back at Yukpa, a warning on his lips. It's better not to, he started, but his words were cut short. Elsewhere, a line of figures stood at attention, their faces grim. A voice echoed, use unnecessary power. Once you've inhaled the AMSA scent. Meanwhile, the man in traditional clothing, now tied up himself, stared at a candle emitting a strange smoke. You can't use your inner strength for at least 1 hour, a voice declared. He wondered, is he talking about this smoke? A maniacal grin spread across Saleji's face, his eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. Even if you die, you'll live together with us inside our stomachs anyway. Ha ha! A firm hand presses against the back, a silent signal of betrayal or force. The world tilts, the edge of the abyss looming ever closer. A desperate plea echoes, a futile attempt to regain control. Hold on. Terror contorts the face as the fiery depths rush up to meet them. A final plunge into the inferno, a descent into oblivion. A scream of disbelief and despair pierces the air. No way. Am I really going to die like this? Bound and surrounded by an inferno, the man could only watch as the flames rose higher. There was no escape. The figure was thrown back by the force of the explosion, a desperate denial echoing in the air. Lying prone, blood pooling around his head, he wondered if this was truly the end. His eyes widened in disbelief, the reality of his situation crashing down upon him. Elsewhere, amidst the carnage, the woman stood, a silent observer of the devastation. Surveying the scene, she internalized that they were tougher than she initially believed. Meanwhile, the red-haired man raced through the jungle, urgently reporting that the cult leader and Brother Yukpa were missing. The woman's eyes widened at the news. She mused that they seemed to have put something in that lamb meat, wondering how they could act so carelessly in front of the enemy's base. She pressed him, asking if he knew where their hideout was. The man with green hair confirmed that it wasn't far from there. The woman in red urged them forward. She pleaded, requesting they be led there quickly. A voice echoed, promising to take the fastest route. The tied-up man's eyes fluttered open, disbelief coloring his expression. He couldn't believe he was dying so easily again, but something was off. Why didn't it feel hot? His eyes widened, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Bound tightly, he remained suspended. The ropes held him fast. Below, the ground seemed solid. He exclaimed in disbelief, "What the?" The net, suspended over the roaring flames, held him captive. He stared upwards, a golden figure materializing above. He muttered, "Huh?" A golden, fox-like creature tilted its head, asking innocently, "Cutie?" The man's eyes widened in shock as the golden creature perched on his shoulder. He sputtered, "What the? I thought you could only transform into a sword. Can you morph into other things too?" Cult leader! Tied tightly to the wooden frame, the new character desperately cried out, begging for someone to save him. A voice, laced with urgency, echoed his plea, urging someone named Cutie to hurry and sever the ropes. A golden, fox-like paw, claws extended and ready, appeared, a silent promise of swift action. The air crackled with unseen energy. Nearby, one of the guards muttered, questioning what the others truly thought. Frustration contorted another man's face as he wondered if they truly believed they could get away with this. With a burst of speed, Kim Jian launched himself forward, a determined glint in his eyes. He plummeted towards the scene below, a white trail marking his descent. Blurring through the air, Kim Jian raced towards the tied-up man, intent on a swift rescue. The new character, startled by the sudden arrival, could only exclaim in confusion and pain. Panic seized the other men as they screamed at each other to flee. A sinister smile stretched across the face of one observer. It served him right. The master stood between his guards, listening as one of them agreed with the sentiment. He mused aloud about the fascinating spirit creature and the temptation to steal it. The man in black steals his gaze, declaring the beginning of the second round. Across the field, the master's lips curve into a knowing smile. A swift strike cleaves through one of the master's followers, blood spraying across the courtyard. The man in black grits his teeth, acknowledging his limitations. He can't use his inner strength, stacking the odds against him. Surrounded by his remaining disciples, the master turns his back, seemingly unconcerned. The master's voice echoes, taunting his opponent. You look exhausted. How about giving up now? The man in black's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Deng Quang watches, fear etched on his face, as the man in black's sword drips with fresh blood. The master continues his offer, attempting to sway the man in black. How about it? Not a bad deal, right? The man in black's voice rings out defiant. Hey, stop with the bullshit and come at me. Deng Quang, despite his fear, declares his resolve. I'm not giving them up, even if I die. The tied-up man remained in place, as the man in black was asked if just the fatty would be enough. The bearded man scoffed, declaring that they didn't really need him either. The man in black, turning his back on the negotiations, decided they were over. The man in black told the cutie to take a rest for a bit, deciding to stick with something he was familiar with. The man in black, knife in hand, taunted his opponent, inviting the psycho to come at him. The bearded man grinned, stating that he was getting bored anyway. The master declared that he would take the man in black on himself. The master advanced. The master was surrounded by purple energy. He moved to strike first. The man in black attacked. The master knocked him to the ground, calling him a bastard. The bearded man, Deng Quang, complained about having to make it dirty. He throws a punch, connecting with the master's face. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the area. The master reels from the impact, blood splattering. With a swift counter, Yoljum Gadak retaliates with a kick. The kick sends the new character flying backwards. He thinks to himself that the master is barely dodging. Yoljum Gadak seems to be enjoying the fight. The master says he is starting to get hungry. Yoljum Gadak asks if they shall have a meal. The master moves so fast. He prepares to block the incoming attack. He found himself ensnared, the master's teeth sinking into his hand with savage force. But the master's momentary advantage was short-lived as a fist slammed into his face, blood spraying from his mouth. The man in black pressed his advantage, a knife appearing in his hand as he moved to strike. The force of the blow sent the master crashing to the ground. Despite the beating he was taking, the master thought to himself that his opponent had both endurance and speed. And the master, bloodied but unbowed, taunted, "Are you getting distracted?" The man in black, unfazed, gathered energy, a purple aura crackling around him. With a final surge, he unleashed his attack, the force of it creating a shockwave that ripped through the landscape. Seated in the dimly lit room, Kim Jian sighed, the weight of his circumstances pressing down on him. He muttered about the state of the world. Elsewhere, someone, judging by the bare feet, was having mixed feelings. The individual wondered if everyone was a monster, but admitted it was somewhat fun. The man with the red cape, Goja, held a glowing purple orb in his hand, promising a swift and painless death. The scene shifted, showing bare feet walking, while one of the men lamented his lack of firepower. The other urged him to think, to find a way. Back in the room, Kim Jian sat with a small, fox-like creature, questioning its presence. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened, a realization dawning on him. The fox-like creature was asked if it could transform into a gun, one that goes bang-bang and leaves enemies dead. A face, glowing with purple energy, declared its intention to enjoy eating someone. The individual from before jumped down from above, landing in front of Kim Jian. The figure stated that they were saving this for later. Goja stood, still holding the purple orb, ready to strike. From within the dilapidated structure, a voice echoed, laced with challenge. The figure in the doorway stood firm, issuing a deadly invitation. If you want to die, come at me. The challenge hung in the air. Goja's brow furrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. What was with this sudden confidence? Blood trickled from the master's nose, a stark reminder of the battle he had just endured. The crimson streaks painted a grim picture against his weathered face. The figure in the doorway smirked, a blue aura enveloping him. He promised to show Goja a new kind of hell. The master martial artist had been saving this for later, but Yoljam Gada gathers purple energy in his hand, preparing for a devastating attack. He challenges, if you want to die, come at me. Kim Jian stands silently, observing the display of power. The master martial artist wonders to himself, what's with Kim Jian's sudden confidence? Kim Jian, surrounded by a blue aura, declares, I'll show you a new kind of hell. The air crackles with anticipation as the two warriors prepare to clash. Yoljam Gadak narrows his eyes, sensing the shift in momentum. The dilapidated building seems to groan under the weight of the impending battle. Yoljam Gadak laughs. So in the end, you were just trying to run away. But in my territory, without my permission. He lunges forward, shouting, no one can escape. The master martial artist continues his attack, calling Kim Jian a rat. He stood with his back turned, the silence broken only by his own thoughts. The scene shifts, a glimpse of a figure bound and helpless. A cruel laugh erupted from Goja. Where on earth are you hiding? He wondered aloud. The air crackled with energy as the master searched, his powers swirling around him. You've blended in so well that I can't find you. Pink energy pulsed, a promise of violence hanging in the air. Do you think I'll just pass by? He looked down, a sinister smile playing on his lips. If you're so piss-poor at hiding. A figure lay bound amidst broken pottery, a silent testament to the master's search. A hand reached out, grasping at nothing. Goja's expression shifted to surprise. What the hell? Where did he go? A voice echoed, a promise of retribution. To deal with psychos like you. The master stood beside Kim Jian, whose eyes glowed with an unnatural red light. A taser was held aloft, ready for use. Nothing works better than this. A flip phone displayed a mission notification. Form an alliance with the 36 strongholds of Green Forest, with a bonus reward for success without killing. A bonus reward notification appears, its contents unknown. Elsewhere, a hand grips a yellow taser, ready to deliver a painful jolt. The taser connects, and a torrent of electricity courses through the victim's body, contorting his face in agony as he screams a distorted, unintelligible cry. Kim Jian watches the spectacle unfold, muttering in disbelief, what the heck? The man's screams intensify as flames erupt around him, consuming him in a fiery inferno. The flames lick at his skin, the question hanging in the air. Why is he suddenly on fire? Kim Jian's gaze falls upon a broken pot, a burning head resting amidst the shattered remains. Elsewhere, two shirtless men, smelling strongly of alcohol, look on in confusion. The men stand before a simple hut, the scene bathed in an eerie light. Kim Jian stands silhouetted in a doorway, the burning man visible in the distance. He declares, do you see it? The fate of your chief, who ate human flesh. The burning head lies on the ground, a gruesome testament to a dark fate. Kim Jian, holding the taser, delivers a chilling warning. Future, you've messed with the wrong person. The men collapsed to their knees, their bodies hitting the ground with a thud. More men were kneeling, heads bowed in submission, while a figure stood in the background, watching. Kim Jian smirked, thinking to himself, I hated how strong the liquor here was, but who knew that would end up being my lucky charm? Totally lucky strike, huh? One of the kneeling men pleaded, please forgive us. We'll never consume human flesh again. Please spare us. Kim Jian mused, all right for now. Elsewhere, a woman lay prone on the ground, surrounded by spiderwebs. Another woman, her breath visible in the cold air, whispered, I think it is. A large man inquired her. You're the sister of the How Moon leader, right? The man's face contorted as he was struck. Are you regaining your consciousness? The woman recoiled, shouting, no, get away from me. You filthy beast. She then muttered, no, I'm here to rescue you. The large man sneered. Who do you think you're fooling? I can tell just by looking at you that you're a filthy monster. Meanwhile, two figures sprinted forward, their destination unknown. Seen from above, a woman walks down a corridor, light streaming in from an unseen source. A man's voice echoes, stating that they have arrived. The woman, now joined by a red-haired man, pauses in the corridor. He agrees that they are there, but she wonders what is happening. Elsewhere, a group of people kneels before a figure seated on a raised platform. A man with a scar on his face remarks that someone has finally arrived, wondering why it took so long, and suggesting they might as well have left him to die. The woman and the red-haired man stand with another man who has short green hair. The man with green hair admits to a bad sense of direction, and then asks if someone is insane. A woman in black stands next to a seated man, announcing that they found the How Moon leader's sister. The seated man suggests they go home now. The woman wonders what to do with the rest of them. Back in the throne room, two figures kneel on the ground. The man with the scar orders that they all be killed, stating that they rove the line with cannibalism. A building burns in the background. Meanwhile, a group of figures walks away from the viewer. The man with the scar asks why someone is following them instead of going home. The man's expression was one of disbelief, muttering under his breath about the unbelievable situation. The woman looked back, a confused huh escaping her lips. Bowing her head, she apologized for her earlier words, admitting she hadn't realized he was trying to save her. She was reassured that it was all right, that everyone makes mistakes, and was thanked for her efforts. A man with his hair tied up in a bun recoiled in disgust, exclaiming how gross it all was. The first man cursed under his breath, clearly frustrated. Elsewhere, a voice called out, "Warren, sister." Warren was embraced, the other woman expressing her relief that she was safe. The woman asked Warren if she was hurt anywhere, her voice laced with concern. Warren reassured her that she was fine, swearing that if anything had happened to her. The two women stood face to face, their expressions a mix of relief and lingering worry. In the background, a figure walked away, leaving Warren and the other woman to their conversation. She offered a deep bow, her voice filled with gratitude. "Cult leader, thank you so much." Warren continued, her hands clasped respectfully. "I'll never forget this debt, and I intend to repay it." The cult leader raised a hand, his expression unreadable. "You don't need to thank me." He paused, a hint of something darker in his tone. "It's not like I did it for free either." "True." Another figure stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the cult leader. "I have something to discuss with the cult leader, so—" Warren turned, her expression shifting to concern. "Could you all step outside for a moment?" A heavy silence fell over the room as the others paused, unsure. The figure who had spoken before tilted his head, questioning Warren. "Why ask everyone to leave us alone?" She met his gaze, a solemn promise in her eyes. "Because a promise is a promise, cult leader." The air crackled with unspoken tension. The other figure's eyes widened, a note of panic creeping into his voice. Wait. What are you doing right now?" His voice trembled, fear lacing his words. "What promise?" She reminded him of her earlier declaration. Had he forgotten the promise she made back then? Warren struck a pose, her expression suggesting she was ready to give him everything. The sound of their footsteps echoed softly, the air thick with anticipation. It seemed this was a first for both of them. Kim Ji-yeon stammered, his face flushed. This wasn't what he had wanted. Warren reached out, her fingers gently caressing Kim Ji-yeon's cheek. The air crackled with unspoken desires. "So don't be too nervous." Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widened, his expression a mixture of shock and panic. He had never dated before. The traditional building stood bathed in the warm light of the morning sun. Inside, Yoljum Godik sat at his desk, his expression unreadable as he tapped his fingers on the polished surface. The master's voice cut through the silence. "Gomin." Dunkwang stood beside Goja as the master pressed for information. "So, you are saying for certain this man knows of Elder Jik Gwigang's last whereabouts?" The subordinate confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Dunkwang added, his tone serious, that the man refused to talk. A man with a bloody nose, his face contorted in pain and fear, cried out, "Why is everyone messing with me?" The scene blurred, focusing on the unseen pressure. Two hands were raised defensively, as if warding off an unseen force. "All right, what are you so afraid of?" Footsteps echoed in the room, the sound of someone approaching. The man with the bloody nose looked up, confused. "Huh." Goja loomed over him, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "That you're not speaking?" Dunkwang explained, "Certainly, because he is part of a prestigious family. The pressure is no joke." A fist clenches, the grip tightening for some unknown reason. Bathed in an eerie blue glow, Goja levels his weapon, finding his target more intimidating than before. The kneeling man, desperate, begs for mercy, claiming he's being threatened as well. The older man considers the prisoner's words, weighing the danger to the man's family and wondering about the identity of those involved. The woman with the bloody nose seems confused, questioning if the manga sect is involved and asking for clarification. The older man states that the woman's face confirms his suspicions, assuring her that he already knows the whole situation. The older man assures the kneeling prisoner that he won't face any harm, telling him to rest assured. Dunkwang declares that he now has a reason to go to the manga sect. The older man decides that they shouldn't drag the Gonrian sect into the Martial Alliance's affairs anymore, stating that he didn't want to involve them either. A voice echoes, stating that someone is just following orders. Doak Gobik, deputy chief of the Martial Alliance's inspection division, reveals that he is acting on orders from the Martial Alliance leader. The hem of a robe brushes against the floor. A voice cries out, demanding that something not be taken off. The man, face flushed, pleads that he is not ready yet, while another voice urges the cult leader to look straight. He wonders if he should. Eyes widen, reflecting an unseen event. A woman stands with her back to the viewer, a detailed tattoo adorning her skin. A voice echoes in the darkness, claiming to see someone and begging them. The woman questions what is happening, stating that this is all she has. A bag sits on the floor as someone trails off in thought. It is said that promises to guests are valued as a matter of life and death. The woman admits she cannot explain who she is. A man declares that if anyone ever seeks to conquer the martial world. Yoljum Godik's gaze held a chilling intensity, his expression unreadable as he considered the unfolding events. A weathered hand pointed towards a marked location on an ancient map. The command was clear. They were to go to this place. Wherein, her back turned, admitted she knew neither what awaited them there, nor the nature of the place itself. Kim Ji-yeon's expression hardened, his voice resonating with conviction. One thing remained certain. Going there meant gaining the power to control the world. Waren's brow furrowed with concern. To prevent a dangerous menace from obtaining this power, she revealed that she had engraved the location upon her body, ensuring its secrecy. Kim Ji-yeon questioned why she was sharing this information. Waren admitted she didn't know the reason either, but felt certain that if it was Kim Ji-yeon, he would use this power for the right reasons. Kim Ji-yeon, his face etched with doubt, reminded her that he was a killer. He asked only for one promise, that she not reveal the location to anyone. Waren's thoughts drifted, wondering who wasn't truly trustworthy. Elsewhere, a horse-drawn carriage rattled along a dusty path, carrying its passengers towards an unknown destination. Kim Ji-yeon studied a piece of paper, his brow furrowed in concentration. He wondered where this place was. Even if the map was well drawn, would he be able to find it? Kim Ji-yeon remained silent, lost in thought. Nearby, a portly man declares he's hungry. Yoljum Gadak wonders if there is anything Kim Ji-yeon needs, though he admits the question might seem random. Kim Ji-yeon asks if they trust him. The overweight man exclaims, "What?" Kim Ji-yeon quickly dismisses the question, claiming he asked for no specific reason. The man with black hair is asked how he can say something so hurtful, and Yoljum Gadak responds that he is an irreplaceable person in his life. Kim Ji-yeon wonders if they're family. Elsewhere, a picture shows a man and a child standing in front of Sky Orphanage. The picture continues, showing the man smiling. The sound of slap echoes. The man yells, demanding to know why he is never understood. He berates the child for calling him dad inside the orphanage, questioning if pretending to be a family on the outside makes them one. The child, lying on the ground with blood on their face, apologizes to the director. Waren states with certainty that they are family, bound by shared fights, meals, and rest. The master agrees, adding that they've shared many meals together. Kim Ji-yeon affirms the sentiment, acknowledging their bond as family. Kim Ji-yeon turns to the red-haired man, posing a question. Kim Ji-yeon studies a map, wondering if he knows where this place is. Waren observes that it looks like the Northern Sea Ice Palace to her, a small fox resting on her lap. Waren asks if it's far from here, as Kim Ji-yeon listens intently. It's said that the environment there is very different. Kim Ji-yeon contemplates the idea of going to an unknown place, thinking that recklessly isn't a good idea. Waren hopes he transforms into a gun soon. Dok Gobik tells the youngest to take this. Kim Ji-yeon reads that his weakness lies in the simplicity of his attack methods. The archer's arm tensed, the muscles bulging as he prepared to draw. The book's teachings promised mastery, train according to its words, and power would follow. But before he could loose the arrow, a voice cut through the air. "Whoa, wait, what are you doing?" The archer, undeterred, continued to draw back the bowstring, a faint blue energy coalescing around the arrow's tip. Kim Ji-yeon clutched the book, his expression hardening with resolve. A surge of blue energy erupted around Kim Ji-yeon, enveloping him in its power. The archer, focused on his training, knew that with this technique, he'd be able to change the direction of his attack freely. Kim Ji-yeon's gaze was intense. He must become stronger to conquer this place, where who knows what kind of monsters might appear. Another man started to say, "Hey, but..." The red-haired man questioned, "Aren't you going home?" The green-haired man, looking dejected, admitted, "I don't know the way." An unseen voice exclaimed, "You're driving me insane." The man with the gold-trimmed robe was the cult leader. The new character urges everyone to leave, a knot of worry tightening his brow. Something is clearly amiss. A group of figures stand together, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Elsewhere, the scene is one of carnage. Bodies litter the steps, a grim testament to a recent, brutal battle. A man cradles another in his arms, his voice laced with panic. "Hey, what on earth happened here?" he cries out. The injured man's face is a mask of pain, blood trickling from fresh wounds. He croaks, attacked out of nowhere. Kim Ji-yeon's face is etched with worry. "Wait, then what about my Mungu?" he wonders. Kim Ji-yeon's voice cracks as he shouts, "Mungu! Kim Mungu!" He scans the surroundings, desperation coloring his tone. "Mungu, where are you?" Feet pound against the floor, a frantic search underway. A chilling thought surfaces, "See cult leader." Elsewhere, the desperate cry echoes, "Mungu! Mungu!" A figure clutches a small dog, his voice trembling with concern. He's hurt. He seems to be in pain. A red glow emanates from below, hinting at a dark power at play. His fist clenched, a surge of power thrumming beneath his skin. Those Martial Alliance bastards. Rage contorted his features, a promise of retribution burning in his red-rimmed eyes. He vowed he'd kill them all. A fist clenches, power coalescing around it like a raging inferno. The rage burns, focused on a single, bitter thought. Those Martial Alliance bastards. The vow is a snarl, a promise of utter annihilation. He'll kill them all. Waren's breath hitches, her eyes wide with a dawning horror. Yoljam Gadak stands in silent contemplation, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. Footsteps echo through the halls, a purposeful stride cutting through the silence. Yoljam Gadak kneels, his voice laced with concern. Are you hurt anywhere? The girl looks down, her voice small. I'm fine, but Mungu, a desperate plea, raw with pain. Hand Mungu to me. Yoljam Gadak cradles something wrapped in cloth, his expression grim. And let's get you treated before those wounds leave scars. His voice booms with authority, an order that brooks no argument. Bring the best physician here immediately. The command continues, the net widening. And also call the Halmoon leader right now. The cult leader stands with Waren, receiving her confirmation. Elsewhere, a figure lies in bed, seemingly recovering. Dunkwang stands over the bed, reporting that their conditions are not life-threatening. Dunkwang is told to do whatever it takes to make Mungu healthy again. Dunkwang is warned that if Mungu is still in pain upon the cult leader's return, he will crush his head. The cult leader is informed that the Halmoon leader has arrived. The cult leader is greeted, and he tells them that they are here while he is away for a bit. The cult leader declares that it's no longer safe here. Waren confirms that she understands, but asks where the cult leader is going. A drawer is opened, revealing a gun inside. The cult leader is now holding a gun. The cult leader calls out to Dunkwang, seeking confirmation. The cult leader's voice cut through the air, demanding to know the location of the Martial Alliance. His eyes burned with impatience. He asked again, each word laced with a dangerous edge. Where is it? The cult leader's expression hardened, his gaze intense and unwavering. Waren bowed her head slightly, apologizing for the perceived delay. Cult leader, I'm sorry, but... Dunkwang attempted to dissuade him, explaining, the Martial Alliance is not a mere organization like the ones we've encountered so far. It's a military force created by those who have a stranglehold on the martial world. The image painted a grim picture, the end of anyone who dared oppose the Martial Alliance. The text confirmed the grim reality. Opposing the Martial Alliance has always been tragic. Waren, her voice laced with concern, addressed him as Elder 3, warning, if you go to the Martial Alliance now without any plan. The cult leader turned away, his back to his subordinates, dismissing their fears. He declared, his voice resolute, I only feel better if I pay it back tenfold. No, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Waren pleaded, no, that's not what I meant. Cult leader, please wait. Her voice trembled with fear as she wondered aloud. If it were you guys who had been attacked. The cult leader's words echo in the hall, a declaration of unwavering resolve. Waren and Dunkwang stand behind him, their expressions unreadable. His gaze hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. Outside, Waren announces their arrival to the Martial Alliance. The cult leader strides forward, his destination clear. Meanwhile, Kim Jion's eyes narrow, a realization dawning on his face. The Martial Alliance looms in the distance, a sprawling complex of pagodas and fortified walls. The word hangs in the air, Alliance. From behind the gates, a voice demands to know their identities and purpose. Another commands the gates be opened. The gatekeeper's face contorts in fury, demanding they leave immediately. His eyes bulge, veins throbbing in his forehead. A figure moves with blinding speed. The gatekeeper's expression shifts to one of shock and disbelief. A powerful force erupts, shattering the gate. The order rings out, demanding the gate be opened. Dunkwang, standing beside the cult leader, admits, I can't do anything about this. The cult leader prepares to take matters into his own hands, clenching his fist. A surge of power gathers around his hand, ready to be unleashed. The sound of splintering wood and cracking stone echoes as the gate begins to yield. The cult leader orders Dunkwang to open the gate, receiving a simple acknowledgement in return. A red-haired martial artist prepares a fist attack, channeling energy into his strike. The tiger mouth fist technique is poised to strike. With the gate shattered, the cult leader, Waren, and the red-haired martial artist surge forward. The path is now open, a gaping hole where the gate once stood. They advance through the wreckage, their footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. A swordsman emerges, ready to defend the Martial Alliance. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the hall. Before him, a line of warriors stands firm, their faces grim. One speaks, his voice laced with challenge. All right, those who want to die, keep standing in my way. His crimson eyes burn with intensity, a silent promise of violence. He thinks that's enough. A blade flashes, cutting through the air with lethal speed. Two figures step forward, one offering a respectful greeting. Greetings, cult leader. A.K. Peachin, Martial Alliance's left guardian, states that the Alliance leader has been expecting him and asks him to follow upstairs. Another voice chimes in, clarifying that he's the Alliance leader's guest. Someone mutters about the cult leader's silent arrival. A command rings out. Everyone, clear the way. The assembled warriors lower their swords, grudgingly yielding to the order. The cult leader is escorted by Warren and another person. A.K. Peachin gestures forward, stating that they have arrived and asking him to step inside. Another man interjects, declaring that only the cult leader, who is invited by the alliance leader, is allowed inside. He was met with resistance. Dunkwang stepped forward, caution etched on his face. Is that? Who knows what ridiculous things you might do? Step back. The cult leader's eyes narrowed. I made myself clear. Only the cult leader may enter. His gaze intensified a silent command. Dunkwang stood firm. I'm not letting the cult leader go in alone. Kim Jian glanced back, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. I can handle this alone. Dunkwang relented. Alliance leader, I've brought him. Meanwhile, the cult leader was led into a grand hall, where Dong Bangyang sat upon a raised platform, A.K. Peachin standing guard. Dong Bangyang greeted him. Welcome. It must have been a long journey. The Martial Alliance leader, Dong Bangyang, declared, I am a Martial Alliance leader, Dong Bangyang. Dong Bangyang's tone hardened. Fine, let's hear your reason before I kill you. Kim Jian's expression was grim. Why did you attack us out of nowhere? Dong Bangyang leaned forward, a hint of amusement in his eyes. It seems there's been some misunderstanding. The alliance leader's words hung in the air. He had only intended to warn the Blood Death cult, never anticipating such a drastic escalation. Dong Bangyang suggested a more civil approach. Perhaps they could all sit down and discuss the matter calmly? The cult leader chuckled, his hand obscuring his eyes. He found the topic of Munga's injury amusing. The cult leader wondered aloud what Dong Bangyang had to do with it. A figure in black robes drew his sword, reminding the cult leader to mind his manners before the alliance leader. He warned him against speaking thoughtlessly again. The man with the sword threatened to tear the cult leader's mouth apart. Dong Bangyang raised a hand, ordering the man to stop. The man immediately obeyed. The man in black robes sneered, suggesting that the cult leader had quite liked his gift, judging by how quickly he had run here. The man with the sword realized it was the cult leader who was responsible. He accused the cult leader of being the one who had done that to his Mungu. Mungu? The sword flashed, splattering blood. The sword continued its deadly arc. The cult leader stood alongside Dong Bangyang, a silent intensity hanging in the air between them. A voice echoed, laced with a chilling nonchalance. Well, you all attacked out of nowhere, so I did the same. Do you have any complaints about that? The voice continued, a sinister reassurance cutting through the tension. Don't worry, though. The perspective shifted, the world narrowing to the cold, black barrel of a gun. Kim Jian's eyes burned with a crimson intensity. Because it's your turn now. Dok Gobik, a scar bisecting his brow, regarded the figure before him with a knowing smirk. So he thought it was him. The man, his back turned, accused him of harming his Mungu. Dok Gobik tilted his head, a flicker of amusement in his eyes as he heard the name. A gunshot echoed, the bullet tearing through the air and striking its target. Dok Gobik, unfazed by the violence, justified his actions, stating that they all attacked out of nowhere, so he did the same. Kim Jian offered a chilling reassurance. Not to worry. The gun was leveled, the message clear. It was his turn now. Kim Jian stood over the fallen figure, commenting on the fascinating martial art it took to kill the inspection chief with just a flick of a finger. Dong Bangyang, observing the scene, questioned if this was how he did it. The old man raised a finger, a sword materializing before him. A finger points directly forward, as if singling out a target. Aimed straight ahead, a pistol is leveled with deadly intent. The man offers an apology, stating it wasn't his intention to startle. Dong Bangyang invites his guest to take a seat, suggesting they have much to discuss. The man curtly replies that he didn't come to chat. A figure is coiled, ready to strike, wreathed in violet energy. The gun discharges with a blinding flash, accompanied by the star command. Just die. The face is etched with grim determination. A blade cuts through the air, a blur of motion and lethal intent. Small bowls smolder on the tiled floor. The elder, Dong Bangyang, stood at the end of the hall, his back to the unseen observer. Before him, a figure leveled a sword, the silence broken only by unspoken tension. The figure holding the sword questioned, his voice laced with a hint of mockery, if things were not proceeding as planned. The swordsman commanded someone to sit down quietly, invoking the alliance leader's authority, before adding a terse agreement. A figure, bathed in the eerie glow of a blue energy weapon, declared that someone would die first. A voice boomed, filled with arrogance, stating that their opponent clearly saw that their technique would not work. With a furious roar, the figure launched forward, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The sound of impact echoed through the hall, a brutal declaration of force. A grim expression settled on the face of the gray-haired man, a silent acknowledgement of the unfolding conflict. The man with the dark beard sneered, a smug satisfaction in his voice as he asked if he hadn't warned them it wouldn't work against him. A bewildered "huh?" escaped his lips as he found himself enveloped in a strange, swirling energy, a prelude to his own turn. The gun was raised once more, the blue energy crackling around it, a promise of swift retribution. The figure was sent flying backward, the force of the blow leaving no doubt as to its devastating impact. A figure plummets, gravity's relentless pull sending him hurtling downwards. Below, a hand levels a pistol, the barrel rising to meet the falling form. An unseen force slams into the figure, the impact distorting his features. Power gathers, a purple aura radiating from his outstretched hand, a shield against the unseen assault. A blinding explosion erupts, the shockwave rippling outwards. Coughing, the figure spits blood, the taste of iron bitter on his tongue. Coughs, this bastard. Gazing upwards, the figure's eyes widen. I can see 3 of him. A sudden blow strikes from the side, a crimson spray painting the air. The attacker moves with blinding speed, his strike aimed with deadly precision. The gun discharges at point-blank range, shattering into pieces from a force. His eyes widen in disbelief, the realization dawning too late. Oh! The final strike connects, a devastating blow that promises to end the fight. Blood erupts from the man's mouth. Elsewhere, Dong Bangyong stands in a large room, his sword at his side. The body lies still. An underling asks, "Alliance leader, how should we deal with this one?" Dong Bangyong strokes his chin. This is troubling. It seems there's been a misunderstanding, but the man is dead. He's killed the inspection chief and right guardian. Dong Bangyong grips his sword. It's unfortunate, but I can't let him live. Another voice responds, "Yes, Alliance leader." The man's blood pools on the floor. The sound of shattering stone echoes. The woman falls backwards through the collapsing floor. The woman, support woman's sword, kicks Dong Bangyong. She clashes with him, sword against sword. A figure scales a wall, using some sort of power to adhere to the surface. A sharp sound echoes. The man with the scar across his face emphasizes that only invited guests may enter. The blindfolded man admits he wouldn't know what kind of ridiculous things the other might do. A voice declares that he'd be going in too, adding that the Manga sex cult leader certainly has some excellent subordinates. Dong Bangyong's voice notes that it's proof that he's indeed exceptional. Dong Bangyong continues, stating that it doesn't mean he can let him live. Someone pleads to wait and hear him out. The scar man orders enough, left guardian. Dong Bangyong says to let's hear it, asking what he wants to say. Someone begs to spare the cult leader. The blindfolded man promises something if they let him live. The group's commitment to secrecy remained absolute, a vow etched in the silence of their shared purpose. They would never reveal themselves to the outside world. A fist slammed against the ground, the impact echoing the frustration and tension that filled the air. The figure, swathed in bandages, lay prone, a silent testament to the consequences of their actions. A question hung in the air. If they spared him, what then? Dong Bangyong regarded the bandaged figure with suspicion. How could he trust that the man wouldn't return to threaten them again? A voice, laced with conviction, cut through the doubt. They weren't asking for the cult leader's life to be spared for nothing. The red-haired man's expression was grim. Whatever he was about to offer, it might not mean much in the grand scheme of things. Blood dripped, each drop a heavy punctuation mark on the gravity of the situation. The man with red hair pleaded, urging them to accept what he was about to offer. The bloody arm served as a stark reminder of the stakes. The message was clear, spare the cult leader's life. Dong Bangyong admitted he never thought they would go this far, acknowledging the unexpected turn of events. The red-haired man relented, stating that he would spare him, though a hint of disbelief lingered in his expression. Dong Bangyong, addressing the alliance leader, declared he would trust him this one time, letting bygones be bygones. The disembodied voice echoed, a stern command hanging in the air. Ensure the promise is upheld. Dong Bangyong's gaze remained fixed, his expression unreadable as the weight of the words settled upon him. A.K. Peachin stood silently behind the alliance leader, his presence a constant reminder of the responsibilities at hand. The bandaged wrist served as a stark reminder of the recent conflict, a silent testament to the sacrifices made. The man's face was a mask of fury, his red eyes burning with an intensity that promised retribution. A.K. Peachin questioned the wisdom of letting them leave, his voice laced with concern. Alliance leader, are you sure it's okay to let them go like this? Dong Bangyong turned his gaze towards A.K. Peachin, a hint of a challenge in his eyes. Peachin, can you offer your arm for me like that, young man? The man with the scar on his face responded without hesitation, his voice filled with unwavering loyalty. Of course, I would give not just my arm, but my life for you, alliance leader. Yeah, I knew you'd. The unseen speaker demanded confirmation, a single, forceful word. Say that. Dong Bangyong's expression softened, a hint of understanding in his eyes. He's someone who came here personally, risking his life because his people were harmed. The implications of sparing the cult leader began to sink in. There would surely be others willing to lay down their lives for him too. So, just killing the cult leader won't be enough. A new strategy began to form, a more comprehensive solution to the problem. In fact, while there's still an opportunity, uprooting them entirely. A sinister grin stretched across the man's face, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. The eye, reflecting the inferno within, promised that choosing a different path would be the wiser choice. A flicker of concern crossed her face, a silent question hanging in the air. As of today, the weight of the world, or perhaps just another person, rested heavily on his shoulders as they stood before the scene. The sect's headquarters became a raging inferno, consuming everything in its path. They turned their backs on the destruction, leaving the ashes behind. A hand held aloft a burning brand, a symbol of the sect's demise. Even their flag, a mockery of symbol, was reduced to charred remains. Is exterminated. His eyes fluttered open, a wave of disorientation washing over him. Where was he? His hand instinctively went to his side. Kim Ji-yeon's brow furrowed. My gun? A voice called out, inquiring if the cult leader was awake, also asking about the third elder. Kim Ji-yeon's head throbbed, a dull ache behind his eyes. Why am I here? Where's this place? Unfortunately, due to the current situation, he frowned, trying to piece together the fragmented memories. What? The Green Forest? Why are we suddenly here? A voice echoed. You're awake, little brother? Dong Bangyong stood with his arms crossed, his gaze stern. You did something really stupid. The elder, his brow furrowed with disapproval, reminded someone that they couldn't even handle one elder from the Kunlun sect. Another voice, filled with amusement, erupted in laughter. He liked it. The blonde-haired man acknowledged the comment, seemingly unbothered by being called part of the crazy trio. Dong Bangyong struggled to articulate his thoughts, his face reddening with frustration. The woman with the ponytail, her expression concerned, asked if the cult leader was hurt anywhere. A figure, shrouded in shadow, declared his intention to return and kill those bastards. The woman's voice cut through the tension, demanding to know where Dunkwang was. The figure in black continued to call out, his voice echoing with urgency. Answer me, Dunkwang. The woman, her face etched with worry, told someone to stop, questioning if they had any idea how many of their people got hurt. She wondered aloud if someone would only be satisfied because of their reckless actions. The figure in black expressed concern, exclaiming, if he lost his other arm too? The figure stood in the doorway, a sense of unease permeating the air as he looked around. The door slides open with a soft click, revealing the cult leader. The woman behind him seems relieved, exclaiming that he is awake. Kim Ji-yeon steps forward, his expression a mix of concern and disbelief. He asks the cult leader what happened to his arm. The camera focuses on the cult leader's missing arm, the bandage stark against his skin. Kim Ji-yeon's face contorts with anger. He demands to know how the cult leader could have fallen so far as to lose an arm, insisting he better tell him the truth. The woman, support woman's sword, steps in, urging the cult leader to calm down and listen to her explanation. Kim Ji-yeon states that he will explain everything that happened. The cult leader and the woman stand in a sparsely furnished room, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. They sit on the wooden floor, the silence broken only by the creaking of the old building. Kim Ji-yeon's voice drips with venom as he reflects on the betrayal. He wonders what happened to the others. The woman reveals that some cult members, including the elders, managed to take refuge at the Iron Blood Division's secret base. Kim Ji-yeon listens intently as the woman explains that the others couldn't escape in time. His fist clenches, knuckles white with rage. Those damn bastards. A clenched fist rests on the wooden floor, knuckles white with suppressed rage. A small, fox-like creature with wide eyes looks up, seemingly aware of the tension in the air. He remains silent, his gaze fixed downwards, lost in thought. Dong Bangyong addresses Kim Ji-yeon, inquiring, so what do you plan to do now, little brother? Again, Kim Ji-yeon offers no immediate reply, his silence heavy with contemplation. The woman with the sword speaks, her voice laced with urgency. Cult leader, now might be the perfect time to go to that place I mentioned. She continues, her expression hopeful. I don't know what's there, but there's bound to be something to turn the tide. Kim Ji-yeon glances to the side, his eyes reflecting a newfound resolve. Right, that place. The woman asks, concern etched on her face. Wait, what about Mungu? How's Munga doing? Kim Ji-yeon responds, his voice tinged with relief. Mungu is recovering well and resting in a safe place. That's a relief. Really, thank goodness. He turns to the woman, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Yes, I remember. Kim Ji-yeon kneels, his expression resolute. If we don't do anything, we'll suffer the same fate again. I don't know what's there, but... He declares that they can't sit idly by and must leave. Kim Ji-yeon stands before Dunkwang, a silent resolve etched on his face. Kim Ji-yeon apologizes to Dunkwang, his expression somber. Dunkwang tilts his head, questioning the apology. He promises that it won't just be an arm this time. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes burn with determination as he vows to crush their heads. Elsewhere, a snow-covered forest stands silent, the air crisp with cold. Warren asks if they're sure this is the place. The woman with the sword confirms that it should be around there, perhaps over there. Kim Ji-yeon is told not to follow since it's freezing out here. But he insisted. He surveyed the cavern, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and something else, something ancient and unsettling. I think we've arrived, Kim Jian announced, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space. The woman with the sword peered into the darkness, her brow furrowed with concern. Are you certain this is it? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Dunkwang sighed, the sound echoing in the cavern. Yes, according to the map, it should be here, he confirmed, then added with a weary tone. Phew. Seriously, it feels like we've been walking forever. Kim Jian's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on something deeper within a cave. Oh, cult leader, there's something drawn over there, he exclaimed, pointing into the shadows. The group moved forward, their torches casting flickering shadows on the walls, revealing strange symbols and markings etched into the stone. The woman with the sword examined the markings closely, her expression thoughtful. It seems like the owner of this place left it as a message. She mused. The carvings depicted crude figures holding objects that, strangely, resembled a phone and a gun. Dunkwang's voice cut through the silence. Cult leader, it's a dead end. Kim Jian responded. All right, looks like we're here. Meanwhile, a beam of light illuminated a skeleton seated at a table, a macabre tableau in the heart of the cavern. The skeleton sat in a meditative pose, its empty sockets staring into the abyss, a silent sentinel guarding the secrets of this forgotten place. Kim Jian approached the skeleton, his expression unreadable. I don't know why you came all the way here just to die, he muttered, his words hanging in the still air. Kim Jian extended his hand, his face a mask of grim determination, as if reaching out to confront not just the skeleton, but the very specter of death itself. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the smooth, aged wood of the box. A chilling touch. A skeletal hand met his, bone cold against his skin. Kim Jian recoiled with a shout. F***CK, that scared me. The box lay open, revealing the macabre contents within, a skeleton, its bones scattered within the confines of the wooden container. Kim Jian stared, a grim thought crossing his mind. The dead don't speak. Dunkwang and woman's sword watched, their expressions unreadable. Kim Jian settled back, his gaze fixed on the box. All right, let's see what's in here. He reached out again, his fingers sliding under the lid, ready to reveal the box's secrets. His eyes widened, a sudden shock rippling through him. A blinding light emanated from within the box, bathing Kim Jian's face in its radiant glow. Elsewhere, the Northern Sea Ice Palace stood in silent majesty, unaware of the events unfolding elsewhere. Wait, I'm not done talking. A man exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. My lady, how can you just walk away like that? Geez, Nanny, how many times do I have to say it? Shion Senga, the youngest daughter of the Northern Sea Ice Palace Lord, expressed her exasperation. With a resolute stride, she declared, I'm going to marry the person I love. But a voice echoed, reminding her that such a decision might not be hers to make alone. Senga didn't care, her mind was made up. I don't care, I'm going to go out there. Her resolve hardened, she would take matters into her own hands. And find my husband myself. Her expression was set. A shiver ran down her spine as she stepped into the biting cold. Ugh, it's freezing. Let's go inside somewhere first. The air bit at her exposed skin. It's so cold. A voice cut through the frigid air, demanding, Who are you? Sango's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple as she faced the unknown. The figure, clad in full armor, seemed to reconsider. Never mind if you don't want to answer. The sound of something hitting the ground echoed. Her eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips. Shion Sangu's face registers a sudden shock, as if an unseen presence has made itself known. A surge of realization washed over Kim Jian. He wasn't alone in this. Before him lay a wooden box, its contents shrouded in shadow. But what was this? Kim Jian's eyes fell upon a letter nestled within a box. A letter? He reached out, his fingers tracing the faded ink as he began to read. If you're reading this letter, it probably means I'm not a person from this world. The words swam before Kim Jian's eyes as he absorbed the impossible truth. He used to be an arms dealer in the past. He had developed and sold various weapons, big and small. Kim Jian found himself in this martial arts world. He was given a mission to conquer this primitive world in order to return to Earth. However, this reality was nothing like the one he knew, and even surviving here was a struggle, let alone conquering it. So, in case someone like him appeared again, he left behind the items he brought from Earth and a culmination of his skills. Kim Jian hoped that whoever found it could conquer this world and find their way home. P.S. That skeleton is not mine. It's just for decoration, haha. He peers into the wooden box, a question forming on his lips. What could this contain? Kim Jian lifts a heavy, black garment. A bulletproof vest? He then picks up a thick tome, its title promising a complete guide to conquering the martial world. Is this the culmination of his skills? Kim Jian flips through the pages of the book, a thoughtful expression on his face. His eyes scan over detailed schematics of what appears to be a rifle. Kim Jian sits back, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. After coming all this way, All he got was gun schematics? The book slammed shut, the sound echoing in the cavern. Where's he supposed to find the materials for this crap in a place like this? Dunkwang and Waran stand in the background, their faces illuminated by the flickering torchlight. Waran speaks, her voice carrying through the cavern. She guesses this isn't what the cult leader was hoping for. Dunkwang replies that it appears so, and wonders what they should do now. Kim Ji-yeon's expression hardens, a new idea taking root. No, wait, let's think. They don't know for sure yet. Dunkwang and Waran stand by, watching Kim Ji-yeon's reaction. A grin spreads across Kim Ji-yeon's face, a spark of determination in his eyes. From now on, they're going to start making firearms. The woman with the ponytail glances at Dunkwang, a question etched on her face. He seems just as perplexed, muttering a soft, "Pardon." They both stare, their expressions mirroring a shared confusion and concern. He sits hunched over, his back to the world, a picture of utter dejection. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widen, a flicker of manic realization in their depths. "A pistol," he exclaims, the word laced with disbelief. A hand grips the weapon, its metallic gleam promising a power he can't yet grasp. With a sudden burst of rage, he rises, the schematics clutched in his hands. His face contorted in anguish, Kim Ji-yeon spits out, "F***. It's all over." Despair washes over him as he clutches the schematics, the weight of his perceived destiny crushing his spirit. "I guess I'm just destined to rot away in this world forever." His eyes are wide with a mixture of fear and resignation, the schematics held open like a final, damning judgment. The schematics are torn to shreds, the fragments scattering like fallen leaves in a storm. His fist clenched, Kim Ji-yeon screams his defiance. "Damn it, I have to kill those Martial Alliance bastards." He collapses to the ground, defeated and broken, the remnants of his shattered plans surrounding him. A small, fox-like creature with large ears stands on a scattering of papers, its expression curious. Lying down, Kim Ji-yeon considers the possibilities. It's more useful that way, he thinks. A strange energy emanates from somewhere nearby, as a woman and man watch with concern. Kim Ji-yeon sits up, a puzzled expression on his face. "Huh, cutie," he mutters. A detailed schematic of a handgun lies on the table, the weapon itself resting beside it. With a burst of light, the handgun begins to dissolve, its form flickering and fading. Kim Ji-yeon holds the fox-like creature in his hands, examining it closely. His eyes widen in disbelief. "Did you just transform into a pistol?" Looking up, Kim Ji-yeon exclaims, "Wait a second." He throws a stack of schematics into the air, the papers scattering around him. Holding up a schematic for an AK-47, Kim Ji-yeon seems to have made a decision. The schematic details the inner workings of the AK-47. Energy crackles around him, the source of the power still a mystery. The fox-like creature fully transforms, its fur glowing with an inner light. The air vibrates with the force of the transformation. Elsewhere, three figures stand in a circle, bathed in a golden light. Kim Ji-yeon reflects, realizing that his inability to transform until now stemmed from a lack of understanding of the structure. Rage boils over as he vows death to his enemies. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes glow red with fury, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, the number 37 is displayed. Elsewhere, an old man shouts, desperate to find someone. He is assured that they are on the right track, and urged to hurry and find her trail. The old man and his companion continue their search through the snowy landscape. The old man's face contorts in a silent scream of anguish. Two figures descend rapidly, kicking up dust and debris as they move. The pair continues their descent, their movements swift and purposeful. A pair of intense, bloodshot eyes glare forward, filled with rage. Elsewhere, two figures stand over a woman seated in a cave, tending to her needs. One of them cries out, "My lady." The old man cradles the woman, concern etched on his face. "My lady, are you okay? What happened?" he asks. The woman whispers, "Nanny." A close-up reveals a wound on the woman's leg, blood seeping through her clothing. The old man's face is visible in the background, his expression distraught. "My lady, your leg is bleeding." The old man wonders where these people keep crawling out from, and who that guy is. The old man prepares a needle, his expression grim. Meanwhile, Boots step forward, the wearer's purpose unknown. A voice wonders why everyone refuses to answer when asked. A figure with a gun demands to know who the hell they are. The Boots continue forward, the wearer's intent still unclear. The old man glares, his face contorted with rage. "It seems you're the one responsible for harming our precious lady." The woman interjects, "No, Nanny, it's not like that." He knelt beside the injured woman, concern etched on his face. Daedok asked, his voice laced with suspicion, if she was the one behind everything. Elsewhere, a figure surrounded by flames declared that someone would pay with their life. The figure's face contorted in rage, teeth bared in a ferocious snarl. Meanwhile, one of the figures, brandishing a sword, questioned if their opponent was an expert. Elsewhere, the gun-wielding figure wondered what the old hag was babbling about. The figure with the gun offered to make some bang-bang sounds. Daedok stood his ground, the fiery figure looming behind him. The figure with the gun was now surrounded by a blue aura. Meanwhile, a figure shouted for everyone to stop. The figure's boots crunched on the ground as they moved forward. The shouting figure declared that the man with the gun was from that day onward her husband. She clasped the armored man's arm, a knowing smile playing on her lips. The gun-wielding figure, however, seemed lost in a sea of confusion, question marks practically materializing around his head. Because from this day forward, Cheon Sanga declares the gun-wielder to be her husband. The gun-wielder is taken aback by this sudden declaration, question marks practically materializing around his head. The two stand close, their hands clasped together, surrounded by an aura of affection. Elsewhere, Daedok is shocked by what he is hearing. "Pardon, my lady, what are you saying?" The gun-wielder, still reeling from the announcement, asks, "Hey, what kind of nonsense is that?" Cheon Sanga declares that she will find her husband herself. Daedok insists, "But that man tried to harm you. And you know what the palace lord is like." Cheon Sanga dismisses his concerns. "Oh, Nanny, you've got all wrong." Daedok gestures towards the ground, his voice rising. "Do you see these rocks lying around?" Cheon Sanga embraces the gun-wielder, declaring, "If it weren't for this man, I wouldn't have just scraped my knee. I'd already be dead." The gun-wielder, sniffing the air, questions, "Well, you're not wrong, but why am I your husband?" "First, let us express our gratitude to your savior." Snow falls softly on the tiled roofs of the ancient palace, a silent observer to the unfolding drama within. Inside, the gun-wielder sits at a table with two figures, the air thick with unspoken tension. The gun-wielder, addressing the figure across from him, states that he is only there because he trusts Waren's words. The other figure responds, thanking him and assuring him that he won't regret it. Another figure approaches, informing the gun-wielder that the palace lord is waiting and requesting that he follow. The gun-wielder and the figure with red hair walk down a long hallway, their footsteps echoing in the silence. A hand adjusts a strap on the gun-wielder's tactical gear, a subtle gesture hinting at the tension beneath the surface. Cheon Sanga, her expression earnest, declares to the gun-wielder that no matter how much he hates her, she'll never give up on him. He sighs, wondering what makes her so confident to keep chasing after someone she doesn't even know. Cheon Sanga acknowledges that she doesn't know anything about him, but insists that she is sure of one thing. Her thoughts trail off, hinting at a deeper connection or purpose. Suddenly, Cheon Sanga looks up, sensing a looming threat. A barrage of debris explodes around Cheon Sanga, the attack coming without warning. She plummets downwards, rocks and debris falling around her as she cries out. A figure watches from below, the sound of the fall echoing. The gun-wielder approaches, checking to see if she's all right. From Cheon Sanga's perspective, the gun-wielder appears as a savior, surrounded by hearts. Cheon Sanga, blushing, gushes, "You saved me in such a heroic manner. How could you not be my husband?" Meanwhile, the gun-wielder, taken aback, thinks to himself, what nonsense is this?" The gun-wielder is led by an aide. The aide reaches out to stop him, asking, "What are you doing, Nanny?" The aide tells Cheon Sanga, "My lady, please wait outside for a moment." The aide states, "We have important matters to discuss." The aide announces, "I've brought him, Palace Lord." The Palace Lord considers the man before him. He wonders aloud if this is the one who saved his princess, and also the one who stole her heart. He muses to himself, acknowledging that the gun-wielder both saved his daughter and stole her heart. Chu Wangwang points forward, declaring that he has made his decision. His face contorted with rage, Chu Wangwang bellows the order, "Execute him." Chu Wangwang, Palace Lord of the Northern Sea Ice Palace, a daughter-obsessed maniac, has made his decree. The sound of marching feet echoes through the palace as the soldiers advance. The soldiers surround a gun-wielder, their weapons ready. He mutters a curse under his breath as energy crackles around his hand. The gun-wielder raises his weapon, declaring that this is why you don't follow strangers. Chu Wangwang, enraged, demands to know what they are waiting for, ordering them to cut off his neck quickly. A voice cries out, calling him Dad. Cheon Sanga shouts, questioning if he is crazy and asking what he is doing. Chu Wangwang explains that he heard there was a thief who stole his daughter's heart, so he was just going to give him a good scolding. Again, the voice cries out, Dad. Huddled on the floor, Cheon Sanga questioned why she was being forced into this situation, making it clear she didn't want to marry. Daedok, hands raised, declared he would figure something out, insisting that his princess deserved a better match and that she should marry someone she liked. Turning his head, the old man spat that because of her, he'd be miserable forever, confessing his hate. Cheon Sanga, with a smile, stated that she would stop. Kim Jian descended the stairs, thinking that he needed to check if the man she liked was good enough first, and that there were formalities to follow. Daedok called out to Kim Jian, demanding he tell him. The old man continued, demanding 100 reasons why he liked his daughter. Kim Jian stated there was nothing, that he didn't like his daughter. Daedok chuckled, asking if he didn't like his daughter. The old man declared that Kim Ji-yeon needed to be taught a lesson. Daedok asked if he thought he was capable of that. The old man challenged him to come at him, calling him a brat. He stared intently, his expression unreadable. The air crackled with unspoken tension. A surge of blue flames erupted around Kim Ji-yeon, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. "Sure, as you wish," he replied, his voice resonating with newfound power. Daedok's gaze bore into Kim Ji-yeon, demanding answers. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The old man's voice boomed, listing demands. 100 reasons why you like my daughter. Daedok's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. What the hell are you talking about? Kim Ji-yeon met his gaze, unflinching. There's nothing. I don't like your daughter. The air grew thick with menace as Daedok's threat hung heavy. All right then, I guess you need to be taught a lesson. Lightning crackled between them, a visual manifestation of the brewing storm. The old man baited him, eyes blazing. And you think you are capable of that? Come at me, you brat. Blue flames erupted around Kim Ji-yeon, his voice a low growl. Sure, as you wish. Cheon Sang-gu's voice cut through the tension, pleading with her father. Dad, what are you doing? You said you'd stop. Dong Bangyong watched, his expression unreadable. Sweetheart, sometimes men communicate better with their fists than with their words. The old man, Daedok, proposes they take their dispute outside to settle it properly. Kim Ji-yeon simply asks why he should bother. Kim Ji-yeon states that will be over quickly anyway, suggesting they settle it right there. Daedok chuckles, finding his arrogance and insolence amusing. Daedok responds that they will see how long that attitude lasts. A frigid aura begins to emanate from Daedok. Kim Ji-yeon notices the frost aura. A figure with sunglasses insists that Daedok need not personally deal with such a lowly opponent, boasting that they are capable of fighting at least 10 men each. The figure declares that the three hopeless brothers will handle this. The three hopeless brothers advance. In a flash, they are instantly defeated. Daedok is left speechless. Daedok wonders aloud what just happened, as it's revealed that Kim Ji-yeon instantly defeated the three hopeless brothers. His face contorted with rage, Daedok spat. How dare this bastard lay a hand on my daughter? The old man's eyes narrowed, his voice a low growl. I'll kill him slow, for sure, he thought, his anger barely contained as he demanded. Do you not know the conditions? He pressed the point, his voice rising with each word. Under which our engagement was arranged? Daedok's face was flushed with fury as he accused. Have you forgotten who's been transporting the goods your isolated palace so desperately needs? Elsewhere, a figure watched from afar, judging by his clothes what kind of person he is. The man in tactical gear stood impassively, as a woman wondered what he could possibly see in a loser like Kim Ji-yeon, not understanding it at all. Back in the palace, Daedok challenged, Hey, do you know who I am? His voice dripping with disdain, the old man continued, I don't know where you came from, but... A gunshot rang out, the bullet tearing through the air. Daedok was thrown backward, blood blossoming from the point of impact. The sound reverberated through the palace. The gun wielder stood over the fallen figure, his expression cold. Why the hell are you hitting a woman, you crazy bastard? He snarled before asking, And do you know me? A figure, seemingly in shock, stammered, Hey, do you know what you've done? The man in black armor stands over the fallen Daedok. One of the figures present exclaims that the victim deserved it, while another questions if they realize who he was. Another figure, dressed in blue, asks what is going on. The figure who initially celebrated the shooting now denies any involvement. Another figure, seemingly falling, states, Didn't I tell you? A sharp, explosive sound echoes through the palace. The figure who denied involvement appears enraged, lines of fury etched across their face. Another figure questions if all this is to avoid trouble. Chong Okran, wife of the Northern Sea Ice Palace Lord, is revealed as the one who truly holds the authority in the palace. A figure concludes that Daedok was responsible and orders immediate action. The enraged figure demands, Execute him. The figure is struck, the sound of the blow echoing in the palace. She faces the elder, his face contorted with grief. He demands, his voice thick with unshed tears, if she could just be quiet. The old man sniffles, wiping at his eyes. He trembles as he accuses her of always being so cruel. Chong Okran stands firm, her expression unreadable. She asks if he has any idea who he just killed. The narration reveals the victim was the second son of the Machion Trading Guild. The Machion Trading Guild, a powerful entity, monopolizes trade under the protection of the Martial Alliance. The diagram illustrates the interconnectedness of the Northern Sea Ice Palace and the Machion Trading Guild, implying the consequences will fall entirely on them. Chong Okran presses the issue, asking if he understands what he's done. She apologizes, but asks if she may say something. The old man laments that they've been stuck in this unfair trade relationship for far too long. He continues, stating that if they don't break this cycle, they'll never be free from exploitation. Another man speaks, relaying that from what he's heard, the leader is preparing for war with the Martial Alliance. Chong Okran suggests that if they help him weaken their power, other trading guilds may be able to trade freely again. The man with blonde hair questions if they've forgotten what the martial alliance is capable of. Chang Okran, with a raised eyebrow, wonders what the big deal is and why they would recklessly suggest such a thing. Kim Jian sits silently, listening to the conversation unfold. The text suggests that if things continue as they are, there may be a way to resolve the situation. The speaker emphasizes that they don't even know this man's identity, but more importantly, they need to solve this problem. Kim Jian, looking directly at someone, states that there is a problem and asks for help. Chang Okran clarifies, asking what kind of help he means, as she is planning to take action based on what she's heard. Kim Jian suggests joining forces to crush the martial alliance soon. Chang Okran listens intently, her expression thoughtful. The old man declares that if a full-scale war is too rash, he'll go alone and help him himself. Chang Okran reflects, admitting she's known all along that they need to end this vicious cycle with a martial alliance. She realizes that there will be no future for the Northern Sea Ice Palace, and calls out to her mother. She declares that Kim Jian saved her life, so they must help him out. Chang Okran asks if he is confident he can win a war against the martial alliance. Kim Jian confidently replies that he will definitely win. Chang Okran states that if Kim Jian resolves this issue, the Northern Sea Ice Palace will lend him its strength. Kim Jian says it's settled then, and he looks forward to good news. Chang Okran then asks how he plans to resolve it. Chang Okran sits calmly, awaiting his answer. Kim Jian assures her not to worry, stating that he's a pro at handling this kind of thing. A sudden crash echoes through the air. A man sleeps soundly, oblivious to the growing chaos. His eyes snap open, jolted awake by the noise. He demands to know what all the commotion is. The old man, recognizing his visitor, exclaimed, "That's you, huh?" Standing amidst the carnage, Kim Jian inquired, his voice cold. "You're the head of the Manhwa Trading Guild, right?" The old man, taken aback, stammered, Who are you?" Kim Jian dismissed the question. "You don't need to know that. From now on." The man's eyes narrowed, declaring, "This place is mine." The old man, confused and apologetic, stuttered, I'm sorry, but..." Kim Jian revealed, "This isn't the Manhwa Trading Guild." Looking down at the carnage, Kim Jian mused, "Oh, it's not the Manhwa Trading Guild." "Nope." The old man simply uttered, "Hey." Kim Jian, eyes glowing with blue energy, declared, "It's the Yucheon Trading Guild." "So what? King Hell. Hand over everything you have." The words hung in the air. It was the Yucheon Trading Guild. But the scene below told a grim story. Bodies lay strewn across the floor, a testament to recent violence. It wasn't the Manhwa Trading Guild, after all. Whoever had been responsible for the carnage simply walked away, leaving the aftermath behind. "Nope." Elsewhere, a man called out, his voice carrying a note of urgency. "Hey." The question hung in the air, unanswered. "So what?" A figure, eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, issued a chilling demand. King Hell. Hand over everything you have. The man continued, addressing Chang Okran directly. "Lady Okran, you might want to step outside for a moment." Chang Okran tilted her head, a flicker of concern in her eyes. "What is going on here?" A new voice entered the conversation. Man Yuziang, deputy leader of the Yucheon Trading Guild, introduced himself. "Nice to meet you." Man Yuziang continued, revealing a significant change in leadership. "Our new head of the guild, Mr. Kim Jian, has instructed us." The instructions were clear: to continue trade with the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Chang Okran's thoughts betrayed her unease. A new head of the guild? Where's he currently? The destination, the Manhwa Trading Guild. Kim Jian mused. It seemed he had arrived at the right place. A guard stepped forward, questioning him. Kim Jian dismissed the inquiry, telling the guard to continue with his work. The fox companion seemed to agree, readying itself. The guard, surprised, repeated his question. Kim Jian reiterated his instruction, a faint glow emanating from his hands. A weapon materialized in Kim Jian's hand, wreathed in blue flame. A burst of energy erupted, sending several guards flying backward. More guards charged forward, demanding to know who he was. Kim Jian scoffed, questioning if they even knew who they were talking to. Kim Jian declared that he was the one who would be their boss, starting today. One of the guards, clearly enraged, yelled for the others to stop listening to his nonsense and kill Kim Jian immediately. The guard was sent flying once more. The air cracked with gunfire, the muzzle flash, painting the scene in stark white as a hail of bullets ripped through the air. One of the men cried out as he was struck, the force of the impact staggering him. A swordsman lunged forward, but Kim Jian met the blade with his own weapon, sparks flying as steel clashed against steel. One of the men looked on in disbelief, muttering a confused "huh" as the chaos unfolded around him. The words "left hook" hung in the air, a silent command amidst the violence. With a surge of blue energy, Kim Jian deflected another attack, the ethereal glow illuminating his determined face. Another man was struck, a guttural cry escaping his lips as Kim Jian reacted to the ongoing onslaught. The sound of gunfire echoed through the halls. Standing over a fallen foe, Kim Ji-yeon leveled his weapon, the barrel glinting with deadly intent. His eyes narrowed, a storm of fury brewing within. Another body plummeted to the ground, a crimson stain blooming on his chest as he fell. The final shot rang out, a fatal blow delivered with ruthless precision. He leveled his weapon, his gaze sweeping across the scene. Kim Ji-yeon muttered, noting the opposition. The hitman realized there were more targets than he initially thought. Kim Ji-yeon steeled himself, deciding he had no other choice. He resolved to eliminate them all at once. Energy surged from the barrel of his gun, a blinding light. The shots rang out, each finding its mark with deadly accuracy. One of the enemies took a bullet to the head, blood splattering. Meanwhile, inside a traditional building, a man reassured his lord that the Northern Sea Ice Palace joining the Martial Alliance was only a matter of time. The lord revealed that his son would soon enter the Northern Sea Ice Palace along with their daughter. The head of the Manhwa Trading Guild, Gob Deungi, oversaw his domain. The tea was good news to hear, but the noise outside was a bit too much. Gob Deungi sat at his table, a sense of unease creeping in. He thought he should check what was going on, excusing himself to his esteemed guest. The door burst open with a resounding crash. Gob Deungi, startled by the sudden intrusion, demanded to know what all the commotion was about. He was told that some lunatic barged in. The man with Gob Deungi told him that the intruder was taking over the guild. Gob Deungi was shocked. Kim Ji-yeon's voice echoed through the guild, commanding everyone to stop. Gob Deungi, enraged, questioned if the intruder even knew where he was causing all this ruckus. He bellowed that this was the Manhwa Trading Guild, under the protection of the Martial Alliance. Kim Ji-yeon, unfazed, remarked, "Oh, so you're the boss here? Man, you're really far out, aren't you?" Kim Ji-yeon held up a gun, flames erupting from its barrel. The old man's face is etched with concern, a red line bisecting his forehead. One of the guild members senses that something is amiss. Guild master, something doesn't feel right. The guild master warns, "You should step back for now." A sudden, wet sound fills the air as the guild master is struck down, blood splattering across the room. He cries out in agony. Kim Ji-yeon observes the scene. "It seems you've run into some trouble." The remaining guild members plead for help. "Is there anything I can help with? Lord, please help us. Some madman is trying to take." Kim Ji-yeon's footsteps echo as he approaches. "That's serious. Well then, how about this?" He stands over the fallen guild master, making an offer. "I'll save the Manhwa Trading Guild from him, but in return, the position of guild master." The thought hangs in the air. It will be his. The man is Kwok Jang-song, head of the gathering hall. The old man is shocked by the proposition. "What do you mean, Lord? Are you saying you're taking my position?" Kim Ji-yeon turns away, his back to the old man. "Take it? Why would you say it like that?" The words hung in the air, a promise and a threat intertwined. If the speaker had already intended to, they would take over the Manhwa Trading Guild. Sweat beaded on his brow as the man leaned in, his expression a mix of arrogance and menace. He wondered aloud if his target believed their head would still be attached to their body. The unseen speaker continued, pressing the threat further. If they couldn't even protect their own guild. A grim tableau unfolded. Bodies lay scattered, a testament to the consequences of failure. A question lingered. Did they think they were fit to call themselves its head? An offer was extended, a veiled ultimatum. Hand it over now, and at least enough money and life could be guaranteed. The response was a single word, dripping with defiance. Refuse. The man's smirk widened, hinting at a future too terrible to imagine. The gun wielder, eyes cold and resolute, decided it was time to wrap things up. Gratitude was expressed, though the benefactor remained unknown. "I don't know who you are, but I want to thank you first." The scene echoed with death, the gathering hall's windstorm sword unit now having a perfect excuse. The man with the goatee reiterated the intention, his gaze unwavering. Take over the Manhwa Trading Guild. His eyes widened in shock, a silent scream escaping his lips. Scratches mar the metallic surface, a testament to battles fought and challenges endured. Kim Ji-yeon scowled, frustration etched on his face. "Damn it, why does everyone block the gunshots so casually here?" Daedok, holding his sword, smirked. "I've already analyzed your basic attack patterns from above." Kim Ji-yeon looked up, his expression unreadable. "Oh, you've seen it all, huh?" Daedok's smile widened, his confidence unwavering. "That's right. No matter how hard you try, your attacks won't work on me." Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A swirling golden liquid pulsed with latent power. The gun wielder leveled his weapon, his voice cold. "Oh yeah? Well then, try blocking this one as well." The old man, Daedok, smirked, his mustache twitching as he boasted. "I've already analyzed your basic attack patterns from above." Kim Ji-yeon tilted his head back, a sardonic edge to his voice. "Oh, you've seen it all, huh?" Daedok's eyes narrowed, a confident sneer plastered across his face. "That's right. No matter how hard you try, your attacks won't work on me." His eyes widened, pupils dilating as he prepared for the next attack. Golden energy began to swirl around Kim Ji-yeon, crackling with barely contained power. Oh yeah? Well then. The energy intensified, focusing into a concentrated beam as Kim Ji-yeon prepared his next move. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes narrowed, the energy crackling around him as he taunted. Try blocking this one as well, you bastard. With a surge of power, Kim Ji-yeon unleashed the beam of golden energy. Daedok raised his sword, preparing to meet the oncoming energy with a desperate block. His eyes widened in disbelief. What the? The force of the energy threatened to overwhelm him, the sword barely holding against the onslaught. Panic flared in Daedok's eyes as he realized the truth. This is dangerous. I can't block it. He knew he had to do everything in his power to stop it. With a swift motion, the old man deflected the incoming projectile. The projectile detonated in a burst of fiery energy. Kim Ji-yeon stood in the distance, observing the chaos. Daedok's eyes widened as realization dawned on him. A thunderbomb? The old man scoffed. I didn't think you'd be able to handle that. The gun wielder prepared to launch another projectile, declaring, all right, here comes another one. A voice boomed, commanding, Windstorm Sword Unit. A figure plummeted from above. The gun wielder was surrounded by swirling winds. Daedok's face contorted with rage. You dare use a thunderbomb in the martial world? Your foolishness has only hastened your death. The man in tactical gear stands firm, a large weapon held ready as figures in black close in from all sides. Kim Ji-yeon scoffs, a smirk playing on his lips. What's this? Is all you can do is play Ring Around the Rosie? He shakes his head, dismissing the display. Footsteps echo on the stone floor, a steady rhythm of approach. From a distance, the gun wielder levels his weapon, his voice ringing out, you'd better take a closer look. A flicker of surprise crosses Kim Ji-yeon's face, a subtle shift in his confident demeanor. The encirclement tightens. What the? Their numbers suddenly increased. A voice muses, so, which ones are real, and which ones are fake? Another voice answers, if you can't figure that out, you won't be able to break this formation. Frustration flares. Ah, damn it. Seriously? I don't need to bother figuring out which ones are real or fake. The gun wielder's eyes narrow, the weapon now wreathed in flames. I'll just shoot all of them. A look of shock spreads across the face of one of the surrounding figures. The weapon roars to life, unleashing a hail of flaming projectiles. Chaos erupts as the projectiles find their mark, leaving a scene of carnage and destruction. The dust settles as one of the figures collapses, defeated. A voice muses, oh, looks like that was the real one, haha. The remaining figures stand together, one of them questioning, now, then, among you guys, who's the real one this time? Another figure levels their weapon, gaze unwavering. A man's face contorts in disbelief. This makes no sense. The wind destruction combined formation. He mutters. Amidst the fallen, a lone figure stands, the scene a testament to the battle's ferocity. From behind, a voice considers, but more importantly, the figure holding the weapon questions, what the hell is that absurd weapon of his? A man wonders if there is anything left to try. A voice acknowledges, fine, I acknowledge your strength. The man with the bun warns, but don't relax just yet. A looming face wonders, do you think someone becomes the Martial Alliance's gathering hall's head? He barely managed to keep his balance as the explosion rocked the room, the force of it threatening to throw him off his feet. Just with smooth talking and hospitality? His brow furrowed. The gun wielder wondered aloud. Why is everyone here so strong? Leveling his weapon, he steeled himself. If so, it doesn't matter, I'll finish this in one blow. The hallway stretched before him, an eerie silence hanging in the air. What? Where did he go? A chill ran down his spine as he whirled around, weapon raised. Behind me, his gaze swept over the fallen, a grim tableau of defeat. Not there either? He craned his neck, scanning the rooftops and upper levels. Where the hell is this bastard? Unseen, a pair of eyes narrowed, watching him from above. The gun wielder's head snapped up, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Another explosion tore through the environment, sending debris flying. He dove for cover, adrenaline coursing through his veins as he scrambled to escape the blast radius. Driven by instinct, he sprinted forward, the unseen enemy pressing their advantage. He heard the voice, laced with mockery. I don't know where you learned to fight, but you're good at scurrying around like a rat. The unseen voice continued, its tone shifting slightly. If we're to reorganize the trading guild, there's a lot to do. The voice, now laced with impatience, declared, let's wrap this up now. The gun wielder remained still, scanning the environment for any sign of the unseen enemy. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from the darkness, streaking towards him. With a burst of speed, he dodged the incoming attack, the beam narrowly missing him. He continued to evade the relentless assault, his movements a blur against the shadows. His eyes narrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he tried to pinpoint the enemy's location. A glint of steel flashed in the darkness, revealing the unseen enemy poised to strike with a sword. The unseen enemy's voice echoed, dripping with malice. Foolish guy, Your greed has led you to your death. Elsewhere, a man cooed to a small fox. Cutie, you're really my lucky charm. A man watches with a concerned expression. Diagrams of gun parts lay scattered on a dark surface. A figure with fox ears speaks, his expression unreadable. Cutie, could you? Hands gently cradle the fox ears. He is suddenly engulfed in flames, the heat distorting the air around him. The unseen enemy points a gun, a malevolent energy radiating from the barrel. You foolish guy. The unseen enemy presses the barrel against the man's head. Your greed has. Another man watches, his eyes wide with shock. Wait, what's going on here? A bullet rips through his skull, the impact spraying blood in every direction. The unseen enemy's voice echoes, devoid of remorse. Only led you to your death. He stands over the fallen body, a smoking gun held high. The air crackles with a dark energy. Kim Ji-yeon pauses, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. He continues up the steps, the old man visible in the distance. Kim Ji-yeon calls out, confirming his presence. The old man, panic etched on his face, begs for his life, promising to do anything asked of him. Kim Ji-yeon's approach is relentless, his footsteps echoing on the stone. The old man, desperate, pleads for Kim Ji-yeon to stop. A sinister smile spreads across Kim Ji-yeon's face, purple energy swirling around him as he wonders what to ask. The old man's eyes widen in terror as he realizes the gravity of his situation. The Martial Alliance stands as a testament to power and tradition, its buildings sprawling across the mountainside under a vast, open sky. An attendant informs Daedok that the head of the Machion Trading Guild has arrived, bearing a gift. The old man permits the visitor to enter. The doors slide open, revealing the approaching guest. Daedok greets the visitor, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. He wonders aloud what brings him so far. The Alliance leader's eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. The visitor, holding the gift, responds, his voice tinged with uncertainty. He wonders what the occasion is for the gift. The man hesitates, sweat beading on his brow as he begins to answer. Daedok's gaze intensifies, his expression unreadable as he waits for the explanation. The Alliance leader instructs another man to investigate the gift. The man acknowledges the order. The gift is exchanged, the tension palpable as the hands meet. The man's face is a mask of anxiety, every pore seemingly exuding nervous sweat. A portrait hangs in the room, depicting a man with a scar over his eye, his gaze intense and unwavering. The man's expression is unreadable, a mask of stoicism barely concealing the tension beneath. A strangled cry pierces the air, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. His hands tremble as he presents the gruesome offering. Daedok is presented with the head of the gathering hall, Mungu's sex leader. The severed head stares blankly, a macabre testament to the brutality of the act. Alliance leader, please listen to me just this once, the messenger pleads, desperation etched on his face. The man insists, this wasn't my doing. Daedok hears that the devilish man is Mungu's sex leader. The messenger continues, his voice cracking with fear. He took over my guild, threatened my life, and even forced me to do this. Daedok replies, I see, but I doubt he sent you. The man reveals, I was also threatened to send you a duel challenge. A chilling laugh echoes through the room, a prelude to the storm that is about to break. He seems taken aback by the message. Daedok wonders if they truly sent him a duel challenge. A man with gray hair and a stern expression asks, his brow furrowed with concern. So when and where will this duel take place? Daedok, his eyes narrowed, repeats the question, demanding to know where this duel would take place. Elsewhere, the bustling atmosphere of a restaurant fills the air as patrons dine and converse. At a table, a man in a suit voices his concern, admitting to the others that he's really worried about this duel. A woman with her hair tied up in a bun questions the wisdom of entering this duel without any preparation. A man orders a bowl of soup and a bottle of soju, while another reminds him not to underestimate the Martial Alliance leader, pointing out that he's already faced him before. The woman from before emphasizes that the Martial Alliance leader didn't earn that position for nothing, implying his strength and capabilities. The woman declares that the Martial Alliance leader is the strongest under heaven, a title that speaks volumes about his power. The woman's eyes widen, a sharp intake of breath accompanying her sudden realization. The ground trembles as a voice booms out, demanding to know what all the talk is about. Dunkwang's face contorts in fury, his voice a thunderclap. He can't believe such nonsense is being spoken in front of the cult leader, questioning if they've lost their minds. The woman beside Dunkwang calls his name, as he seems confused by something. The unnamed woman retorts, believing Dunkwang is the one who's lost his mind. A woman raises her hand to strike, but Kim Ji-yeon intervenes, suggesting they seem to be misunderstanding something. Kim Ji-yeon wonders aloud when he ever agreed to fight the Martial Alliance leader. The unnamed woman questions if he didn't send a duel challenge. The sound of a bell rings out. Two men blush, looking surprised. The unnamed woman is informed that they've just received word that they've arrived at the location. Kim Ji-yeon responds that it's about time they get started, as the unnamed woman thanks someone for their hard work. The unnamed woman dismisses it, saying it's nothing, it's what she's here for. She remained silent, her expression unreadable as she listened to the unfolding events. The woman continued to listen, her gaze fixed on some unseen point beyond the room. The Martial Alliance leader's face contorted with a strange smile. What could be the reason for that expression? Kim Ji-yeon questioned what they were all doing and why they weren't coming. Kim Ji-yeon's face twisted in rage, the need for revenge burning in his eyes. The homeless wanderer arrived at the place he had mentioned, confirming his location. The homeless wanderer wondered why that random guy was there instead of the bastard he expected. The Martial Alliance leader stated it was an honor to meet the Martial Alliance leader, while internally plotting his revenge against that cult leader. The homeless wanderer clarified that delivering the message of that devil was not his will. The homeless wanderer asked for mercy, prompting confusion from the other figure. The Martial Alliance leader questioned if the other party really thought they could mess things up for him and live happily ever after. The homeless wanderer expressed that he had become a homeless wanderer thanks to the other party, hoping they would get a taste of what that's like. The old man, Daedok, reveals that he has sent a little surprise to the Martial Alliance, hoping they enjoy it. He declares that it is enough. Energy surges, crackling with unseen power. A spectral wolf manifests, its form woven from pure, crackling energy. The wolf snarls, finding amusement in the situation. The Martial Alliance leader stands firm, his subordinate, Dunkwang, behind him. The leader lets out a guttural cry. Daedok, now seen from a lower angle, declares that it is time to return to the Heavenly Army unit and the Martial Alliance. The old man gazes up at the sky, a determined look on his face. Dunkwang asks the Martial Alliance leader how they should handle Daedok. The leader responds with a simple, "Isn't it?" Dunkwang is surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy. Daedok's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. Energy crackles around Daedok as he prepares for what's to come. The Martial Alliance leader declares that although Daedok deserves to be ripped apart immediately, they need someone to deliver a message to that bastard. He orders Dunkwang to tell him clearly that the Martial Alliance, now officially, considers every person related to the Mongoose sect as enemies. Daedok's eyes burned with righteous fury. Until every trace of the Mongoose sect disappears from the world, he vowed, his voice echoing with grim resolve, this war will. A lone figure stood silhouetted against a blurred landscape, the wind whipping around them. Hands, weathered and strong, unfolded a document, the rustling of the paper a stark contrast to the silence of the forest. The message was clear. You can look forward to. From above, the figures appeared as mere specks against the vast landscape, their purpose unknown, their intentions hidden. Daedok's voice echoed in his mind. How I'll reshape the Martial Alliance. Kim Ji-yeon, his face a mask of cold determination, leveled a massive weapon. You damned old geezer, he snarled, his finger tightening on the trigger. With a deafening roar, a missile streaked across the sky, impacting a distant mountain in a cataclysmic explosion. A sprawling complex, a testament to power and tradition, stood silent and unaware of the impending doom. The missile hurtled towards its target, a metal serpent seeking its prey. The world dissolved into a blinding flash, the air crackling with raw energy. The complex, once a symbol of unwavering strength, now stood vulnerable, exposed to the ravages of war. Explosions tear through the complex, sending debris flying in all directions. The fiery onslaught continues, the intensity of the attack prompting cries of alarm. Where's the attack coming from? Daedok sighs, a hint of weariness in his voice. Ambushes, he muses, aren't usually his forte. After all, he's an archer. The old man acknowledges the words of the man beside him. That's why their younger brother went out of his way to prepare a mask for them. Kim Ji-yeon strides purposefully toward the distant complex, weapons held aloft. He must pay back kindness moderately, but take revenge completely. A figure with crimson hair adjusts their ponytail, a determined glint in their eyes. It's time to get ready. The blond man speaks with conviction, his muscular arms crossed. They must crush them thoroughly, as per his convictions. The group advances, their faces grim, ready to face whatever lies ahead. A sinister grin spreads across the man's face, his eyes gleaming with malice. The villain has arrived. The forest floor, torn asunder, bears witness to a brutal clash. The echoes of battle still reverberate, a symphony of destruction lingering in the air. A lone figure races through the ravaged woods, a desperate urgency in their stride. Another warrior charges forward, their face grim, their purpose unknown. Through the shattered remnants of what was once a grand hall, a figure strides, surveying the carnage. The sounds of conflict continue to echo, a grim reminder of the battle's ferocity. Amidst the inferno, a man's face contorts in disbelief. The heck, he mutters, the heat of the flames mirroring the turmoil in his heart. The scale of the devastation becomes clear. a once proud structure reduced to smoldering ruins. Daedok, his expression grave, issues a command. Let's go inside for now. The aftermath is a gruesome tableau of fallen bodies, a testament to the battle's cost. A subordinate's thoughts drift to their leader, a silent question hanging in the air. Gundu, the heavenly army commander, stands revealed, his masked visage a symbol of power and authority. The masked figure gestures, advising the alliance leader to look below. The old man's expression hardens, a subtle shift in his gaze betraying a building intensity. His jaw tightens, the silence amplifying the unspoken threat. Meanwhile, 1 month later, in Xinjiang, the consequences of a past decision begin to unfold. Dust and debris explode outward, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Energy coalesces into a swirling vortex, a maelstrom of destructive force. The old man's eyes burn with cold fury. He vows to show them hell. The Green Forest Biomac stronghold stands as a silent witness to the unfolding events. He struggles to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. He can't believe he lost just one arm. He lay on the ground, the chill of the stone seeping into his bones. The loss of his arm had left Dunkwang weakened, his strength diminished. With his balance thrown off, Dunkwang knew he couldn't deliver proper strength. At this rate, he thought he was vulnerable. Kim Jian stood over him, his expression unreadable. He spoke, a hint of amusement in his tone. Hey, why are you sitting out here gloomy instead of sleeping? Kim Jian continued, his voice casual. I just had something to confirm with you. Dunkwang looked up, confusion etched on his face. Pardon? What is it? He wondered. A sudden surge of energy crackled around Kim Jian, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. With blinding speed, Kim Jian struck, a blade of pure light slicing through the air. Dunkwang's eyes widened in disbelief and fury. Why are you suddenly attacking me? He snarled. The attack continued, a whirlwind of motion too fast to follow. Blood splattered across Dunkwang's face, the shock of the sudden assault evident in his expression. Kim Jian pressed the blade against Dunkwang's throat, the cold steel a stark contrast to the burning rage in his eyes. You could have just died to me once now. Dunkwang glared at Kim Jian, his voice strained. Cult leader, that was only because it was a surprise attack. Dunkwang, will he continue to make excuses even after death? Dunkwang's face is partially obscured by shadow as he listens to the question. Kim Jian states that he will take care of Dunkwang's revenge, but from now on, Dunkwang is out of any fights. His expression is stern. Dunkwang, his brow furrowed, questions what Kim Jian means by that order. He gestures with his remaining hand, confusion evident in his eyes. Dunkwang's eyes widen as he hears that if he were in his normal condition, things would be different. His mouth hangs slightly open in disbelief. Kim Jian asks if Dunkwang really thinks he couldn't block his punch, telling him to face reality. He stands with his arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. Dunkwang, kneeling, declares that he will never resent Kim Jian. His head is bowed in submission. Dunkwang begs Kim Jian not to give him that order. His expression is pleading, desperation etched on his face. Dunkwang asks if there is anything he can do to become stronger, declaring he will do whatever it takes to grow stronger. He sits cross-legged, determination burning in his eyes. Kim Jian states that he sees Dunkwang's resolve very clearly. A sinister smile spreads across his face. Kim Jian looks at Dunkwang, thinking to himself. His expression is thoughtful, perhaps calculating. A muscular man with a large club says that teaching someone isn't really his thing, but since Dunkwang says he'll do anything, he might as well teach him. Kim Jian tells someone to greet the general commander, who will be their master from now on. His expression is serious, perhaps hinting at a new development. Kim Jian's companion looks on, a question forming on her lips. The flashback begins, showing a man with red hair being punched in the face. The beating continues, the man now struck with a rod. The unnamed woman wonders why she is with Kim Jian. She announces that she has good news for the cult leader. The woman with the ponytail asks, surprised, if that's really the case. The unnamed woman reveals that she also has bad news. The woman with the ponytail looks on, her expression unreadable. The woman with the ponytail continues to look on. The woman with the ponytail asks what's with that smirk again. The unnamed woman says that the woman with the ponytail is going to love this, revealing that Mungu is fully recovered and will arrive tomorrow with Haru. She stood in the bustling town, her gaze fixed, a hopeful question hanging in the air. So, could you take me with you? The only sound was the rhythmic tap of her sandals against the worn cobblestone path as she waited for an answer. The man considered her request, his expression thoughtful. You have a point. The other woman's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. The woman's lips curled into a slight sneer, her thoughts betraying her true feelings. Dat brat. The man's gaze lowered, his expression unreadable as he seemed to weigh the situation. A dismissive sound filled the air, a clear sign of impatience. A subtle smile played on the woman's lips, a hint of amusement in her eyes. The journey continued, their footsteps echoing on the path ahead. So this is... The man's eyes scanned the horizon, taking in the sight of the distant sect. The Zhongnan sect, huh? The woman confirmed, her tone matter of fact. Yes, that's right. The two women exchanged a knowing glance, a silent understanding passing between them. He furrowed his brow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Why were both of them following him, though? The unnamed woman walked beside Kim Jian, glancing up at him. By the way, cult leader, do you have a plan? Kim Jian nodded, replying that when facing a large number of enemies, you just target one guy. The leader. If you take down that one guy. A sinister grin spread across Kim Jian's face as he leveled a high-powered sniper rifle. The game's over. The woman with the ponytail inquires if the cult leader has a plan. Kim Jian, carrying a rabbit on his shoulder, explains that when facing a large number of enemies, the best strategy is to target one key individual. The disembodied voice emphasizes the importance of targeting the leader. Kim Jian stands, a sniper rifle now materialized in his hands, its golden accents gleaming. A voice declares that the game is over, punctuated by a sinister chuckle. The woman, her brow furrowed, asks what Kim Jian means by cult leader. The woman is told, "You'll see." Kim Jian peers through the scope of his rifle, his expression focused. Kim Jian's eyes narrow. The woman asks what is most important for people like them, who specialize in long-range attacks. Kim Jian considers the question. Distance. A figure with long white hair states that being able to quickly locate where the enemy is part of it. But the most crucial thing is, by the time the eyes can spot them, it's often too late. The enemy is already within sight. There's a high chance they're already aiming. They've already spotted them as well. Kim Jian explains that they can't rely solely on their vision to detect the enemy. The man's expression is serious, focused. The two stand within concentric circles, attempting to expand their senses. Even without seeing them, they must be sensed. They need to be able to sense what's out there. The woman replies that she only sees trees. Kim Jian urges her to look again. A heightened sense focuses on a distant point. A concentrated beam of pure energy pierces through the dense forest, illuminating the path ahead. The energy intensifies, carving its way through the trees with unstoppable force. The beam begins to fracture, the raw power threatening to burst forth. The energy erupts in a blinding flash, scattering particles of light in every direction. The explosion continues to expand, a wave of pure energy washing over the landscape. Carefully, Kim Jian's master warns, it's not just trees in front of us. Elsewhere, someone is taking a dump. The woman's eyes widen. How is that guy even his master? Kim Jian's master explains that every living being, no matter how small or large, has chi, energy. The master continues, stating that his adorable disciple is also able to identify things that are invisible to the naked eye. The woman looks at Kim Jian, questioning how he reads. Through your sixth sense? The ghostly image of Daedok materializes, his ethereal form a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding him. Daedok explains that it's not an ordinary sense, but a superhuman one. He continues, saying that when you develop this sixth sense, you'll be able to read the flow of chi. Kim Jian wonders how he can do that. Daedok tells him to be more sensitive. Kim Jian is confused. Daedok declares that he'll attack him anytime, anywhere, no matter what he's doing, and tells him to try to survive. Kim Jian is taken aback, wondering what Daedok means by that. Now that he thinks about it, Kim Jian is suddenly really pissed off. He realizes he needs to focus. A diagram shows 3 people on the second floor. The diagram shows 2 on the first floor and beyond that. Kim Jian grunts. Kim Jian wonders if this is as far as he can go for now. He is then addressed as cult leader by one of the women. One of the women wonders if there is anything she can do to help. Kim Jian observes the 2 women, wondering what has gotten into them lately. He pauses, as if something just occurred to him. All right. Kim Jian asks if they're still here. Another figure approaches Kim Jian, addressing him as cult leader, and states that they have gathered the information. Kim Jian tells them to share it. Meanwhile, one of the women reports that the Zhongnan sect's leader is currently located. The Zhongnan sect's leader is about 10 li ahead of their current location. The Zhongnan sect's leader is in the 5th floor study. The Zhongdong Pavilion is as per their instruction. A precise location had been marked on the pavilion wall. Kim Jian, a scar visible on his face, seemed pleased. He mused that he never thought he'd get to do something straight out of movie. Elsewhere, the unseen enemy took aim. He knew that a sniper rifle's effective range was only about 1.5 kilometers. Assassinating someone 4 kilometers away was nigh impossible, but he infused his internal energy, changing everything. His finger tightened on the trigger. A fiery projectile erupted from the barrel, a burst of explosive energy propelling it forward. The projectile streaked through the air, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. It continued its deadly journey, an unstoppable force hurtling towards its destination. Closing in, the fiery projectile neared its target. Meanwhile, the pavilion stood serenely under the clear sky. Unaware of the impending doom, the building basked in the sunlight. Inside, two men were caught completely off guard as the projectile impacted, unleashing a devastating explosion. Unseen, a pinpoint of concentrated energy began its descent, a silent harbinger of destruction. The beam accelerated, an invisible thread pulled taut across the serene space. Faster now, the energy hurtled downward, a promise of violent impact hanging in the air. The descending energy continued its silent, deadly course. Oblivious to the impending doom, Daedok meticulously guided his brush across the parchment, lost in the strokes of his calligraphy. The brush danced, each stroke deliberate, each character imbued with the weight of tradition. Then, a blinding flash. The air crackled as the descending energy found its mark. His eyes widened in disbelief, a silent scream trapped in his throat as the world dissolved into chaos. With a final, desperate surge of awareness, Daedok roared, "Someone's attacking!" The energy ripped through him, a searing inferno that consumed flesh and bone alike. The room exploded in a cataclysm of splintered wood and shattered stone, the force of the blast obliterating everything in its path. Amidst the smoking ruins, the leader of the Zhongnan sect lay lifeless, another casualty in a war waged from the shadows. Smoke billows from the barrel of a gun, the aftermath of a recent shot. Kim Jian looks up, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He muses, "I'm sure at least one of those shots hit." Walking away, Kim Jian reports, "Cult leader, I've found the location of the underground prison." Kim Jian walks through a forest, thinking to himself, "In my life, I've hunted pigs before." With a fox perched on his shoulder, Kim Jian reflects, "But this is the first time I'm rescuing one." Elsewhere, a man hangs, bound and bloodied, in a dark cell. Chained and kneeling, the man groans, his muffled sounds echoing in the stone chamber. The tied-up man wonders when they'll arrive. Meanwhile, a figure stands wreathed in purple energy, a sinister smile twisting his lips. The stronghold had fallen. The message spread quickly through the ranks. Kim Jian, accompanied by the fox, surveyed the scene. Everything seemed to have gone according to plan. Two figures stood silhouetted against the sky, beckoning him forward. "Cult leader, this way," they called. The call echoed, insistent and demanding. A sudden realization dawned on someone nearby. From atop the fallen stronghold, the summons came again. "Cult leader, come on up." Kim Jian's gaze followed the sound, his expression unreadable. He muttered to himself, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. How was he supposed to get up there? A woman's eyes widened in recognition. "Wait, cult leader, that's..." A seemingly impassable wall stood between them and the fallen stronghold. Suddenly, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. Debris rained down, the air thick with dust and the smell of ozone. He surveyed the scene, his expression hardening. If there's no path, he thought, he'll just make one. A gaping hole in the wall served as their new entrance, the debris still settling around them. The unnamed woman's eyes darted around, a silent exchange passing between them. 45. The woman spoke, her voice low and cautious. "According to intel, this is where Yukba should be." Kim Jian listened intently as she continued, warning that there were likely guards protecting the prison below, so they must remain extremely vigilant. Their footsteps echoed ominously as they descended deeper into the prison. Kim Jian paused, a flicker of unease crossing his face. The source of his concern became clear. A trail of bodies littered the hallway, a grim testament to the prison's dangers. Kim Jian's eyes narrowed as he scanned the area. "Hey, did you see a fat guy come through here?" he asked, his voice laced with suspicion. "Hey, now that he's here." A voice echoed from the shadows, filled with malice. "Nobody will leave this place alive." Keka. A grotesque figure emerged, its face contorted in a maniacal grin. "You'll die a miserable death like the rest of them." A voice echoes in the dimly lit space, laced with frustration. Why couldn't he just answer the damn question? Kim Jian levels his weapon, his expression hardening. He demands to know if they've seen a fat guy. A voice, seemingly resigned, offers directions. Straight ahead, left at the fork, and straight again to the torture chamber. That's where the person they're looking for is. Bound and bloodied, a man kneels on the cold stone floor, a human GPS in this grim prison. Kim Jian's eyes narrow, processing the information. He seems to have found his lead. The woman's voice drips with venom. She vows to show those Zhongnan sect bastards what hell truly looks like. Kim Jian approaches a massive, imposing door, the entrance to what must be the torture chamber. He pushes the door open, stepping into the grim scene beyond. The bound man hangs limply, bearing the marks of brutal torture. The unnamed woman's face contorts in horror as she cries out, "Yukba!" The woman rushes to Yukba's side, cradling him gently. She seethes, wondering how they could treat someone like this. The silver-haired man behind Kim Jian remarks on the touching family reunion with a hint of sarcasm. He unleashes a surge of blue energy. The force of the energy sends him crashing to the ground. Kim Ji-yeon appears, brandishing a knife. He switches to a gun as someone shouts, "Wait, cult leader!" From behind, Kim Ji-yeon sees the man who helped Yukba, who took care of the ones tormenting him. Kim Ji-yeon stares at the body strewn about, a look of disbelief washing over him. An unseen figure apologizes for the late introduction. The silver-haired man introduces himself. "My name is Cho Pyo." The unnamed woman recalls having heard that name somewhere before, adding that in the martial world, people often refer to him as Cho Pyo is revealed to be one of the 4 great villains. Someone warns Kim Ji-yeon, the cult leader, not to let his guard down. Kim Ji-yeon listens intently as the unnamed woman speaks, her expression grave. She believes Cho Pyo is among the most wicked. The words hang in the air, underscored by a stark red background. It means he's among the most wicked of the wicked. A towering figure stands amidst a mountain of bodies, the text proclaiming the commission of countless heinous crimes without following the righteous path. Cho Pyo stands with his arms crossed, a knowing look on his face. He thinks that depending on one's perspective, he can see why you'd think that, but today, he comes as a friendly ally to lend his assistance, not a villain. Kim Ji-yeon listens, his expression unreadable, as the woman references the commotion he made earlier. Meanwhile, a group of men, clad in white, search the area. They'll be swarming here soon, searching everywhere for evidence of an explosion nearby. Cho Pyo approaches Kim Ji-yeon, offering his assistance to gain his trust as the cult leader. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes narrow, a silent question hanging in the air. A defeated man begs for his life as Cho Pyo stands over him, contemplating his next move. The blade pierces through, a dark energy radiating from the wound as Dadok's eyes widen in disbelief. His face contorts in a silent scream, the shock of betrayal and the sting of death etched into every line. The world seems to blur around him as the life drains from his eyes, the purple energy intensifying the grim spectacle. With a final, desperate thought, Dadok realizes, too late, the trap he's walked into. Meanwhile, a sinister smile spreads across Cho Pyo's face, blood splattered on his pristine white robes, a testament to his ruthlessness. Standing over the fallen, Cho Pyo addresses an unseen listener, declaring his intention to simplify matters for the cult leader. Cho Pyo, still smirking, relays instructions via a communication device. He orders someone to meet in 2 hours to continue their conversation, wondering who Kim Ji-yeon is. Elsewhere, Kim Ji-yeon listens intently, absorbing the information being relayed to him. The sprawling rooftops of a traditional district stretch out under a clear sky, a maze of tile and timber. The streets below teem with people going about their daily lives, oblivious to the power plays unfolding in the shadows. Kim Ji-yeon stands in a courtyard with Dunkwang as a child reaches out to them, his expression unreadable. He looks up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, the small fox perched on his shoulder mirroring his confusion. Kim Ji-yeon, standing in the shop, is told to forget about the cult leader. Elsewhere, a boy is called out to. Back at the shop, Kim Ji-yeon wonders if the amount will be enough, thinking a real man wouldn't be so stingy. The fox companion seems to agree, thinking if he's going to steal, he should take it all. The unnamed woman states that the cult leader's worth is about a year's expenses for the average person. Kim Ji-yeon tells her to go get herself something to eat, but she thinks she'll just ask Gung Shin-hyung for some money. The fox companion points out that they don't even have money for their own meals right now. Kim Ji-yeon replies that the so-called villain guy will probably pay for it. Meanwhile, the boy is silent, seemingly lost in thought. Elsewhere, a man asks what someone thinks of the manga sect leader. The other man replies that he surprisingly. Back with the boy, he is overjoyed, thinking the person is so nice, and that even gave him a ton of money to buy delicious food. Returning to the conversation, the man replies that he really sounds like a beggar right now. The man says that this is what he said, and asks what they shall do. The man concludes that he's a good person. The man with the red headband, a grim set to his jaw, mutters that he'll have to see for himself. Gi Chanbik, chief of the beggar clan. The setting is a traditional Korean room, where Cho Pyo sits at a table laden with food, awaiting his guest. Kim John, followed by Dunkwang and the unnamed woman, ascends the wooden staircase, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the building. Kim Jian approaches the room where Cho Pyo awaits. Cho Pyo, with a serene smile, gestures towards the spread before him. The group gathers around the table, the spread of food a silent invitation to conversation. Dunkwang, ever the gourmand, wastes no time in sampling the dishes. Kim Jian suppresses his urge to strike, reminding himself that Cho Pyo is, for now, a patient. Cho Pyo leans forward, his gaze intense. "Do you know why I helped you, my lord?" he asks. Kim Jian retorts, "How would I know that?" Cho Pyo continues, "Well then, I guess I need to explain why I became one of the 4 great villains." Cho Pyo begins his tale. "First, I was an ordinary child with ordinary parents." An impatient voice interjects, urging him to get to the point. Cho Pyo concludes, "In summary, for my mother's revenge." He stared ahead, a chilling resolve hardening his gaze. The silver-haired antagonist declared, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. I want to erase the existence of the... His words hung in the air as the scene shifted to a memory. Hands, weathered but steady, cradled a teacup. A voice echoed, filled with bitterness, recounting. In the past, my mother was sacrificed by the tyranny of the Murim Alliance. Back in the present, Kim Ji-yeon listened intently as the woman beside him remained silent. Cho Pyo continued, his tone laced with a dark pride. Before I knew it, I naturally gained the title of one of the 4 great villains. The silver-haired man's expression softened, a hint of gratitude flickering across his features. That's why I rushed here to support you, he explained, upon hearing the news of war between the Mungu cult and the Murim Alliance. Kim Ji-yeon watched the woman's face, a flicker of concern in her eyes. She spoke, her voice barely a whisper. If that's the case, then... Her words trailed off, leaving the unspoken question hanging in the air. No, my lord, she then exclaimed. The woman's brow furrowed, her gaze fixed on Cho Pyo. Believing in the words of one of the 4 great villains without verifying it first, she warned, is a very risky gamble. Cho Pyo tilted his head, a sly smile playing on his lips. You make a valid point, he conceded, but if I intended to harm you. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint appearing in their depths. The Murim Alliance's 9 great sects, 1 great clan, he mused before continuing, you must understand what provoking them means. The camera panned out, showing the group seated around a table laden with food. One of the men leaned forward, his expression earnest. Would absolutely not betray you, my lord? He asked. The woman's eyes widened, her voice laced with disbelief. What nonsense is that? She exclaimed before adding, right now we need a single. Cho Pyo's gaze hardened, a chilling calculation in his eyes. Would I have messed with the Jongnon sect? One of a meat shield? He questioned rhetorically before continuing, and you can go ahead and betray me, but... Kim Ji-yeon's expression turned grim, a hint of unease in his voice. Furthermore, is there any guarantee that I can't guarantee what will happen afterwards? Cho Pyo, seated at the table, remarks that his companion is as magnanimous as he had anticipated. A hand extends, a gesture of partnership. He looks forward to working with him. But before the deal is sealed, Cho Pyo pauses, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Cho Pyo turns to Kim Ji-yeon, stating that there's something he wants to confirm. Kim Ji-yeon simply asks what it is. Footsteps echo, growing louder. It seems it's about time for them to arrive. From a balcony, Cho Pyo spots the approaching figures. He announces that they are here. Cho Pyo watches from above. Below, one of the newcomers declares that this is the place, ordering everyone to search everywhere. Cho Pyo acknowledges Kim Ji-yeon's strength, but expresses his need to confirm it himself. Sounding almost regretful, he says he had no choice but to borrow his appearance. Cho Pyo intends to give the Jongnon sect members a little lesson. Kim Ji-yeon, standing firm, is told to show those fools from... A voice echoes, acknowledging someone's skills with deep respect. Kim Ji-yeon smiles knowingly, tapping his temple as if to indicate a clever plan. Someone, head in hand, finds the situation increasingly fascinating. Another figure agrees to proceed as instructed, turning to leave. A stern warning is issued, a promise of death if recklessness prevails. Eyes glow with an ominous intensity, hinting at hidden power or dark intent. He chuckles, agreeing to alter his displeasing visage without delay. One offers to accompany him, but he insists on going alone. Someone muses, wondering about the true nature of the rumored cult leader, Mungu. A figure looks down, questioning if the Mr. Beggar is curious. Recognizing a shared purpose, Cho Pyo proposes a temporary truce. The other man agrees, citing the potential suffering of innocents should they fight. The woman observes the approaching figure. Daedok wonders aloud if the person is from the Beggar clan. She responds that she could turn a blind eye. The old man and the woman stand together, the woman listening intently as he speaks of those who also belong to the Murim Alliance, suffering. The woman suggests that it could be possible, but asks that he take a look. The old man simply asks who. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-yeon stands surrounded by others, as one of them wonders who the real villain of this fight could be. A man holding a gun says it's fine if they want to fight as they wish, but suggests they take it outside since they're members of the Orthodox sects. A young girl stands holding a metal plate, reminding everyone that there are kids around. After all, one man shouts about how dare the other shamelessly hide behind such excuses after killing their sect leader. Another man tells the kid to close their eyes. The young girl looks distressed. Another man yells that this son of a bitch dares to act so arrogantly in front of them. A gunshot rings out, and the yelling man is shot in the head. A chaotic fight erupts. The air crackles with chaotic energy, explosions of light and blood painting a gruesome tableau. Kim Ji-yeon's voice cuts through the din, raw with fury. Stop, you son of a bitch. A blade presses against the throat. If you make another move, this guy's life is finished. Cho Pyo's smile is unsettlingly calm. What do you think, Mr. Beggar? Cho Pyo's gaze is intense as he asks, Who is the real villain and who is the righteous? Yeppa's eyes widen, a question etched on his face. Is going on here? The man's face contorts in rage. I'm going to teach those bastards a lesson. Kill him. The threat hangs heavy in the air. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. Kill him. Kim Ji-yeon's expression hardens. I think he's lived long enough. Just slit his throat. Silence descends, thick with unspoken tension. Chopio's voice drips with menace. Do you still think that? Hey, look into my eyes. A chilling proposition is made. Then how about this? This kid hasn't lived long at all, and if you move, I'll kill this little brat. The command echoes as a spray of crimson erupts, the victim's face dissolving into a horrifying mess of blood and bone. Flames lick at the edges of the scene as a figure, silhouetted against the inferno, delivers a chilling ultimatum. Anyone not aligned with their cause must be eliminated. He strides away from the carnage, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Two onlookers can only stare in stunned silence at the unfolding horror. Elsewhere, steel glints in the dim light as a swordsman stands ready, his companion watching with a grim anticipation. A dark figure looms over a bloodied corpse, the scene a testament to brutal efficiency. The crack of gunfire shatters the air as a figure unleashes a hail of bullets, each one finding its mark with deadly precision. The two men can only watch in horror, their faces etched with disbelief as the violence escalates. The swordsman stands poised, the blade a silent promise of swift and merciless justice. A voice seethes with rage, the hand gripping the gun, trembling with fury. How dare you point a blade at a child? You son of a bitch! Eyes burning with malevolent intent, the figure declares, are leaving this place alive today. A desperate cry pierces the air. Run away. A plea for salvation echoes amidst the chaos. Help me. The unnamed woman lowers her gaze, a sense of foreboding hanging heavy in the air. A voice booms out, cutting through the tension. Kim Ji-yeon levels his weapon, the barrel glinting ominously. He stares down the old man, his expression unreadable as he asks if they should end things here. Daedok's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in his gaze. He asks if that's not enough. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes burn with a cold resolve. It's up to him to decide. Daedok's brow furrowed, his gaze intense. Isn't that enough? He questioned, his voice laced with a hint of warning. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, declared, That's my call to make. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes burned with a fierce, unsettling red, his expression unreadable. Yeah, a gun was leveled, the metallic glint reflecting the harsh light. The weapon remained trained on its target, a silent threat hanging in the air. Daedok's face tightened, a grim understanding dawning in his eyes. They are all ready, he muttered, the words heavy with resignation. From above, the scene revealed a massacre. Bodies lay strewn across the floor, a single word echoing the carnage, dead. Blood pooled on the wooden floor, painting a gruesome tableau of death and destruction. The cold steel of the gun pressed against the back of Daedok's head. About letting them ascend peacefully? He asked, his voice strained but defiant. Kim Ji-yeon's expression hardened. Why, who are you to butt in? He demanded, his tone sharp and dangerous. Kim Ji-yeon paused, his silence heavy with unspoken intent. Kim Ji-yeon addressed the old man, his voice dripping with disdain. Hey, Mr. Beggar. The old man, taken aback, could only manage a confused, huh? A single coin clattered against the wooden floor. Kim Ji-yeon, looking down at the old man, remarked that his condition suggested he couldn't even afford food, adding that he himself was short on funds because of that little kid, and instructed him to use the coin. The old man's eyes widened slightly. A booming laugh echoed through the building. The old man, leaning on his staff, admitted he never expected such kindness at his age. Holding the coin aloft, the Jonan sect leader declared he would use it wisely, offering his thanks. A faint smile played on his lips. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-yeon, with a hand to his head, wondered if even beggars were experts here, confident that his eyes hadn't deceived him. The silver-haired man stood silently as Kim Ji-yeon stated that he looked forward to working with him, his lord. The man simply replied, Whatever. The silver-haired man, looking annoyed, exclaimed that he was hungry and demanded a bowl of soup. A sinister smile spread across his face. The Green Forest White Tiger stronghold stands tall. Dunkwang welcomes Kim Ji-yeon back, acknowledging his hard work. Dunkwang asks if Kim Ji-yeon is hurt anywhere. Kim Ji-yeon replies, questioning how he could be hurt after getting rid of those things. But Dunkwang asks if Kim Ji-yeon is looking for something. Kim Ji-yeon stands with Mongu. Mongu looks up. Kim Ji-yeon looks shocked. Kim Ji-yeon holds Mongu. Kim Ji-yeon asks Mongu if he's not hurt anymore and not in pain. Kim Ji-yeon says that he can't live without Mongu. Kim Ji-yeon asks Mongu why he looks like that, and if he's hurt. He searched the room, his expression etched with worry. Mongu, he wondered aloud. Below, the fox spirit and dog spirit stood side by side, seemingly unconcerned. This is why raising kids is useless. The dog spirit's eyes turned into hearts as it looked up at Kim Ji-yeon. The fox spirit looked at the dog spirit with question marks floating above its head. The fox spirit and dog spirit stood next to each other. A parent's heartache. The fox spirit stood tall, its fur bristling. The fox spirit kicked the dog spirit. The dog spirit looked up at the fox spirit. A dog's first heartbreak. Kim Ji-yeon looked down, his expression unreadable. Dunkwang stood with his back to Kim Ji-yeon, the fox spirit beside him. Youngest, I know you're happy to see Mongu, he began. Dunkwang continued, but I have something important to discuss, so come outside. The collar of Dunkwang's robe. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-yeon walked toward Dunkwang, who stood with a muscular man in red. The man in red began, well, they say he's the strongest in the world. Dunkwang crossed his arms, confirming, that's right, he is referred to as the strongest by others. He then wondered, what are the odds you could win against that person? Dunkwang continued, his gaze shifting. Yeah, that's a powerful enough weapon that it would be dangerous for me to be hit with it without any preparation. The man in red stated, but it seems that you don't know much about the leader of the martial arts world. Footsteps echoed through the forest. A voice questioned what? Dunkwang, standing beside a muscular man, asked, do you think your chances of winning are? Kim Ji-yeon responded, odd. Flames erupted around the muscular man, while a blue aura enveloped Dunkwang. Dunkwang's expression was intense, his eyes focused. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh, what's this? A terrifying skull materialized, crackling with raw power. You could beat us? The display of power leaves Kim Ji-yeon in awe, the sheer force emanating from the two figures before him, causing him to question, just how strong are these old men? Dunkwang's voice echoes, declaring this to be the new reality. He scoffs, adding that it would be strange if anyone thought they could win against them. Yeppa chimes in, attempting to reassure the youngest, stating that they are just really strong. Dunkwang continues, explaining that while the two of them are this strong, there is someone even. Dunkwang states that they could never guarantee a victory against. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widen as he hears that it would be the Murim Alliance leader, Dong Bang-yeon. Dunkwang asks if Kim Ji-yeon can now feel the gap between him and that guy. Dunkwang tells the youngest that he won't be able to beat either of them. Yeppa adds, let alone the Murim Alliance leader. A sinister figure watches from the shadows as Yeppa laughs, guessing that their youngest is a bit scared. Yeppa reiterates that there is someone even. With a smirk, Kim Ji-yeon declared to his unseen audience, hey brothers, I told you. He held up the gun, confident that, with just this one item, he could win against anyone. One of his older brothers, standing in a forest clearing, questioned, wait, even so, how could you shoot your big brother like that? Another brother chuckled, no, big brother. He threw his head back, roaring with laughter. Ha ha ha. To think our youngest brother could pull off such crazy acts. The first brother agreed, but it seems like he hasn't fully grasped reality yet. Right, brother? The other brother mused, that's true. He really doesn't know anything yet. Back with Kim Ji-yeon, his eyes widened slightly. It can't be helped, as his older brothers. He trailed off, a hint of surprise in his voice. Oh, the unseen brothers declared. We need to thoroughly teach him the pains of reality. Meanwhile, one of the brothers, wreathed in blue energy, prepared to strike. The blow connected, sending Kim Ji-yeon reeling backward. The man's words hung in the air, a heavy pronouncement. As older brothers, they had no choice. Kim Ji-yeon could only respond with a confused, huh. The disembodied voice echoed, promising a brutal lesson. They needed to show him the harsh reality. Dunkwang and Yeppa unleashed a torrent of energy, a blinding assault aimed directly at Kim Ji-yeon. Before he could react, a voice cried out, wait a second. But it was too late. The force of the blast engulfed Kim Ji-yeon, smoke and dust obscuring his vision as the sound of the impact reverberated through the air. Dunkwang's voice dripped with condescension. How's that, little bro? Yukpa stood beside Dunkwang, the pair of them waiting for Kim Ji-yeon to understand the reality of the situation. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? What am I supposed to do with that? He exclaimed, his voice laced with panic. He clenched his fist, a grim determination hardening his gaze. He had to face that bastard in just a few days. Daedok stroked his beard, a thoughtful expression on his face. There might be a way, but... Kim Ji-yeon crouched low, his hand resting on the ground. What was this method they were talking about? Dunkwang's voice echoed from above. He would need to master two abilities, little brother. Kim Ji-yeon considered the old man's words. A powerful one-hit attack. He already had a weapon, but he knew it wasn't enough. Daedok confirmed his thoughts. It wouldn't be enough to finish off the Alliance leader in one hit. They needed an even more powerful attack. The Zhongnan sect leader held up an arrow. For the second ability, it would be faster if he demonstrated it now. Daedok reminded him that he had showed him this before. He told Kim Ji-yeon to watch carefully, as this was the second thing he must do. The old man held the bow, an arrow, ready to demonstrate. A hand moved, preparing to unleash the technique. Suddenly, Kim Ji-yeon was surrounded by a blue aura. The blue aura intensified, swirling around him. Kim Ji-yeon, startled, looked back, wondering what kind of arrow this was. The blue arrow streaked through the air, leaving a trail of light. He looked out confused. Why was it? The arrow was coming back this way? He is enveloped in a swirling vortex of blue energy, the air crackling with power. Arcane symbols hang in the air. The blue energy explodes outward, scattering leaves and dust as Kim Ji-yeon stands firm in the center of the clearing. Daedok watches from behind. He explains that one must be able to attack freely to keep up with that person's movements. The old man declares that from now on, he intends to instill two things in him. Daedok warns that if he fails to grasp his teachings, his chances of defeating the martial arts alliance leader are 0. Elsewhere, Kim Ji-yeon curses under his breath. He remains silent, his expression unreadable. Daedok urges his little brother that it's not too late, suggesting he could still step in and mediate the situation, but only if he learns there's some chance. Meanwhile, a sinister smile spreads across the unknown man's face. He wonders what there is to worry about, deciding he's got to go put a bullet in that. The man's smile widens, his eyes gleaming with malice as he repeats the curse. Kim Ji-yeon looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A message appears on his phone. It's from team leader Kim Mi-young, who expresses her admiration for his rapid progress in martial arts domination. Kim Mi-young continues, offering him a special mission. The mission briefing details the task. Master the 2 trainings of Ibao-gu, with reward details to follow. Kim Ji-yeon smiles, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. It's been a while since he's heard that name. Elsewhere, the unnamed woman walks along a sun-dappled path through a dense forest. She pauses, glancing around, wondering where they said he'd be. Suddenly, she breaks into a run, recognizing a familiar sound. Master, she calls out. Her eyes widen, a sense of urgency filling her expression. She stops abruptly, her face a mask of confusion. What's this? In the distance, a figure stands silhouetted against a blinding light. She continued her walk towards the towering rock formation, its scale dwarfing her presence. The woman stopped, her gaze fixed on someone just out of view. What's this? What are you doing here? She demanded. Kim Ji-yeon stood his ground, his expression unreadable. Is there some kind of problem? He inquired. A blush crept across her cheeks as she stammered. No, it's just, I wanted to see how Master was faring. Kim Ji-yeon's gaze softened slightly. I'm doing fine, but how's your training going? He asked, shifting the focus. Her expression faltered, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. The woman collapsed to her knees, the sound of her body hitting the ground echoing through the trees. A woman with a fan chuckled, her voice dripping with disdain. To think you're by the Master's side, with such meager skills. You should be ashamed, haha. Her eyes widened with fury. She thought, this be bastard? Her face contorted in a mix of frustration and determination. Yes, I'm doing very well, she insisted, though her expression betrayed her true feelings. Kim Ji-yeon pressed on, oblivious to her internal turmoil. Anyway, how are the others progressing in their training? The woman's thoughts were interrupted by Kim Ji-yeon's words. You'd be more helpful just going home and resting, but Yukba's face contorted with exertion, sweat beading on his brow as he pushed himself to the limit. Each drop a testament to the grueling training he was enduring. Nearby, the silver-haired man watched with a critical eye, questioning the reality of Yukba's efforts. Yukba strained against the unyielding resistance, unable to break even a single one of the training implements. The reinforced wooden club seemed to mock his efforts. The silver-haired man chided him, questioning how he could ask for a break when he couldn't even break a twig. Kim Ji-yeon, standing nearby with Waran, mused that Yukba might need a different kind of training. Waran called out to Yukba, beckoning him to come over. As Yukba turned, a deafening bang echoed through the training grounds. Kim Ji-yeon stood with a smoking gun, the barrel still hot. A crimson stain bloomed on Yukba's arm, the wound raw and bleeding. Yukba clutched his arm, his face a mask of shock and pain. The gun is still smoking. You just got shot, and all you say is it hurts, came the voice. Kim Ji-yeon stood over Yukba, who was sitting on the ground. Yukbae, I'm going to entrust you with an important mission, Kim Ji-yeon declared. Yukba's eyes widened, sweat beading on his forehead. What's this all of a sudden? He wondered. A voice instructed him to look down. Yukba glanced downward. Yes? What's this? Meanwhile, Kim Ji-yeon's face was stoic. Kim Ji-yeon stood with Waran in the forest. Anyway, Waran, did you contact everyone else? He asked. Waran smiled. Of course, Master, she replied. Elsewhere, a pair of hands held a map, the voice declaring, Our brother needs help. Elsewhere, a boisterous group surged forward. Let's go out for a change, someone shouted. Meanwhile, the old man with white hair looked hesitant. I'm not too keen on this. Do we really have to go? He questioned. Another voice snapped back. Stop complaining and get moving. If we want to make it in time, we need to leave right now. The group began to move. She stated with certainty that everyone should have already left. A voice from behind questioned if they should get going as well. The man declared with a sinister smile that they would dominate the martial arts world, a pistol glinting in his hand. Clutching a fox and dog plushie, electric sparks fly between them. as if they were about to kiss. Kim Ji-yeon, still holding the plushies, thinks to himself that if he can get rid of that Murim Alliance leader cleanly, he could finally leave this miserable place. A subordinate knocks on the wooden door. Kim Ji-yeon responds, telling him he'll be right there. Elsewhere, two men stand together, one with blonde hair and the other with white hair, remarking that their youngest has arrived and that finally, the legend of the three of them can begin. Kim Ji-yeon stands with his hands clasped in front of a woman with a ponytail. He walks forward, passing between his assembled subordinates. Kim Ji-yeon observes that it looks like everyone is here. Before they go, Kim Ji-yeon says he wants to say one thing, that there's an old saying in their country. His subordinates listen intently as he explains that to live, you will die, but if you wish to die, you will live. Kim Ji-yeon continues, saying that it means if you fight like you're going to die, you will live. However, he doesn't blame them, as death is frightening. He adds that if anyone feels that way, they should tell him in advance, and he'll send them off comfortably. A palpable tension hung in the air as the men murmured amongst themselves, a sense of unease spreading through the ranks. One soldier hesitantly raised his hand. He began to speak, addressing his leader with a nervous tone. The soldier confessed, his voice trembling slightly, that he was, in fact, a little scared of dying. Before he could elaborate, a deafening shot rang out. Kim Ji-yeon's promise echoed in the air as the man's head snapped back, a crimson spray painting the sky. The leader's face remained impassive, his eyes cold as he uttered a chilling farewell. To hell. The gun, still smoking, was lowered slightly. A wave of fear washed over the remaining soldiers. It seemed that everyone was now hesitant. The thought hung heavy in the air, no longer afraid of death, but facing it head-on. A desperate attempt to rally morale, a call to give a mighty shout, echoed through the ranks. The soldiers raised their arms, a mix of fear and forced enthusiasm on their faces. Another soldier, overcome with terror, could only manage a strangled scream. Kim Ji-yeon's lips curled into a sinister smile. Good. Now, he murmured, a dark promise hanging in the air. Kim Ji-yeon, surrounded by his men, declares, let's depart. Elsewhere, a serene landscape unfolds, bathed in the golden light of the sun. The man with the white ponytail questions the state of some stripped-down bastards, wondering if they aren't cold. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-yeon observes that everyone showed up on time. A woman calls out to her hubby. A tender embrace between a man and a woman. The woman with the brown ponytail expresses her annoyance that that damn pest is bothering his lordship again. A woman tells someone to go play somewhere else, stating she is busy. The man with the gray bun is enraged that someone put their hand on his daughter's dragon eyes. Kim Ji-yeon notes that it seems everyone is gathered. A building stands ready for a chat. The assembled group sat around the large table, the air thick with anticipation. Kim Ji-yeon, at the head, surveyed the faces of his allies, each a key player in the unfolding strategy. The fate of the Murim Alliance hung in the balance. The old man, leaning forward, inquired, so, brother, what's the plan for this battle? His gaze was fixed on Kim Ji-yeon, awaiting the strategy that would lead them to victory. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes narrowed, a glint of ruthless determination in them. I'm just going to pierce a hole in the Murim Alliance leader's head with this. The old man chuckled, a hint of admiration in his voice. Ah, that sounds great. As expected, our youngest is indeed smart. Elsewhere, the woman with the silver ponytail spat out a venomous thought. These barbaric bastards. Her eyes burned with contempt. Kim Ji-yeon, his expression unreadable, responded to an unheard question. Old man, I'll handle that part. So you just make sure to take care of the remaining small fries. Dunk Hwang, his face flushed with excitement, exclaimed, our brother is indeed bold. What? You want me to get rid of the small fries? The silver-haired woman turned to the old man, her voice sharp. Ah, you finished what I asked you to do, right? 5 minor sect leader. The woman, her gaze unwavering, stated with cold certainty, our people should be waiting by now. A sinister smile crept across Kim Ji-yeon's face, a silent promise of the chaos to come. The arrival of the Patrol Hall Direct Unit signaled a shift in the balance of power. Those guys have also arrived, one of the members observed. Yun Tianxuan, Patrol Hall leader and Manhwa sect elder, stood ready, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The stage was set for a confrontation. The Discipline Hall's Direct Unit, the Azura Sword Squad, stands ready. The Discipline Hall leader, the Wudong sect's elder, observes the scene. Mak Kyondo is present. The Murim Alliance leader's direct unit, the 1,000-men squad, stands in formation. A masked figure watches intently. The leader of the Murim Alliance looms, his presence casting a long shadow. A figure stands cloaked in darkness. The Murim Alliance leader, Dong Bangyong, is ready for battle. One man notes that there are some dangerous individuals present. His companion agrees, saying it has been a while since he has felt his blood boil. The man simply says, huh? The man in dark clothing shouts, asking if the old man gathered so many just to catch him. One man remarks that they will see how long that arrogant attitude lasts. The old man, Daedok, notes that it has been a long time since they've seen each other. The names of the mad triplets are spoken: Bao God, Hyuk Jumryong, and Green Forest Yuk Cheon AK. Daedok recalls that two of them were hidden away in some mountain, adding that the world refers to the three brothers as such. They are known as the mad triplets. Daedok's face reddens as he thinks that crazy old man is not their name, but it's... Kim Jian tells him not to mind it, questioning why he is getting so angry. Kim Jian recalls that he also prepared a gift for them this time. Daedok wonders what this gift could be. Kim Jian smirks, confident that they will like it this time. The woman, the unnamed woman, looks off to the side. She raises her hand. Elsewhere, a man wonders why he has to do this, questioning when the signal is coming. A man with his hair in a top knot is taken aback, demanding to know who the other person is. The second man, wielding a sword, wonders if he is from the manga cult. The man with the top knot dismisses the question, stating he is simply running a quick errand. Elsewhere, a view from below shows pink explosions bursting in the sky above the trees. Another man, face contorted in rage, shouts, demanding to know what the other person was doing. A voice echoes in the darkness, questioning their own identity, branding themselves a fucking bastard. A man with a sinister smile holds a knife, his eyes gleaming with malice. A hand clenches into a fist, the unseen speaker declaring, "I'm a villain." The old man with the long white beard questions what the other person means by that, insisting it was a gift. A man walks away, thinking that all men from South Korea should know about something. A man smiles, a slight scar visible on his face. A figure is sent hurtling skyward amidst a cataclysm of fire and force. The inferno rages, consuming everything in its path as another body is launched into the air. The landscape is engulfed in a devastating explosion. Kim Jian, surrounded by his men, smirks. "Now, I hope you like your gift." He pauses, then adds, "All right, let's use this chaos too." Like a true villain, a sinister smile spreads across Kim Jian's face, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. Kim Jian, standing before his men, remarks that he hopes they liked the gift. He then commands them to use the chaos to strike. Like a true villain, the scene is set for carnage. A sinister smile creeps across Kim Jian's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The order rings out, "Wipe them all out." A cacophony of war cries erupts as the soldiers surge forward, weapons raised high. A monstrous wolf, teeth bared, joins the charge, a blur of fur and fury. The Zhongnan sect soldiers, swords drawn, follow close behind, their faces grim with determination. Steel clashes against steel, blood splatters, and the battle descends into a brutal melee. One soldier, eyes wide with terror, braces for the onslaught, the sound of death closing in. A warrior gazes upward, his expression unreadable as he holds his blade at the ready. Despite the blood splattered across his face, the warrior sneers, dismissing his foes. These barbaric bastards are really nothing. A tiger, jaws stained crimson, drags a body through the battlefield. A hulking figure grins, watching the carnage unfold. "Were you hungry, my baby? Chew it well." The man with the white ponytail shakes his head, a look of disdain on his face. TSK, how savage. A warrior raises his bloodied sword high, screaming a battle cry. D. The man with the white ponytail narrows his eyes, his expression hardening. A group of warriors surrounds a central figure, weapons drawn. The man with the white ponytail grips his sword tightly, his gaze filled with fury. "How dare these small fries look down on me?" Energy crackles around the blade of a raised sword. A new sword technique is unveiled, the stylized text crackling with unseen energy. A figure is bathed in a radiant blue aura, power surging around them like a tempest. Daedok clicks his tongue, finding the situation beneath him. He mutters, annoyed that they didn't send someone of his caliber. Heavy footsteps echo as someone strides forward, ready to confront the challenge. Yun Tianxuan, patrol hall leader of Manhwa sect, draws his sword, declaring that he believes he's at their level. A man with silver hair questions the actions of another, his expression a mix of concern and confusion. "What's with that bastard?" A bald man with a green beard laughs, offering to fight in the other's place if they feel pressured. The other man simply replies, "No," before trailing off, confused. Mak Hyondo, discipline hall leader of the Wudong sect, stands ready, his sword gleaming in the sunlight. "Then what about me?" A horde of warriors charges forward, weapons raised high, their battle cry echoing. Them all. The battle descends into chaos, blood splattering as the warriors clash. One shouts, "The Murim Alliance isn't worth shit." The warrior grimaced, sweat beading on his brow. "Damn, there are too many of them," he exclaimed. Beside him, another fighter urged, "Let's fall back and regroup with our allies." A fist clenched, a swirling inferno of energy coalescing around it, promising devastation. The masked figure unleashed a torrent of power, a searing blast erupting from their stance. The blast ripped through the air, a wave of force that distorted the very light around it. The energy slammed into the earth, a cataclysmic impact that promised to reshape the battlefield. Bodies flew like ragdolls, the force of the explosion sending them spiraling through the air. The masked figure's voice boomed across the ravaged landscape, laced with chilling intent. Those who run away will die by my hands first. The figure's masked visage turned skyward, a silent rage emanating from behind the cold, unblinking eyes. Who dares to touch our kids? A desperate plea escaped his lips, a prayer against the inevitable. Please. The warrior's eyes blazed with defiance, a desperate resolve hardening his features. Don't die in one hit. The air crackled, the ground trembled, a prelude to unimaginable force. The world exploded in a blinding flash, a maelstrom of destruction consuming everything in its path. The man with the blonde ponytail grinned, his eyes glinting with malice. Oh, look at this bastard, he sneered. The masked figure, unflinching, met his gaze. He questioned, You endured that? The blond man's grin widened, his muscles coiling. Then I no longer have reason to hold back, he roared, preparing to strike. With a burst of speed, the masked man launched himself forward, a guttural cry escaping his lips as he initiated his counterattack. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair watched the unfolding events, his expression unreadable. Beside him, the red-haired man observed, They're fighting quite well. The dark-haired man responded, My lord. The red-haired man nodded. Yeah, go ahead. A palpable tension hung in the air as the red-haired man gave his silent command. The red-haired man broke into a sprint, his eyes fixed on a distant target. The one-armed man spoke with a chilling confidence. To think he would come out to the battlefield with one arm. The blond man with the ponytail smirked, his eyes narrowed. One arm is enough for dealing with someone like you. The one-armed man's expression hardened, his confidence unwavering. Let's see how long that confidence can last. The red-haired man lunged forward, his fist a blur of motion as he attacked the dark-haired man. His eyes narrowed, a storm brewing behind them as he focused on the approaching threat. The blow landed with brutal force, snapping his head to the side. His lip curled back in a snarl. This sneaky little brat, he spat, tasting blood. Confusion flickered across his face. He was surrounded. 3 figures, grim and silent, closed in. A flurry of fists descended, each blow a hammer strike against his defenses. Damn, in this state, he couldn't do anything. He needed to create some distance. With a burst of speed, he launched himself backward, kicking up dust as he broke free of the immediate circle. One of the men hefted a heavy, weighted object, preparing to strike. The red-haired man was too slow. Got you, you little rascal, his attacker snarled. The fist connected with a sickening thud. The force of the blow sent him hurtling through the air. The sound of impact echoed through the trees. He explodes forward, a crimson blur against the grassy field. A monstrous wolf spirit materializes before him, teeth bared in a silent snarl. The world erupts in a blinding flash of light and force. He staggers, then a surge of blue energy emanates from his left arm. My master made me an arm, you know. The red-haired man's voice drips with disdain. Do you think you can block this with that one arm? His unseen opponent's eyes widen in disbelief. The blue energy intensifies, coalescing into a solid, spectral limb. The red-haired man grins, power radiating from his enhanced arm. The first strike lands with brutal force, sending a spray of blood into the air. He continues the onslaught, the blue energy arm a relentless weapon. The final blow connects, ending the fight as quickly as it began. Silence descends once more. He declared, his voice laced with finality, Now let's end this. With a surge of power, a blue energy arm materialized, crackling with raw force. The unseen opponent's face erupted in a spray of blood, the impact echoing through the air. The red-haired man smirked, dismissing his foe. This squinty isn't much at all. A sinister smile played on his lips, a silent promise of more to come. Meanwhile, a gloved hand gave a thumbs up, a signal of readiness. The man with the crimson hair chuckled, confident in his victory. Elsewhere, a figure behind a sniper rifle questioned, This up? 3 figures stood in the crosshairs, unaware of the impending danger. Back at the temple, a masked figure sensed a shift in the air, a palpable killing intent. The words echoed, a declaration of defense, Heavenly Dragon Defense Formation. A phalanx of masked warriors stood ready, a united front against the unseen threat. Through the scope, the sniper watched, his expression grim. It was already too late, he thought. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a deafening roar that ripped through the air. The force of the blast sent a warrior sprawling, his sword skittering across the ground. Another fell, and then another, the ambush unfolding with brutal efficiency. The ground became littered with bodies, the air thick with the smell of smoke and blood. Crimson sprayed across the landscape as more warriors succumbed to the unseen threat. The last of the warriors fell silent, their swords lying useless beside them. Daedok stood amidst the carnage, his face streaked with blood, a masked warrior at his side. The Zhongnan sect leader's gaze swept over the fallen, a storm brewing within his eyes. A close-up revealed the extent of the damage, the blood a stark contrast to his white hair and beard. A sinister smile stretched across a mouth, the lips pulled back to reveal gleaming teeth. Back at the ridge, the sniper stood over his rifle, smoke curling from the barrel, the job complete. The gun's mechanism clicked, each rotation a countdown. A voice, laced with fury, demanded to know who they thought they were. The unseen speaker challenged the right of anyone to decide when it ends. Fueled by rage, Daedok descended from above, weapon in hand, targeting Kim Jian. A disembodied voice echoes, demanding to know who they think they are. The old man unleashes a torrent of energy, determined to end this. Kim Jian grits his teeth, bracing for the impact. The old man stands firm, his expression unwavering as the energy surges around him. The energy explodes outward, a cataclysmic burst of power. The old man's face is marred with blood and soot, yet he recalls a saying from his youth. He laughs, declaring it's too bad. The old man taunts, questioning if Bao God's memory has faded with age, if he has forgotten. The explosion subsides, the old man's voice echoing, declaring that kind of Bao doesn't work on him. The old man grips his weapon, ready for the next attack. An archer stands ready, bow drawn, prepare to strike. Kim Jian's lips curl into a smirk, retorting that the old man is the one who has forgotten. Kim Jian levels his weapon, declaring that he is the old man's opponent. He focused, channeling a surge of blue energy into the barrel of his gun. The bullet, now wreathed in crackling power, hurtled toward its target. The old man, unfazed, regarded the oncoming projectile with disdain. Such a simple attack, he scoffed. His face contorted in rage, the old man roared, "Won't kill me!" With a swift motion, he intercepted the energy bullet, deflecting it with his blade. The deflected energy scattered, leaving a shimmering trail of blue light in its wake. Kim Jian narrowed his eyes, refocusing his aim. I aimed. He leveled the gun, a grim expression hardening his features. Not easy. The old man, bloodied but unbowed, spat his contempt. You little brat? These petty tricks you've been doing. Fuck you. He returned fire. The impact of the old man's counterattack reverberated through the air. The old man swung his sword, preparing for the next exchange. He presses his attack, the staff descending towards Kim Jian. The staff blurs as it whips through the air, closing in. A cruel grin spreads across the old man's face. He declares, "Gotcha." His eyes gleam with malicious intent. The staff continues its deadly descent. The old man whirls the staff, a whirlwind of motion. The air cracks as the staff whips through it. The staff hurtles downwards, a force of pure destruction. The old man's breath steams in the cold air, his eyes narrowed. His face is a mask of manic glee. The old man taunts, "What are you looking at, black old dragon?" He unleashes another wave of unseen force, the air crackling with energy. The blast slams into the ground, sending up a spray of dirt and debris. The Zhongnan sect leader continues his assault, the energy arcing towards his target. The attacks intensify, each strike carrying immense power. The barrage continues, a relentless storm of energy focused on Kim Jian. Kim Jian, caught in the onslaught, roars, "You son of a bitch," as he levels his pistol and fires. With impossible speed, Daedok spins, a vortex of blue energy deflecting the bullet. The old man prepares his counterattack, his feet shifting into a ready stance. He initiates the 100 Heavenly Electric Step, a technique of blinding speed. The technique propels him forward, leaving trails of electric energy in his wake. Closing the distance in an instant, the electric steps surge with power. Daedok launches himself into the air, a pink energy trail marking his ascent towards Kim Jian. Sweat beads on his brow. The Zhongnan sect leader focuses, gathering his energy for a devastating strike. He unleashes the built-up power, a surge of pink lightning erupting from his hands and crashing downwards. The force of the blow shatters the earth, sending debris flying in all directions. The ground beneath the attack is left a spiderweb of cracks, the earth itself rent asunder. One of the soldiers gasps, fear etched on his face. "My lord, please don't worry about your back. I will protect you." Daedok observes the devastation, a knowing glint in his eye. "Ho ho, it seems you have the body of the Vajra." He raises his hand again, channeling more of the pink energy, preparing another strike. The Zhongnan sect leader's voice booms out, laced with challenge. "Then let's see if you can stop this." The world is consumed by the pink energy as the attack hurtles towards its target. The devastating attack slams into its destination, the observing soldiers bracing for the impact. The scene was a tableau of brutal finality. A figure lay prone, lifeblood staining the parched earth, while the old man stood over the fallen form, his expression unreadable. His eyes widened, a flicker of realization crossing his face. He turned his gaze towards a distant figure, a lone silhouette fleeing across the desolate landscape. Daedok chuckled a low, menacing sound. Would run away and leave his subordinate like this. Go on, try to escape. Either way. With a burst of speed, the ground cracked beneath his feet as Daedok launched himself after the fleeing figure. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-yeon sprinted, his breath ragged, adrenaline coursing through his veins as he desperately tried to put distance between himself and his pursuer. Suddenly, a hand descended from above, snatching him from his desperate flight. Daedok delivered a swift, brutal kick downwards, sending his target plummeting towards the earth. His sword glowed with an ominous energy, rings of power swirling around the blade. Kim Ji-yeon hurtled downwards, a helpless projectile against the unforgiving landscape. The impact was cataclysmic, a shockwave of dust and debris erupting from the point of collision. The old man, standing over the area where Kim Ji-yeon crashed, scoffs, muttering that he wasted his time on such a small insect. Daedok raises his sword, pink energy crackling around him. He declares that he will end this. A sinister smile spreads across an unseen face. Kim Ji-yeon's eye twitches as he peers through his gloved fingers, a grimace twisting his lips. Daedok's eyes widen in disbelief. The Jonan sect leader stands before a series of pressure-activated traps, stating that he has left a few more just for Kim Ji-yeon. The traps are triggered one by one. Daedok bids farewell. Despite his injuries, Kim Ji-yeon smiles, holding a detonator in his gloved hand. A gloved hand clenches into a fist. Daedok, now sporting a cut on his forehead, taunts Kim Ji-yeon, asking if he's going to give up already after running away and bluffing. The Jonan sect leader's expression shifts from arrogance to shock. Explosions erupt. The world erupts in a blinding inferno, the force of the explosion sending shockwaves through the surrounding forest. The blast continues to consume everything in its path, the raw power of the detonation evident in the swirling flames and flying debris. Turning his head, Kim Ji-yeon glances back at the devastation he has wrought, the firelight reflecting in his dark eyes. Daedok, bloodied but alive, wipes the grime from his face. Phew, what a tough old man, he mutters, acknowledging his own resilience. Through the smoke and fire, a pair of feet remain planted firmly on the ground, their owners seemingly unfazed by the inferno. Kim Ji-yeon continues his advance, the flames licking at his back as he declares, "It's not over yet." An eye, wide and filled with a chilling intensity, peers out from shadows. A sinister smile spreads across a scarred face, hinting at the malevolence lurking beneath the surface. Another man, witnessing the aftermath, stares in disbelief. That's insane. He survived that explosion. He shouts, "Youngest!" A muscular man with wild blonde hair bellows, "Run away. I can't hold him for long." His face contorted in a desperate plea. A close-up of a heavily scarred arm, the skin stretched and disfigured, hints at a brutal past. A final, blurred image conveys a sense of chaotic energy and impending doom. A blinding surge of energy erupts, consuming everything in its path. The symbol of power manifests, hanging in the air. A subordinate's face contorts in a desperate yell. A hand reaches out, pleading, "My lord, please listen." From behind, a figure with white hair speaks. "From now on, I will transfer everything I've accumulated in this life to you." The subordinate, his expression grim, begs, "My lord, please be sure to kill the Murim Alliance leader." A sinister smile spreads across the face of the white-haired figure, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. The power transfer continues, a blue aura enveloping both figures. The white-haired figure's face is contorted in a yell, the blue aura intensifying. Rain streaks down his face, the grim set of his jaw betraying the turmoil within. One of his subordinates, face obscured by a visor, implores, "My lord, you've worked hard. Please." The old man's face is etched with a knowing smile as he commands, "Take care of it." The man's lips barely move as he concedes. "All right." Blue energy crackles around his arms as he declares, "It to me." The blue energy coalesces, forming a weapon of immense power. Bloodied and enraged, the warrior grits his teeth, a primal fury burning in his eyes. Standing over him, the scarred man demands, "Don't you understand?" A voice booms, filled with arrogance. "You're no match for me." A chilling grin spreads across his face, revealing a disturbing madness. Another voice cuts through the tension. "Hey, stop bothering my brother." The speaker's eyes blazed with protective fury. Kim Ji-yeon, eyes narrowed, held a glowing orb in his hand, blue energy crackling around it. He snarled, "And just die already." A surge of blue energy shot forth, a concentrated beam of destructive power. The energy intensified, a searing streak against the stark background. A bald man's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with confusion. He stammered, "Huh?" The blue beam hurtled forward, an unstoppable force of nature. The air cracked with the sound of the impact. The force reverberated, shaking the very ground. The bald man was engulfed in the blue energy, screaming in agony as the blast ripped through him. A cloud of smoke and dust billowed out, obscuring the aftermath of the attack. A man in a vest, standing amidst the chaos, gasped for breath. Aha! He stood in the forest, the air thick with the smell of ozone and the lingering haze of the blast. The world seemed to warp and distort, a tunnel vision effect taking hold. A lone figure trudges across a desolate field, their back turned to the unseen observer. Elsewhere, the unseen speaker's lips barely move as they utter a grim declaration. This war is their victory, the unseen speaker roars, the words echoing with fierce conviction. Meanwhile, a man looks up, his face contorted in a shout, his expression a mix of fury and desperation. Elsewhere, a chaotic melee unfolds, a whirlwind of clashing steel and desperate cries as warriors fight for their lives. The blade hums with barely contained power, a low thrum that promises destruction. Changing scenes, the Shaolin Temple stands in silent vigil, its ancient stones weathered by countless storms and conflicts. A hand runs prayer beads, the rhythmic clicking a counterpoint to the turmoil brewing elsewhere. A monk sits in serene meditation, seemingly untouched by the chaos that threatens to engulf the world. But now Du Masung, the Shaolin Temple abbot, breaks his composure, his eyes widening with alarm. He leaps into action, a desperate cry escaping his lips. He has to stop this, and quickly. The air crackles with unseen energy. Kim Jian grinned, finally able to leave. A voice crackled over the comms, identifying itself as team leader Kim Maya. The voice continued, congratulating him on being the first to arrive so far, urging him to hurry up and send her home. A close-up of a face, the expression one of shock and disbelief. What? A stone chest, bound by glowing red chains and covered in talismans, sat silently. The talismans burst into flames, their power unleashed. Elsewhere, a traditional building stood tall, its architecture a testament to ancient craftsmanship. A man with his hair in a bun looked up, his expression unreadable. Another man, with long black hair, stood behind him, also looking upwards. A traditional building complex stand beneath a sky stained crimson, a dark orb hanging ominously above. A déclaration écho, Murimadiance. A star command cuts through the air. Kill the strongest and most evil being in the entire history of Murim. A figure plummets from above, a silent descent into the unknown. A hand grips a sword, its blade radiating a malevolent red energy. The building complex looms once more, the red energy in the sky a constant, unsettling presence. The air crackles with unseen power. Another figure descends, long hair flowing in the wind, a silent harbinger of what's to come. A close-up of the building's roof, a silent sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The words materialize, the heavenly demon. Glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, a face of cold determination. The final declaration, from a heavenly demonic divine cult. Elsewhere, a figure sits in contemplation, the swirling mist obscuring the landscape around them. A towering structure looms in the distance, its purpose unknown. Crimson energy crackles around a figure, only the top of their head visible. The figure's face is revealed, their eyes glowing with an ominous red light. The figure turns their head, a contemplative expression on their face. The figure speaks, their words carrying a weight of expectation. Having everyone gathered here means... A faint haze hangs in the air, obscuring the details of the room. An ornate table sits in the foreground, its surface cluttered with indiscernible objects. The figure descends, a cascade of dark hair, framing a face twisted with malice. He sneered, "You saved me the trouble of finding you." A gloved hand clutches a device, its screen displaying indecipherable symbols. A voice booms, filled with rage. "What the fuck are you talking about? We killed the Alliance leader." The man's face contorts in fury, his voice a thunderous roar. "That means we've dominated the martial world. Who is this heavenly demon then?" The man's eyes widen in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. Another figure, masked and cloaked, declares, "It's all over now. The world will turn into hell." A figure kneels, blood pooling around them. A voice echoes, laced with venom. "Try surviving well in hell." The masked figure raises a bloodied sword, its polished surface reflecting the grim scene. A crimson spray erupts, painting the stark white background with violence. One man asks, bewildered, "What is happening all of a sudden?" Another replies, "I think he was in shock because the Lord he served has died." The words hang in the air, "has died." A voice calls out, "Ah, there you are, youngest." The air hung thick with a metallic tang of blood as they walked. The man beside Kim Jian spoke, suggesting they leave this place quickly, now that the Alliance leader was dealt with. Kim Jian acknowledged the instructions. He understood that the 5 minor sex leaders should treat those dying old men over there before they left. 2 men, bloodied and weary, stood together, contemplating their next move. They needed to think about how to deal with them. The aftermath of the battle was grim, bodies strewn across the ground, a testament to the brutal conflict. Kim Ji-yeon's expression hardened, a spark of defiance in his eyes. It wasn't over yet. A line of soldiers stood ready, their faces grim, their resolve unwavering. As long as they were here, the war was not over. Kim Ji-yeon leveled his pistol, his gaze unwavering. Was that so then? A voice echoed, daring anyone to step forward if they wanted to be the first to die. Something's coming. A surge of energy crackled in the air, a visible distortion as something descended. What was that? The soldier stood firm, his back to the unseen threat, prepared to face whatever was coming. With a resounding stomp, a foot crashed down, the force of the impact promising devastation. The ground shattered, dust and debris flying as the force of the blow ripped through the landscape. Despite the chaos, Kim Ji-yeon urged everyone to cease their infighting, his voice cutting through the din. Daedok, the Jonan sect leader, commanded everyone to return to their respective sects and quickly spread the word. His face etched with grave concern, Daedok announced the unthinkable. The heavenly demon had awakened. A nearby warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. The heavenly demon? Kim Ji-yeon, clutching his bloodied arm, could only utter a confused, Daedok insisted there was no time for explanations. A desperate need for a countermeasure against the heavenly demon hung heavy in the air. A gruesome sight, a severed head, a stark testament to the chaos unleashed. Kim Ji-yeon stood over a fallen body, his expression unreadable. Another warrior cried out, his voice filled with anguish. Abbot! A figure with long hair muttered, how noise... His eyes glowing red with fury, he roared, bastard! Who do you think that person was? A figure stands amidst a pool of their own blood, the scene a testament to a recent, brutal conflict. Through the downpour, figures march forward, their resolve unwavering. One mutters about those who speak before drawing their swords, calling them pitiful. The rain continues to fall as they press on, the speaker adding that even the death of an ally should not deter a true martial artist. A figure with glowing eyes acknowledges the strength of someone, though they are unsure if they truly face the heavenly demon. A voice declares that they are the Murim Alliance, a gathering of orthodox martial artists. A bloodied hand grips a sword, a silent promise of violence to come. The voice continues, questioning if they still have the strength to wield their swords. A man, sword in hand, roars, calling for others to join him in vanquishing the villain. The call echoes with a deafening roar. Members of the Murim Alliance, hearing the call, advance towards a distant figure. A voice declares that those before them are not martial artists. The figures leap into action, a flurry of motion against an unseen foe. The figure with glowing eyes speaks of moths. Crimson energy lashed out, ensnaring the warriors. They were caught in a web of unseen power, their movements restricted, their faces contorted in silent screams. A warrior's scream tore through the air, cut short by a sudden, brutal force. Blood sprayed, painting the scene with fresh horror. The price of defiance was paid in full. A body, separated from its head, slumped to the ground, another casualty in the unfolding massacre. A voice echoed, laced with dark amusement. That rush toward the flame, huh? The heavenly demon grinned, his eyes burning with malevolent glee. His gaze promised only death and destruction. A gasp escaped his lips. The realization struck him like a physical blow. The old man spoke, his voice grave. That bastard is the heavenly demon? He urged the younger man. We must get out of here quickly. The muscular man agreed. Yeah, youngest Hyungnim is right. Even if the three of us attack. A grim acceptance settled in. We'll only meet a dog's death. The figure moved through the chaos, a whirlwind of steel and death. Each swing of the blade brought another enemy to their knees. He steeled his resolve, knowing the odds were stacked against him. Fuck, I know that too. If I rush at that guy now. The man's thoughts were consumed by a single, desperate purpose. I'll only meet a cruel death. But I must kill him. The battlefield lay strewn with bodies, a testament to the heavenly demon's devastating power. The air hung thick with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid scent of ozone. A figure emerged from the carnage, their blade glinting ominously in the dim light, a promise of further bloodshed. Kim Ji-yeon, his expression grim, stood amidst the chaos, the small fox-like creature perched on his shoulder, its eyes darting nervously. A radiant figure pulsed with an otherworldly light, its presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The heavenly demon observed the scene, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. There was a kid with a fascinating aura. The muscular warrior, his face etched with worry, urged Kim Ji-yeon to flee. More precious than life. Hurry and get out of here. The warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. When did he? The heavenly demon's face filled the void, a sinister smile, promising unimaginable suffering. The warrior, his staff raised, prepared to face the impossible. Youngest, we'll buy you a little more time. Kim Ji-yeon, his face a mask of determination, heard the desperate plea. Quickly gather the kids and get out of here. Another voice cried out, "No, wait. I want to go with you." The warrior's face was contorted with worry. "Hurry up. We won't be able to hold him for long." Staff whistling through the air, he brought it down upon his foe with terrible force, blue energy crackling around the point of impact. The warrior could only brace for the inevitable, muscles straining against the crushing blow. The force of the attack sent him spiraling downwards, a trail of pink energy marking his descent. He plummeted, a broken figure against the backdrop of the ravaged landscape. The ground rushed up to meet him, the impact promising only pain. Even as he fell, the heavenly demon's voice echoed, dismissive and cruel. "Still, they're just as insignificant." Meanwhile, Kim Ji-yeon's eyes blazed with fury, orange and blue energy coalescing around him as he prepared to strike back. His hand tightened around the grip, knuckles white with rage. "That son of a bitch dared to harm my hyungs." He leveled the weapon, his gaze locked on the distant figure. Elsewhere, a lone figure raced through the forest, a blur of motion and blue energy. The trees became streaks of green as they hurtled past, the figure's purpose unknown. Deeper into the woods they plunged, a silent hunter on a desperate path. The heavenly demon's grin widened, a sinister promise etched onto his face. The air crackled with unseen energy. A burst of blue light erupted, scattering debris in its wake. Elsewhere, the distant mountains stood silent, shrouded in mist. The landscape stretched out below, an untouched vista of green and gray. Through his binoculars, Kim Ji-yeon observed the display of power. "What a mysterious martial art," he mused. "I've never seen such a strange martial art before." His eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A voice echoed from behind him. "How interesting. Even I don't know this martial art." Kim Ji-yeon pointed, a grim expression settling on his features. However, unfortunately, the air shifted, a subtle change in pressure. He tilted his head, confusion clouding his gaze. "Huh." His eyes widened in alarm as the voice from behind him spoke again, a chilling finality in its tone. "Mungu will be lonely dash." He walked away from the carnage, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. The aftermath painted a gruesome tableau. A leg, severed and lifeless, plummeted through the crimson-stained air. A bloody, finger-pointed, a silent accusation amidst the devastation. The man with red hair sneered, his voice dripping with malice. "That's as far as you can go." A chilling smile stretched across his blood-soaked face, promising further torment. He points a finger, his expression unreadable. The finger remains extended, the gesture sharp and deliberate. A sudden brutal attack erupts in a shower of blood. A cloaked figure stands amidst the carnage, their purpose unknown. A voice cries out in denial. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as the gravity of the situation sinks in. "Even if the three of us attack together," one of the men begins, the other agreeing, "Yeah, that's right." Kim Ji-yeon's expression hardens. "They have to get out of here immediately." Someone declares that the war with the Murim Alliance is over, and if anyone wants to live, they should give it up now. Daedok and another man exchange a grim look, the tension palpable between them. "You're all." The command rings out, "And run away." A desperate scramble ensues as figures flee the scene. The red-haired man surveyed the scene, his crimson eyes gleaming with a sinister amusement. There are some bastards that are worse than insects, too." Swirling red energy coalesced around him as he spoke, a prelude to the chaos he was about to unleash. He mused, "I was just starting to get bored." With a deliberate stride, he advanced, his boots crunching on the ruined earth, each step radiating destructive power. The force of his movement shattered the ground beneath him, sending debris flying in all directions. He tilted his head back, his gaze rising to meet whatever awaited him above. A blinding burst of crimson energy erupted, painting the sky with an ominous hue. Meanwhile, two figures scrambled across the ravaged landscape, desperately seeking cover from the unfolding catastrophe. Kim Ji-yeon lay prone, his body aching from the previous battle, his eyes darting around, trying to assess the new threat. He pushed himself up slightly, a question etched on his face as he stared upwards. His eyes widened as he saw the figure descending from the sky. He muttered, "What the—" A voice, filled with alarm, echoed through the ravaged landscape. "What is that?" The red-haired man stood amidst the swirling crimson energy, a staff crackling with power held aloft in his hand, a harbinger of destruction. He paused, his crimson eyes narrowed as he tried to make sense of the unfolding chaos. He didn't know what it was, but a sense of foreboding washed over him. Driven by an unknown urgency, the red-haired man broke into a run, his boots pounding against the earth. Kim Ji-yeon's expression turned grave. "The moment it falls, everyone will die." His gaze shot upwards, tracing the trajectory of a massive, unknown object descending from above. Even for just a moment, Kim Ji-yeon focused his attention, trying to understand the nature of the threat. With a surge of resolve, Kim Ji-yeon unleashed a blast of energy from his weapon. a desperate attempt to intercept the falling object. He knew he had to create an opening to escape, even if it was just a sliver of a chance. Below, a swirling vortex of dark energy began to coalesce around the red-haired man, a malevolent aura emanating from its core. The weapon discharged again, a concentrated beam of light piercing the darkness. The red-haired man channeled the dark energy, his expression hardening with grim determination. But as the dark energy surged, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. What is this? Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widened in disbelief. A silent question etched on his face as he witnessed the unexpected turn of events. The blow lands with a resounding crack, an explosion of force rippling outward. Kim Ji-yeon watches, a grim satisfaction on his face. That should buy them some time, he thinks. But the red-haired man stands tall, a crimson aura flaring around him as he raises his weapon. A sinister smile spreads across his face, his eyes burning with malevolent intent. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widen in disbelief. Is that really a human? The red-haired man's voice drips with cruel amusement. Try your best to survive like the insect you are. Power surges around him, cracks of energy spider-webbing through the air. Then, inexplicably, the red-haired man plummets from the sky. The energy released from the blast continued to expand, a blinding sphere of destruction. He plummeted away from the epicenter, a tiny figure against the backdrop of the devastated forest. The ground rushed up to meet him, an uncontrolled descent into the unknown. His face contorted in a silent scream, the wind whipping past him as he fell. Meanwhile, below, a guttural sound escaped Kim Ji-yeon's throat, a testament to his near-death experience. Kim Ji-yeon, still catching his breath, muttered, "Damn, I almost died." His eyes widened, a chilling realization dawning on him. What was the true nature of that monster? Lying prone on the scorched earth, Kim Ji-yeon wondered how The thought hung in the air. How was he supposed to kill that kind of monster? Before him lay a scene of utter devastation, a crater carved into the landscape. The old man, relieved, expressed his gratitude that the youngest had escaped unharmed. Kim Ji-yeon, however, urged him to listen carefully, for if the man they faced was truly the heavenly demon, they were in dire straits. In the history of the martial world, a name had risen to prominence, the heavenly demonic divine cult. For 2 centuries, this lunatic religious group had been driven solely by the pursuit of power, their influence spreading like a dark stain. At the helm of this destructive force stood their godlike leader, the figurehead of the heavenly demonic divine cult. Under the crimson gaze of a blood-red moon, his presence loomed, a harbinger of chaos. The man with the sinister smile was none other than the heavenly demon himself, returned from an earlier encounter. Flames engulfed the ancient structures, consuming everything in their path. As soon as the heavenly demonic divine cult emerged, all sects, regardless of their orthodox or unorthodox nature, felt the shift. They began burning everything, their reach extending even towards the imperial palace, a brazen act of defiance. The pillar of the country was now threatened, and the reason for such an unreasonable act became clear. It was solely because of the overwhelming strength of that heavenly demon, his power a terrifying force to behold. So in order to stop him, the martial world for the first time in history began to unite. The heavenly demon had joined hands with officials and all the orthodox and unorthodox sects. The sects and the imperial family united to barely kill the heavenly demon. Daedok stroked his goatee, a deep furrow in his brow. He wondered how the heavenly demon, who was supposedly dead for 200 years, had reappeared in the world again. The figures shifted, the leather of their dark clothing creaking softly. Damn, they had only managed to kill the Alliance leader, and now they were told to catch an even more monstrous bastard. The figure's eyes narrowed, a vein throbbing in their temple. Kim Ji-yeon, you fucker. Say something. Desperation edged into the figure's voice. How are they supposed to kill such a monster? Elsewhere, the pair stood in silence, the forest air thick with unspoken thoughts. A rustling sound broke the silence. The figure leveled their weapon. A child's voice, high and clear, pierced the tense quiet. Wait, it's me. The figure lowered the gun slightly, recognition dawning. What the? You're that beggar kid from back then. The man with the scars on his neck flatly stated that they had no money to spare. The beggar kid looked up, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, as he muttered, "Actually." Deeper into the forest they marched, the trees looming like silent sentinels. High above, perched on a thick branch, 2 figures watched the procession snake its way through the undergrowth. Kim Ji-yeon's expression soured, his gaze hardening. Do all these beggars want to die today? A voice cut through the rising tension. Enough. Calm down. We aren't here to fight. The worn staff scraped against the rough ground, a silent promise of force held in check. From above, the man with the red headband declared, "A way to kill the heavenly demon." The end of the staff scrapes against the ground. A voice echoes, claiming to know something. The man with the red headband declares, his voice carrying through the forest, that he knows a way to kill the heavenly demon. He grips his staff tightly, anticipation hanging in the air. Kim Ji-yeon's expression is unreadable. He demands to know if the man is sure, pressing him to reveal the method quickly. The man with the red headband states that the beggar clan leader knows how to kill him. He raises a hand, suggesting they go with him to his headquarters. Kim Ji-yeon listens intently to the man's proposition. He pauses, considering the offer. Kim Ji-yeon suggests that the others go home and rest for a bit. His brother reminds him that he has been hit with swords countless times. The brother tells Kim Ji-yeon that he should go home and rest now, questioning what Kim Ji-yeon takes them for, stating that they are still fine and there is no need to worry. Another brother thinks to himself that with their current state, they'll only be a burden to the youngest, seeing how much he cares for them. He wonders if it wouldn't be better to get treatment first and help him later, agreeing that the second brother is right. The older man states that they will quickly get treatment and come back. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-yeon is told not to do anything dangerous and to always be careful. He thanks his brothers. He wonders until when. Kim Ji-yeon meets with the old man in the forest. Daedok asks if he's planning to hide like rats. Kim Ji-yeon replies that he was going to greet him. Daedok thinks to himself that he looks so bad that he didn't know if he should, admitting that he didn't truly trust him. Kim Ji-yeon thanks him. Kim Ji-yeon thinks to himself that if it weren't for him, it would have been hard to beat the Murim Alliance leader, stating that he'll never forget this. The old man, face etched with gratitude, insisted it was nothing. He was simply returning a long-standing favor. Kim Ji-yeon spoke with conviction, promising a future action. Though in her thoughts, the woman couldn't help but find him repulsive. Wiping his nose, the old man, Daedok, declared that everyone had worked hard. Kim Ji-yeon looked ahead, suggesting they all meet again soon. Elsewhere, a bird's-eye view revealed the layout of the Kaifeng branch. Two figures walked through the village, their footsteps echoing in the narrow streets. Kim Ji-yeon frowned, questioning why their boss's location was so dirty and shabby. Another man laughed, agreeing that it was still just a beggar den, despite being called the Beggar Den's HQ. Inside, the clan leader was waiting. Covering his nose in disgust, Kim Ji-yeon complained about the stench. A voice announced his arrival, addressing him as a stranger whose name they didn't know. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He knelt before Daedok, who sat cross-legged on the worn floorboards. The old man greeted him, stating that he had been expecting him. Kim Ji-yeon thought to himself that the man was the king of beggars. The beggar clan leader sat in a meditative pose, surrounded by a faint green aura. Clearly there was... One of the other beggars observed that there was something different about him compared to the others. Another exclaimed that the crazy old man was doing it again. A man's face contorted in frustration. He thought to himself, this was the beggar leader's seat, and they should go somewhere else to play. He cursed under his breath. The man with the red headband questioned why Daedok was sleeping there again, as the old man coughed. Daedok shivered, complaining about the cold and asking for someone to light a fire. The man was No Pyeongsum, the beggar clan leader. No Pyeongsum held a cup to his lips, wondering who killed the Murim Alliance leader. No Pyeongsum now desired to know how to kill the heavenly demon, but it was already too late to change the mood. Kim Ji-yeon steeled his resolve, thinking that he must kill that guy to be able to return. But first, he asked if No Pyeongsum knew that the heavenly demon awakened because of him. Kim Ji-yeon, lying on the floor, exclaimed in surprise. Daedok explained that it was a top-secret matter exclusive to the beggar leaders, but since things had already come to this, he thought Kim Ji-yeon should know. 2 centuries prior, the Orthodox and unorthodox sects, along with the imperial family, joined forces. Their unified goal, to stop the heavenly demon. Despite their combined might, they ultimately failed to kill the heavenly demon. His body, pierced by countless weapons, remained defiant. Eventually, they gave up on ending his life. Instead, they bound the heavenly demon in chains, a glowing crimson heart visible within his chest. They sealed his soul within a divine relic, hoping to contain his power forever. After that, the relic containing the heavenly demon's sealed soul was entrusted to the Murim Alliance. It was passed down to the Murim Alliance's leaders, who sealed the relic in exchange for their own lives. However, after the Alliance leader was killed, the seal was weakened, its crimson energy leaking out. The heavenly demon, surrounded by chains, pulsed with dark energy, the weakened seal unable to contain him. Thus, the sealed soul met a body, and the heavenly demon was revived. One man states that with the relic they can kill him. Another wonders why they haven't killed him until now and just left him alone. Another man explains that to seal the heavenly demon's soul with the relic and kill him, they need a top expert soul. Kim Ji-yeon, his expression grim, hears that someone must be sacrificed. The seated figures listened intently as Daedok explained that the Murim Alliance, though created for justice, was ultimately an organization formed to benefit themselves. That's why, the old man continued, no one stepped forward to sacrifice themselves. Instead, they simply sealed the heavenly demon's soul. Daedok, arms crossed, revealed there was one more problem besides that. Elsewhere, a figure leveled a gun at Kim Jeon, demanding, the location of the relic is only known to the Murim Alliance's leader, so, hey, you're not going to say you don't know after calling me all the way here, are you? An enraged voice boomed, questioning what kind of disrespect this was towards their leader. Daedok suggested that, like their beggar clan, Kim Jeon might find information related to the divine relic within the Murim Alliance. Kim Jeon, his expression grim, pressed, where is that? The old man stroked his chin using, how about the Manhwa sect? Daedok cautioned that even if they found the relic, they would need to sacrifice a soul. He wondered aloud if there was anyone willing to sacrifice themselves. Inside the dimly lit room, two men stand, one bare-chested and the other smirking in a black outfit. The scene is split, showing different expressions on their faces. A close-up reveals a face slick with sweat, a bead of moisture clinging precariously to the tip of his nose. A figure with red hair, clad in black with a striking red sash, inquired, my lord, shall we prepare to head straight to the Manhwa sect? The man in black simply responded, no. The camera focuses on a figure clad in gray armor, the details obscured by shadow. The man in black, his expression unreadable, declared, there's a place we need to visit first. Elsewhere, a vast, snow-covered mountain range stretches into the distance, the peaks piercing the sky. A lone figure treks through the snow-laden landscape, his voice echoing in the frigid air. This place has changed a lot too. A close-up reveals a man with long, flowing gray hair and piercing red eyes, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He continues his journey along a treacherous, snow-covered cliff face, the wind whipping around him. His feet sink slightly into the fresh powder with each step, leaving faint impressions in the pristine snow. His black boots, adorned with a striking red stripe, find purchase on the icy rocks. The man stands silhouetted against the stark white landscape, a solitary figure against the immensity of the mountains. He stood in the echoing darkness, the cavern air thick with anticipation. A low hum resonated around him, a prelude to what was to come. The silence cracked, a subtle shift in the atmosphere hinting at the gathering power. The heavenly demon remained still, a dark silhouette against the cavern's depths, channeling an unseen force. Elsewhere, footsteps crunched through the snow, each footfall echoing in the desolate landscape. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable tension building in the frozen expanse. A surge of crimson energy erupted around the heavenly demon, bathing the cavern in an ominous glow. Standing amidst the swirling energy, the heavenly demon internalized, it's been a while. The heavenly demon's voice echoed, resonating with dark intent, my disciples. Meanwhile, he continued his ascent, the path winding upwards through the snow-covered mountains. The air vibrated, a silent promise of the power about to be unleashed. The heavenly demon, his face now bearing a mask-like visage, reached out a hand wreathed in crimson energy. It's time. A sinister grin spread across his face as the heavenly demon declared, to wake up again. Power coalesces, a dark and furious energy taking shape. A shift occurs, reality itself warping as something new begins. The very ground trembles, cracks spiderwebbing across the stone. The air vibrates with unseen force. A blinding light erupts, washing away the darkness. The path is now open. The ground continues to buckle under the strain. A figure stands silhouetted against the newly revealed space. Bare feet plant themselves firmly on the shattered earth. A chorus of voices echoes, proclaiming, long live, long live, long, long live. The figure, hair cascading down their back, awaits. A voice filled with anticipation declares, I'm glad to see you, my beloved. Disciples gather, their purpose yet unknown. Footsteps echo through the stone halls, each footfall heavy with anticipation. A figure settles heavily onto a throne, the sound reverberating through the chamber. A voice echoes, filled with dark intent. Let's dye this world in blood again. The heavenly demon sits upon his throne, a malevolent aura radiating from him. The town bustled with activity, merchants hawking their wares, and people going about their daily lives. The sound of a bell echoed through the building. A voice called out a welcome. A bald man stood waiting, his expression unreadable. The man's eyes widened as he took in the sight of Kim Jeon. His mouth opened slightly in surprise. Tears welled in his eyes as he stammered, "And my lord." Kim Jeon smiled warmly at Mungu. Kim Jeon's smile widened. Another man with a neatly trimmed beard inquired, "Have you eaten?" The old man explained that since the Mungu cult had collapsed, they had no choice but to run a tavern to survive. Another man agreed, adding that now that Kim Jeon had returned, things could change. The old man gestured, suggesting that they could rebuild. Kim Jeon dismissed the idea of the Mungu cult, stating he had work to do. A voice echoed, expressing surprise and then a sense of determination. Kim Jeon was told that they could just live as they are now. Mungu added that they were actually a large group. The old man explained that they didn't have a proper place to live, and so many members were scattered all over. Silence fell as Kim Ji-yeon considered the situation. The old man asked if the others had heard something. He continued, explaining that ever since the Murim Alliance was defeated by an unknown person, the unorthodox sects, which had been hiding in the shadows, were starting to act up again. Another man questioned what that had to do with normal people. The old man scoffed, asking how he could be so clueless about the world. The old man explained that they were called the unorthodox sects because of something he heard in the neighboring village. Meanwhile, a group of men demanded to know where the owner was, asking if anyone had heard them. Kim Ji-yeon and the old man are interrupted mid-meal. One of the thugs asks if they haven't finished eating yet, his tone laced with impatience. Kim Ji-yeon simply replies, yes. The thug slams his fist on the table, scattering food and utensils. He barks, then eat quickly. The force of the blow sends food flying. Another thug leans in, his voice dripping with menace. Hey, owner, if you don't want corpses lying around the shop. The demand hangs in the air. Give us the protection fees before it's too late. The leader of the group, identified as Emperor Sect Number 3, smirks. The leader, his name revealed as Knight M Dash, clenches his fist, his expression hardening. The air crackles with tension as Knight M prepares to strike. One of the shopkeepers looks on, stunned. Knight M looms over them, radiating menace. Where do you think you are? He continues, his voice rising, causing a disturbance here. The thug's face is revealed, his name echoing in the air, Dong Guang. He clenches his fist, a sinister glint in his eye. Yes, let one. A wicked smile spreads across the man's face. I just had a good idea, hee. Elsewhere, the Emperor's sect stands bathed in moonlight. What could be happening this night? The man with the top knot speaks, his voice laced with disbelief. Still, Night Moon is a peak-level master. For someone from such a rustic inn to beat him. His expression turns worried as he continues. And that bastard said he would be waiting for you there. The man throws his head back and laughs maniacally. Complaints, come anytime. Ha. A voice muses, observing the bandaged feet. What an interesting bastard. But a disembodied voice echoes. While others are in that state, what have you been doing all alone, coming back alive? The man with the top knot stammers. W.A. about that. A figure stands silhouetted against a dark background, their identity obscured. A furious voice echoes, demanding to see the face of a despised bastard. The speaker is revealed to be No Jamyang, the Emperor's sect leader, his face contorted with rage. The flames of fury seem to burn from within. A subordinate cries out, seemingly in response to No Jamyang's anger. The intensity of the moment hangs heavy in the air. The Emperor's sect leader's rage is palpable. The air crackles with tension. A heavy silence descends. No Jamyang's imposing figure looms large. The Emperor's sect leader demands to know which bastard is Kim Gun. His eyes narrow, searching for his target. A voice answers, accompanied by the click of a weapon being readied. Kim Ji-yeon asks if he's being looked for. The barrel of the gun is leveled, ready to fire. He pulls the trigger, sending an energy blast tearing through the room. The force of the blast causes a deafening boom. A voice calls out, knowing their target is still alive. They urge them to come out quickly. Time is of the essence. Through the dissipating smoke, No Jamyang's silhouette emerges, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. He now understands why Night Moon met his end. But the dust continues to settle. Another explosion erupts, obscuring the view once more. The figure, now fully revealed, declares with unwavering confidence, "You can't beat me." He takes a step forward, radiating power. No Jamyang stands tall, engulfed in a swirling energy aura. Dong Guang's eyes widen in disbelief. He reflects on how he underestimated the old man's strength and wonders where he has been hiding all this time. The red-haired man asks if he may face No Jamyang. Kim Ji-yeon declines, stating he has things to verify and will handle it himself. No Jamyang studies Kim Ji-yeon, commenting that he's never seen someone like him in this area, and asks where he's from. Kim Ji-yeon, on the phone, retorts with a barrage of questions, whether he came for a blind date, what's with a sudden survey, and if he has lots of money and a house. He then laughs, stating, of course. No Jamyang scoffs, declaring that he doesn't keep anything that's not the best. No Jamyang grins, boasting that the finest mansion and countless treasures are all his. He then remarks that it's quite fortunate. Kim Ji-yeon leaps into the air, ready to strike. No Jamyang watches, unfazed. The sound of impact echoes. Kim Ji-yeon's kick connects with No Jamyang. Kim Ji-yeon looks down in shock. No Jamyang is sent flying through the air. No Jamyang, with a sinister grin, declares that he had predicted this outcome. The camera focuses on Kim Ji-yeon's fist, ready to strike. No Jamyang, undeterred, taunts that Kim Ji-yeon cannot defeat him with such paltry attacks. The force of the blow sends No Jamyang flying through the air. He plummets downwards, a look of shock etched on his face. The sound of impact echoes through the area. No Jam-young, struggling to rise, asks if Kim Ji-yeon now sees the difference in their power. Kim Ji-yeon stands tall over the fallen No Jam-young, his expression unreadable. He remarks that No Jam-young is just the right opponent to loosen him up. The red-haired man makes a sound of amusement. The red-haired man observes that the fight is beautiful and that there is no need to use a gun against this guy. The red-haired man watches on. A gloved hand grips a karambit, the curved blade glinting in the light. The fighter prepares, thinking it's time to show his old skills after a long while. The fighter's eyes narrow, a fierce determination etched on his face. He challenges his opponent, declaring, "Bring it on." The karambit is held ready, its sharp edge reflecting the blue light. The fighter is prepared to strike. The man readies his weapon, knuckles flexing around the hilt. It was time, he mused, to show off his old skills after all this time. Kim Ji-yeon, weapon drawn, stands ready. He challenges his opponent, a steely glint in his eye. "Bring it on." The man examines Kim Ji-yeon's weapons, a thoughtful expression on his face. Those are some unusual weapons, he thinks. He strokes his beard, considering the challenge before him. The man scoffs, looking down at the weapons. However, with such small weapons. He continues, confident in his defense. "You won't be able to make a single scratch on my bod." A wide grin spreads across his face, anticipating the fight. The man faces Kim Ji-yeon, ready to demonstrate his skills. He began to move, his fist a blur of motion. The punch connected with Daedok, the force of it unseen but palpable. A white aura erupted around the old man as the blow landed. The force sent him reeling, a blurred figure against the stark background. Daedok chuckled, a strange glint in his eye. "Did a bug bite me? How ticklish." He mused, his gaze drifting towards the onlookers. "If it ends too boringly." The Zhongnan sect leader's smile widened, a hint of menace in it. "I might have to look for something else to play with." His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, the air crackling with unseen energy. "Now shall we put an end to this?" Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widened in disbelief. The world blurred as Daedok's counterattack landed with devastating force. He found himself on the ground, staring up at the towering figure of the old man. A blinding white aura enveloped Daedok, the air shimmering with power. He stood firm, his voice booming across the courtyard. "If you keep running away like that, you will never defeat me." Daedok challenged, his eyes blazing with intensity. Kim Ji-yeon narrowed his gaze, analyzing the old man's capabilities. That brute, his destructive power is as good as Na-kyung's, but he's not as fast as him, so... With a roar, Daedok lunged forward, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. Reacting in a flash, Kim Ji-yeon's arm snapped forward, a blur of motion aimed at the charging figure. The sound of impact echoed as Kim Ji-yeon's fist connected squarely with Daedok's jaw. The force of the blow rippled through Daedok, a grunt escaping his lips. "Ah, fuck." Kim Ji-yeon watched as the old man reeled, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Is that body for real? His grip tightened on the knife, ready to press his advantage. The punch lifted Daedok off his feet, sending him hurtling backwards through the air. He crashed through the roof of a nearby building, the sound of splintering wood echoing in the aftermath. Kim Ji-yeon landed gracefully, his eyes fixed on the hole in the roof, ready for whatever came next. He thought to himself that ordinary attacks wouldn't even leave a scratch on that bastard's body. Kim Ji-yeon realized he needed to draw up his inner chi like when using a gun. He wondered if he could defeat him with that. The man wondered who this brat was. The man questioned if Kim Ji-yeon knew who he was blocking right now. The man stood tall, his massive frame casting a long shadow. The man's feet were firmly planted on the ground. The man declared that he was the Emperor's sect leader. No Jam-young insisted that it wasn't the time to worry about such things. No Jam-young thought to himself that he needed to draw it up. Kim Ji-yeon stood with a blue aura surrounding him. Kim Ji-yeon's anger flared. The ground cracked beneath Kim Ji-yeon's feet. Kim Ji-yeon faced No Jam-young, ready to fight. Daedok's eyes widened, a sudden premonition washing over him. Something felt terribly wrong. No Jam-young stood tall, his massive frame casting a shadow over Kim Ji-yeon, who was kneeling on the ground. A desperate cry pierced the air. "Wherein?" Daedok's brow furrowed, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He muttered. His features contorted with rage. Daedok spat. "This motherfucker!" No Jam-young brought his weapon down with terrifying speed, a blue energy crackling around the blade as it hurtled toward Kim Ji-yeon. The blade continued its descent, poised to strike. He continues his relentless assault, a flurry of blows aimed at his opponent. No Jam-young, bloodied and battered, spits out a curse. "This rat-like bastard." The man with the red ponytail watches with growing concern. "But I didn't expect it to be to this extent." With a desperate lunge, No Jam-young retaliates, his attack a desperate attempt to turn the tide. The force of the blow sends blood flying as Kim Ji-yeon is struck. Ignoring the pain, Kim Ji-yeon launches himself forward, a dark blur against the light. No Jam-young's face contorts in a mix of pain and disbelief. "How odd. I'm the one attacking. but I'm also the one getting hurt. Damn, this can't go on. A surge of unseen power slams into No Jamyoung, eliciting a guttural scream. The force of the impact cracks the very ground beneath them, a testament to the raw energy unleashed. No Jamyoung, struggling to stay conscious, hears Kim Ji-yeon's taunt. You don't learn your lesson, do you? Another strike lands, the sound of impact echoing through the air. No Jamyoung is sent hurtling backward, defeated. The man with the red ponytail watches as No Jamyoung, bloodied and beaten, spits out a mouthful of blood. He glares up, demanding to know where someone like Kim Ji-yeon found such power. No Jamyoung grits his teeth, knowing he's about to die. The red-haired man scoffs, wondering why he should even bother with the defeated No Jamyoung. The man with the red ponytail clenches his fist. The red-haired man continues to observe. Kim Ji-yeon exhales, standing over the defeated No Jamyoung. Kim Ji-yeon reflects on how his body has changed since fighting with the Murim Alliance leader. Kim Ji-yeon thinks that the karambits are now plenty enough for someone like No Jamyoung. The surrounding men murmur, noticing Kim Ji-yeon's expression, as if they're looking at a monster. Kim Ji-yeon thinks that he is already used to it. Kim Ji-yeon is confused. The crowd cheers, proclaiming that No Jamyoung is finally dead and that a savior has appeared. He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, as if unsure whether he had taken the wrong medicine. The woman explains that they're showing their gratitude because he took care of the bastard who harassed them, my lord. A child's voice calls out, thanking him. The crowd begins to grow. The child continues, thanking him for saving him and punishing the bad mister who always bothers their dad. He is so grateful. Kim Ji-yeon stammers, insisting that they are misunderstanding something. His face flushes with embarrassment as he insists he did it for his own benefit, not for them. But they declare him a hero. The crowd continues to thank him, saying that thanks to him, their family can finally relax. Kim Ji-yeon covers his face, wondering what he is doing and why he isn't leaving. The woman with the bun states that they now have to go rob an empty house. The crowd declares that they will follow him anywhere. Kim Ji-yeon is shocked by the declaration. The man's expression was unreadable, a mask of calm concealing whatever thoughts churned beneath. His flip phone buzzed to life. Team leader Kim Myeong's message flashed across the screen. Their mission was to bring peace to Murim. A mental drumroll echoed in his mind as a reward blueprint appeared. He clenched his fist, frustration tightening his jaw. Dealing with a heavenly demon was proving to be a monumental pain. A soft smile touched his lips as he thought, pretty. A fox leaped into view, its fur a vibrant orange. Kim Ji-yeon held out his hand, a curious glint in his eyes. Pretty, would you like to transform with this? He cradled the fox gently, a strange energy emanating from it. The fox began to glow, a vibrant blue aura enveloping its form. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise on his face. The sunset blazed across the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues. He murmured, what is this? The ancient buildings stood silhouetted against the vibrant sky, their secrets yet to be revealed. The man with the top knot stood, a wooden broom held loosely in his hand. The broom's bristles rested on the floor, the only sound the soft scraping of straw on stone. The air crackled with unseen energy. He tilted his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. His eyes widened slightly, a question forming on his lips. Me? A monstrous figure loomed, its presence radiating a palpable sense of menace. A chilling voice echoed, laced with a playful malice. I'm here to play. The monster's eyes glowed with an unholy light, its fangs bared in a predatory grin. The Zhongnan sect stands tall, its walls a testament to years of history and tradition. Mungu, kneeling on the ground, looks up at Kim Ji-yeon, his eyes wide with excitement. Mungu, we can now live in a good house too, he exclaims, a childish glee in his voice. Kim Ji-yeon stands with his arms crossed, a contemplative expression on his face as he gazes out at the sect grounds. Daedok, his face etched with concern, asks, are you planning to leave right now? Kim Ji-yeon walks forward, his expression serious. Yeah, there's no time, so I should go. One of the men calls out to Kim Ji-yeon, hey, let's go if everything's ready. The group stands together, their faces a mixture of anticipation and determination. One of the men bows respectfully, addressing the red-haired man. My lord. Kim Ji-yeon looks off into the distance, his expression resolute. The crowd calls out, their voices filled with concern, please come back safely. Kim Ji-yeon's thoughts betray his anxiety. Honestly, does it look like I'm going to lose? A voice responds, don't worry, have fun and eat well. Kim Ji-yeon, his eyes filled with determination, declares, I'll be back soon. The rhythmic clip-clop of hooves echoed through the air as a horse-drawn carriage made its way down a street lined with traditional buildings. Inside one of those buildings, Kim Ji-yeon stood, his expression clouded with worry as he stared into the distance, his hand raised to his mouth in contemplation. A small, fox-like creature tilted its head, its brow furrowed with concern. What exactly is the problem? It wondered aloud. Suddenly, the creature was engulfed in a burst of blue flames, the heat shimmering in the air. Kim Ji-yeon's face contorted in a grimace of pain, a silent scream escaping his lips. The fox-like creature's eyes widened in alarm. Huh? What the? Why do you look the same, pretty? The creature looked up at Kim Ji-yeon, its voice laced with concern. What's this? Is something wrong with your body? The fox-like creature grinned widely, revealing a set of sharp teeth. Kim Ji-yeon's expression was one of desperation, his voice barely a whisper. Pretty please. Kim Ji-yeon clenched his fist, his voice filled with determination. We need to beat that heavenly demon into a piece of meat. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. I thought things would go smoothly. A man approached, bowing respectfully. My lord, we've arrived at the Manhwa sect. He stood before the imposing gates of the Manhwa sect, the ancient structure radiating an aura of profound history. Kim Ji-yeon mused that the setup was definitely different, as expected of a renowned sect. A strange odor filled the air. Hello, Kim Ji-yeon announced. Two guards stood watch. One of them questioned, Why have you come to the Manhwa sect? Another guard inquired, addressing him as captain, asking if he had a prior appointment with their sect leader. Kim Ji-yeon wondered why he would need an appointment. One of the guards retorted, I don't know where you crawl out from, but... The guard continued, You'd better go home and sleep when I still speak nicely. Show some manners. The guard's voice boomed. The group continued to stand before the guards. Another guard interjected, I heard from the beggar clan. I will guide you to the leader. Kim Ji-yeon was introduced to Zhong Qion, Mount Hua sect first senior brother, who would guide him to the leader. The sound of sliding doors echoes as the meeting begins. Zhong Qion and Kim Ji-yeon stand before the Mount Hua sect leader, Cheon Gang, in a traditional Korean setting. Cheon Gang introduces himself. Zhong Qion states that he heard Kim Ji-yeon is searching for the divine relic to seal the heavenly demon. Kim Ji-yeon confirms this, asking if Zhong Qion knows where it is. Zhong Qion scolds someone for their manners in front of the sect leader, but Cheon Gang tells him to stop arguing about petty things. Cheon Gang admits he has doubts about Kim Ji-yeon's actions, stating that it said he is looking for a divine relic to catch the heavenly demon. Cheon Gang questions Kim Ji-yeon, asking if he didn't awaken the heavenly demon himself. Cheon Gang continues, saying he heard that the heavenly demon was awakened by Kim Ji-yeon. The sect leader takes a drink, his expression unreadable. Cheon Gang slams his cup down, shattering it as he says he tried his best to restrain his anger. Despite this, Cheon Gang acknowledges that the current situation requires Kim Ji-yeon's power to catch the heavenly demon. He states that his sect has decided to cooperate with Kim Ji-yeon. Cheon Gang extends the offer, promising to provide the divine relic that Kim Ji-yeon seeks. Kim Ji-yeon's thoughts turn to the ultimate goal, to catch the heavenly demon. His expression remains stoic, betraying nothing of his inner calculations. Cheon Gang gestures, instructing Kim Ji-yeon to follow him. The group moves out, their footsteps echoing in the courtyard as they follow Cheon Gang. Kim Ji-yeon glances back at one of his men, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. One of Kim Ji-yeon's followers voices the concern, questioning if they are truly headed in the right direction. Meanwhile, the towering pagoda looms before them, its silhouette painted against the fiery sunset. They have arrived. Cheon Gang stands before the temple entrance, his back to Kim Ji-yeon, a silent invitation to proceed. Turning to Kim Ji-yeon, Cheon Gang remarks that it's a relief they found the divine relic more easily than expected, a hint of something unreadable in his tone. One of Cheon Gang's subordinates offered his congratulations, while another mused that all that remained was to locate the heavenly demon. Kim Ji-yeon exited the room quickly. Cheon Gang stood at the top of the stairs, holding a box. The box was ornately decorated with golden corners. Cheon Gang explained that this divine relic had been secretly stored by the Mount Hua sect leaders for generations as he handed it to Kim Ji-yeon. The box was carefully placed into Kim Ji-yeon's hands. Kim Ji-yeon looked down at the box, assuring him that he would definitely seal the heavenly demon. Was that what he thought he'd say? Kim Ji-yeon's expression hardened. He snarled, calling him a bastard even though he'd handed over the divine relic. Cheon Gang's face was contorted with anger. The man with red hair leveled his pistol, his expression hardening. How can you be so rude? He spat. A deafening blast echoed as the bullet tore through Cheon Gang. One of the onlookers gaped, his face a mask of disbelief. Another, wearing sunglasses, stammered, Wait, my lord, what is the meaning of this? He urged someone to pull themselves together. The sound of the body hitting the floor reverberated through the room. Cheon Gang crumpled, his body falling lifelessly to the ground. The red-haired man and his accomplice stood over the fallen leader, the setting sun casting long shadows. Cheon Gang's eyes stared blankly, his face smeared with blood. The assassin ordered, Look around again. A woman with a ponytail tilted her head, a question forming on her lips. The scene was a massacre, bodies strewn across the courtyard. The red-haired man cackled, a chilling sound that echoed through the carnage. Kekekik. It was. The illusion was perfect, he thought, but it wasn't enough to save Cheon Gang. The Manhwa sect leader lay lifeless, a pool of blood gathering beneath him. The red-haired man's face was splattered with the blood of his victim. How did you know? He wondered, the question hanging in the air. A sinister smile stretched across his face. Fucking hell, he mused, perfect? The smell I've been dealing with since I was a child. His eyes gleamed with dark amusement. Is exactly the smell of blood. With the smell of blood this intense, how could I not know? Keck. Looking down at the fallen leader, the red-haired man chuckled. Ha ha, you're really an interesting bastard. With a final glance at his handiwork, the assassin turned and walked away, the sound of his boots echoing in the silent courtyard. Meanwhile, Kim Jeon stood in a hallway, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. He paused, taking in the scene. Elsewhere, Daedok, now in a monstrous new form with elongated claws, exhaled slowly. Few as expected, this form is the most comfortable. A shout echoed through the halls. Hey, pull yourself together and prep dash. Kim Jeon continued forward, stepping into a courtyard littered with bodies. The scent of death was overwhelming. His boots squelched with each step, the crimson liquid staining the tiled floor. Suddenly, Kim Jeon stopped, his eyes widening in shock. Wait, suddenly, he thought, a sense of unease washing over him. A crimson moon hangs heavy in the sky, casting an ominous glow over the swirling, blood-red clouds. What'll be going on? The red-haired man stands in the middle of a desolate, crimson landscape. He challenges, try to guess again this time. A foot splashes down into a pool of viscous, red liquid. Is this real, or is it fake? The fur-lined collar of a heavy coat brushes against the wearer's neck. Tendrils rise from the ground around the red-haired man, as he is asked what he is doing. The air crackles with unseen energy. Kim Jeon's brow furrows with concern. This is dangerous. The red-haired man stands within a circle of pulsing, crimson energy. Kim Jeon crouches low, senses on high alert. The red-haired man chuckles, remarking that his senses seem pretty good. More tendrils rise from the ground, as the red-haired man declares that those won't be enough. The tendrils writhe, as the red-haired man offers to help him survive this. Kim Jeon, his face marred by a fresh cut, admits he really has no idea what kind of trick the red-haired man is using. He then seems to mock himself for even considering speaking about himself. The red-haired man's grin widened, a predatory gleam in his eyes as he spoke. A voice echoed, seemingly from the very sky itself, declaring the name of their order, the heavenly, demonic divine cult. His eyes now glowing with an unholy purple light. The red-haired man revealed his allegiance. He was a disciple of Lord Heavenly, and the pinnacle of this world, Guak Chu Sam. The man with long black hair grins, his purple eyes gleaming with amusement. He muses, his voice dripping with dark curiosity. Now I'm even more curious. Kim Jeon's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with a focused intensity. The voice echoes, laced with a sinister playfulness. What expression will you make next? The man's smile widens into a grotesque grin, his tongue lolling out as if anticipating a delectable treat. Kim Jeon's face contorts with rage. He grits his teeth, muttering, "This son of a bitch." With unnatural speed, long, sharp claws extend from the man's fingertips, glinting menacingly in the dim light. His hand clenches into a fist, the claws digging into his own palm, a prelude to violence. A surge of raw energy erupts from him, a blinding blast of power that promises destruction. He launches himself forward, his leg a blur as he aims a devastating kick at Kim Jeon. Another blast of energy hurtles toward Kim Jeon, a wave of pure force intended to obliterate him. Again, the man's leg whips out, a second kick aimed with deadly precision at Kim Jeon's vital points. Kim Jeon raises his hands, bracing himself against the onslaught, the force of the blows threatening to overwhelm him. Purple energy crackles around the antagonist's hands, a prelude to his next assault. He is sent flying backward, a testament to Kim Jeon's power. Kim Jeon, with a swift motion, draws his sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. He launches a kick, aiming to keep the pressure on his opponent. But a misstep throws him off balance. Damn it, my balance, he thinks. The antagonist, regaining his footing, grins. Don't be afraid. I will send you to your comrades, right away. A wide, unsettling smile stretches across his face. Kim Jeon's expression hardens, fury burning in his eyes. Fuck, on whose permission? The antagonist plummets through the air. His smile remains, twisted with amusement. Oh, to think he could break through that magic. You got a pretty capable subordinate, huh? The red-haired man's expression is unchanged. But the outcome hasn't changed. Kim Jeon stands ready, his sword held firm. Blood trickled down the antagonist's face, a grim testament to the previous blow. Something felt amiss, a subtle shift in the air that made him pause. The man with the claws muttered, a sense of unease creeping into his voice. Something feels off. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. I clearly cut him, but A sinister chuckle escaped his lips. Kekakek surprised. Meanwhile, through the inferno, Kim Ji-yeon strode, the flames licking at his clothes but failing to deter his advance. The heat intensified, but he pressed on, his gaze fixed on his opponent. A cruel smirk stretched across the antagonist's face as he watched Kim Ji-yeon approach. "You aren't the only one who can use such tricks," he chuckled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Cuckoo. You're definitely interesting. Show me more." With a burst of speed, the man with the claws lunged forward, his intent clear. Gathering energy, he prepared to unleash another attack. "All right, I'll make it more fun for you." Elsewhere, Kim Ji-yeon stood his ground, a blue aura enveloping him as he braced for the incoming assault. His eyes burned with determination, the energy coalescing around him, ready to be unleashed. With a surge of power, he released the energy, a blinding light erupting from his form. The antagonist's eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of fear crossing his face. "That won't work anymore." A voice cuts through the silence, laced with amusement. "Do you really think so?" Kim Ji-yeon fires, the blast from his weapon a concentrated beam of blue energy. The energy tears through the air, impacting a nearby tree with a resounding crack. The tree glows with an eerie blue light where the energy seared its bark. Daedok chuckles, observing the display. "Huh, I didn't expect you to pull it off in such a short time. As expected of our youngest." He pauses, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "But I feel like I can use this technique in a different way, Bao Hyung." Kim Ji-yeon turns to the old man, curious. "Like how?" Daedok strokes his beard, lost in thought. I don't know if it will work or not, but..." Kim Ji-yeon fires another shot, testing the limits of his modified technique. Daedok watches intently. Kim Ji-yeon's brow furrows, a hint of frustration in his eyes. He explains his thought process to Daedok. "I just thought I could change the nature of the inner chi stored in my gun. I didn't know it would really..." Daedok nods slowly. It's not really that different." He chuckles softly. "Work. Kek. Youngest, what's the name of this martial art?" "This martial art." Kim Ji-yeon sports a smirk despite the blood trickling from his lip, a testament to his resilience. The scene shifts to a pool table, where the mechanics of a particular shot are being explained. It's one of the techniques in pool. The backspin is demonstrated, the cue ball poised to execute the maneuver. The cue ball connects, sending the target ball careening across the table. The impact resonates, the force of the collision evident. A sudden shift reveals a crimson-haired man, blades flashing as he cuts down his foes, blood painting the air. A close-up shows the crimson-haired man's face, marred by blood, his expression a mix of pain and defiance. The crimson-haired man sits, recovering, as he tells someone he'll be back soon, but admits that this isn't fun anymore. The heavenly demon descends, a whirlwind of fury, promising death. Kim Ji-yeon levels his weapon, a cold challenge in his eyes. "Try it if you can." The crimson-haired man crawls, broken, wondering when he last felt such pain. The man with blood-like markings on his face grins, a sinister expression that hints at something far from human. The silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the sound of ragged breathing. The man's voice echoes, a chilling laughter that seems to vibrate through the very bones of the room. "Applies to both of us." He stands tall, looming over Kim Ji-yeon, his presence casting a long, dark shadow. Blood stains the floor around them, a grim reminder of the violence that has transpired. Kim Ji-yeon's face contorts in a mixture of shock and disbelief. "Fuck, are you even human?" He spits out, the question laced with a hint of fear. The man's hands clench, his nails digging deep into the tiled floor, leaving visible cracks in their wake. "I guess that." Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead as he listens intently. The man's voice drips with amusement, a chilling undercurrent to his words. "Who are even stronger." His hands are now revealed to be monstrous claws, sharp and deadly, capable of tearing through flesh and bone with ease. Kim Ji-yeon's expression is one of dawning horror as the implications of the man's words sink in. That monster has disciples too? Kim Ji-yeon kneels on the bloodied floor, his mind racing with the implications of this revelation. Then, Heavenly Demon, "No, do monsters like you have comrades?" The man's smile widens, a chilling display of arrogance and power. "Isn't that something only the weak have?" He admitted, the words laced with a hint of regret, that he too had once walked a solitary path, fueled only by his own pride. But since arriving here, something had shifted within him, a gradual transformation of his very being. A new thought sparked in his mind, a realization that having comrades was truly reassuring. A guttural cry echoes, the sound of pain or perhaps realization. The figure plummets, a red-haired man caught in a cascade of energy. Is that? He continues to fall, the ground rushing up to meet him. The man's eyes widen. This time it's real. The air screams past him. He is still falling, the world a blur around him. The impact is coming. A final desperate cry. Lying broken on the ground, the red-haired man hears a voice. "You say you don't." The voice continues, echoing in his mind. Need comrades? No, you can't survive in this world by yourself. The voice concludes, a haunting reminder. Say hello. These are my comrades, whom I can entrust my back to. Footsteps echoed on the stone floor as a voice declared that no one could survive in this world alone. The sound of heels clicking against the floor accompanied the statement, say hello. These are my comrades. From a rooftop vantage point, a voice mused about those to whom they could entrust their back. The man with red hair stood with a woman with purple hair, overlooking Kim Jian, who lay injured on the ground. Kim Jian, bloodied and bruised, knelt on the ground, the red-haired man looming in the background. The voice from the rooftop scoffed, finding the idea of comrades ridiculous. Dust and debris filled the air, the aftermath of some destructive force. A muscular arm flexed as a voice declared that only weaklings needed such things. A surge of purple energy crackled as someone shouted about luggage. The purple energy exploded outward in a blinding flash. Dazed and bleeding, Kim Jian questioned if he was truly human. The towering figure stood firm, his muscles coiled like springs ready to unleash. A palpable pressure emanated from him, the air itself seeming to crackle with anticipation. Kneeling, a figure in dark attire seemed resigned to a grim fate. But nothing will change anyway, they muttered, a quiet acceptance hanging in the air. A gloved hand pointed forward, a silent command cutting through the tension. The single word echoed in the chamber, go. In the distance, a man in black stood beside a woman in red. Deng Quang Mon, he shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Meanwhile, the red-haired man focused, his eyes narrowed with intense concentration. He prepared to unleash his power. With a surge of energy, the tiger jaw fist technique erupted. The air shimmered with heat as he channeled his chi into a devastating blow. The force of the attack collided with an unseen opponent, a blinding flash of energy momentarily illuminating the scene. The impact reverberated through the air. The old man's face contorted in pain as the blow landed. Blood trickled from his lips as he questioned, is this all there is? The red-haired man recoiled, coughing violently. What the cough? He sputtered, blood splattering from his mouth. The force of the counterattack sent him hurtling backward, a trail of blood marking his violent trajectory. The ground trembled beneath him. The old man pressed his advantage, continuing his assault with unrelenting speed and power. His movements were a blur of motion. The red-haired man soared through the air, a ragdoll tossed by an unseen force. His body crashed through the landscape. He is suddenly struck by an unseen force, the impact sending a shock-wave through the air. The heavenly demon, blood trickling down his face, mutters in disbelief, huh? The sound of the blow echoes through the battlefield. Retaliating, the heavenly demon unleashes a cross-shaped torrent of crimson energy. A foot descends with blinding speed, poised to intercept the attack. A woman watches the unfolding battle, her expression etched with worry. The descending foot collides with the heavenly demon's energy, creating a cataclysmic explosion. The force of the impact sends the heavenly demon hurtling backwards through the air. The mysterious foot lands heavily on the ground, kicking up dust and debris. The woman's eyes widen, her voice barely a whisper as she utters, "Eh." A close-up reveals the heavenly demon's face, contorted with rage and a burning desire for vengeance. His jaw clenches, a silent promise of retribution etched on his face. Dunkwang carries Big Sis in his arms, her expression unreadable. Big Sis murmurs, thanking Dunkwang for saving her. He replies that it's too early to say that, unsure of what's to come, but suspects that the bastard is even more pissed. A figure kneels amidst a swirling red aura, the air thick with malevolent energy. A close-up reveals a face contorted in rage, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He spits out a threat, daring someone to stand before him. A gruesome display of bloody wounds, the aftermath of a brutal attack. More carnage, the scene painted with blood and violence. Dunkwang glances upward, a flicker of concern in his eyes. From above, Dunkwang and Big Sis stand amidst the chaos, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on them. A grotesque centipede-like creature emerges, its form a horrifying fusion of man and insect. The back of a head with fiery red hair, a silent promise of impending doom. A sinister figure giggles, his eyes glowing with an unnatural purple light. Dunkwang and Big Sis exchange worried glances, the air thick with unspoken fears. She suggests they should do something else. A desperate cry echoes through the temple, urging everyone to flee. Propelled by unseen forces, she is sent hurtling through the air. The wind whips past her face as she continues her forced flight, the ground blurring beneath. Still airborne, she glances down, a grim realization dawning on her face. A voice, dripping with disdain, declares that comrades are nothing but a nuisance. A monstrous hand, tipped with wickedly long claws, twitches in anticipation. Big Sis, against the flow of fleeing figures, sprints back towards the danger. The heavenly demon has already caught up, his presence looming over her. With a fierce determination etched on her face, Big Sis prepares to unleash her power. A surge of pink energy erupts from her hands, a desperate attempt to ward off the approaching menace. The heavenly demon, unfazed, easily deflects the attack, a sinister grin spreading across his face. That won't work, and green energy crackles around the heavenly demon's hand, ready to strike. Her eyes widen, a silent scream building in her throat as she senses the impending doom. The attack comes from behind, unseen, unheard until it's almost too late. A searing beam of pure energy streaks toward her, promising annihilation. The heavenly demon's voice echoes, laced with cruel amusement. You think I'd fall for the same trick twice? His twisted face contorts into a wide, maniacal grin. I'll kill both of you at once, ha ha. Big Sis grits her teeth, sweat beading on her brow. Phew, this is harder than I thought. The heavenly demon's disembodied voice booms, mocking her struggle. What is this, ha? Now that it's time to die, have you gone? His eyes gleam with malevolent glee, anticipating the kill. The heavenly demon's face is a mask of cruel anticipation. His gaze is intense, focused on his prey. The energy beam hurtles towards its target, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake. Meanwhile, Kim Jian peers through the scope of his rifle, his expression grim. This, he figured out faster than I expected. The weapon hummed with contained energy, a vibrant blue light dancing along its metallic surface. A voice echoed, laced with impatience. More time was needed. Through the scope, the world narrowed, the crosshairs settling on a distant target. Blue energy crackled around Kim Jian. The heavenly demon's voice boomed, filled with contempt. These fucking rats keep pulling lame tricks. A furious roar tore through the air, primal and untamed. The figure was struck, reeling from an unseen blow. A silent question hung in the air. The heavenly demon's voice dripped with malice. Unless I permit it. Cross-legged, the figure remained still, a center of quiet power amidst the chaos. A guttural threat echoed. Move a single step from this place. The body lay broken, a testament to overwhelming force. A leg lashed out with incredible speed. 1,000-weight caddies. Lying prone, Kim Jian watched the attack unfold, a grim satisfaction in his voice. Nice you pie. A sword crackles with blue energy, ready to strike. A gun is primed, awaiting its moment. The figure takes aim, the weapon glowing with an ominous blue light. A clawed hand reaches out, its owner demanding. Aren't you going to let go? You pig. The heavenly demon grimaces, muttering, a fuck. The heavenly demon prepares to unleash a devastating attack. An old man's face contorts in pain or shock. A figure stands with arms crossed, observing the unfolding events. A man, bloodied and bruised, swears, I swear I'll never act cool again. The aftermath of a fierce battle leaves a scene of utter destruction. A lone figure sits amidst the ruins. An old man's face is superimposed over a mountain range, his expression unreadable. A network of dark veins pulsed with a malevolent light across the heavenly demon's neck, a silent testament to the power coursing through him. He remains seated upon his throne, a dark figure amidst the cold stone. The heavenly demon surveyed the scene from his throne, the fallen bodies a grim carpet at his feet. His crimson eyes, pools of ancient malice, narrowed slightly. The news reached him. The youngest was dead. A chilling laugh escaped him, echoing through the cavernous space. With a sudden, unsettling grace, the heavenly demon rose from his throne. This is fun, he mused, a cruel smile twisting his lips. So fun. I can't believe bastards who can entertain me still exist. The heavenly demon's gaze intensified, a hunger for more etched upon his face. Good. Entertain me even more. Then next. His eyes swept over the carnage, a question hanging in the air. Who should step up to make it interesting? A close-up revealed the brutal reality of the aftermath, a body broken and bloodied. Even in death, the man's face was contorted in disbelief. The youngest was dead, or so it seemed. The heavenly demon seethed, regretting that he hadn't been the one to end the youngest. Then, a new, more sinister thought bubbled to the surface. He should devour those responsible. A monstrous maw opened, teeth stained crimson, a visual echo of the hunger that consumed him. The group stood amidst the devastation, the air thick with the scent of ash and the echoes of a battle recently concluded. Kim Jian, the heavenly demon, Big Sis, and the old man surveyed the scene, their expressions grim. Big Sis, her voice laced with concern, inquired about Kim Jian's well-being. Are your injuries okay? She asked. The heavenly demon, his gaze sharp and unwavering, addressed the old man. How are you, my lord? He questioned. Kim Jian, his expression stoic, responded to Big Sis's inquiry. Yeah, I'm fine too. And Yuk Pai, he affirmed, a hint of weariness in his tone. The old man nodded in agreement, murmuring, yes. Kim Jian clenched his fist, a subtle tremor running through his hand. He thought to himself, well done. The old man, his eyes filled with a newfound resolve, declared, "From now on, if it's for you." The old man clasped his hands together, his voice firm as he continued, "I'll face any danger. Anyway, coming here has made it even clearer." Kim Jian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the old man, a mixture of gratitude and concern etched on his face. The heavenly demon, his expression serious, stated, "Above all, what we need is information." The group stood together, the weight of their mission pressing down on them. The heavenly demon's words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the challenges that lay ahead. Even looking at the current state of the Manhwa sect, the disciples of that crazy heavenly demon, they could face monsters like him, or even worse. He states the need for quick and accurate information about the current situation and the divine relic. Big Sis voices her disagreement. The heavenly demon suggests contacting the beggar clan leader, but receives another negative response. Kim Jian distance intently. Big Sis expresses her surprise, explaining that the beggar clan leader and the 5 minor sect leaders have been sworn enemies since ancient times, and that contacting both of them might cause more resentment. Kim Jian dismisses the concern, stating that now is not the time to nitpick, and if they're such foolish bastards, he'd rather not have them with him. The heavenly demon urges them to quickly make contact to secure a place, if they understand what he means. Someone agrees, stating that they understand, my lord. Kim Jian expresses his annoyance, questioning what this lord business is and stating that he's not doing that anymore. He tells them to just casually call him Hyung, and then asks how old they are. The heavenly demon looks surprised. Kim Jian clarifies that they should just call him Lod. The heavenly demon appears puzzled, question marks floating above his head as Big Sis extends her arm, a small bird perched delicately on her hand, chirping softly. Tied to the bird's tiny feet, a tightly rolled scroll awaits its delivery. With a burst of flapping wings, the bird launches into the air, carrying its precious cargo. "I trust you." Big Sis releases a handful of crumbs, encouraging the bird on its journey. The small messenger soars over a sprawling city, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Below, life continues within the city walls. Elsewhere, the bird lands gently on the shoulder of a man with long hair, the scroll now ready to be delivered. The message is carefully unfolded, revealing cryptic symbols. The bearded man's eyes narrow as he growls. It's time to show those treacherous rats. A woman with elaborate jewelry scowls, her voice dripping with disdain. "Those filthy beggars." A unified voice echoes, "Our true power." Inside the building, figures sit around a table. A woman acknowledges someone's arrival. "Oh, you've come." A gruff voice demands sustenance. A beggar always has his belly skin attached to his back. "Bring out some food quickly." The speaker's chest is bare, revealing a muscular physique. The man continues, his gaze fixed on the empty plates. "Now, so the head of the rats is coming too?" Kim Jian sits at the table with the others. "Yeah, we need accurate and diverse information right now." The beggar clan leader scoffs. "TCH, what can you expect from someone who doesn't even come on time?" Kim Jian listens intently as the beggar clan leader continues. "If it's this kind of stuff, you don't even need to borrow those rats' power. Anyway, just watch and see." Manga cult leader. Kim Jian asks, "But why do you hate the 5 minor sects so much, Mr. Beggar?" The beggar clan leader's face contorts in anger. "You call that a question? Do you know how those treacherous rats managed to grow to such a scale?" Elsewhere, a visual representation of the orthodox and unorthodox sects begins to form. The image solidifies, showing the division between the two factions. When the past orthodox-unorthodox Great War broke out, for the peace of the martial world, the orthodox sects were superior in every aspect and gained the advantage. But talents carrying the future of the orthodox sects lost their lives. Those rats secretly planted spies in the orthodox sects, causing crucial intel to leak. The information leaked to the unorthodox side, and as a result, many young promising talents were lost. Against the orthodox sect's enemy, the man with the red headband grits his teeth in anger. How could I not dislike them? Meeting both of them was definitely not a good choice. The man with the red headband looks to Big Sis. "My apologies for being late." Big Sis arrives, surprising the man next to her. The man is shocked by Big Sis's arrival. The hand rested on the table, the speaker musing that the rats came running as soon as they were mentioned. It was emphasized that no matter how serious the situation, sitting with the enemy was not right. The man with the red headband declared that whether he or that bitch died, he would see this through. The woman behind him knew it. She knew it would come to this. The woman with her hair in a bun raised her hand, excusing herself to the clan leader for just a moment. The kneeling man looked up, confused. The two figures stood close, one in traditional shoes, the other in heels. The woman looked surprised. The man declared that he had fallen in love at first sight. The man smiled, asking what the other would say if they forgot the past and started fresh together. The man with the red headband stated that the son of a bitch who couldn't read the situation was right there. It was asked if the other knew why they were called there, and the response was that first, they would summarize the information. The woman held a scroll, looking at the man as he looked at the scroll. It was stated that first, they needed to observe a bit longer, but currently, the disciples of Heavenly Demon. The map displays various sects and families, with red arrows indicating the flow of information or movement between them. It remains unknown which target they are aiming for. Furthermore, with the fall of the Manhwa sect, the search for the whereabouts of the divine relic intensifies. The yin-yang symbol hangs above a traditional pagoda, representing balance and harmony. Alongside Shaolin, the Wudong sect stands as a famous martial sect, known as one of the two pillars of the martial world. Though not widely known, they possess classic secret techniques. Down from the Wudong sect comes a sensitivity technique called Heavenly Heart Guidance Technique. Figures meditate around a yin-yang symbol, seemingly practicing the Heavenly Heart Guidance Technique. It is said that this technique can locate any secluded master or divine relic anywhere in the martial world. However, this technique consumes a great deal of inner chi, so it is known that even the Wudong sect doesn't use it unless absolutely necessary. Mr. Beggar is greeted abruptly. "Why, Mr. Beggar, don't you have any information to bring?" He replies that it's about the same as what the 5 minor sect leaders said. Someone nearby fumes, thinking that this son of a bitch didn't prepare anything at all. One of the men announces that they should get ready to leave. Another man adds that there's one more problem, though. He stands at the table with Big Sis, the Wudong elder Yun Sunshun, who had aimed for the leader position in the past. The Wudong sect is struggling with issues regarding the next sect leader and the succession. The sect's first senior brother, Cheonggak, should take that position, but due to the opposition from, currently, the Wudong elder Yun Sunshun, who had aimed for the leader position in the past. The Wudong sect is now divided into 2 factions, Cheonggak faction and Yun Sunshun faction. Big Sis wonders if the sect leader position is currently vacant. Mr. Beggar says that then you wouldn't be able to receive the help you need. Someone asks to be excused. Someone says there's no need to worry. Solving those issues is no big deal. We have this. A troubleshooter is right here. The lower half of the Heavenly Demon's face comes into view, a sinister presence looming. Cheonggak's eyes widened in horror, mirroring Big Sis's own expression of dread. The words hung in the air, unspoken until now. They were truly screwed. A horse-drawn carriage makes its way down a winding path, sunlight dappling through the dense canopy above. Kim Jion's brow furrows, lost in thought as he considers the situation. A small, unassuming box changes hands, its contents unknown. The woman's voice rings with importance. It is a 1,000-year-old fleece flower. Big Sis presents the root with a respectful bow. She prepared it to slightly assist his journey. The woman explains that these are highly rare and precious herbs, helpful in boosting the leader's inner chi. Kim Jion nods, accepting the gift. He will use it well. The woman leans in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She has a favor to ask of him, but he must not give it to anyone else. He must be the only one to take it. Her eyes narrow, a fierce determination in her gaze. She struggled hard to find this for him, and he must understand. Her voice trembles with emotion as she asks how much he cares for her. Meanwhile, a man's fist clenches, his thoughts dark and angry. That damn bitch is getting on his nerves again. Mr. Beggar's face contorts in rage, decrying looksism. He demands if the old beggar has anything to give him. He seemed reluctant, a visible grimace twisting his features. Kim Jion clearly didn't want to part with something. It was a badge, he realized, one granted only to the Bugger clan leader. Mr. Beggar held out the badge, explaining that it signified a guarantee of status and would be helpful in many ways. Kim Jion's expression shifted, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. He chuckled, realizing they weren't going to start today after all. Elsewhere, an unknown voice declared that they had caught more than they thought. The scene shifted to an aerial view of several men kneeling on the ground. 2 horses stood patiently, their reins tied to a nearby structure. A man with a stern expression addressed the group, stating that if they just wanted to pass this path safely, they would need to show sincerity. A gold bar lay on the ground, a symbol of their offering. One of the men stated that this was everything he had, and it should be enough sincerity. Another man pleaded for them to be allowed to pass quietly, including himself and those behind him. He noted the gold bar, acknowledging that it was quite a bit. The man with the stern expression relented, stating that it was worth their lives. He gave them permission to go ahead, and they thanked him. He stated that he didn't think this gold bar could buy the lives of those behind him. One of the men offered, if he gave them the sword he was carrying, it would be enough. The man chuckled, saying he might change his mind. If that's the case, the sword and hat were placed on the ground. The sword was kicked away. Mr. Beggar held the sword, commenting that it was a little heavy. The sword was thrown with deadly force. The sword struck one of the men squarely in the head. His face contorted in a silent scream as the blade found its mark. The sword embedded itself deep into the man's shoulder. Kim Jion, standing before the group, asked if they had 2 lives. He warned them to get lost before he changed his mind. He accepted the thanks of the old beggar. Kim Jion knew he owed him a debt. Mr. Beggar waved it off, stating that he would have handled it even if Kim Jion wasn't there. Mr. Beggar continued, advising that there was no need to bow to those kinds of bastards. The more you bow to them, the more shameless they become, he warned. Thanking Kim Ji-yeon for the advice, Mr. Beggar announced that he would be going now. Kim Ji-yeon remained silent, his expression unreadable. Mr. Beggar called out, asking where he was going. Kim Ji-yeon replied that his destination was Shaolin Temple. Mr. Beggar offered to drop him off midway. Elsewhere, someone wondered what the leader was doing. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-yeon stood with Big Sis, the air thick with unspoken tension. The heavenly demon sat, his gaze distant as he pondered something. Big Sis stood nearby, admitting that she didn't know what it was, but she felt strangely familiar. One of the men addressed the heavenly demon, stating that it was late and it seemed they would have to camp nearby tonight. The campfire crackled, casting dancing shadows on the faces gathered around it. Someone called out to Kim Ji-yeon, a simple greeting hanging in the air. He turned, a silent question in his eyes, as another responded with a questioning tone. The heavenly demon's gaze held a strange intensity, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The heavenly demon, flanked by one of his men, posed a question, a subtle challenge in his tone. Didn't he have any friends? One of the men chuckled, remarking that their lordship loved to make jokes. Kim Ji-yeon's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. How? Did the heavenly demon know that? The heavenly demon seemed to revel in his insight. He knew it. No expression, scarred, no words. He couldn't even objectify himself. Who would come close? Even he would dislike it. Kim Ji-yeon lowered his gaze, a shadow falling across his features. He saw, since there was no family or friends around, he guessed he'd gotten used to being alone. That's why he turned out like this. The heavenly demon's tone sharpened, a hint of defensiveness creeping in. What did he ever talk about family? And he didn't have any parents either. Kim Ji-yeon looked up, meeting the heavenly demon's gaze. He saw. He was an orphan like him. The man was a son of a bitch. The heavenly demon's expression softened, a hint of vulnerability in his eyes. Still, though they didn't share blood, he had someone. Kim Ji-yeon's thoughts turned inward. Someone who felt like a father. How about him? A father, huh? Why did that old man suddenly come to mind? He considered the heavenly demon's words, a thought forming in his mind. Kim Ji-yeon admitted. He thought he might have someone like that too. The heavenly demon tilted his head, a knowing smile playing on his lips. I see, he responded. That's good. So you are half an orphan too. Kim Ji-yeon's expression soured slightly, his thoughts betraying his annoyance. This fucker has a knack for genuinely irritating people. Elsewhere, the crackling flames of a campfire danced in the twilight, casting long shadows through the surrounding trees. A man lay prone on the forest floor, a massive sword planted beside him. Another figure, seated nearby, cleared his throat impatiently. Ahem, leader, ahem. The seated man watched over the fallen figure, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Meanwhile, under the silvery gaze of the full moon, a voice cut through the night. Did those bastards really go this way? Another voice responded, confirming their path. Yes, sir. Looking at how they're handing over the gold bar, further. A hulking figure, his belly protruding, spoke with a hint of greed. There are definitely more valuable things they have. The large man gestured impatiently, his voice booming through the forest. Then, quickly lead the way. A sign loomed, bearing a name and a warning. A.K. Dokian. If you're looking for me, there's no need to go any further. The man in the background confirmed their target was close. Yes, sir. Looking at how they're handing over the gold bar, further. The large man chuckled, a predatory glint in his eyes. Really? He roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. We don't need to waste any more time. The man with the blindfold grips his knife tightly. He warns, his voice low, that it is late and they should lower their voices. Another man, a scar bisecting his face, sneers. For a bastard who's about to die, he remarks, he sure has many wishes. The scarred man continues, his tone laced with false generosity, offering to spare him. If he what? The sound of a blade slicing through the air echoes. A scene of carnage unfolds, a sword lying amidst the fallen. Another strike lands, the force of it palpable. Meanwhile, a voice cuts through the night, stating that the benefactor is trying to sleep. A massive blade is held at the ready. A.K. Dokian's eyes glow red as he declares that he has no choice but to finish quietly. The massive blade rests on his back, ready to be drawn. A lone figure walks through the forest, the massive blade strapped to his back. Kim Ji-yeon leans against a wall, a sinister smile playing on his lips. His eyes wide with disbelief. A.K. Dokian could only utter a single word, a question hanging in the air. Seriously? Elsewhere, under the watchful gaze of the full moon, a disembodied voice mused that this son of a bitch was truly interesting. The heavenly demon watched from above, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed Dokian's predicament. The sound of hooves echoes through the air. The rhythmic clatter continues. A horse-drawn carriage makes its way down the road. Kim Ji-yeon seems lost in thought. Someone observes, he hasn't been looking well since this morning. Does he have something on his mind? A conversation unfolds between two figures. The man with the cross-shaped scar declares, I saw it well yesterday. A group stands together, their expressions unreadable. A voice acknowledges, you managed to hide it cleverly despite having such skill. A voice calls out, hey, someone is being restrained, their fate uncertain. The two figures lay in silence, the tension palpable between them. A man stood, his sword held aloft, beckoning someone to come closer. The man offered kinship, realizing they walked the same blood-stained path. The aftermath of a brutal encounter, bodies strewn across the floor in a pool of crimson. Kim Jian listened intently as the other person expressed concern over bringing in an outsider whose identity was unknown, calling it a hasty decision. The man appreciated the offer, noting it had been a long time since someone made such a suggestion. He thought it was difficult now, because there were still things to do. Kim Jian sat with his arms crossed, acknowledging the situation was expected but still a shame, referring to it as a fork in the road. The cart was ready to depart, the speaker thanking someone and stating they owed them a lot. Kim Jian listened as the other person said it was okay, and it was on the way anyway. The man felt it wasn't his place to say, but seeing innocent blood too often wasn't good. The man with red hair declared he would be sure to go, but then the other person would also go to hell. A carriage rolls away, its departure echoing the finality of a farewell. Kim Jian's fist clenched, the leather of his glove creaking softly. Please stop for a moment, he called out. A man turned, his expression questioning. Huh? What is it? What do you want to say? The man continued, oh, I have a situation, so becoming comrades will be difficult. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Maong. Kim Jian's brow furrowed, impatience lacing his tone. Well, and oh, hey, why are you hesitating so much? I'm Buse. Maong's eyes widened, a desperate plea in his voice. Be my first friend? Kim Jian's expression shifted to one of surprise, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. A bead of sweat trickled down Maong's temple as he internally questioned, crazy bastard, is he confessing to a woman? Maong's smile faltered, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. I think I said something unnecessary. I have a long way to go, so... Maong averted his gaze, a quiet resignation in his voice. I'll be going now. Kim Jian simply nodded, his hand gesturing a dismissive wave. Yeah. Kim Jian's face flushed, a strange mix of emotions swirling within him. He steeled himself, deciding, friend or not, he would go through with it. A handshake sealed the deal. Maong's gratitude was effusive. Really, thank you, my friend. Maong clasped Kim Jian's hand, promising, I'll treat you really well. Inside the carriage, a voice echoed, well, do as you like. The others watched with wide eyes, a mix of shock and disbelief etched on their faces. One woman covered her mouth, thinking, oh my, the genre seems strange. Another man, sweat beading on his brow, muttered, the genre seems a bit messed up. Inside the carriage, Kim Jian remained stoic, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels a stark contrast to the turmoil within. Is this how you make friends? Kim Jian stared ahead, a strange feeling washing over him. He had never made friends before. Elsewhere at the Shaolin Temple, a dire announcement echoed through the halls. The abbot is dead. The disciple of the heavenly demon makes his presence known. It is Maong, the heavenly demon's first disciple. The air crackles as a voice booms, demanding Shaolin's attention. A messenger arrives, declaring that Lord Heavenly desires to become the emperor. The monks are stunned by the audacity of the demand. One can only whisper, W. Maong continues, stating that Shaolin must come under the heavenly demonic divine cult and contribute to the heavenly demon's grand plan. One monk explodes in outrage, declaring the demand impossible, citing the government Murim non-aggression pact. The monk scoffs at the messenger's words, dismissing them as nonsense. He reiterates the principle that the government and Murim do not interfere with each other. The messenger's eyes glow with menacing intent as he declares that if Shaolin refuses to follow the heavenly demon's will, they will face extinction. Another monk curses the messenger under his breath, calling him a damn bastard. A monk calls for everyone to listen, suggesting they discuss the matter amongst themselves. The monks prepare to form the 108 Arhats formation. A voice booms, commanding the earth to activate. From the blood-soaked ground, sharpened stakes burst forth with lethal intent. A figure stands silhouetted against the carnage, their back turned, an ominous presence overlooking the unfolding trap. Amidst the chaos, a warrior stands firm, a gleaming blade held ready, a silent promise of violence in the air. The old man's face appears, framed by the chaos. He declares, this is Shaolin's ultimate battle formation, impenetrable in martial history. The same man's face, now closer, expresses disdain. For mere disciple, daring to discuss Shaolin's existence. A stern face declares, I will judge and punish you right here. A concerned voice whispers, it's not my place to say, but seeing innocent blood too often isn't good. A sinister smile spreads across a face as a voice declares, but my friend, this martial world. The text reads, is a place where bloodshed is necessary to achieve your goals. A figure plummets downwards, a trail of blood marking their descent towards the deadly stakes below. The old man's face is contorted in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding tragedy. The figure is impaled upon the stakes, their body pierced, a gruesome testament to the deadly trap. The force of the blow sends a spray of blood into the air, the impact resonating with brutal finality. A distant figure, reeling from the strike, unleashes a furious cry. UBASDRD. The force of the attack sends him hurtling backwards, a trail of blood marking his violent trajectory. His face contorted in agony, the old man grits his teeth, a guttural UGH, escaping his lips as the energy surges around him. Spinning through the air, he is a whirlwind of pain and fury, the ground rushing up to meet him. The impact shatters stone and sends debris flying, a testament to the devastating power unleashed. Fire seems to lick at Dadok's skin as he glares, his voice a low growl. Arrogant fool, how dare you? Elsewhere, a figure stands silhouetted against a fiery sky, drawing his sword. He declares, I am merely following Lord Heavenly Demon's orders. His hand tightens around the hilt, the promise of destruction hanging heavy in the air. If he commanded destruction. Two figures observe the unfolding events, one muttering in disbelief. What kind of enhanced sword chi is that? A voice cried out, urging a swift evacuation of the remaining people. The heavenly demon raised his sword, the blade crackling with crimson energy. With a resounding crack, a foot slammed down, the force of the impact spiderwebbing across the ground. He declared that only destruction awaited. Below, Dadok stared up, his expression hardening with resolve. The old man glowed with inner power, beads clutched in his hand as he braced himself. Vajra indestructible divine art. He unleashed a devastating kick. The force erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Blasts of energy tore through the air. Swirling vortex of power. The energy dissipated, leaving only a fading trace. The landscape was utterly devastated, the once proud structures reduced to rubble and dust. Amidst the destruction, the heavenly demon stood tall, seemingly untouched by the cataclysmic blast. A faint smirk played on his lips, a chilling testament to his resilience. He began to walk through the ruins, his footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. From the ground, battered and bleeding, Dadok spat out a curse. He vowed, you will definitely fall into hell. The heavenly demon continued his advance, ignoring the old man's words. He strode past the fallen, their sacrifices meaning nothing to him. The devastation stretched as far as the eye could see, a testament to the heavenly demon's power. His steps were measured, each one a declaration of his dominance. He paused, tilting his head back to gaze at the moon hanging high in the night sky. The heavenly demon smirked, his eyes gleaming red in the moonlight. Hell, huh? That might not be so bad either. Dadok, defiant despite his injuries, croaked out, I won't feel lonely then. Isn't that right? He looked up, a question escaping his lips. Who would dare do this to him? The smile widened, a glint of madness in his eyes as he leveled the gun. My friend, he hissed. The air hangs thick with unspoken tension as the group gathers. Plans are being laid, strategies considered. The man with red hair, the heavenly demon, is informed that once they pass this village, they will be in Wudong's sex territory. Kim Jian wonders if they're almost there. Big Sis suggests that since they don't know what might happen from here on, the heavenly demon should take the divine elixir he received earlier from the 5 minor sect leader. Kim Jian mutters under his breath, calling her a crazy bitch. The heavenly demon dismisses the comment as a joke, stating that when he lies down in his bed, he and Dung Quan will set up the protective spell, so he can take the elixir. Big Sis asks him to calmly focus and do chi circulation. Meanwhile, Kim Jian sits on the edge of a raised platform, his gaze fixed on a small, fox-like creature with oversized ears. He eyes something in his hand, wondering if it's like their Korean ginseng. He leans forward, extending a hand towards the creature. The fox-like creature stares back, a small object clutched in its mouth. Kim Jian reaches for the object, telling the creature that it's not for eating and to give it here. He stops the creature from eating it, exclaiming in surprise and frustration. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension as the Big Sis and Kim Jian stand side by side, the silence punctuated only by the rustling of their garments. The Big Sis turns, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. Is something wrong? She asks, her voice barely a whisper. Kim Jian's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Above, a figure watches from the shadows, their expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a low growl rumbles, the sound echoing from the depths of the creature's throat. The fox-like creature sits, its multiple tails swaying gently, a strange light flickering in its eyes. Back at Wudong, the Wudong sect leader lies still, his face pale and drawn, his breathing shallow and labored. A figure stands vigil, his brow furrowed with worry. Please hurry and come back to your senses, he pleads, his voice filled with desperation. How much longer will you keep lying there? Cheon-gak, his expression stern, demands, "How long are you planning to just watch?" Yun Xianchen, his gaze unwavering, questions, "Isn't it about time we send the sect leader away?" The figure from before retorts, "You're saying that again. We can't. It's not the time to give up yet. Don't you realize how big of a problem the absence of the sect leader is at this time?" He continues, his voice rising with urgency, "Everyone knows that you are dragging it out since you could be the next sect leader, if he's alive. If you truly care about our sect, you should know that the earlier we have a new sect leader, the better." After holding a meeting with the elders, the Zhongnan sect leader, Daedok, appears to be making a decision. Daedok declares that Yanqing will be decided as the next sect leader. The declaration is met with outrage. Someone demands to know why, questioning if they're not the first senior. The Zhongnan sect leader states that they have been given enough consideration, and if they continue to act like a fool, they will have to reconsider their existence, Daedok finishes. The declaration hangs heavy in the air. Yanxi and Chun's grandson walks through the courtyard. Cheon-gak thanks his senior brother for the great meal. He seems confused by the earlier outburst. The senior brother is shocked, repeating the phrase, "First senior brother." Yanxing, Yanxi and Chun's grandson, is introduced. Cheon-gak claims he was just getting some fresh air, but someone wonders if he's been drinking. Yanxing apologizes to his first senior brother, citing the current situation and the struggles of many of their juniors. He had gone out and treated the kids to something tasty, chuckling softly. But the elder Daedok clicked his tongue, remarking on the spectacle and insisting they should be dedicating themselves to training. Yanqing's face flushed with frustration. How could Daedok even think of becoming a sect leader like this? Daedok, his expression stern, ordered him not to wander around and to go straight into his room. Yanqing challenged him, questioning the point of training if he was just going to be scared. Daedok's eyes widened, a look of disbelief washing over his face. Yanqing declared that if he became the sect leader, his Wudong sect would stand against the heavenly demon. Daedok, his brow furrowed, asked if they hadn't already talked about this. Yanqing retorted that it was just Daedok's unilateral opinion as the first senior brother, and he wouldn't remain a coward like him. Daedok roared, stating that fighting, he would live fully as a true warrior. He warned that if they fought the heavenly demon in this state, they'd all be killed, and it wasn't just Yanqing. His eyes blazing, Daedok pleaded with him to run away then. Yanqing declared that as for his Wudong sect, they wouldn't run, they'd die as warriors. Daedok, his voice rising, retorted that if Yanqing wanted to die like that, then he should die alone and not encourage the others to die with him. The Zhongnan sect leader's face flushed crimson as he was grabbed by the collar. "First senior brother, let's calm down and talk," Yanqing pleaded, trying to defuse the situation. It was, indeed, a messy family affair. As Cheon-gak walked forward, he assessed the newcomers. "Judging by your looks, you must be Cheon-gak and Yanqing, right?" The beggar clan member's face contorted in rage. "Which bastard dares to?" he roared, his voice echoing through the courtyard. Another member of the beggar clan, standing calmly, clasped his hands together. "The guests from the beggar clan I mentioned earlier have come." Cheon-gak's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing. "As men, why the hell are you talking so much? The strongest guy is the leader. Since I've come here, I'll be the judge." The tension in the air was palpable as two men faced off, ready to fight. "Try fighting each other once," someone suggested. The crowd murmured, "How disrespectful." The beggar clan member's face twisted in anger. "If you keep crossing the line, this won't end well for you." Another voice chimed in my opinion, your attitude is even more rude." Yanqing looked surprised. "What?" he muttered before another member of the beggar clan stated. "They are guests who came to see us at the invitation of the beggar clan." Yanqing stepped forward, clasping his hands together in a gesture of apology. "I'd like to apologize for my first senior brother's rudeness." Cheon-gak, standing beside Yanqing, spoke calmly. "Since it's late, I'll guide you into the room first." He paused, then asked sharply, "Hey, did you not hear me?" The man's eyes widened in shock as the word echoed in his mind. "Fight." Yanqing chuckled nervously. "Huh, your joke is going too far. Within our Wudong sect, unapproved duels are strictly forbidden. And why would I and the first senior brother fight without any reason?" The man with the gun decided that this wouldn't do, declaring that he would take charge and kill them both. His eyes glowed with a crimson light, a subtle hint of the power he wielded. The air crackled with unseen energy as the tension mounted. The Zhongnan sect leader and his companions watched with growing concern. A beggar clan member raised his sword, the metallic glint catching the light. He warned that crossing the line again would not end well. One of the Wudong sect members exclaimed that this was outright hostility and urged their leader to show the bastard how scary their sect could be. Kim Jian smirked, stating that physiognomy was science and demanding that the savage put down his sword and talk properly. The tension was palpable, hanging heavy in the air. If his words were correct, Cheon-gak offered to help with the heavenly heart guidance technique. Cheon-gak sat calmly, observing the escalating conflict. The fate of the martial world hung in the balance. He stood firm, the Zhongnan sect leader Daedok declaring that without the sect leader present, he could not approve the decision. Kim Jian acknowledged this, stating that was precisely why he had come. The words hung in the air, to make him the sect leader. Daedok scoffed, finding the situation far from simple. Kim Jian, however, insisted he had his own plan and that Daedok should leave it to him. A palpable tension filled the air. Meanwhile, a low murmur rippled through the assembled crowd. Yun Xianqian declared that the elders would announce the next sect leader that very day. Another man agreed, recalling that the first senior. It was obvious who should be appointed, but it seemed that was not the case. Since the sect leader was absent, the first senior brother's background. Yun Xianqian listened intently. The man's voice trailed off, noting that something was lacking. Footsteps echoed as the announcement drew near. Cheongak announced that the elders had arrived and that the announcement would proceed as planned. The voice declared that today, they would reveal the next sect leader. This decision was made after much deliberation with the elders. The Zhonan sect leader, Daedok, declared, "Well then, the next sect leader is Yancheng." Kim Jian wondered what the hell Daedok was doing, thinking he had a plan. He questioned if it was okay to just stay silent like this. Kim Jian thought to himself that this was so boring. Daedok called out, "Chong, come out." Daedok waited. Daedok continued to wait. Daedok's expression grew more serious. Yancheng questioned why he was being called. "Oh, wait a minute." Yancheng wondered what he should do to help, but then thought he shouldn't do anything. A sinister smile creeps across Kim Jian's face, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Whatever he's planning, it can't be good. Elsewhere, Daedok's expression shifts to one of surprise and concern. He senses a disturbance in the air, a brewing storm he can't quite place. A hand give a thumbs up, the question hanging in the air, where is Yancheng's room? Kim Jian flashes another thumbs up, his expression now one of manic glee. "That crazy bastard," he thinks, clearly impressed by someone's audacity. Daedok addresses the crowd, his expression serious as he speaks. A murmur ripples through the assembled men, their faces etched with concern. The Zhonan sect leader's eyes narrow, a flicker of unease crossing his face. He pauses as if waiting. His gaze drifts toward the figure standing in the distance, a chilling thought forming in his mind. Could it be that bastard? A hand clenches another, the grip tightening with a silent intensity. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Daedok's expression hardens. He declares that they will make a proper announcement again later. The Zhonan sect leader orders everyone to disperse, his voice carrying a hint of finality. He turns to Kim Jian, his voice laced with accusation. "What have you done just now?" Footsteps echo in the distance, growing louder with each step. Daedok stares intently at Kim Jian, demanding to know if he was responsible. A sinister smile spreads across a face, hinting at a dark triumph. Bound and gagged, a man lies helpless on the ground, his muffled cries lost in the shadows. The old man, kneeling, lamented how easily everything could have gone. His expression was a mix of regret and frustration. Daedok's voice rose, a desperate edge creeping in as he questioned who would ever want to become the sect leader under such circumstances. A voice cried out, aghast at what the first senior brother was doing. The tone was a mix of disbelief and horror. The Zhonan sect leader, his voice calmer now, stated his intention to report the matter as soon as he returned. He reassured someone named Chong that everything would be all right. A piercing shriek echoed, filled with pure, unadulterated terror. A sinister voice, dripping with false reassurance, suggested that things could be done easily and simply. The cold, metallic glint of a gun barrel filled the frame, pointed directly forward. The figure holding the weapon declared that as long as they were present, no one would stop them. Daedok's voice cracked with desperation, warning someone not to even think about touching his junior brother. A figure sprinted across a desolate landscape, driven by a desperate urgency. A voice filled with anguish cried out, "Grandpa!" The elder, face contorted with anger, demanded, "Chong, where have you been? Have you forgotten what day it is today?" A hand rested on a table, the gesture heavy with unspoken tension. What was that look? Arms raised in fury, Daedok spat out, "Grandpa, Teon-ga, that bastard." A sinister smile stretched across a face, teeth bared in anticipation. "Old man." A dark chuckle rumbled in his chest. "Right, so he did that, huh?" Standing before the temple, someone bellowed, "Cheongak, you bastard." A gathering of faces, grim and determined, observed the unfolding events. "You've gathered a lot of people, huh?" His expression unreadable, the man stood silently. A group moved with purpose, their destination unknown. Striding forward, the man demanded, "Do you even know what you just done?" Hands raised in supplication, the man pleaded, "Elder, I will explain everything to you." The air crackled with accusation. There was a misunderstanding, but there's no need to listen any further. Trying to hurt your junior brother just to become the sect leader. You, who broke the unspoken rules of the announcement rings out, declaring that Cheongak and others from the Wudong sect are no longer qualified to remain. They're hereby expelled. A close-up reveals a man's shocked expression, his eyes wide with disbelief. The old man, Daedok, states that it wouldn't be wrong to chop Cheon-gak's neck right now. However, due to their bonds, he's letting him off, so he must pack his things and leave immediately. Another man smirks, a hint of satisfaction in his expression. A voice calls out, addressing someone as old man. Cheon-gak looks up, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. The old man is asked by what authority he thinks he can expel Cheon-gak. He is the future sect leader, the man emphasizes. The man continues, stating that Cheon-gak will lead Wudong someday. Another man, his face contorted in anger, shouts that it's because of Cheon-gak's relationship with the beggar clan. Cheon-gak is told to get out along with Cheon-gak. He is told to stop pulling tricks, old man. The man states that Cheon-gak, as an elder, is making him feel like hitting him, not respecting him. He also accuses him of kidnapping. The man states that he's realized Cheon-gak is not capable of being the leader of the sect. He asks if he isn't hidden behind his grandfather, unable to speak. The elder raises a hand, questioning whether the man is truly qualified to represent the sect. Another voice interjects, telling him to stop interfering. Holding a string of beads, the man states that what is being requested is something he cannot decide right now, telling them to wait quietly. A voice replies with a firm no. Pointing a finger, the man questions why he should wait if the other man becomes the sect leader, as he could just hand it over immediately. The man with the top knot shouts, "You want?" Another man tells him that he will overlook what happened last time, so he should just stay out of this. The man with the top knot tells him to shut up. The elder states that he can listen to the foolish talk of idiots, but then asks why they are staring at him. The man declares that he will never listen to weaklings. The man with the top knot calls him a bastard, stating that it has already been decided by the Council of Elders, asking if he is asking him to go back on it. The man replies that unlike their Earth, this world is where the strongest rules. The man with the top knot questions Earth. The man replies that they should just let the stronger one among the two do it. The elder is shocked, realizing that the man is the leader of the Wudong sect. The man with the top knot looks concerned. The man thinks to himself that at least from what he's felt since coming here, a voice declares that under any circumstances, the leader should always be in front of them. The figure stood on the patterned floor, feet planted, voice echoing in the chamber. Was he wrong? The question hung in the air, unanswered. A collective gasp rippled through the assembled crowd, their eyes widening in disbelief. The man in the foreground could only manage a stunned. The tension thickened as the crowd parted, revealing a set of stairs leading down to the kneeling figure. The man's expression mirrored the growing unease. A phalanx of white-robed figures advanced, their swords glinting ominously in the dim light. They closed in on the lone figure, their intent clear. The figure remained kneeling, head bowed, as the shadows of the approaching swordsman fell upon him. The patterned floor offered no solace. The onlookers watched with bated breath as the swords were raised, ready to strike. The air crackled with anticipation. A mix of shock and apprehension etched itself onto the faces of the observers. The moment of truth was at hand. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, shattering the tense silence. Nonsense! This is the Wudong sect. Steel flashed as the swords descended, kicking up dust and scattering debris. The attack was swift and merciless. With lightning speed, the kneeling figure retaliated, a powerful kick aimed at the attackers. A man watched the scene unfold, his face a mask of concern. "You're kicking up dust," he exclaimed before trailing off. "If." The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. "Anyone thinks that this bastard is right," one of them muttered. The Zhongnan sect leader, Daedok, demands that someone reveal themselves. Kim Jian observes that even knowing what's true, the old man is trying to block it with force. Daedok questions if he truly understands the rules of the martial world. The Zhongnan sect leader declares that the law of the martial world is. Kim Jian remains silent, his expression unreadable. Daedok issues a final warning, his voice laced with steel. If this happens one more time, the old man states that they are running out of time to prepare for the succession ceremony. A voice from behind Daedok shouts that the strong are behind him. Daedok says there's an old saying. The Zhongnan sect leader finishes the thought, the strong don't survive. Kim Jian levels a pistol, his expression hardening. The one who survives is the strong. The sharp crack of a gunshot echoes. The Zhongnan sect leader, Daedok, is sent reeling backward, a crimson bloom blossoming across his chest. His breath hitches, a strangled gasp escaping his lips as he struggles to comprehend the sudden violence. Kim Jian's eyes widen in disbelief, his face now splattered with the old man's blood. A desperate cry tears from his throat. "Grandpa!" The entrance to the Wudong sect stood imposing, two figures guarding the steps. One of the guards bellowed, his voice echoing through the mountains. The Wudong sect leader turned to his companion, a flicker of concern in his eyes. "Do we have guests visiting the Wudong sect today?" His companion replied, "No, there shouldn't be." Both men looked up, their faces etched with surprise. Before them stood a towering figure, silhouetted against the light. The Wudong sect leader's voice hardened. "This is Wudong sect's territory." He continued, his tone laced with warning. If there's no invitation, please come back again early tomorrow. Crimson splattered across the floor, the metallic tang of blood filling the air. The towering figure stood over a fallen member of the Wudong sect, the blood still flowing. A glimpse into the maw of something monstrous. More blood, painting a gruesome tableau on the sect's floor. A monstrous maw gaped open, teeth stained crimson. A guttural utterance escaped its depths, hungry. The man gasped, blood trickling from his lips. He could only manage, GGRA. A desperate cry echoed. The word grandpa, ripped from the speaker's throat. The ear, severed and bleeding, lay exposed. Clutching his head, the man roared, KYRGHHHH. Bastard, how dare you ambush me? His face contorted in rage and pain. The man holding the gun sneered, stop exaggerating. I held back from killing you because there are eyes watching, you know. Drawing his sword, the man bellowed, you bastard. I'll make you regret your actions today. A voice responded, dripping with sarcasm. Oh, really? You should have said so earlier. With eyes glowing ominously, the figure purred, if you wanted to say goodbye to the world that badly. A gunshot shattered the air. A desperate plea echoed. Please wait. The man screamed, Grandpa, those bastards have already crossed the line. Just kick them out quickly. He wondered if he should have eliminated the target when he had the chance. Something was amiss. Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widened as he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. A palpable tension filled the air. This unpleasant energy. Kim Ji-yeon exclaimed. The old man turned to Kim Ji-yeon, a knowing look in his eyes. Hey, old man, you felt it too, right? Kim Ji-yeon asked. Daedok nodded grimly. Yeah, it seems like an unwelcome guest has arrived. Elsewhere, a booming sound echoed through the halls, signaling the arrival of an intruder. A stern voice barked out orders. Block him from entering inside at all costs. Figures moved swiftly, blades glinting as they converged on the intruder's location. Another voice, filled with rage, commanded, kill him. A sword was drawn, the steel singing as it left its scabbard. A man sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Kiki, you're nothing. A close-up revealed a face contorted in fury, teeth bared in a silent snarl. A figure crashed to the ground, blood splattering across the floor. Crimson blood splatters, painting the figure's yellow robes in stark contrast. Perched on the rooftop, archers take aim, their voices ringing out. Where did you get such confidence to enter this place by yourself? A hail of arrows descends, each one finding its mark on the figure clad in yellow. The figure is now a pincushion of sharpened steel, blood blooming around each impact point. Despite the grievous wounds, a thought bubbles to the surface. Hungry. Driven by an insatiable hunger, the figure surges forward, a yellow blur against the backdrop of the temple. A swift strike, and another falls, head snapping back in a spray of blood. The fallen figure lies motionless, a pool of crimson spreading beneath them. Footsteps echo on the stone floor, a relentless advance. The archers watch in disbelief, their faces etched with concern. What is this? One mutters. The temple looms in the background, a silent witness to the carnage. Standing amidst a field of bodies, the figure in yellow robes surveys the scene, a chilling declaration escaping their lips. There you are. The bloodied face, a mask of pain and fury, hinted at the brutal encounter that had just transpired. He strode away, his broad back a canvas of yellow, leaving two figures in his wake, their expressions unreadable. A voice, laced with venom, echoed, declaring, the one who killed our youngest. The words hung heavy in the air. The yellow robes bore a mark, a sigil of dread. Heavenly demons. Cheon-gak, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, assessed the situation. That bastard is dangerous, he thought, his gaze hardening. The Manhwa sect leader, Cheon-gak, his voice ringing with urgency, commanded, everyone listen. This isn't an opponent you can handle. Flee to a safe place. A chorus of voices rose in protest. How can we leave you behind, elder? They asked, their faces etched with concern. Defiance flared in their eyes. Even if we have to die, we will fight. Cheon-gak's voice boomed, an iron fist in a velvet glove. Order. He glanced back, his expression a mixture of resolve and regret. The assembled warriors, their faces grim, offered a silent farewell. I wish you luck in battle. The clash began, a whirlwind of steel and desperation. The Zhongnan sect leader, Daedok, observes the unfolding events with a stern gaze. Beside him, Cheon-gak remains stoic, his expression unreadable as Daedok mutters, you too. An unseen figure challenges Cheon-gak, demanding, are you going to disobey my order? The air crackles with unspoken tension. Daedok, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, declares his unwavering loyalty. I've dedicated everything to the Wudong sect for over 30 years, he proclaims. The Zhongnan sect leader continues, his voice laced with suspicion. And these outsiders are also stepping forward for the Wudong sect, so? Amongst his companions, Kim Ji-yeon's thoughts betray his anxiety. How can I run away? he wonders, his eyes darting nervously. Kim Jian continues his internal monologue, attempting to rationalize his actions. Well, it's not like I took the lead because of you, but anyway. I don't know why, but I feel like that fat pig came looking for me. A grotesque face fills the frame, a sinister grin stretching across it. Ain't that right? The figure asks, followed by a simple, chilling confirmation, correct. Daedok's suspicion intensifies as he confronts Cheon-gak directly. So, you're also a disciple of the heavenly demon, aren't you? A disembodied voice breaks the tension with an unexpected declaration. What? I'm hungry. First, I want to fill my stomach. The source of the hunger is revealed. A corpulent figure, his hand resting on his enormous belly, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding conflict. Suddenly, the air explodes with raw power, a shockwave of energy erupting from an unseen source, scattering debris in all directions. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure plummets from the sky, a golden object clutched in their hand, their fate uncertain as they fall. Cheon-gak's expression hardened with concern. No, my juniors are still over there. A group of figures sprinted forward, their white robes blurring as they raced toward an unseen threat. More figures joined the desperate charge, their movements frantic as they pushed onward. The ground vibrated beneath their feet as the group continued their headlong rush. One figure broke ahead of the others, his determination etched on his face as he strained to reach his destination. Closing the distance, the lone runner pressed on, unaware of the cataclysm about to be unleashed. A blinding light erupted, radiating outward from a central point, promising devastation. The light intensified, becoming a roaring explosion that consumed everything in its path. A deep voice rumbled, laced with a chilling satisfaction. Control my strength. They're all dead now. The aftermath was a scene of utter ruin. Debris rained down, painting the ground with crimson. A wide view revealed the full extent of the carnage, a testament to the devastating power that had been unleashed. The air crackled as something descended with furious speed. Cheon-gak, caught in the sudden onslaught, bellowed, "This demonic bastard!" A blade, wreathed in ethereal blue light, cut through the chaos. The attacker, face concealed behind a mask, moved with deadly precision. Cheon-gak's face contorted in a grimace as the assault continued. The masked figure, clad in white, slashed downwards with the glowing sword. Each step of the attacker carried the weight of impending doom. The masked figure pressed the attack, relentless in their assault on Cheon-gak. The blade connected, a sickening spray of blood erupting from Cheon-gak's head. From a distance, a man with a neatly trimmed beard watched the brutal scene unfold. Cheon-gak's eyes widened in disbelief as the final blow landed. His robes, once pristine, were now soaked in crimson. A final, desperate scream escaped Cheon-gak's blood-filled mouth. He is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. The attacker sneers, finding Cheon-gak's strength delicious. Cheon-gak realizes, with growing horror, that his body is automatically healing itself. The flesh knits itself back together, the wound closing with unnatural speed. He offers a quiet thanks for the food. A guttural sound escapes his throat. He recognizes the Wudong sect's secret technique. Grand clarity sword technique. Another strike lands, blood spraying from the wound. A man calls out, asking if Cheon-gak is okay. He responds, thanking the elder. The masked figure comments on his resilience, calling him a nice, old man. The skin glistened with a sheen of sweat and blood, the small holes peppering his arm like a gruesome constellation. A man leveled his shotgun, his face a mask of grim determination. He snarled, "I'll blow your head off." The wounds continued to bleed, the blood trickling down his arm. Dark, viscous liquid oozed from the wounds. Wait, what the hell? What's that? A large, smiling man seemed to be enjoying the sight. Tasty, he cooed. Someone observed the impossible. He absorbed the bullets. The unseen man continued to relish the experience. It's tasty, he breathed. The man with the shotgun urged, eat more. Blood pooled around his feet, the floor stained crimson. The blood continued to spread, soaking into the ground. A man with dark hair looked up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Huh, seriously, he muttered. A hand holding a needle emerged from the darkness. Got you, a voice declared. He stands before a horrifying sight, a grotesque figure looming with its maw agape, revealing a cavernous, blood-soaked interior. The stench of decay fills the air, a palpable wave of death. A chilling realization dawns. A voice, laced with dread, echoes in the silence. I'm fucked. A hand lunges from the darkness, its fingers outstretched, ready to snatch its prey. Got you, it booms. Realization dawns, a cold dread washing over him. He thinks, I'm fucked. He's pulled forward, the world blurring into streaks of light and shadow as he's dragged towards an unknown fate. A voice thick with anticipation booms, hey fatty. A flicker of defiance ignites within him. Huh, I'll be more delicious, he thinks. He continues his thought. Then my starving cult leader. The voice, dripping with hunger, declares the perfect feast I've been searching for. The world vanishes as he's swallowed whole. A final, echoing invitation. All right, come and eat as much as you want. But before he could react, a voice echoed, laced with disdain, advising him to learn some eating etiquette first. A figure with crimson hair charged forward, a blur of motion. A sword descended, arcing towards its target. The blade moved with rapid speed, a whirlwind of steel. The sword struck, a crimson spray erupting from the point of impact. Another attacker prepared their fists, announcing the Tiger Jaw Fist 1 first technique. A groaning tiger of strike was unleashed. The force targeted the jaw. The fist connected, a brutal explosion of force against flesh. Then a foot came crashing down. The stomp landed with devastating impact. With a burst of speed, the red-haired fighter drives his fist into the chest of his opponent, a spray of blood erupting from the point of impact. The technique is named God Ascension. He declares this is the final technique. The force of the blow distorts the large man's face. The red-haired fighter continues his assault, the momentum building. The large man is sent flying backward, a cloud of dust erupting around him. He crashes to the ground, the impact shaking the earth. A woman with long black hair shouts in disbelief, "Dunkwang." The force of the blow is evident in the grotesque swelling of the large man's chest. A woman's eyes widen in shock, her expression mirroring the horror of the scene. She wonders. The red-haired fighter stands tall, the victor of this brutal exchange. The large man's face contorts in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the devastating power he just faced. Ing. The large man's voice booms, a desperate hunger driving his words. Where could his feast be? A pained groan escapes someone's lips, a drawn-out expression of agony. Rage contorts his features, a raw, animalistic fury burning in his eyes. The large man's desperate search continues, his voice laced with a primal need. He repeats, "Where's his meat?" A desperate cry pierces the air, a demand for what was lost. Give it back, his meat. The force of the blow sends a figure hurtling backwards, a blur of motion against the stark background. The leader shouts, again. His companion urges action. The children are in danger. They must chase that bastard. Kneeling amidst the rubble, the man cries out, "Dunkwang Waran." Gently, he cradles the injured woman in his arms, promising safety. She whispers, "My lord." Determination hardens his gaze, a silent vow etched on his face. He moves with purpose, a whirlwind of motion carrying him forward. Shock registers on his face, a dawning realization. This is no mere human, but a cannonball. A man gazes upward, tracking something descending from above. A colossal figure plummets earthward, a falling star thunderbolt of immense power. The falling figure hurtles toward a traditional building. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outward. The building erupts in a cataclysmic explosion. Elsewhere, a man supports an injured comrade, assuring them, "Done. They should be safe here." Another man looks on at the destruction, muttering, what a chaotic mess." Flames engulf the traditional buildings. A sniper takes aim, frustrated. For a pig, he's too fast. I can't even hit him. The sniper's scope shows the burning landscape. The scope centers on the large man, his face visible in the crosshairs. Through the sniper's scope, the crosshairs remain centered on the large man, the world reduced to the circle of the lens. Then, a cataclysmic eruption of fire and debris consumed the area around him, the force of the blast echoing outwards. Miraculously, a thought surfaces amidst the chaos. The bones remained intact. Elsewhere, Kim Jian, bloodied but alive, knelt beside a fox-like creature, concern etched on his face. "Are you okay, pretty?" he asked. His face was marred with cuts, blood trickling down his forehead, but his eyes remained sharp and focused. Back at the scene of the explosion, the large man, silhouetted against the flames, internalized, "I think I've reached my limit here." His face contorted in pain. The large man thought, "It's been my pleasure knowing you, my lord." Kim Jian's expression shifted to alarm as he shouted, "Yukpai!" A figure held a glowing blue sword, a silent apology hanging in the air. "Sorry, I've burdened the guests too much." A simple circle, a symbol of emptiness and potential. The yin and yang, a dance of opposing forces forever intertwined. The Wudong sect, a name whispered with reverence and power, stood as a beacon of martial prowess. A figure descends, poised to unleash the ultimate secret technique, a torrent of blue energy crackling around them. From above, the force of the technique bears down, waves of power radiating outward. The energy intensifies, the impact imminent. The strike lands, a burst of crimson erupting from the point of contact. The force of the blow reverberating. The target reels, the pain registering in a guttural cry. Stings. Eyes ablaze, the attacker focuses, the technique far from over. The energy swirls, a vortex of power descending with deadly intent. The final descent begins, the technique nearing its devastating conclusion. A gash opens, blood trickling down the target's face, a testament to the technique's brutal force. The attacker's hand tightens around the sword hilt, preparing for the final strike. A final, bloody impact seals the technique's devastating power. The large man stood, his bare chest heaving with each ragged breath. A visible tremor ran through his frame. Kim Ji-yeon stood before the figure, the fox at his side. I thought you were dead since you were nowhere to be found. But you're alive. The old man bowed his head. I sincerely apologize. I was late because I was evacuating my juniors. He continued, his voice strained. But if you had such a powerful technique, why didn't you use it sooner? Because it's not a finished technique yet. If I use it recklessly, my inner chi may be twisted and cause fatal damage. Blood trickled down the old man's face, a grim testament to the battle's toll. A dark splatter stained the ground, a stark reminder of the violence that had unfolded. Kneeling, the old man's hand trembled as he pressed it to the ground. I need to. Dunk Wang stood over him, his voice laced with urgency. Do chi regulation quickly. The man coughed, blood splattering from his lips. The old man's voice rose in anger. Who ordered you to sacrifice yourself like this? Didn't I tell you to run away with the other? His face contorted with frustration. The old man cried out, Juniors, why aren't you listening? His expression softened, a deep sorrow etched into his features. Apologies, but Wudong is everything to me. He clicked his tongue, frustration etched on his face. Crazy fools. You should be talking after the fight is over. If that pig comes back to life now. A creature with fox ears tilted its head, peering at Kim Ji-yeon. What's wrong? A phone slipped from someone's grasp, plummeting towards the ground. Dunk Wang's eyes widened as he noticed the falling device. My phone. That was a bit dangerous. Kim Ji-yeon turned his gaze towards the old man. You won't taste good since you're old, but you look nutritious enough. A figure stood with a sword, its blade gleaming ominously. A man lay prone, blood staining his clothes. Then, before we eat something delicious. Dunk Wang grinned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shouldn't we whet our appetite a little? A sinister smile spread across a face, the eyes dark and hungry. Do you think eating an old man will make you full? A voice echoed, promising a final meal. I prepared the last feast for you. A figure stood amidst the flames, gripping a massive weapon. The weapon was leveled, the voice taunting. This must be your first time having buffet, right? Dunk Wang's face fills the frame, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He asks if consuming an old man would finally satiate his hunger. He urges his unseen guest to eat to their heart's content, the promise hanging heavy in the air. Elsewhere, Kim Ji-yeon stands ready, a massive minigun held firmly in his grip. Dunk Wang's grin widens, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He asks if the meal is tasty, already demanding more. Kim Ji-yeon, a predatory glint in his eyes, encourages him to eat without limits. The barrels of the minigun begin to spin, a prelude to the storm about to be unleashed. Kim Ji-yeon grins, telling him to open wide as the bullets come. A hail of bullets erupts from the weapon, each one a tiny messenger of destruction. The bullets streak through the air, an unstoppable torrent of lead. The barrage continues, an unrelenting stream of projectiles aimed directly at their target. Dunk Wang, caught completely off guard, can only manage a bewildered as the bullets tear into him. He is immediately overwhelmed by a hail of gunfire, each bullet tearing into his flesh with brutal force. The bullets continue their relentless assault, impacting the ground around him as the attacker maintains unwavering fire. The onslaught focuses on his upper body, each hit sending shockwaves of pain through him. Blood splatters across Dunk Wang's face as he cries out, desperately trying to stop the relentless barrage. Wait, stop now, he croaks. The hand holding the weapon remains steady, continuing to unleash a torrent of bullets. His body is repeatedly struck, each impact driving him further toward the brink. A look of utter surprise washes over Dunk Wang's face as the bullets continue to tear into him. He wonders. Meanwhile, Cheon-gak descends, his voice booming with authority. Where do you think you're going? Dunk Wang's body continues to absorb the relentless punishment. Cheon-gak unleashes a powerful sword technique, a swirling vortex of blue energy aimed directly at the already wounded target. The force of the blow sends Dunk Wang reeling once more. As Dunk Wang is struck again, Kim Ji-yeon's voice rings out, dripping with dark humor. You're back again, dear customer. The man grips the weapon, its cold steel a promise of violence to come. He cries out, begging for it to end. Wait, no more. From above, Cheon-gak descends, announcing, now the second round begins. A fist, slick with blood, crashes down. The force of the blow sends crimson spraying across the room. Dunk Wang, battered and broken, screams, I'm full. Kim Ji-yeon watches with a cold smile. Indeed, excessive greed. Through a haze of pain, Dunk Wang mutters, brings trouble. Kim Ji-yeon stands amidst the carnage, his back turned, a silent observer. He speaks, his voice calm amidst the chaos. If you're satisfied, please leave. A sinister smile spreads across Kim Ji-yeon's face. A 5-star rating and a review even in hell. He extends a hand, helping Cheon-gak to his feet. The Manhwa sect leader had been sitting, recovering. Cheon-gak accepts the assistance, offering a simple word of thanks. The Manhwa sect leader continues, admitting that without Kim Ji-yeon, they would never have been able to defeat that bastard. Cheon-gak clasps his hands together, bowing his head in gratitude. Kim Ji-yeon listens as Cheon-gak speaks. The Manhwa sect leader explains that the reversed flow of energy has calmed down significantly. He apologizes to Kim Ji-yeon. Cheon-gak excuses himself. Kim Ji-yeon hears Cheon-gak's apology. As the Manhwa sect leader admits, he couldn't see the truth because he was only focused on fulfilling his own desires. Cheon-gak expresses his sincere gratitude. The Manhwa sect leader acknowledges that there is already a lot of damage, but thanks Kim Ji-yeon nonetheless. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a scene of carnage. Blood splatters the ground, and bodies lie strewn about. The Wudong sect might have been annihilated today. Kim Ji-yeon's companion urged him to address the sect leader's position with haste. Kim Ji-yeon responded that he was just about to get to that. The old man declared that he would like to make the announcement again. The crowd waited with bated breath. The old man continued, stating that everyone must have felt it too. The crowd listened intently as the old man prepared to reveal who they could truly trust and follow. The old man announced that the next sect leader was... Cheon-gak was named as the next sect leader. The crowd erupted in cheers. The crowd greeted Cheon-gak as the new sect leader. The crowd kneeled before Cheon-gak. Another man questioned Kim Ji-yeon, asking why he was standing there blankly. The man insisted that Kim Ji-yeon needed to. He offered a polite smile, stating that they should greet them. A look of realization washed over the man's face, as if a sudden understanding had dawned. The man admitted to potential shortcomings, yet pledged to strive for excellence, so they would not be ashamed. With a respectful bow, he requested their continued support in the future. Silence hung in the air, thick with unspoken thoughts. A week later from above, the scene unfolded. A figure sat in the center of an yin-yang symbol. A voice echoed, declaring that they had been made to wait. Kim Ji-yeon listened as the man explained that the method required extensive preparation. Since there was no trace of the item they sought, the man continued, they planned to find traces through the former Murim Alliance leader's item. The man's expression was unreadable. The man sat in meditation, undisturbed. Ancient script glows above the seated figures, bathing the chamber in an ethereal light. At the center of the room, a sword hovers above a yin and yang symbol, pulsating with a similar blue energy. The blade gleams, reflecting the mystical energy swirling around it. The seated figures remain still, their eyes closed in deep meditation as the sword continues its silent vigil. The golden hilt of the sword seems to absorb the blue energy, intensifying its glow. Suddenly, Dunkwang's eyes snap open, his face contorted in shock. A sharp pain pierces him, as if an invisible force has struck him. Cheon-gak, observing the ritual, furrows his brow. Is that place the Amei sect? The Manhwa sect leader's eyes widen in disbelief. He stammers, huh? Wait. Dunkwang's face twists further in agony, his eyes bulging as the unseen force intensifies. Another invisible blow strikes him, the impact reverberating through his body. Dunkwang struggles to remain standing, his body trembling with pain. The two men exchanged uneasy glances, a palpable tension hanging in the air between them. Kim Ji-yeon wondered aloud what was going on, noting that it wasn't just one place. He then suggested that all they needed to do was visit those two places. Cheon-gak, his back to the viewer, cautioned that one of the places was not somewhere one could go recklessly. One of those two places, it was revealed, is the Imperial Palace. Cheon-gak's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed as he considered the implications. One of two places holds significant importance. The Imperial Palace, a man declares, his gaze intense. The man wonders what makes the Imperial Palace so special. As he knows, there's a pact of non-aggression between the government. In a martial world, a world of power and conflict exists alongside it. The pact states that the officials in a martial world should not clash with each other, maintaining a delicate balance. A figure plummets downwards, a dizzying fall into the unknown. But if you, belonging to the martial world, go to the Imperial Palace, it could break the pact and lead to a confrontation between the officials and the martial world. Even if you sneak in, the item will be in a secret room. A mysterious box glows with an ethereal blue light, promising untold power or unimaginable danger. The man walks down a long, dark corridor, the air thick with anticipation and dread. And that room will be full of countless traps, waiting to ensnare the unwary. Will drive you to your death. A grim fate awaits those who dare to trespass. The declaration hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken threat. Your death. The official presses him, demanding to know what he's trying to say, impatient with the drawn-out explanation. He orders Kim Ji-yeon to get to the point. The official insists that if the item he seeks is inside the Imperial Palace, it certainly isn't within the Amaze sect. The official continues, stating that finding the item is absolutely impossible. Kim Ji-yeon stares ahead, his expression unreadable as he considers the official's words. A sudden ping from his phone breaks his concentration. He glances down, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The message reads, "Stupid customer asterisk, this is team leader Kim Miao. Since you've protected the peace of the martial world again this time, a reward awaits." Kim Ji-yeon's eyes widen as he reads the message. Wait, he's really giving me this? I want to try it once. A sinister grin spreads across a shadowed face. Kim Ji-yeon's gaze falls upon a glowing object, a plan forming in his mind. Maybe I can do it with this? One of his subordinates announces that after reorganization, they'll leave for Amaze sect tomorrow. Kim Ji-yeon responds, "Yes, my lord." Elsewhere, the moon hangs high in the night sky, casting an ethereal glow over the traditional buildings. Cheon-gak looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He turns and walks away, lost in thought. Another man wonders why a busy sect master would visit such a humble place. Cheon-gak invites the man to have a drink. Alcohol is poured into a cup. Cheon-gak takes a sip, noting that the alcohol tastes especially strong today. He asks if the man knows why he wanted to become a sect master. The man suggests it's because of greed for a high position. Cheon-gak reflects that he was an orphan with no family. A memory surfaces, Cheon-gak walking towards a grand building. He remembers feeling it for the first time when he followed the sect master to the Wudong sect. A painful memory, being mocked for being ugly. Cheon-gak thinks that now, everyone is practically family to him. Of course, he thought, those who had become his family were irreplaceable to him. That's why Cheon-gak had to become a sect master. Because if he became a sect master, he could stand in front of them anytime, even sacrifice his life to protect them when they were in danger. So, Cheon-gak probably wouldn't be able to be a sect master for long. When that time came, this should become the sect master in his stead. If he was going to say such nonsense, why bother becoming a sect master? They should have left it to him. Since it's already like this, Chong should be the sect master for a long time. Are you crying? Kek or Kiki Kek? And no one's crying. He was not. Through the scope, Cheon-gak and another figure were visible on the bridge. I have no particular use for this, TSK. The leader of Manhwa sect, Cheon-gak, presents a small, ornate box. He offers it as a reward for helping Wudong. Kim Ji-yeon peers into the box, his brow furrowing in curiosity. What is this, he asks. Cheon-gak explains that it's the boundless golden pill, a legendary elixir passed down in the Wudong sect. Cheon-gak continues, explaining that the pill is known to help overcome even the most deadly crises. Kim Ji-yeon accepts the gift. Well, since you're giving it, thanks. Cheon-gak smiles, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. Thanks again, and I hope this divine medicine. Kim Ji-yeon turns away, the fox spirit, Pretty, at his side. He muses that it will be of great help in your adventures. Pretty looks up, her nose twitching. Is it delicious, Pretty? She wonders. Kim Ji-yeon smiles, his expression unreadable. The transformation of Pretty this time has confirmed it. Pretty's thoughts race. It must grow even more to handle more difficult blueprints. Cheon-gak turns to leave. Well, there's nothing more to say, so I'll just be going now. A bead of sweat trickles down Cheon-gak's face, his expression a mask of barely concealed anxiety. Elsewhere, a voice calls out, seeking information. If any of you know about Amaze sect, explain briefly, dash. The figures bowed in unison, their voices a single, reverent promise. I'll do it, my lord. The Amaze sect, nestled in Mount Amaze, was a sanctuary of nuns. Their order, composed entirely of women, held itself apart from the world. Whispers carried on the wind spoke of their guarded nature. It was said they were quite wary of men. Approaching the mountain, the woman considered the challenge. So, I think it's hard for anyone other than me to approach Amaze sect. The air hung thick with unspoken tension as she spoke, her gaze unwavering. The man beside her leaned back, a hint of frustration in his voice. Nothing's easy, huh? He tapped his chin thoughtfully, considering the odds. If there were two of you, do you think you could pull it off? Her eyes narrowed, a flicker of defiance in their depths. She thought, I think it would be easier than doing it alone. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a large man stood sweating profusely, a strange question forming in his mind. He wiped his brow, a strange satisfaction creeping into his expression. That'll do, haha. A sinister grin stretched across his face, revealing a disturbing intensity. His eyes widened, a manic energy taking hold. Time! Snow blankets the jagged peaks, a silent testament to the harshness of the mountains. From within a hidden enclave, a chorus rises, the chanters' voices echoing with fervent devotion. Long live! Long, long live! Before the assembled, a figure stands, their long silver hair cascading down their back as the chanting intensifies. Long, long live! Elsewhere, within a cavern's depths, a masked figure stands cloaked in shadow, the same fervent cries reaching even this isolated place. Long, long live! A hand extends, fingers outstretched, as crimson energy begins to coalesce around it. The crimson energy surges, crackling with raw power as the ritual continues to build. The chanters, bathed in the red glow, raise their voices higher, their devotion fueling the growing power. One among them raises a hand, channeling the crimson energy, their face contorted in a mixture of ecstasy and strain. Her crimson eyes narrowed. The woman thinks, it's not enough? Not yet. Holding a glowing orb in his palm, Myorin speaks his own name, as if completing a vital incantation. Her foot planted firmly on his back, the woman hears the man beneath her whisper, "My lordship is truly greedy." The woman in the revealing dress simply says, "Ugh." She tilted her head, a soft hum escaping her lips as she considered something. Bare feet shuffled across the stone floor, the group in purple robes moving with purpose. A hand gestured, the robed figures seemingly responding to an unseen command. A crimson haze filled the air as she declared her disdain. "I really hate ugly things." Her gaze hardened, a silent promise of something unpleasant. From above, a voice mused, "As expected, beautiful things are the best." The robed figures remained below. The silver-haired woman's eyes narrowed as she spoke to someone unseen. "No toy is as pretty as you." The robed figures stood close, their expressions unreadable. A voice, soft and sinister, whispered, "Let's stay together for a long, long time." The silver-haired woman leaned in close, her intentions unclear.